Right, now make sure all that's working. Done now, I'm ready now. It's your boy, JEDI, Trilluminati, live, red pill, chill, Trilluminati clips. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please put the number of your like in the chat, you know, like that.
At times, it's hard to describe this life. There's just more to it than this. It all started with the roll of a red dash, permanent scars, oxygen marks. I pull them up and breathe on my own accord, motivate my feet out a lonely ward. I inhale the fresh air and the car exhaust, bittersweet like the path I walk. Do you believe? On the steps, kids with their neck twisted and teeth waving. My body's shaking and it's 20 degrees below freezing. Is this a dream? Flashbacks in the tunnel with blood spilled at a bug's will. I don't need to tell you the guns kill your lungs will. That's karma, universal law, drama, the science that we compliance.
Bomber Cloud, let's get busy. What's good? Happy Thursday, man. Slap yourself in the side of the head.
It's hard to describe.
Hey, we in the building. Wait. And let's start. And you lot, hit that like button, man.
It all started with the roll of red dash, permanent scars, oxygen marks. I pull them up and breathe on my own accord, motivate my feet out a lonely ward. I inhale the fresh air and the car exhaust, bittersweet like the path I walk. Do you believe? Hey, steps, kids with their neck twisted and teeth waving. My body's shaking and it's 20 degrees below freezing. It's a dream. Flashbacks of a tunnel with blood spilled at a bug's will. I don't need to tell you the guns kill your lungs will collapse. That's karma, universal law of drama, the science that we compliant, so you live vivid visions internal. I put it in the journal. The words are eternal reflections from a street perspective. Broken man, adhesive to mold me back. I hold it down, never holding back. Follow me, love can change the sun, the rain, the smiles, the tears, the fear of failing, the poor, the pain. We all feel strain.
Nothing feels the same.
We all feel pain. Who's got to
get up?
Soldiers,
get up.
Don't stop.
Get up, everybody get up. History. I'm trying to make history.
It all ended with the roll of a red dagger. What goes around comes around in this concrete jungle. But credit, I get hanging down. Fresh out of jail, and I'm heading back for London town. The sun's shining, but I'm being followed by a thundercloud. A voice in my head said regret nothing, but I wish I had the reset button. Looking over my shoulder, every 3 steps bugging. I've done too much vert not to expect something. I mean,
expect something
to come back and
bite me.
Too late to change.
For scumbag, describe me.
Living my life right, I'm in this society.
When my enemies find me,
I'm like a spider trapped in
my own web.
I finally made it back to the flats I can hold yet. I despise this place, all I see is crime and pain. That reminds me of the rage that resides inside my veins. The change, the sun, the rain, the smiles, the tears, the fear of failing, the poor, the pain. We all feel strange. Nothing stays the same. We all feel pain. Who's got to
get up?
Soldiers,
get up.
Don't stop.
Get up.
Everybody
get up, or you'll be history. And I try to make history.
Keeping control can be hard up in the crowd with your heart jumping around. Parallel visions of me sunk in the ground. Decomposed, I can let my thoughts swallow me whole. Or keep control, put them thoughts in the reaper hole. Seek for gold, keep my soul cleanse, exfoliate all the big friends. Inherit your spirit, ride with you on your sentence. I'm there for you. Amongst all the nonsense, someone cares. I wanna be alone,
someone's there.
I got you, cause my attitude, could I be camping on the avenue? I had friends that developed a psychosis. Their milk were missing. MI5 or the culprits, excessive compulsions. What's the cracks that we step in? Dress inappropriate. Young mums, black pots getting higher for opium in a dim lit room, mixing coke with sodium. Why do you leak overdose on Imodium? They don't give a shit, man. Love can change the sun, the rain, the smiles, the tears, the fear of failing, the poor, the pain. We all feel strange.
Nothing
stays the same.
We all. Who's got
Soldiers,
get up,
don't stop.
get up, everybody, or you'll be history. And I'm trying to make history. Hey, hey. Da, 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 da. Da 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 da. Hey. Da 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 da. We're trying to make history. Here's the motherfucking re. Here's the motherfucking re. All right, man. What we upon? What we upon? What am I on, man? I'm just everywhere, just doing everything. What am I trying to do right now? What am I trying to do? We feel like, man, I'm feeling that this stream's a burner. I don't want nothing holding me back. I just want to have a good old stream. So let me think, man. Oh, let's go, man. Yeah, this stream's a burner. Fuck it. Let's go. Hey, 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 hey. What? Big tune. I slapped the pussy clap like button. That's what I'm asking from you, you know. The game is a battlefield. We are one. Fighting for what we will earn. What's it? We must deprogram. The world is a battlefield. Hey, we are one. Hey, let me play you a fucking tune. Forget about all this, yeah? Let me play you. What's his name again? Yeah, let me play you my tune. I forgot about this tune. I like it more than the other tune I've been rinsing, which is, let me show you the tune I've been rinsing. Fuck it. This tune I was rinsing, yeah? Hey, hey, yo, hit the like button, jump on, no delay. Let's get it popping, man. I'll take the 42 people in the building as well, yeah?
And stream on Disney Plus.
I'll take you. You. Let's go. I was going to play my banger, but I'm going to play the original banger before this one. The one I prefer. Hey. You know, the stream might cut out or something. I don't know what's going to happen. But fuck it, let's go, man. Hey. You know, what? Who's going to sing this to me? I keep forgetting love anymore. Boop, 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 boop. Forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made it so clear. I keep forgetting. Woo! Hey! Yeah. Every time you live, what? Every time I see you smile. Fuck off. He's one. Well, you know about that chord progression? Every time you're near. That's genius. Every time I see you smile. That's a mad thing. That shit, when he shifts key, yeah, that shit plays with it plays with me, bro. Like, it's like, yo, I love music so much, man. Every time I see you. Come on. Hey, he's a madman, fam. And then he's singing, yeah, and he's looking in the camera like he's just lost it all. But he's being, you know what I mean? But he's
I've not seen the video to this tune, you know.
Oh, his eyes are all wet and watery.
Oh shit!
Like, it looks deep to him.
So is that Michael or the director?
It's Michael. Let's go again. Hey, hit the like button, jump on. This stream is a burner. We'll be here today, gone tomorrow. Enjoy it while you can.
Man, just started that 5 minutes in you. What the
yeah.
I see you smile.
Hey, come on then. I want to hear you, Axel.
I can't sing. I'm can't.
You sure? I put one thing on your ear. One thing on your ear. Here we go. I keep. Hey, you know, I just realized, yeah. Who sings in that tone? I keep forgetting. Like, bruv, his voice is mad.
Yeah, Charles. There's a few of them, but varying levels. I'm thinking Shakira now.
Who? Shakira Lil.
You're right. I keep forgetting.
And who is it M people from back in the day?
Oh my God. What's she singing again? Heather Smooth, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I don't even remember the tunes and that, but it's that.
Was it the one?
same
Keep on moving. Keep on moving.
Keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting.
Now, do you know who sings like that? You know who sings like that? Aaron Neville. Who's that?
I don't know if I know who that is.
You do. If you want something to play with.
You know what? There was a whole period in time where
Jump on yourself.
You know what? I'm gonna sing by hook or by fucking crook.
Yeah. And Christina Aguilera.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah. That's true, Snitty.
Yeah, a little bit right with that one.
It's like scaffolding for your voice. It gives it like it sounds like, or it feels like it gives it more strength.
Wait, do you know there's a newer one? There's a newer one. I can't remember his name.
MJ jump on Southside. Where you at, man? My little mascot, my eldest son. Jump on, Janoy. Where you there?
Yeah, big up Charles for yesterday. Yeah, he's been keeping up. Big up.
Please, we need a rant from you. We need an inspirational, motivational rant from you. Please forward yourself. Aero Trill, I need you to switch on someone and get, you don't fucking fuck with me. Listen, boy, you don't fucking fuck with me. I'm Aero Trill. I'll fucking kill you. We got Aero.
Yeah, yeah, I'm still shook of him. I couldn't even laugh at that.
Gurdeep, forward, my brother. Dubplate specialist, resident sound boy. Forward, man. All the honor. If I don't call your name, because I expect you just to hit the link and jump on. Surprise me. Yeah, yesterday was a very slow day. I looked off the stream. I don't tolerate mediocrity. And I'm like, you know what? It's time to end. The brothers and sisters are trying so hard. No one wants to jump on. And it's been a day of feeling a bit like, all right, cool. It's all right. I just was, see me, what I noticed, if I'm out of the loop of the stream for a while, I feel guilty, like I've let the stream just run amok. And then you don't seem very happy or very satisfied. Do you know what I mean? So I apologize for that. I've got duties. I'm a father, and my child does not go to school. And occasionally, very often, he's with me and we're doing some home studying while I'm on mute, or I'm doing this, or I'm picking up something, or I've run out down the road to grab something, or do you know what I mean? So don't just assume I'm here and I just can't be bothered to chat. A lot of the time I've got my hands full and I've decided to do that because obviously everything I do is important. So yeah, just big up yourselves. Thanks for holding it down. Thank you, Southside. Thank you, Khan. Thank you, Sneets. Thank you, Axum. Thank you, Mag. Thank you. Fuck, who was on? It was
I went on yesterday,
Yeah, no, but I'm just thinking anyway. Who was on?
Big up. Yeah.
Weird combo.
Fair enough, though.
Flame. I'm sure Flame passed through quickly.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. South. Schiffer. Schiffer and Khan and South, which I was just laughing at. The combo was mad, and South was like trying to moderate it. I found it so hilarious. Hilarious.
Yeah, he did a good job, though. He did a good job.
Good, man. He done well, man. He done well. He's just like, he's a good boy, man.
You know what's mad between Shiva and Khan?
He's a good boy. He never lets me down, man.
Why did you call him Shiva?
Whoa. Hello, Flame.
We say Flame?
Yeah, big up Flame and Seven as well.
The thing about them two, big up. The thing about
them two, big up everybody.
They'll make good points, but the way they talk to each other is that they're making no points.
Yeah. Yeah.
Flame got it,
I noticed a lot of that yesterday. Like just a lot of talking and not much for a man like me to latch into. I couldn't grasp anything. But I was feeling it from
verbal chess, like
from Sneets and Axum, and then Skipper and Khan. I just couldn't grab that. What are you not chatting about? You know what I mean?
Leave us alone, man. We tried to
You need
talk.
to invest
Right?
in a boxing ring, though.
This was an impression of Shipper yesterday. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, but South, it's like you're trying to say water's wet, and I'm not really sure. Then I jump on. You know what? Yeah, the moisture of water and the wetness of water is so spectacular. Yeah, you know what? I hear where you're coming from. You know, Jed.
Jedi,
The
you're
South
so
was
deep,
like,
Jedi. Pause. Like, you're
South was letting it go.
Jedi.
South was like, yo, hold on, Shipper, like, am I getting mad? I was mad.
Nah, you know why though? You know why? Because
said that.
Shiva came on trying to big up South, innit? And then they just went left like after a little bit. I was like, nah. You know what?
South ain't got the patience like me on that, and you know, he's irritated. He will get irritated. Like, you will
So I
be
was like, you know what though? Fuck
when
you.
he talks in a certain way, you know he's irritated. Like, all right, look, man, them, look. So let's just try this, yeah.
You know what? I can't take you serious when he does that.
He makes some mad noises like, you get me? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, he does all that. That's how I know he's annoyed. He's like, why are these grown men doing this? Like,
He does this thing though, like, you know, whoever's speaking, and if it seems like they're speaking sense and people are on board with it, it's like he either tries to outdo them, or he kind of just like he picks fights with them. That's what I've noticed.
The ego thing, man.
He tries to outdo that person on what they're doing, or he'll just be like, "You're like me, yeah, you're like me,
You like me, yeah.
I knew you was going to give me that response, Jedi. Yeah.
Yes, this is why I respect Jedi.
You know what?
I agree with you, Jedi.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? This is why me, MJ, and Freeman same. You know, this is why we're the same.
That's why.
Listen, Self was babysitting yesterday. That wasn't even moderating. That was flipping babysitting. It was like being in a youth club and trying to moderate 2 kids.
Big up South for that. You did well, especially with Schiffer and Khan, blood. Like, that was a madness. Big up South for that, man.
There was at it, man, on form. Schiffer had a better day the day before. Yeah, but like, I like this Schiffer. I just want him to just be calm. Just calm down. Calm a little. I like Schiffer. I really like, and I want him to stick around. I want him to be part of what man's doing. He's a great personality. Just sometimes he can just tone it down a bit, just a little bit. There's an excitement that might put other people off. And it's only ever so often. It's not every day he's that excited. Today he's gonna jump on and probably be quite calm. I don't know. Big up Schiff if you're listening, wherever you're driving. I'm Team Schiffer. You get me? It's annoying as you are in that. I'm Team Schiffer.
Yeah, we noticed.
Actually noticed.
Tell me why that on you, bro?
That sounded bitter, man. That sounded bitter. What happened? What?
I know him, MJ.
Yeah, we know.
Nah, I suppose someone has to play advocate, I suppose.
We know it.
Yeah, exactly. Because at times you all know it. It's like, oh my god, so glad Schiffer's here, because no one would be chatting or no one be disagreeing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, him and Khan, like both of them. I appreciate both of them as panelists.
We might not like each other, but everyone brings something different.
Yeah.
He's a nutter. And then the other thing that makes me laugh about Schiffer is how hard motion has to be blind to his madness. It's
Oh, I know, it's crazy.
Where the frick is emotion?
Now it's motion.
He ain't got zero patience for us, Schiffer, because he's using it all on Schiffer.
Yeah.
This time, you say hi to motion, like, you know, and he'll just be like, fuck you, Snoop. Like, you know what I mean?
No, but he understands Shiva though, innit? Once you understand one of your man them and you know what they're like, you know what to expect for them. You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't mean you don't call them out when they're wrong.
No, but I don't think he does.
He does. I think he does, but it's just that
Mary's right, you know.
I think he should call him out more, being that he's his closest brethren. But then that's like me saying, I want you to take up my argument and go and chat to your friend about it. Like, it's not really realistic. But I know that motion. It's not like when he's wrong. He does.
No, but it's like we know them as friends, innit? But it doesn't mean that they're responsible for each other like that. It's just that we know them as friends.
We know them as friends.
I hear that, Mike, but sometimes motion's trying to blame us. It's like, oh, you lot go at him. It's like, no, before you say that to us, say something to him.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Do we not go at him? Do we not go at him?
Motion
you
is
turn up and you're just thinking mermaid bars or something like, you know what I mean? You already, especially when he.
It's not our fault he gets so triggered when we just do what we're always doing.
But again, it's one of those conversations. It's going to be chicken and egg. You're going to go round and round and round and round. And I think the yesterday one you're talking about.
Schiffer talk for him. Let Schiffer talk about himself, innit? Like he loves doing that. We don't need to do that still.
Shut up, mate.
Shut
down,
I'm talking about a situation, a circumstance.
You love backbiting and shit, man. Pause.
All right, Flay, what you want to do? You want to do some shouting or something?
That weren't even me. That was Flame.
Man got backbacks anyway.
Yeah, biting what?
That's what I'm saying. Stop that shit, man. Stop biting. Yeah, stop doing that.
We don't do that. We don't.
We don't do them things.
We don't
do them things.
All right, let me tell you something. You know that guy's a predator, isn't it?
Oh, is it? I just thought he was like some crackhead.
We don't do that things thing. Yeah, that man's a predator, man. He
keeps going to jail for sexual
assault. He's a Peter.
He's a Peter.
No.
Yes, Mizo's a fucked up guy.
We don't do it.
Even the man's been penned for them fucking enough times. Like Jedi said, he's fucked up.
You know that prevent a predator dude was onto him. Caught him. Yeah, there's just reports of him hanging around in school and doing shit. And I don't know if he flashed his thing.
Right, if I see him, I'm running him over.
Yeah, he old boxes when he gets sauce though.
Yeah. He's a Peter, man.
I'm scrapping that from my vocabulary.
Yeah, trust me. It's the same as that fucking thing where he's wobbling the little piece of paper. What's it, Rolf? You have to scrap that shit, man.
Really old dude who used to do like security in the middle of town, in the middle of Birmingham, and like he used to have this one area, and he's like, "Yeah, I've picked up this back loads of times."
I'm just gonna go toilet. I'll be back. I promise.
What happened?
Thanks for sharing.
Oh, my key's broken. Oh.
Oh no! Is there a tsunami on the way in?
Mr. Schifrin, big up.
Yeah, big up. Sneet started it. Sneet is starting it. No one else said tsunami but Sneet. I'm out.
Nah, we're all just joking, man. Schiffer ain't gonna start crying.
Schiffer, we've discovered that Sneets has got a problem with you.
No.
Right about what? Why would I
really?
Get her. Oh, you're cool, man. What were you talking about? What was the discussion?
They were talking about you. They were talking about you. I said loud backbiting. I said they should loud backbiting. Wait till Schiffer comes. Pause. Wait till Schiffer arrives. Wait till Schiffer arrives and then speak. And then Flame was like, "No, fuck that. We can say what we want to say and all that." It's just like,
yeah, Flame started this onslaught.
Is that what it's like? Is that how you're feeling?
Yeah, Flame was like, "Yeah, just get it off your chest, you know."
You know you were listening anyway, Shiva. Don't lie. You know you were listening.
What do you mean I was listening? I had to ask a question. If I asked a question, that would denote that. Yeah, come on, man. You know me, man. I'm always asking questions, man. But that's because of who I am. That's because of who I am. I'm always.
You weren't listening. You weren't listening to the show, now.
I wasn't really listening, but I definitely am.
Really? That means yes. Okay.
That means that
I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening. To be straight, I was playing with words there to see if you was listening.
All right, Schiffer, how you feel about the past couple of days you've been on the stream? How you feel like you've been doing?
I don't feel like I've been doing any particular way. I feel like what it is now for me, if you're asking that question in the way I think you're asking it, I think it's like testing the waters. I think it's like seeing where people's minds are, where their brains are, man. Because you see me, like I'm black to elect, innit? I'm black to elect. I'm something different, cause, and then it's like
chat to them.
Sometimes I'll drop gems, but I drop them in a feisty way. I'm a bit rude with it, innit? I'm a bit rude. So I say things like, you know what? I don't use knowledge. I'm dealing with Gnosis. I say little gems.
How can you be a black?
I say little gems, and then I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But I use Gnosis. I don't.
Yeah,
it's like when
they're not as
said yesterday. Yeah, I said one sentence, one way, one word, one way,
one meaning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe no. I don't. No.
It sounds like
is he breaking up?
Is it just? Take it. It's not just me then.
No.
All right, Shifa, sort your internet out, please. So
Stay
good being
one spot.
intelligent, but if you ain't got good internet, then don't really help you.
Mary, shut your mouth. You got the internet. You're dumb if you ain't got the internet.
Oh, Flame, my name is MJ. What do you
I feel
expect?
attacked. I feel attacked.
Shit.
Mary's
Just
just
say what I
dumb if
see.
the internet's not up.
Must.
Shifa, we can't hear you, man. He's still talking, man.
But leave and return. Leave and return.
Shifa,
I think the Most High is playing tricks on him.
for real, man.
Let me ask you all a question. Hold on 1 second. You see, because we're going to play this game today, yeah? Let me ask you all a question. And let's see if
Shifa, we've
any
not
of you
heard
come up with
anything
the
you
right
said
one.
in the last minute, just so you know.
I know. Well, I was just saying, yeah, that I'm like, I'm intellect and I'm intelligent. I'm all sorts of things that I don't know. People will look at me mad when I start talking properly. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Now, I'm going to say, like, I'll ask one question and I'm going to see where everyone's mind's at. Who on this panel believes that they are intelligent? Who believes they are actually intelligent? Does anybody believe that?
Me. I Shifa, I swear to God, I need to hear you sing this Shifa. Come on, brother.
Come on, brother.
Come
Add
on.
that tone to your voice.
Hey, forgetting will never be the man. Sing along if you know it. How you made
My
it
voice
so
is fucked right now. I got a cold.
I keep forgetting. Don't worry, I'll
Sound
be
better than me right now.
every time you're near. Hey, every time I see your smile. Woo! Saying you can only stay a while. Side man. You get it? Oh, you get it? He's a side man now. She can only stay
Come on.
He can't. You get me? He's getting
Man
temporary.
just gets a quick beat.
Right. Right.
Gang, gang.
Yeah, she's moved on, innit? They had a thing. It's done. You let her go. She's bounced. She got a next man. She keeps coming back to you the puddings. And you want her to say she loves you still, but she can't say it. So he's like, oh yeah, I forgot. We're not in love no more. I keep forgetting. You get me? We're not in. Hey, this shit is so hard.
Yeah, man. So it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy, man.
It's a tragedy, man. And I feel like somewhere there's a lady, there's a beautiful lady singing this about me.
Yeah. Can I rephrase myself? Sorry. It's not a tragedy. It's just tragedy. It's tragedy.
Every time that you go live. Hey! Oh man, big fucking tune, man. Alright, let me play it. Sorry. My bad. We're gonna get to your question, Shifa.
That's fine. That's fine. We got time.
The things we both know are true. Tell me how can I? Hey.
We're not love anymore.
Now who knows what his baddest tune is? It's not this, you know. It's not this, you know. I fully forgot about this song. Shifa, if you know this song, you're a bad man. I don't even have to spell it, man. I'm just guessing. Yeah. Hey, this is an Israelite song. Check this. Do you know about this song? Do you know about this song, bro? Nah. Let me show you.
It sounds familiar. I don't know the name of it though.
Yeah, let me show you.
That's not the tune.
Hey,
that's the
tune, cuz. Hey.
Oh my.
Hey.
Man said it sounds familiar, you know.
Yeah.
That song there sounds familiar.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the name. All right, check this now. Hey. You know about working hard. Hey. Woo!
You know them 80 steppers, you got to clap.
You know about it. This music, you have to like dance and do your neakiest smile. Like you have to.
Well, it's all them carton moves, isn't it?
Yeah,
the head movement, the neck.
You got your fingers, you got to be spinning around and spinning
the jerky movement.
side step, all of this. Yeah,
Hey, Kaz,
the time of your life, every
yeah, exactly.
Coat hanger smile.
you're gonna make this music turn you into Terry Crews, man. Be careful.
Don't do that. We're not doing that. Hey, these are fucking shit.
Everything.
Yeah, heavenly. I'm telling you, this is an Israelite song. Yamo be there. Hey, send this out to my brother Kemo. Zulu. Hey, Mosh. Woo. To change. You gonna do reach out and call what? Hey,
Yeah, we've heard this song before.
yeah, Mo be there. Hey, be there.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Yeah,
These are my dad's generation. You know, when I heard this song, yeah, pause that 1 second. You see, when I heard this song when I was a kid, yeah, I thought it was saying up and over, but now I get it. All right. Now I see what was going on. I was hearing something.
What was he saying? What was he saying? Jehovah. What did he say?
I'm pretty sure that he was saying something to do with Jehovah. So it might be. I could be wrong. What was the name of the song again? What was the name of it? I thought that was the name of the song.
Ya Mo be there. Ya Mo be there. I used to think he was saying, I'm gonna be there. And then one day I heard, and I was like, Ya Mo be there. What is that?
Okay.
I knew it was.
I still thought it was saying I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be
like, Ya Mo be there.
Okay, I got it the wrong way around. All right, so that last bit, we still need to figure that out. I don't know what you said. It sounded like up and over.
Hey.
Never be lonely, lost in the just run from the darkness, looking for the light.
Hey.
'Cause it's a long, hard road, it needs to ride.
The days. Be the boss. Cold. Reach out and call. Nah. Yeah, we'll be there. So I said that I don't get excited, but let me share this with you. Music excites me, like it literally gasses me. Yeah, music excites me. Not the promise of some masala pum on a Saturday. None of that. You know what I mean? A bag of weed.
Did you say masala pum?
Wow.
I didn't.
Wow. I was just minding my business and someone just gave me a shot to the ribs for like I was using my fingers to do some maths and I just wasn't ready for this shot to the ribs. Somebody call a doctor. Wow. Wow.
Well, like, before you
every time I see your smile.
Before you answer Schiffer's question, panelists, can you not tell me? And don't be dirty, don't be filthy, please. Khan's not here yet. Yeah, can you not tell me what excites you?
Baklava.
Does it really? The thought that you're gonna get some baklava excites you?
Yeah, man, it just tastes so nice.
Really?
And they're tiny little.
I've never had a baklava. I've never had a baklava that I've like proper rated. Like I've been around people that, oh, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Oh, let's get baklava.
Yeah, but to be fair, like, there's
why
not
did I
really
pour all
much.
that on it
Hang
for?
on, hold on. There's not really much that you do kind of react to in that way. Like, do you know what I mean? The only thing that I've actually really seen you kind of have a reaction like that to is Chef's is fried chicken. Like,
That's
other than that,
wasted.
give Jed something. Give Jed
You're gonna say
something.
something else about
No.
him.
No,
Who's gonna expose me?
No, but then no.
Who's gonna expose me and Chef?
Listen, no, listen. If you give something to Jed, be like, here, try this. He'll be like, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Is his favorite response. It's all right. Never heard him really sing many praises about.
Oh, so guess what? When I say something is sick, you know, I'm not just saying it for the genericness.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Because I genuinely don't think. I don't think everything is sick and amazing. I think some things are really good in that. Things that I do. If I tell you I think one of my songs is sick, then I think it's song. If I tell you, oh, this is a good song, I like the song, I love the song, it's different from the pedestal of excellence is high, and I don't put things up on there willy-nilly because I want, do you know what I mean? And I don't think put things down in a low category willy-nilly either. You've got to deserve it. Like, if you give me head and it's all right, I'm going to say it was all right.
Wow.
I want to do what the girls do. Oh my God, that was the best I've ever had. Oh my God, I thought I'd had an orgasm, but now I realize that this is a real orgasm. And I hate that shit.
Okay.
I don't know, you know. Unless there's teeth, I don't usually say too much.
You know what
I don't have any teeth. Okay, I'm going to mute now.
Them auditions there you're doing, yeah?
Wow.
Half day, no, one word, one half day.
Go on.
Oi, Sneeze, look out the window of your yard now, please.
I Sneeze, I love the upfrontness of like that's sick.
We are there.
That was dope.
That's why they call her gummy bear.
Is that what they call her? Is that what they call her? Please.
That was stupid.
Bruh, where is she?
Gumvita.
Bruh, that was mad. Man said he doesn't like teeth, and she let man know that she's gummy. That's crazy.
Boy.
Do you think gums are nice? Because gums. Sorry. Forget. I'm wild.
If little teeth are attached to the end of them, then nah.
That's a really horrible feeling, though, isn't it? Teeth. All right. So, anyone else? What do you get excited by?
Do you know what, Jed's music?
Thank you.
But like more specifically, you know, like making connections in music. Like, you know, there's a tune that you thought banged, and then you find, oh look, this is the one where the sample's from, or such and such, or all that type of stuff, that type of thing specifically.
You old school. That's why you old school, man.
Is quite exciting for me in a way that's like definitely like it's sneaky in it because nobody else. It's not going to apply to nobody else. I'll be there.
Appreciate knowing where the sample is from. And
it's little. It's not just a sample. It might even be a little thing like, you know, a bar. Like somebody says a bar.
Yeah, no, I know. But like I'm just saying, like as in general, like bro, like when I hear the sample of, like for instance, this song here, but the one that we was playing earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, people hear that and they think regulate. They don't know.
This is what I'm saying, because it's like you need to be in the car with the next person that's listening to fucking Saga or some shit. Then you're gonna hear this banger and then you're gonna be like, yeah, regulate age 12, and suddenly you start making these connections and that. You start. This is why again back in the day, inlays was my thing.
I forgot that it was sampled on regulate. I kept thinking, where have I heard this before? Like
real.
Yeah, inlays. You get to find out man's real name and
real
also
names. Producers, you realize that's the same drummer that was doing the other thing.
Michael Stevenson, who's that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also, like, you know, like remixes as well on top of that. Like, this is more in an electronic music sense. Like, when you know, again, oh, that's the intro to such and such, and then it drops and it's like, whoa. Yeah.
I need to love a remix, man. Used to love a remix. Remixes are literally shit nowadays.
Yeah, they're shit now.
They're just a money-making thing. It's just it's like the shit sequel to the good film. That's what you expect from remixes.
It's not even proper remixes. They might as well just like sample the first 10 seconds or something, and then the rest is a whole next thing. Like,
I'm like that in the clubs though. I sit there and listen. Oh, this one. Oh shit, this one. Yeah, when I mix it. Me like.
And the DJ drops a shit as well, like when they're remixing tracks and that. It's just, they don't know what they're doing, man. but then crowds seem to go wild for anything these days. So boy,
I think crowds want something different, you know, from music than maybe when a lot of us was younger.
I think so, because now
I think that people really are attached and sort of desperate for familiarity, in a sense that like it's difficult for them to enjoy stuff that's outside their thing. And with that, everything becomes algorithmic. This again, going back to that AI thing, the DJ's behavior becomes algorithmic because he has to go and refer to Spotify.
Yeah.
They sure like to sample older tunes though, but tunes like just before they were born, so like in the 2000s and whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
They're only doing it. They're not doing that. No. See, this is the one problem is if you hear me on a song, if you hear like me on a rhythm, I selected it. Lots of rhythms I've even been involved in making them sound the way they sound while I'm
like the Tupac one.
Whatever, yeah. I'll get the song made, I'll do stuff for a rep. And then it kind of will be, if you hear me on a track that's like a remix of something, you know I'm a fan of this type of music. Like when you hear me on me and Schiffer on Keep Forgetting, you're gonna know that come from the love of these old school tunes. When you hear Central C of one of these songs, it's because the producer has sent it to his management, and his management has said, "Yeah, we'll use this."
Yeah, it's true.
Because the producer says to him, like, you can't just sell to these people, you got to sell to their parents too.
Right? No, it's just
not even sell, appeal to. It's appeal to. It's like, hold on, you're so what? We're aiming you at 16-year-olds. So let me do a quick bit of maths. Okay, so that's 16 plus 16 or 16 plus 20. You need to get something from such and such a year to make sure the whole family's unlocked.
100%. Pretty much almost every rap track was sampled from some 80s thing. Like.
So they're just trying to copy that blueprint.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? That was the blueprint. We'd listen to songs and we're thinking, fuck, he's got the sample of a tune that mum loves.
Mm.
You know what I mean? She might even say, oh, I like that song. You know, that one with that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and we reminded her of her old shit. They're smart with the marketing, but they don't love the music. This is what I know. And I love old school garage, and hearing Drake and all these people.
Yeah, you
see, not having it.
Classic that I wanted to do. I'm very glad.
But that's super algorithmic. I think he is, again, a chief algorithmic behavior in person. You know what I mean? He looks at the world, he looks at his fan base and said, yeah, I got some fans in Jamaica, man. So I'm going to talk to Popcorn. And then next thing you know, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, so London love me. So, and then he starts using the slang and all that stuff. And it's just the internet's allowed him to step up into these places. And because obviously, if you're a UK rapper, you're gassed for that cosign, you'll let him run and shit all over your fucking show. Like, because the crowd is going to love you for the next 10 years because they saw Drake for 10 quid.
Is Billy Big Bollocks investor in it?
Yeah, but he's investing by showing his face next to somebody or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's like infiltration.
It's fucked. It's tapped, man. It's like the way he operates. It's a fucking.
And he'll just move on to the next. He'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, but what communities?
We'll have all of this big talk here online and stuff, yeah. But then motherfuckers still be out in the club singing along all the words to
do not. Schiffer,
I was gonna say before last time I went to the club.
You don't see.
Last time I went to the club, it was dead.
Let T go.
Yeah, last time I went, I was in Dam, and I went to a club, and yeah, most of the time was just sitting down smoking a spliff, like the songs and shit, and everyone getting hyped. But it's not the same. Like if I go to a night out now, it's got to be playing old school or garage or 90s or R&B, or like it's got to be some old shit. Anything with new, I'm not trying to be there. But it's not the same. Even when I see them singing along to the lyrics, and then you pre the lyrics, and it's like what? Like allow it.
I've been like that from I was young, man. I've never been in that commercial club.
And the drops ain't even the same. You know when like there used to be certain things like even
yeah, but Tizza, that sentence weren't really for you. It was more for Sneaks, Axums of this world.
Excuse you?
They know the words. They know the words. I'm telling you, brother. The girls love Drake. They're lying to you. They're lying, brother.
You're talking about the girls that you know, Schiffer. You don't know us, so you can't see that.
You don't love Drake, man. Come on.
I don't love Drake.
God's plan. God's plan.
Don't get me wrong. No.
Old Drake, yeah.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. If a song comes on and I'm feeling dancey and happy, I'm gonna sing along to it. Like,
No, Bon J, man. His father is a Satanist blood. His father was the bassist for Sammy Davis Jr. Man, they were both in the Church of Satan. From I found that out years.
No, but was they though? Was they really? Give me some evidence for that, please.
Well, I researched this. All right, let me. I have to find it and bring it in.
Is that? I don't even doubt it. I don't doubt it, but I need to. Let's get some concrete on that one.
Well, all right. I don't. Sammy Davis Jr. is a well-known Satanist, and he's like the most famous.
Yeah.
And him and his father was like good friends, and but I can't say specifically about the man's father because I ain't researched into the man's father. But from you associated with a man like that, I don't know, man.
Isn't anyone who's made it past a certain level to be looked at sideways? We all listen to everyone else's shit.
Yeah, all of them.
It's like, can we pick and choose?
I don't know.
Nah, you can't pick and choose now.
There's levels of success, though, innit, man. I don't listen to no artists who reach them acclaim levels of success these days because they're all fucked up.
Yeah, they're all tainted, man. All of them tainted.
Whether it's Kendrick Lamar fronting like he's fucking conscious or J. Cole or fucking anybody, you get me?
Yeah.
The ones who ain't tainted end up dead. Yeah. The ones who ain't tainted end up dead. Yeah. Because what happens is the ones who ain't tainted, they started off tainted. And then when they made their name, they decided to try to switch up the game. And then they end up dead. That's what happens.
Dead or their career is dead forever. Them people who thrive in the mainstream are blood clot Babylonians, you get me?
But you know what I've noticed about music though, is like, especially when I'm in the car, right? That's pretty much the only time I really get to listen to music, like, because I like to listen to music loud and whatever. And I've noticed that I kind of don't really, I zone out, so I'm not really paying attention to the lyrics half the time, unless I know the song, I'm singing along to it. But then that
the music, a lot of commercial music is made.
Conscious, innit?
For real, yeah, it's made like that on purpose. The frequency of the music surpasses like the part of the brain used for critical thinking and just goes straight into your subconscious. You get me?
Even the length.
It's the same with phone screens and blue light and phones and computers. It surpasses the part of the brain used for critical thinking and goes straight into the subconscious.
Yeah, I've got settings on my phone. Past a certain time, it switches off that blue light and goes into the warm lighting.
For real, I got the blue lights on a full day. Trust me.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, man. Fuck that.
Hey, Sneaks, do you think you're like that on the panel as well?
Huh? What you say?
Do you think you're a bit like that on the panel as well? Like, sometimes it's like you're not really paying attention, you're half there.
Shipper's coming for me. Shipper's coming for me now.
I remember how you
ready for some
Can I add time? You know that Sam and Drake are both Jewish, right? Just
yeah.
Big up Tony Brown as well. I just see you there, King. Big up, man.
Big up family. I just come to ail up the man them. You get me? Big up the queens and the kings and everybody in the chat.
Thanks, Tony.
What's up, family? What's up?
Not Jewish. Why are you mentioning?
Big up, family.
Big up.
Hi, Tony Brown. What go on anyway, man? Where you been? Where you been hiding?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm in and out. You get me? But I've got so much things doing in that. You know what I mean? I just got to get on with them. But yeah, I'm here to show support for the family, you know, in my own little way.
He's coming so we got a little cold. He's coming to a bit.
Yeah.
He ain't got time for us no more. He's
Are you crazy, man? You're mad, star. I could never get rich and switch. Never.
Big up, folks. Get back.
Big up, Sneeze. Yeah, I will. I'm all right still, you know. I think it's just a head cold I got.
Get some
garlic and ginger, Tony.
And black
yeah, you mean, man? Them thing them boil up every day.
King, big up.
You get me?
Uncle Tony. Black seed
yes,
oil.
love. What's that? Black seed?
Black seed oil.
Black seed.
You have to change that name there. You have to change that name there because that's variety.
I was gonna say I'll take that every day, but you know what? I think I'll pause on that. But yeah, I don't leave out the black seed.
Sneak's favorite.
What? Loyalty. Go.
Yeah, it's never gonna be brown seed, is
it? Family would prefer that though.
Let's go there.
Do you rub it all over your face?
What the fuck, Shipper? Why do you have to take it to a completely different realm? Uncle Tony, can you see what Shipper just said to me?
You know that baby?
Yeah, I just heard. But Schiffer, he's been letting off all week, isn't he?
Yeah, pause.
What do you mean letting off?
Schiffer's been letting off, you know. You haven't been holding back at all, Schiff.
Do you know what it is, Uncle Tony? You see me? I'm not like everyone else, innit? So I'm intelligent. You understand? And I and I is I and I. Yeah, so you see the thing is now, from I and I is I and I realize who I and I is, but none of them not realize who them is. Is that me I say?
Aye.
So what you're saying that none of them are fake?
Top of the morning to you.
Are you saying, Schiff, you're the only real one on the panel? Is that what you're saying, Schiff? And the rest of them are...
Nice, the
rest of them are moody.
Only intelligent one, Tony, that's all. We're not intelligent like him. He's different.
No, listen, Uncle Tony, they don't even get it. Listen, me is not intelligent. Me just intelligent.
What does that mean?
Me I left them with them intelligent.
What's intelligent?
Cuzzy.
And then I was just about to ask you for that. What is intelligence?
Yeah. You know, if you talk them, it don't make no sense, King. You get me?
Explain to us, please explain to us what intelligence means.
You know something?
Big up the family in the chat scene. Loving to like cook food.
Like, you know, that's good. Cool, leave it, man. Intelligent, you know.
Come on, you know where I'm going with this, man.
I really don't, cuz. I really don't. I don't know.
I know you
know. No, I want to know what intelligence means.
I know you know. I know Jedi.
I don't know, Schiffer. Tell me though. Tell me, what does intelligence mean?
Listen.
Why leave out the in and roll with intelligence?
Yeah.
Only Jedi. Listen. Out of everyone on the panel, only Jedi knows.
Oh, Jedi, can you tell us?
I don't know.
Intelligence means not smart.
Listen to this sentence, Jedi.
Schiffer, intelligent means not smart.
Listen.
Thank you for that.
Listen. I know Jedi. Listen, I know Jedi smart, so he'll be smart enough to work this one out.
Why are you trying to drag Jedi in? Take your beating alone.
But the rest
He's
of
not
you,
involved.
Yeah, you're right. He's
Listen,
smart. He ain't intelligent.
You're talking
He's
about
smart.
yourself. Yeah, speak for yourself. Come on.
Yeah, like,
I don't know.
Stop
Axum, listen, Axum, you are very intelligent in it. So I have to, I don't know, man. You might fail at this exercise.
What are you on about, Shiva?
You're highly intelligent in it. So I could see you failing at this exercise immediately. For the rest of them,
I'm not intelligent, so I want to know what intelligence means. So I want you to lay it out for me, because I'm not intelligent, and I'll be the first to admit that. What does intelligence mean? You see, the thing is now, yeah, really and truthfully, that was a trick. What I tried to put out there to try and trap you.
It
so
wasn't
I know
a trick. I just
like,
googled it. Intelligent means not smart, so I think you're on point still.
What does intelligent mean?
Not smart.
I just said that. I literally just said that. It means not smart.
Right.
Like,
what does smart mean? Hold on, wait a second.
What's your point, Schiffer? What's the test that you're doing?
Wait,
This is Schiffer's IQ test.
You know, I'm mad, you know. Just calm down. Listen,
because he
you'll
just
never
called
learn
Jedi
anything.
smart, remember? He just called Jedi smart. So let's
if your mouth is running all the time, yeah, this is the reason why only Jedi will get it. Because he's the only one that's listening. You lot's mouth running. I'm telling you.
Nah, Jedi is pretty
more than everybody.
Tell us, what does smart mean? What does smart mean then?
Yeah,
what does smart mean? Exactly. That's a good question. What does smart mean? Please look that one up.
How do you switch it to that, Shifa? You're talking about intelligence and intelligence. Like, what the hell?
No, but like,
I think Schiffer's put his foot in it.
Nah, look at the word for smart and then think
about
smart stuff that we got in it. Like it's more referring to cunning.
On a level though, Schiffer, you shouldn't be talking about I and I this and I that, and then talking about you saying things to trap and trick people. That's for Crystal. You get me?
My thing is, Uncle Tony. You see what you did there, Uncle Tony.
Don't play with seven still in a Schiffer. Don't play with seven still in that.
We're not listening to we're not technology.
I want to know.
Yo, Jedi. No make the brother lie to you, you know. You never hear them lie with the man just telling you.
Me never tell no lie, Shifa. Mind yourself, you know, King, because you did this before, blood. And I have to say sorry in the end. I never tell no lie, blood.
Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. What the smart? Hold on, brother. Pause. Slow down. What does smart mean, brother? Read that out again. And people listen properly to what the man's telling you.
Yeah, all I can hear from Shifa is trickadicadation. Sorry, my bad.
You don't have no time for this. What the man's telling you. You're just trying to control up the conversation with some.
What does smart mean, brother?
What's the point, though, Shifa? You said like you was talking about intelligence. We was breaking down what that means, and that means not smart.
If you don't get what I'm going by now, yeah, then you'll never get it.
Yeah, and you're not going to go nowhere. You're not going nowhere.
Going around in circles.
I actually am.
Exactly. Chicken and egg again, isn't it?
Addressing everybody and telling everybody how shit they are. Like, what we want to know is the meaning of smart, because I kind of know what you're getting at.
Shifa is the human version of putting your hands behind your back and telling someone to guess what hand the object's in.
Good analogy. Yeah. Good analogy.
Stop it to the right one. You know what I mean?
Or just swapping.
Yeah.
Fair face. Yeah.
I'm gonna talk slower still as well, because Stopsy's spotting me up in the chat. I must talk slower, because I get vexed and start speak fast. Sorry, man.
Look. Smart. A person, clean, tidy, well dressed, having or showing a quick-witted intelligence, or a wound or part of the body like that you feel or cause a sharp stinging pain. Like that's smarts. That's the three smarts they're giving us. There probably is another smart, but that's the three smarts they're giving us. So what do you reckon?
I think there's about. I think there's a quick-witted in it. Quick-witted is one of them.
Sorry.
No, yeah.
You didn't know the pain one? You say?
Yeah, I didn't know that one. The verb.
You never heard no one say that?
Let me ask you a question, Jedi. 1 second, because you're gonna. I know you've got it now. So here's what I'm gonna say to you. Which one's the oldest?
Smart, the German one.
Which one's the oldest? I don't know. There's one's British.
Out of the three that you just said, out of those three, which one is the oldest? That's all you need to know. When you know which one's the oldest, like I ain't here to cause you pain. You see? But some people are smart. So you lot stay smart. And maybe you just learned something if you've been listening. But unfortunately, this is what it is. Like I said, I'm intellect. Yes, I'm not smart. I'm something different.
Shifa, I've actually literally asked you on panel before. Did you just hear or absorb anything that was just said to you? And you have responded, yes.
The thing is, I think we should just agree with him. Shifa, you're right.
Yes,
you're not smart.
Sorry. Yes, you're right. You're right. You win, Shifa.
Wait. Hold on. Did he say
and you are smart? Clearly. That's right.
He said.
But earlier you said that Jedi would get it because he's smart.
Listen. Right here and now, yeah, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, if he still thinks he's smart at this point, that's his own fault. But I was expecting him to say
No, but you said he's
Now,
smart.
you said Jedi was the only person that would understand what you're saying because he's smart.
Yeah.
There goes the person of the item behind the back.
If he was smart, yeah, and he was looking to cause the pain that I was hoping he was going to cause to you, then he definitely would have got it.
Well, I don't know if it's my age, but I'm confused right now.
Let's slow down again. You know what? Let's reel the fish in. Let's reel the fish out of the water and show the fish. Let's show the fish that what you thought was eaten as a worm is not actually a worm. Let's show the fish now. I'm gonna reel you in now. Now watch this. Yeah, let's get to reality. Like reel you in, like the real. We're gonna get real.
Twice before you.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. If you lot do this talking thing, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut. Yeah. So if you want to learn something and you want to actually know what I'm talking about, if you want to know what I'm actually talking about, everyone's gonna have to like just quiet down a bit. Quiet down a bit because we're having a discussion. We're having a discussion.
We can have a great discussion, Shifa, but understand that there is 9 other people on the panel as well. Okay. Thank you.
MJ.
I'm just saying.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, please? Yeah. Does that word intelligence actually exist? Is it actually a word?
Supposedly.
Well, can somebody kind of, you know, verify that for me? Because I don't even think it's actually a word.
Well, it's part of a word, and the first part of the word is can't remember the name of it, but it says if in means it's not.
It's called a prefix, brother.
A suffix,
Brother, it's called a prefix. It's called a prefix.
No, but does that word exist?
Brother, you see, yo, Uncle Tony, yeah? Uncle Tony, if you had let me explain what I was going to explain, I guarantee you're going to be unconfused by the time I finish explaining.
Please fire away, Shifter, without referring to us.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I got no choice now. I got no choice because you lot are so intelligent, yeah? And you lot are so smart.
This is the part that's...
Now, I'm going to be totally honest, Uncle Tony. Uncle Tony, you see you...
Hold on,
you
just let Shifter, go ahead, just make your point, your argument,
you, Uncle Tony,
please.
You see you, Uncle Tony.
Shifter, direct the panel and say what you're going to say. Please, go on.
You see you, Uncle Tony, Brother Jedi, even Brother South the other day, I realized, that's why I had to jump on when he was talking. I realized there's certain brothers who ain't trying to be smart. Yeah? They ain't even trying to be intelligent. But I realized everyone else, for some reason, it's like they fell into this trap. Trying to be smart, trying to be intelligent, trying to sound smart, saying stuff that they don't really have gnosis of. Yeah. Now, what they think they know is just exactly what it says on the tin. That's what you think you know. And this is how I worked out that some people, they're not dealing with this higher level of thought patterns that I'm dealing with. They're not dealing with gnosis. When I brought it up, they didn't even want to talk about it. They wanted to skip over it because their minds won't allow them. Their minds won't allow them to think outside of the box. So let me show you something, Uncle Tony. Yeah, what my man said here is correct, but clearly he doesn't know how to use them. Prefixes and suffixes. So if you know what a prefix is, a prefix goes to the beginning of a word. Yeah. So if I say interpret or intelligent or in anything, the in within the word has a meaning of its own. And intelligent has its own meaning too, Uncle Tone. Yeah. So once you can understand prefixes and suffixes, then we know that intelligent has to be a word before we even saw it in the dictionary, as long as we knew that word existed. Now, you have to know what in means. What does in mean as a suffix? Yeah, because what these English people did was they fucked up you lot's brains. They made you think in meant like inside of something or inside. They even put it into dictionaries and put this rhetoric out there for you to believe in it. And you just lapped it up like lapdogs. But remember, they bastardized the language. So if I go back to the language before it's bastardized, do you know what in means, Uncle Tone?
Well, as a suffix.
Means, that's right. In as a suffix means no. That's what it means.
As a suffix, yeah?
Not as a suffix, as a prefix.
Okay, you're welcome. Carry on.
As a prefix. Yeah. As a prefix. My bad. If I got confused and you went to try to catch me out on something, you're still trying to be smart. And this is your problem. I told you.
Words, mate.
I told you, listen, I told you, I get you, but you're, listen, this is what I mean. You're not actually listening. You're not trying to take in the information. You're not trying to learn anything.
I'm trying to have a conversation. I thought this is what the panel was for.
The only reason you're here is just to chat shit and just to run your mouth and want to argue with people. You're not actually...
Shifter, that's really not fair.
If you had any kind of real, true cognitive thought towards this conversation, what you'd have done, you kept your mouth shut. You would have waited till I finish. Then you go and look it up. You say, okay, in as a prefix. Does it mean no? And then once I understand that in as a prefix means
intelligence means not smart, though. So it cancels it out. So intelligence means smart. You don't have no blood clot sense, Bridget.
That in as a prefix means no. Then when you're saying intelligent, what are you saying, Uncle Tony? Tell me, Uncle Tony, please.
If intelligence means not smart, you're saying no, not smart, which the no cancels out. It's two negatives. It's called a double negative. That means you are intelligent. You understand what you mean, Bridget?
No, it doesn't. You should try to say again.
Well, from where I'm coming from, intelligence means smart. I'm not going to try and divvy it up and make it into another word. I'm just saying that to me, intelligence means smart.
Listen, Uncle Tony, let me say something to you.
Nah, 7-7 just made a good point.
I'm trying to teach you something, but this guy's trying to confuse you. And that's what I mean.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you, Shipper. I don't come to teach nobody nothing.
After, brother. Say what you're saying after. You didn't bring this up. Relax
You're
yourself. You're
chatting
not
a whole
teaching no one
heap. Like, the
nothing.
panel has
Brother, you're
9
not
other
teaching no
people
one
on it. You're
nothing
not
right now.
listening,
What
blood.
you're trying to do what my brother Maku does sometimes. You're trying to piggyback off man's subject when I'm
No,
directly
what
trying to teach people
Schiffer,
Regine,
something,
are
Schiffer,
you
the
and you're trying to
panel
fucking
act
is
like
for
serious?
you know it,
everyone to
but you don't
speak.
know it.
You're
Because
bad
if you
mind.
knew it,
Schiffer, you're
brother,
bad
if you
mind,
knew
blood.
it,
You
brother,
don't
if
like
you
man for
knew it,
some reason,
if
blood.
you
You're
knew it,
fucking
I
bad
gave
mind,
you
blood.
every chance to express it
Fire
before
burn.
I started teaching it.
Fire
So, brother,
burn
while
your
I'm teaching,
clock,
please,
Cash.
brother,
Me no
fall
business.
back because I'm trying to talk to Uncle Tony. Fall back a second. Uncle Tony, listen to what I'm trying to teach you now. Yeah? In as
You
a
can teach
prefix
big man something. You have something to
means
teach Uncle
no.
Tony to blood clot.
Listen, it's not about
Hey,
age being able to
Uncle
teach people, you
Tony.
know, brother.
Uncle
It's
Tony,
about the man that asked the question. Now, Uncle Tony, this is
I'm
what the thing is.
open to
Uncle
knowledge
Tony,
still, you know.
Uncle Tony, hear the
I'm
joke,
open
Uncle
to
Tony.
knowledge still,
Uncle
but this
Tony, hear a next
arguing
joke.
thing,
Uncle Tony,
this
hear a
back
next
and
joke.
forth thing is giving me
I'm
a
just gonna
headache.
come off the panel call.
Uncle
You
Tony, hear a
big
next
up
joke.
and
Yeah,
shit.
Uncle
cool.
Tony, you
We'll
asked me
No,
a
Sevens,
question.
don't go
we'll
nowhere,
all
my
just
I'm
brother.
trying
jump
to
off the
answer
panel
you.
Sevens,
then
don't go
and
nowhere,
He's
we'll
man.
have
jealous.
this conversation. Is that
Don't go
He's
okay?
nowhere,
jealous.
my brother.
The man's
No, I
jealous.
didn't
He's
think
mad.
so.
He's enraged with jealousy because I know something he doesn't know. He's enraged with jealousy. That's why he can't just shut the fuck up. And now, Uncle Tone, let me show you
You
something
are
else.
one
Uncle Tone,
brother, you
Uncle
know.
Tone, let me show you something else, Uncle Tone. That I can prove it's provable. Watch this, Uncle Tone. You see when you ask a question, Uncle Tone. You see when you ask.
Five on a Mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth.
He's up.
Yeah, Uncle Tony, when you ask a question, yeah.
Is that you,
Uncle
MJ?
Tony, when you
Yeah, I pressed it
when you
once and
ask
I
a
think it
question,
got
Uncle
stuck.
Tony, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Uncle Tony,
What
when
I
you
want
ask a
to know,
question, yeah.
yeah,
Uncle
what I
Tony,
wanted
listen
to
to
know,
this.
yeah.
When you ask a question,
Five on a Mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. Oh no, I'm pressing it. Leave it. Intimidation. Five on a Mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom bye bye for conversing with bacon. With no hesitation. The man I go bed, but my sleep is amazing. Sorry, that was me pressing that. Yeah, that was me pressing it. Forgiveness and apologies to everyone, right? I feel like I just need to regain some control over the panel or over the type of conversation we're having. That light's out of my eyes, son. Do you want to go? Because these guys are going to start saying stuff. Thank you. Right? Guys, I don't think there's any need for any beef or any arguments or whatever. Shifa, you're quite high energy. I don't know if you know, your mic's quite loud. 7-7 Soldier did speak, but I do think that you could have maybe been courteous and given him some room to speak. You get quite a lot of mic time, Shifa, man, and like you're gonna just be conscientious that I think he was making a point that there's lots of people that wanna kind of speak and share in it. So just like ease up a little bit, man. I just feel like you're shouting and you're a bit triggered. I could be wrong, you know what I mean? And then Uncle Tony's microphone is quite loud and distorted. So while he's trying to talk and then you shout over him, then 7-7 Soldier says something, then Axum says allow it, then MJ says allow it, then I laugh. It just becomes all noisy, innit? So we're gonna take it down. I'm gonna let you speak. Like you're gonna finish saying what you're saying. Then I want to hear from 7-7 Soldier, and then we're gonna put this whole thing to rest and we're gonna move forward, man. Big ups, man, but fucking hell, it's a bit much, isn't it? If I don't stop it now, we're gonna be tired in 20 minutes time, and then you know what I mean? I'm so happy to see all the panelists on there, energy, they want to chat. Let's keep it upbeat. I think you lot jumped on because I started upbeat. Me and Mag, we were upbeat, right?
Yeah, it was a good vibe.
Right, man. Let's like.
I hear you, brother. Do you see what the thing is, Jedi? Yeah, I respect everything you said, but you see what I don't respect, and I'll tell you what really winds me up. It pisses me off, and it makes me not like certain people. Every time I try to bring a subject to the table, and I'm speaking on something. Listen, when I'm, you're doing it again, Sneaks. Just relax. When I'm speaking, you see when I'm speaking. You see when
I'm gonna call out Sneaks, but not Jeds.
What are you not doing? Now it's MJ, so he can't speak. Do you know what, Shifa? You're right, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you lot are fucking rude.
I disagree.
Sort yourselves out.
Nah, it's literally you and Sneaks. MJ and Sneaks are the problem.
It's a lack of concentration. The lack of concentration.
So you don't want wait. You want this to just be a room full of men. Okay, no problem, Shifa.
You know what it is? It's a lack of intellect.
And that as well. Definitely that as well. Because I don't know if they realized that, but I was actually talking to you. So if you're responding and talking back to me, then I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even care. Even if you lot start talking over me, I don't really
You
care.
realise it's
Because
not
if you
a
don't,
private
all right,
conversation,
cool, keep talking over
and you
me.
realise you
I don't
called
care.
out Sneak's name, even though it was
I
Jeds
really
that
don't give a
started
shit.
singing. Just
I
pointing
don't even
out
give
what
a
I
shit.
see.
Listen, I don't even give a shit what you're seeing. I don't care what you think. What I care is that you're not going to learn what I'm trying to teach you. And now you're going to be less of a person because of that.
I ain't your student.
Mad.
You don't have to be my student to learn something.
Bro, gonna be lesser.
Exactly.
You think I need to learn from you? Oh man, go teach a
never said
girl
you did.
something.
Yeah, otherwise you're less of a person,
You
Mary.
know
If
what?
you
Really
don't
and
learn from shit,
truthfully,
you're less of
everyone
a
can learn.
person, man.
Everyone can learn from everyone, MJ. If you didn't know that, that's because you're still dealing with your intelligence.
Take your
and
own
your smarts.
advice then. Take your own goddamn advice for once, Schiffer.
Okay. I've learned from you a lot, actually. I've learned that you think you're intelligent, you think you're clever, you think you're smart, you're quite cunning, you're quite disrespectful when you want to be, and you expect respect. I've learned so many things from you. So I do learn from you on a daily basis. I learn from everyone. But what I've realized is the level of cognitive ability to discern information within this panel, it lies within certain panelists. And the rest of you are just flipping drones. You're just flipping, I don't even know what you are. You're cardboard cutouts. Because I say something, I start talking about something, I start talking about prefixes and suffixes. So 7-7 Soldier all of a sudden thinks he knows what I'm talking about. He thinks
But
he
I
knows
said
where I'm
one
going.
word
So
wrong.
he
You're
wants to
so
time in.
fucking
He wants to
bad-minded.
time in. He wants to time in, and he wants to say my
bad
sentence
mind shit
for
for
me.
you
Now,
must be the
when
one
he
that's
times in
projecting how
and says
you
my
feel, because
sentence
you're not
for me,
right, blood.
all he's done is he's made you all that little bit dumber. Because you know what? You're never going to actually get to the bottom of what I was trying to say. You're now listening to him when I was trying to tell you something. And this is how
Can we
ridiculous you
just
lot
say there
are.
was,
Yeah,
there
So
was
Jedi, when you
need
said I was right, brother,
This is
you
a
there
good
didn't
was
tell
need
me I
for
was right. Because,
clarification.
brother,
There was
I
need for
realized they
This is a
don't
good
want to learn.
I
panel
said
Because you know
one
what?
word wrong
I'm
and
not
you're
going to
throwing
teach
out
them.
that, blood.
Stay
See
in
how
your
bad mind you
ignorance.
are. See how
Look,
bad mind you are,
Schiffer.
blood. Man
Sevens
said
is a
one
good
word wrong,
panel
you know,
still,
fam.
man.
if Telect
And he's got an
me if
opinion as well. I like
Brother, it's
hearing
not
what he's got to
7-7
say.
Soldier.
And
I
I
don't
never
have a
come
problem
saying I'm
with you, brother.
intelligent either.
I don't
I
have a
do get
problem with
things
you,
wrong,
brother.
blood.
Yeah,
I'm a
I'm just
human,
trying to
blood.
say to you, fam. I'm just trying to say to you, fam.
Can
When you
Soldier,
interjecting,
7-7 Soldier speak without you speaking now, please?
oh yeah, fire away, please.
I ain't got nothing to say apart from the man's bad mind, blood. You get me?
I was gonna say, man said
All right, can I
intelligence
respond?
means not smart, and he said in means no. So all
Okay.
7-7 said was that's a double negative then. So intelligence means smart, and like anyone that's done maths or understands basic grammar, which I believe Schiffer's trying to teach us, would put 2 and 2 together and come to that conclusion. And then like, so can you address that, please? Because we're trying to learn from you, teacher Schiffer. And one of the students asked the question, or are you a teacher that don't like people questioning?
Okay. I was trying to get, listen, brother, all these semantics ain't helping us. I was actually getting to, that's the point I was getting to. But because he was so quick to speak, he was impatient. And it's the impatience, I can't take it no more.
Word, fam.
Brother, you're doing it again. You're doing it again, and I've only just started
I was just given a chance to speak, so blood, I can speak still.
By the way, I don't even care anymore. Go on.
But you don't care. All right, if we don't care, stop it. Stop the conversation and we'll end it there if you don't care.
By the way, I don't give a shit. Say what you got to say.
No, if you don't give a shit, we'll stop the conversation because this is dead to me, blood.
Brother,
No,
you
never heard of the phrase
I want
what
to
is
hear the
joke to you is dead
conversation.
to me, blood.
I want
brother,
you
you
to
just
talk.
cut me off my
Mama,
sentence.
brother.
You said you wanted to speak. I said, okay, I don't care if you want to speak. Speak then. Go. I'm not that desperate to speak, you know, brother. You fire away. Tell us what you
I just
want
wanted
to
to
tell
cut
us.
you off like you cut off everybody, to be fair. You get me?
Well, just tell us what you're telling us. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Why is everybody quiet? What's going on?
Because it's all a game to them, Uncle Tony.
The man's bad mind, blood. He keeps
all a game
chatting
to
my
them, Uncle
name, yeah?
Tony, man.
Man keeps chatting my name and saying all these kind of indirects, blood. And it's just bad mind and fucking projecting how he moves,
Brother,
blood.
how is me calling you out indirect? That's direct. I went direct. I went to the source. I said, listen, this brother wants to piggyback off of what I'm saying. Like,
You
he
didn't
knows
even
what I'm
say my
talking
name.
about.
You said this, brother, blood. And before that, you wasn't even specific. Just forget it. Come getting vexed again, blood. And I'm going to start speaking 100 miles a fucking hour, blood.
Brother, sometimes I get you and mad confused. So I didn't know who was who in it. So until I derived which one was which and who was talking, I didn't want to just say a name because I did that before and I ain't that stupid to repeat the same mistake. So
exactly. So
apologies,
you weren't
brother.
direct.
If you felt offended, offended by what I said, brother, listen, apologies, brother, because my intention wasn't actually to offend you. My intention was to enlighten you to the fact of every time I'm speaking, it seems I'll try to bring a point and I try to emphasize my point, and then someone else wants to piggyback in there and say my fucking point for me. And it's got to a point where it's like I just can't even fucking tell. I don't even want to say my point now. You
Virgin,
lot
I
say
said
what you
one
want to
word.
say.
If that's how you feel because I said
Listen, if
one
I'm gonna
word,
get to
that's
say my
cool, innit?
point, at least let me say it. Innit? If I'm gonna get to say my point, at least let me say it. That's what I'm
Alright, do you
saying. It's
want to
not
say it
against
or
you
not? Do you want to
personally.
say it or not, Shifa? Do you want to say your point or not?
Listen, I've tried many a times. People want to keep interrupting. There's no point in just keeping going through repeating the same situation over and over again. Let's move on.
Are you gonna finish explaining to Uncle Tony, or is he just gonna have to?
I think Uncle Tony's forgotten about it now too. Let's just move on because the whole conversation is diluted now. It's not streamlined, so it's not going to actually have the impact that it needs to have for him to truly understand it. So it's now a waste of time.
If you were listening, he literally said like 5 minutes ago, a couple minutes ago, that he was waiting to hear the explanation. You finish
I
off
got
what
you.
you were saying.
I'll be honest. I've even forgotten my train of thought where I was in the conversation. The whole conversation's been polluted now. Let's just move on and let's just be grown ups about this.
I think you saw that 7-7 was correct, and so you kind of like allowing it. But it's cool, innit? You get the W.
That's fine for you to believe that. Unfortunately, he wasn't correct.
Honorary W.
He wasn't correct, and I can show you how he wasn't correct if you like. If you want to know how he wasn't correct, I can explain that to you.
Yeah, please. Go on.
Yeah, because when a person's not smart, what does that mean?
Don't know.
You're not smart, you're dumb. Yeah.
But if a person's not smart, you say it's dumb, Uncle Tony. That's what they taught us to believe. Uncle Tony, let me show you something. Uncle Tony, when you're dealing with the word smart,
if you're not
when you're dealing with the word
dumb.
smart, Uncle Tony, you see, when you're dealing with the word smart, yeah, what you're dealing with really is not what they told you it is in modern terms. When we go back into the original language, what we're going to be dealing with is some type of cunning, some type of deceit, something that's trying to hurt you. Yeah. So if smart is trying to hurt people, then no, I'm not smart.
Right, but the way I know smart is the definitions I see in the dictionary. That's how I know smart. Yeah. I'm not gonna really be there like trying to second guess and trying to work out where this word comes from. When I hear smart, it's one of the definitions in the dictionary. You see what?
100. Uncle Tony, I can show you more, yeah. But this ain't the time or the place, I realize. Let's just move on now, man. This ain't the time or the place. They ain't ready for this.
Shifa, can I quickly ask a question?
Oh shit.
If intelligence is the opposite of intelligence, then what is unintelligence?
Never be the same.
I never said that intelligence was the opposite of intelligence. No one said that. You're making this up as you go along now. So it shows that your comprehension skills and your ability to listen and your comprehension skills are so low. Your ability to listen and your comprehension skills are so low that you end up asking a question with a false. You end up asking a question with a false premise.
No,
but you don't get it. You don't get it.
You said in is the suffix, but intel is half the word, and the other half is whatever's left over. But intel
in is a prefix, brother. In is a prefix, brother.
No, it's not in.
Show me intel as a prefix. Now let's do this. Let's do this. Jedi, please bring up a screen share, bro. Type in, can intel be used as a prefix? Then type in used as a prefix, just so we can show this fool to stop chatting shit now, bro. I've had enough of this. You chat shit, brother. You are the biggest shit chatter on this channel. And I'm just going to shut you down everywhere you turn now with your dirty mouth.
All right, well, do it then.
I just did. I said, show us intel as a prefix on the screen. And if it don't exist, this fool is a fucking nutbag. Yeah? He's a fucking delirious punk who's here to just cause confusion. Yeah? If it is there, then I'll eat these words. And I'll say that I'm the dickhead. I'm the dickhead. Listen, if intel is there as a prefix, I'll say I'm the dickhead. And I'm the one who's causing all the confusion. So let's go.
Go on, then.
Hang on.
Terminator is out there.
Hang on.
Is on a prefix as well?
Hang on. I've got a degree in psychology, yeah?
Me and you ain't got that kind of level of conversation.
So there's a difference between intelligence and street smart or common sense. They're two different things. I can go and do a IQ test and get great grades because I understand how that works. Yeah. So, for example, when Shifa goes in and reads the room when he goes into the Tesco supermarket and he looks at the basket and is like, oh, I see what's going on. I might not know what's going on because Shifa is more street smart or more common sense, has been around things and seen that. And I am not the most common sense person. You know, Goddess There's a lot
Now,
more.
Randy, please stop. Stop, bro. You're burning my ears. I thought calm was done, but that was the dumbest shit anyone said yet. I'm not you. I can't say some dumb shit, then you're gonna say some dumber shit. It's like, bro, come on, bro. Please, bro. You're a grown man as well.
Why do you keep putting all the panelists down though?
Because I gotta shut this shit down. Enough of this nonsense. You lot, if you don't listen, if you don't know something,
but nobody's allowed to talk when you talk. Nobody's allowed to shut you down.
No, I'm just saying he's chatting shit. He knows he's chatting shit. This is the thing. If he weren't chatting shit, he would have argued back against me.
No.
And
What I will
Randy.
say,
Randy would have said, no, I'm not chatting shit. This is the point I'm making.
Randy, we were talking about the meaning of. We were talking about the meaning of intelligence.
You that
you're making it a shipper
it's intel, right? Because
Randy, I hear what you were saying, but that kind of wasn't the point of what we were saying.
Intelligence, yeah.
You sound like a retarded infant right now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what school did you go to, brother? We're talking about prefixes and suffixes, brother. Where is the prefix? Where is the prefix in the word intel?
Look, intel, agents, negligence. Agents.
What does tell me?
Is the suffix.
Are you all right?
Right.
It's a prefix, Khan. Don't let him do the same thing he did to you. It's a prefix, not a suffix, blood.
Prefix.
No, I said we're talking about prefixes and suffixes.
Right? But we know that
in is not a suffix. In is a prefix.
Gentleman, generator,
is a prefix,
genome,
brother.
progenitor, all them
it's
ones
not
there.
in. It's intel.
In is a prefix, you dumb retard.
Not in
Can
this
someone
word,
put it
it's
on the
not.
screen,
Not
please?
in
Let's
this
get it
word,
up.
it's not.
Let's get it up on the screen.
Not in
This
this word,
fucking
it's
retard.
not.
Listen, I'm going to my computer. Fuck this, man. I'm tired of this.
Telly, obviously, you know about telly, television.
I'm gonna put it up on the screen for
Intel.
you. Pictures
You
today.
don't know what
I'm tired
intel
of you.
is.
Please take 5 minutes out on your computer, Siffer. Everybody
I'm
will
just
go
gonna do the
to
screen
the
share for
panel.
you, motherfuckers. You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today.
Nah, this is going to be good.
You've been spending a lot of time with your brothers from
unintelligence was the
other
best
side.
one.
That's what I asked him, but he didn't answer that. He skipped right past it.
That would have been interesting. Intelligence means one thing, and in means the opposite or not that thing.
Yeah.
Then
so what's unintelligence?
Yeah, like I want to know that one then.
Yeah, there's no answer to that from Shiva.
Nah, there's got to be, man. He's on.
He's running, bro.
Nah, he's on them higher
What
levels.
does
He just
intelligence
cursed a
mean,
lot,
though?
said a lot of bad things, upset people.
What does intelligence mean? I've never heard intelligence being used by itself. So what does it mean?
Intel.
No,
intelligence by
apparently
itself.
means
Yeah,
not
is it a
smart.
word standing by itself?
If I said to you, I'm going off to collect
it's
some
not an
intel
actual
and
word.
come back, right?
It's not an actual word, but
If I said to you, I'm going off to collect some intel,
nah,
you know what I mean,
colloquially
innit? It's a
used,
word,
it
isn't
means
it?
not smart.
Intel.
If I meet Tony in a pub, I know Tony is going to have a lot more common sense and streetwise than I am. He's going to detect things going on in the pub because that's his life. Yeah, I haven't lived that life. I've been academic, working.
But
School
Randy,
life.
who's arguing the difference between common
Oh no,
sense
Randy,
and
this is
intelligence?
some totally different thing you're talking about now. Blood.
Yeah, like,
No, but the thing is, guys, Randy thinks he's helping.
disagreeing with
Sometimes,
you on
like,
that,
you should
Randy.
just let him, innit?
Nah, but it's like
He actually thinks he's helping. Like, he's
And
got
Randy,
good
just because
intentions.
you've been in the world of academia, it doesn't mean you're more intelligent than someone who does have better street smart than you as well. You get me?
I'm not saying that. All right, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Randy's catching Shiva smart.
Very academic basis. But it doesn't take into account language learning, yeah. So if you're multilingual, the whole IQ thing doesn't take into that account. If you're from South America, it's a very westernized white
Randy,
measurement.
are you familiar with the English language, Randy? Quick question. Are you familiar with the English language? Randy.
All right. I'm going to jump off because
I'm asking you a serious question.
No, Randy, converse still, man. You have to take the banter as well, but you can't just.
The way how the English language is structured, yeah, is the word intelligence or is the word in?
Randy's gone, Khan.
Oh, he's a dickhead. He just wanted to preach to us about what he knows.
And try and make, there's a big difference between intelligence and street smart. You guys are street smart and I'm intelligent.
All mansplaining to us. Dickhead.
All right, man. I hear that, man. I see what happened. I see what happened there, man. So we did the whole switcheroo. We had a good thing going on, and now we're somewhere else. Cool. The viewers have gone up. That's one good thing. But I don't feel like you don't feel good. You know what I mean? It's just like a bit,
I can't have a conversation with them. They're just being silly, man. So it's
Do
pointless.
you know what it is? We've just spent ages on one definition.
Okay.
And I don't think any of our learning levels is this level. I think we're all beyond. I think that we're actually all fucking beyond this.
Right.
Like, and whether you think Schiffer's right or wrong, we need to let him talk. And whether you think Seven's right or wrong, we need to let him challenge what Schiffer's on, and then just get that out the way. Because I swear I've kind of been alluding to what Schiffer's been on about for the longest time, because I knew about the smart thing from before. But do you know what I mean? He's focused on telling us how shit we all are or whatever it is. Then everyone's focused on just dragging up Schiffer after every sentence. Like what is this intelligence thing that we either need to have or don't? Because there's a way that I use the language that we speak, English, every single day, and I refer to intelligence of things that are genuinely, I don't know what other word to use, but like smart or intelligent or need your brain power to use. But I get the fact that our language is riddled with fucking traps. So please reveal the trap to us, Schiffer. That's all I'm asking.
But Mag, it's people are pointing out the hypocrisy, because 1 second he's saying that only somebody can get it because they're smart, and then the next second he's saying that smart ain't a good thing.
Big up Tizzer, innit? Big up Tizzer, because for real, I'm seeing that. But guess what? You see us as brothers, as friends or as acquaintances on this panel, we can't keep trying to pick on fucking hypocrisy for little shit.
Yeah, but you don't get the point, brother.
I think we're all just trying to understand the point, though.
Every time I talk, you do that now. I realize. Thank you. Appreciate you.
So intelligent means smart. Yeah? So intelligent
To me,
means,
that's what it means.
No, intelligent means clever.
Not smart.
Clever.
To me, that's what it means.
No, not intelligent. I'm saying intelligent.
Yeah, intelligent means smart. Intelligent means not smart. And unintelligent, we still ain't got the answer for.
Well, then you're smart again. Because
it's got to be, innit?
If you're saying intelligent means dumb, then you're saying undumb. By saying unintelligent, you're saying undumb.
Yeah.
Well, but even dumb is like, it means people who can't talk. It don't mean people know. Do you know what I mean? So
but we know what we mean by dumb. Like, I'm not saying.
No, for real, I get what you mean by dumb, but this is that in terms of the word dumb, we've already had it pulled up in this conversation already.
But like that same point that we just made there with that unintelligent and intelligent thing, that's all 7-7 said before with the intelligence. When we Googled it, it meant not smart. So then he said, wouldn't intelligent mean not smart? That same double negative again, and cancel it out.
Right, now I
and
get
so
it.
that's where we were, and then it kind of went left from there. And I just wanted to get back to that.
Yes, that is what I was saying. Because when they Googled intelligence, it meant not smart. So intelligence, if in is a negative, it's a double negative, which is a positive.
Right. No, it makes sense.
You know the thing is though, Jedi, you notice something, Jedi, yeah? It doesn't matter what they say, they're always going to be wrong for this reason, brother. You see, if you just let me speak from beginning to end, and then at the end of what I'm saying, you want to start pulling me up on things, cool. But you see, now you're trying to do this thing of keep trying to insert words, and everyone wants to try and act smart and act intelligent. I'll just create confusion myself. Now
it's called a conversation, Shibra. It's called a conversation. It's called conversing or reasoning.
You're speaking, so this is what I'm going to show you. See, it's not fucking intelligent. Take the mic back.
No, we're not intelligent. We're unintelligent.
I'm not intelligent. I'm dumb, Reggie. I never said I was intelligent. You're the one that's saying you're intelligent, Reggie.
No, I'm intelligent.
Forget all that. If you had
don't claim none of them words
in this channel, you wouldn't be trying to cause confusion.
I'm trying to work out why we're. I'm trying to work out why we're arguing. That's what I'm trying to work out.
Because some people,
I just want to hear a conversation.
They want to teach
and I'm trying to dig out some knowledge from the conversation, and we're just going back and forth with the same old intelligence, unintelligence.
It's an addiction. He wants to teach you something, regardless of whether you want to learn it or not. Man's gonna teach you today.
I can't.
It's not about
that. In the background calling me a waste man and saying I can't hold my tongue. I can't converse with somebody like that. I'm trying to keep calm. You get me? This is why I don't come on the panel, blood. Cause enough time I will get vexed with man like Schiffer. You get me, blood? Cause he's disrespectful for no reason, blood.
I blame you.
No, there's a reason. The reason is his own frustration and lack of communication.
If I see you, I'm gonna thump your face off, blood. About my mum, your face still like a fucking pussy, old blood.
Don't need to go here. Don't need to go here. We just need
He
to
didn't
learn
need
how
to
to have
mention
a
my mum. He didn't need to
discussion.
mention my
Exactly.
fucking mum.
Schiffer, now
It's a
like,
panel.
can we not bring it to them levels? It doesn't
Don't
need to
go
be
here,
that,
man.
Schiffer. Stop it.
And 7-7, just ignore it. Come on, you know what he's trying to do.
No,
Don't let him
Seven's
mind
a
you.
there's
good
certain people
people.
you can't
Yeah,
say
don't let
The
him
man
draw
don't
you
come
out.
on. The man don't come on the panel with no disrespect. Never, my brother.
For real. I only come on the panel because it was really good vibes, blood, and then the man just come with some fuckery, blood.
He's up on sevens, man.
Big up
Sevens is
Schiffer
good
same way,
people.
blood. You obviously ain't fucking righted.
But no, it was a good conversation, and I think the point you brought up was like I was genuinely interested in hearing how you would explain it away. Like,
But
and
T, the way how I see it, yeah, man's like waiting to come online. He's already planned out the lesson that he's going to teach us today, and in his mind, he knows what he's going to say. And when he gets to the conclusion, everybody's going to give him a standing ovation. So anytime anyone interrupts it, derails it, or asks any question, it's like they're robbing him of his standing ovation, and he gets pure vexed with them.
no, I think he just forgets it's a panel, and like there's however many people, and it's a discussion where everyone can chip in. Like, and so like
No,
just
but that's not
holding.
part of his plan. He's
I
got a
hear that, but
lesson
You know what
that
it
he's
is,
going to
guys?
deliver
I
the
thought I was
message.
dealing with humans. I never knew I was dealing with animals, and this is why you're even talking over each other. And it's like you don't know how to behave like human beings, and that's what I'm saying. Your mum should have taught you better. If you think talking over someone is a good trait
Bridget,
to
you
have,
just interrupted people and you're talking about talking over people.
shut
Yo,
up, get over it.
7-7,
Stop
allow it,
bitching.
allow
You
it,
do it
allow
all
it.
the time, man. You do it all the
Let
time,
him,
bro.
let
So
him, let him
if
go.
it happened to you
Bridget, I
once,
don't come on the panel all the time. What are you talking about, blood? And last time I had to leave because you come on the panel and try to fight me down for no reason. Same way, blood.
because you move like a bitch boy, bro. You don't listen.
Alright, allow it, allow it,
When a
allow
man's
it,
This
trying
is
to
allow it.
talk,
narcissistic
you want to
behavior,
talk
Schiffer.
and
You
say,
need
like,
to
Yeah,
get
I can't
calm down.
deal
like.
with
You're
this
a
kind of
bitch boy.
fuckery, blood.
Every time I'm talking,
You need to
calm
get
No,
down.
but
yourself
Schiffer,
sorted.
obviously
It's
said this. The
abusive
constant
behavior.
disrespect of the panelists is just too much
I
now,
get it
Schiffer.
wrong.
Please stop.
Yeah, Schiffer. Not everyone's on what you're on, Schiffer. Not everyone's on that combat and conflict and beefing. Like just allow the brother, man, and just like get on with your
Brother,
point. And allow the
Jedi,
brother.
I appreciate
It's all
what you're
good, man.
saying.
No, for
Jedi,
real. No.
listen,
I'm
if I've
actually
told
saying,
you, if
allow
I've said to a man,
7-7,
if you keep cutting me off, you're causing a beef.
bro,
And he keeps
forget
doing
that,
it on
man.
purpose.
Forget
No,
that,
I'm
man.
not forgetting
Forget
it.
that.
No, I
Forget that.
can't. I can't because it's not fair. I'm not
Yeah,
moving.
well,
Listen,
I cut
listen,
you off and you diss my mum, so yeah, there's levels in it, blood.
Brother, I
Big
never
up.
dissed your mum. I said your mum should have taught you better. I'm not dissing your
Bridget,
mum.
don't mention
Probably
my
a nice
mum,
woman.
blood. You fucking
Yeah,
face,
man.
blood.
What
What
are you
we
gonna
doing,
do?
man?
What are you gonna do?
Why are we
Do
bringing up
something.
mums and that, man? Yo, listen,
I
fix
never
up.
cussed his mum.
Even that do
Yeah, don't
something
even
talk,
mention
man.
man's
Allow
mum.
it.
Fix up now, man. Anyway, let's move forward. This is long.
You just
It's
can't
long,
handle.
man.
You can't handle the truth, bro. Can't handle the truth. Like the fact of the matter is, every time I was
Are
talking,
you
people
doing
want to
anything
talk over
wrong
me.
at all? Are you doing anything
Brother,
wrong?
But I'm not trying to be right.
No, I'm asking him. I never said you. I said, are you doing anything wrong?
I never said I wasn't.
Right. So then let's talk about the wrongdoing you're doing. Stop pointing fingers
All right.
at everyone
All
else
right.
that's fucking up the convo. You
Brother.
focus on the way you're fucking up the convo, and they focus on the way they've mashed up the convo, and then everyone's accountable for their own behavior. They check themselves, and we can have a good convo.
Brother, look
There's
how
no
much
point
times
in
I've gone on mute. Look how much times I've gone on mute, and look at what they do. This is what I mean: disruptive behavior. And it's like I
No one's
realize you
calling
did
you
check them.
names.
Brother, I'm
No one's
talking again.
accusing
I'm talking
you.
again. Brother,
No
I'm
one's
gonna call you names
reprimanding
again
you for your
because you're talking over
behavior.
me again.
We're having
Khan,
I'm
don't
gonna call you
interrupt
names
him.
again
Khan,
because
don't.
you're cutting me off
You need
again.
to address what you're doing
So
as well. Do you
fuck
not hear
your
what Jeds is
yeah.
saying?
This is
Schiffer,
jarring.
finish off your point,
It's
please.
generally
Nah,
jarring.
I'm done.
My
Don't worry
bad,
about the
my
point.
bad, my bad.
Don't worry about the point. Don't worry about the point. It's dead. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear it no more from anyone. It's jarring now. Fucking hell. Like I just started streaming an hour and a half ago. I normally do 12-hour streams. No chance today. I can't even be near the computer. Like honestly, man. Recently, I've like everyone's in charge of themselves, innit? Me personally, this ain't a bit of me, mate. I'm not on this. That's I'm just not on this.
But you did kind of invite it, Jeds, when you said I'm Team Schiffer and etc. That you're kind of opening the door for these.
Man. I didn't invite this.
You're spoiling him. You're spoiling him.
I'm not spoiling him. I'm just being honest, man. Like, I like when a man engages in conversation. This ain't conversation.
Okay.
So so I'm yet again being honest again. Even if I said I'm Team Schiffer, I'm not Team this. This is not what I'm talking about. So I have to like vocalize it so man knows, yo, this one here, this type of you jump on, now it's a passard and like everyone's feeling all away and like man on the panel that is talking about this is why I don't jump on the panel. I'm a host. I don't really want to be hearing that.
Of course.
So like man's highlighting to me something that stops him from jumping on and engaging. So I'm looking at it now, and I'm hearing his concern, and I'm agreeing with him. If I'm honest, I'm like, yo, Schiffer, you're doing too much. Like, it's just a bit too much. That's what I don't know how else to explain it. Except
Point taken.
We should just be like, if we're on level 10 now, we should be on level 4. That's comfy, like just chill.
Brother, did you see the level I started at? Did you see the level I started at? Because the level I
No,
started
but
at,
for real though,
brother, you're doing it again.
For
As
real
soon as I
though, if
open my
someone
mouth,
was a weak
brother,
heart, yeah,
brother,
and the way Schiffer goes at people, I wouldn't jump on the panel, you know, if I was a weak vent.
Do you know how
understand?
frustrating that is?
It's not that. It's not that.
I have to shout just to be heard.
You know what? Let me clarify something. It's not about no weak or nothing. It's about.
Man, chill, man. You not all got ego, you know. Hey, soldier, you don't have to respond to everything someone's saying to you. I notice you're doing that. You hold your own well, bro. You don't need to. Like, he's not like Uncle Tony ain't calling you a weak heart or none of that. Do you know what I mean? But he's just letting Schiffer know that there's people that don't deal by weak heart or weak fence. He's saying people that don't deal with conflict as well as the man them. Maybe we're used to warring or shouting. We could do it for 10 hours. Some people not about that. Some people's mental health or mental well-being is way too important to them for them to sacrifice it, arguing, going back and forth in frustrating conversation. And I respect it. My uncle, the oldest person on the panel, respects it. I respect it. And so we're going to move forward because I can see what my uncle's saying and I can see what Soldier is saying, and I agree. This ain't the best environment to encourage people to feel relaxed and nice and rare. I love a beef. I love an argument and a back and forth. But it's got to come in the right place for the right reasons, isn't it? And I don't feel like now it's not going to be fruitful. We ain't going to sort it out. Like,
I'll take responsibility, man. I'll take responsibility.
We're not going to sort it out. So let's move forward.
I take responsibility for my part in it as well. Sorry, everybody.
Well, to be honest, I jumped on because I felt like the environment was good, not because I'm afraid of the argument or anything like that.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden now it just turned into something else. It just, you know what I mean? It just ended up as a big mess.
I shift forward, man. Yeah.
For real. I come on the panel to relax in it, blood, and reason with people. Cause my life is just I have enough arguments in my life. You get me, blood?
That's
in
right.
my day-to-day.
Right.
And another thing I'll say, I got a duty of care to the panelists that deserve to be cared for, right? I got a duty of care. There's madman that jump on, and I can't care for you because you're just a madman or a mad gal, and you're just doing your thing, yeah. But there's certain people, panelists, chill members. This is a family, fam. This is like literally to me, maybe to no one else, but to me, certain man are family. Soldier is definitely one of them. From
Same way,
one.
JEDI, man. Big up family.
Brother, I'll say sorry.
Wait.
All I'm
trying to say
I was trying to draw you out.
I don't feel like he's at the place. He's not in the combat zone right now. So I'm respecting that. He's letting man know. We have no idea what people go through in their life in the car. Sometimes people message me and tell me a madness. Man's mom's died. Let me. I wish I could say some shit that I know. In a few days.
What if I'm not
Wait a minute. Let me just say this. In the last recent few days, I seen a cancer victim. Yeah, someone that is suffering and has been diagnosed with and is getting cancer surgically inspected or removed or whatever. I see them, getting berated in the chat, and because I know their business is private, I couldn't even really say nothing. But people think it's smart to save quick little things and you don't know, innit? Just make sure you lot have done enough good deeds. Yeah, to soak up all the fuckery that you lot do sometimes as well, me included, right? Because sometimes you have no idea what the person you're arguing with is facing. You don't know what's happened to them. Yeah, I've had gal jump on here days after letting me know they've been raped, and then man is trying to wind them up. This is real shit. These are real people, cuz. And just know, I know none of you want to be that person, right? Like, kind of twisting the knife in when someone's having the worst day of their life. And people run, and guess what? People come to this channel like medicine to hear adults talking, chatting, relating. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. This is a bar where people come to have a drink and buck up with their brethren and be like, right, you never guess what happened, or just let me forget what I've got. And people always messaging me, Bro, I had the shittest day. I laughed for 8 hours straight just listening to you. Look, thank you. Bro, I had a mad shift. I've had a man drive from London to Scotland. Listen to the stream.
To the stream. Come on.
You know, so it's sometimes be easy. I tried to tell you, like, sometimes just be easy with each other. Take time with each other, man. Sometimes, because we're not all enemies, you know. And a disagreement today, tomorrow, you're praying for man's get better, or you know what I mean? Like, ease up.
And let me just say, if I didn't rate Schiffer at all, I wouldn't get drawn out by what he says at all. You get me, blood. I do have a rating for Schiffer. You get me, blood. And I don't think. No, it's true, blood. I don't know if you're vexed with man any blood. I don't know. But big up any.
Are you
But
vexed?
you know what?
Are you vexed with him? Be real. Have you been vexed? He's been jarring you.
7-7. Listen, I attacked 7-7, but I'm not really attacking him. I'm attacking everyone.
Wait. No, I want like 7-7. Has he been jarring you in the chat recently or something? You've seen his comments.
No.
Is he laughing at you and that?
No, I don't really look at the comments, bro. I don't know
Okay,
you, bro.
cool. Say no
But
more.
what I'm saying is, like, I'm cool with the brother, innit? Like, it's just that there was so much going on. It's like the last person who spoke is just gonna get it now. Do you feel I'm coming from?
Yeah, I know.
So
Yeah, that
really
does happen.
bro.
It happens to all of us.
Shifa, you know you're a good panelist, you know, but sometimes, my brother, you can be brutal, you know. Sometimes you're to ease up on certain people. Not everybody is intelligent like you know, King. Sometimes you gotta go a bit easy. You have to read the rules.
I'm not intelligent. I'm not intelligent.
Well, whatever you want to say, you know, when I say intelligent, all right, what then? What are you?
You have sense. You have sense.
You're smart, quick-witted. What do you want me to call you?
Clued
What
up.
do you want me to say?
Clued up as well. I don't know.
You know what I mean? When it comes to semantics, I'm not all that. I just use plain and simple words where everybody can understand. I don't claim to be no scientist. All I'm saying is that, Shifa, you're a good panelist, and I like you on top of that. See? But sometimes you have to be easy on certain man. Because I'm telling you, if I didn't know you, I'd be scared to jump on the panel. If I was a weak fence, like I said before, I'd be scared, rude boy. So yeah, for easy. We want new people.
Right.
Why you run away for MJ? Now it's peacetime. MJ like, fuck this.
Yeah, we want some different. I'm sure Jedi wants some different people on the panel, and if we're arguing and bickering and cussing every 2 seconds, they're not gonna come.
Or me, I should say.
Nah, you know what? It is what it is, man. Whoever hits hits the link, they hit the link. If they jump on, they jump on. We could do our best to make an environment where people feel cool to jump on, but no one's gonna have us over no barrel and make us perform in order for them to feel safe to jump on. So it's a happy medium, innit? Because I like when Shifa and Khan and whoever's going at it, or T's having some words with Shifa, or I'm having. I like all of that. I do like it, and it is good, and it is.
Yeah, but you man can handle Shifa. There's a lot of men who can't. And by the way, my like is 49. By the way,
even like you, someone might use you as an excuse to say, "Oh, like no, because people like Uncle Tony are coarse and that." But it's like, you know, either you're gonna jump on it, you ain't. You can't keep using other people as an excuse. If they listen
for real. And I never said I wouldn't jump on because of Shifa still. I said I jumped off because last time the man come.
Talking about you.
I know. I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying for me personally because I know how Shifa thinks. That's why I'm saying it. All right.
Yeah. We just talking about people in general that might see somebody on the panel and feel like, oh, because it's like that, I don't really, you know. And yeah, I do want to encourage more people to jump on, but I'm not gonna babysit you. I'll babysit you for your first outing. That's what I usually do for first time panelists. I might babysit them for the first or second time. After that, find your way in the world, man. Navigate, deal with people, and you know what I mean. I'll be there to moderate, but I won't be there to hold your hand through experiencing new people. That's not real. You gotta put your. You get me? I can't wash my armpits to make you smell fresh. You know what I mean? So
that's tough love.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find it yourself. Man, like Dev, big up yourself.
Big up Dev. Big up Elder.
I've been listening, man. Very entertaining. Big up, my brother. Very entertaining.
It is entertaining, right? It can
Very
be.
entertaining.
I just feel like headache is not that entertaining. I like convo, I like conflict, but headache.
I think that, you know, everybody has a point to make, and everybody wants to get their point out.
Yeah.
And no one is patient enough to wait for another man to finish. So everybody trying to mix their, and that can butt heads.
Yeah,
because you want to get your point out, he want to get it, but that can rub you the wrong way. I think if we all just exercise just
Uncle, man. Your whole sentence is course. Let me ask you a question. I big up Rajari. Let me ask you a quick question.
Big up, Nay.
Do you believe?
Yo, salute, family. Salute.
Big up, Nay.
Do you believe that two dark-skinned people, dark-skinned people can give birth to somebody referred to as brown? Talk to me.
Yeah.
Repeat that again.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah. Cut out. Repeat that again. Repeat that again.
Can two dark-skinned people, dark-skinned, however, as dark as you can imagine, can they give birth to somebody referred to as brown?
Yeah.
100%.
Yep, 100%.
It's possible,
yes, and
not
vice
probable.
versa. And vice versa.
Because we say dark, but they're really brown. We have, remember,
Dennis, I don't know about vice versa though, Anscar. When I say dark,
no man, vice versa. It can happen both ways.
Two brown people, they can have a dark skinned child, darker than both of them.
No, I don't
they
think
are
so.
different shades of brown. They are very.
They can have darker than what they are. They can have darker than what they are. They can have darker than what they are.
I'd like to see
Darker
that.
than them.
Yeah. They can have maybe not pitch black, but they can have darker than what they might
that's
be.
what I mean though. That's what I mean. That's like I'm more
The
thinking
mum's
like
been
pitch
playing
black.
away, maybe.
Two, let's just say fair skinned brother and sister having like a pitch black you know what I'm saying? Like them and they come out the Congo bush.
Yeah, they can.
Wait, you know my uncle, the one who looks like Borat? His wife's from Peru, right? But she's got a bit of gringo mixed in with her, like a bit of like white mixed in with her, right? But one of their kids looks like a proper Aztec, like a red skin. So he's darker than both of them.
It's not your uncle's.
Don't do that, man. You don't think that?
I never thought that, you know.
That could be a thing, though. Unfortunately, I've seen brothers in it, and I thought, boy.
You know what though? I've heard statistics for baby mix-ups in hospitals, and that's not even a joke.
Where are you going to find that Aztec in London?
More common than you think, right?
Happens, man. People suing 18 years down the line and shit.
I'm telling you, I just stick with this. You know, I always say it: mother's baby, father's maybe, and you gotta keep that in your mind at all times. At all times, even with your
Is there any father here that hasn't had that little bit of doubt or wondering?
You know what, yeah? I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I may sound mean, but I feel like every youth, you see when they're fresh born,
analyze that shit.
Yeah, but man, bruv, I don't see no features, cuz anyone that looks at me and says, "Oh, I can see this, I see that," you know, and I have to look at them like, "You're lying, cuz." Baby looks like alien right now, fam. Let's stay even lie, fam. Like, why are you doing this?
I've got a son and a daughter that if you see them on road, you're going to know that's my youth.
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
Yeah, I have a son and a daughter. When you see them, you're like, you know what? Even the eldest one that I don't think looks that much like me, man is stopping him in road saying, "Is your dad?" And he's like, panicking wondering what the next word is gonna be. You know what I mean? But yeah, I've got a son and a daughter though. Yeah, same complexion, same it's ridiculous. So for them, I just be a dickhead to even ever have that thought. But for other kids, you know, they might have a granddad's look, they might have their mum's look, they might have this look, rare. And just because I had these whoring gal stay in 2024, you might have this second, right, imagine if, but no, I don't think I've been given any jackets. So.
Yeah, I remember bringing
Jedi. That's why I couldn't answer that. That I couldn't reply to that question there, because I know from my era, you know, that wouldn't even enter my head to think that my girl is giving me a jacket. From my era.
Yeah, but that's
you understand what I'm dealing with? That would never come into it. To be honest, it could have happened, not to I and I, but it could have happened, right? But from where I'm coming from on my time, that would have never entered my head to say, right, I wonder if that dude's mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was a lot of things, but she
and
weren't
it's mad,
that.
you know, because there's someone out there playing daddy to a youth. Statistically, I hate to say it, but there's a lot of mandem on the panel, isn't it? Nah, let me not do that. That's cold. I feel bad. You get me? Yo, let me put up the statistics of jacket babies, my guy.
Yeah, in the UK from 2020. From what we saying?
2020.
Nah, from 2010 or 2000. I say from 2000.
No, seriously, wait, what's the legit word for jacket?
They probably got. I know they got a term.
Misparented.
Parentally misidentified.
Mispaternalized.
Unbiological.
You're getting into
biological.
I don't even know now.
Biological.
MJ?
Mix up you.
I said biologically mix up, you know. That's what.
Biologically misplaced.
Misplaced, yeah, biologically.
Mislabeled.
Paternally misplaced. Paternally misplaced, isn't it?
Paternally. Fuck yeah, paternal's gonna be one. You're right. Paternally misplaced.
Well, is it misplaced or is it paternal mystery? Because depending on the circumstance, what's the story?
Oh, paternal error.
Paternal.
Oh!
Oh, we did that.
You know when they say
right, yeah,
or was there an
paternal
They deal with
man, that's too far, man.
That's too far.
No,
that sounds like the baby got a whole disease, cause like
you're
that
talking about everything that people do this whole shit on purpose.
Fuck you know. Hey, listen to this. Listen to this. Paternity fraud. Yeah. Also known as misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Yeah. Occurs when a man is incorrectly identified as the biological father. Let's get into this.
Paternal fraud, you know.
Paternal fucking fraud, cuz.
What do you think the punishment should be for a woman who does that?
I would say send her to jail, then they say, who's going to have the youth? Right? But that's between her and her baby father.
Exactly.
Now you can't send her to jail because the youths, right? But I don't know, bro. I think I'm thinking it's serious, like the fake grape allegation, right? It's serious like that.
Really, really.
Yeah. I seen the pain in a brother's eye when he thought the youth was his. It's like, bro, I'll never forget it, man. The pain in his eye proper like scared me. And the reason why it scared me most is his baby mother was my brethren. My proper brethren.
The baby mother was your brethren.
Yeah, the baby mother is my baby. His baby mother is my brethren's baby mother.
Oh, okay.
And we're tight. We're all tight. I was tight. Regardless of whether whether my brethren fucks with her or not, I'm still tight with this girl. I was still tight with her.
The Jedi, what would you have done if that geezer had raised his hand to her? She had told him that he was, or he had found out. You being the spar of that woman there, what would you have done if he had found out at that moment?
I would have done
Sorry?
that. I'll be real with you.
Yeah.
I had to stay neutral when she was going through it with my brethren. I had to stay neutral.
Good man.
But when I say neutral, that's my boy. She's my friend, isn't it? You know, like we're cool. But like, that's my boy. So whatever, he can tell me anything, whatever. But see, when this news came out, I'm not gonna lie, I don't even think I've even chilled with her since then.
You can't look at her the same.
Nah, I'll be real.
Yeah, you have to wash your hands.
Because you left my brethren, or you and my brethren broke up, you got with the next man, or couple man, or whatever. You just seemed like your thing was a bit messy. You looked a bit overlappy, cool. Next thing you know, you get with this next brother. I didn't like one guy you got with. He thought he was a goon, and I want to beat him up. I just didn't really like him like that, right? And then you get with this next dude, humble you, businessman, on point, friendly. I got bare love for this brother. Bare love for him. I'm like, yeah, this is a good one. You've got pregnant. He's there. He's riding out with you. He's raising the youth. You know them doting fathers. He's like one of them, and I was worried for them. Them doting ones. I was saying for them, like, yeah, you've been watching a lot of programs about how to be a dad. You're like, ooh, all up in there and wanting to be involved in everything. Probably went to every antenatal session. Good on you, man. I'm not going to
Nothing ain't wrong with that. Nothing ain't wrong with that, Jay.
Yeah, until I buck you and cried on High Street. Yeah, yeah. And there's a red trail following you, yeah, from your Bruck heart, yeah, and your eyes is red and puffy, and you look like you might jump in front of the 109, yeah. Then I realized, like, for man, them it might be important to keep that 1%, you know. Don't give it all, bro, because some of you can't handle it when it all gets broken. Don't give your whole heart away, man. Keep a little bit, man. You lot are soft. I can give my whole heart away. I can give my whole heart away. I can do that because I can take the heartbreak. I've been heartbroken before. Some of you lot want to be honest. Go on.
I gotta be honest, Jez. That's why, you know, I used to kind of rough them up a little still, because just in case you are, you know what I mean? I'm just making you know, like, yeah, you know, take a slap here and there, Tony, just in case.
I hear that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's got to be that thought in the back of their mind that.
Yeah, you know.
You might not do it, but then again, you might.
You'll go mental.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I do hear you, man. Yeah, I hear you. So I chat to man like, what's going on, bro? He said, ain't you heard? I'm like, I ain't heard. I said, yeah. They say, yeah, baby Lily ain't mine. I said, what? Yeah, baby Lily. I said, what do you mean now? What? You done a blood test? I done blood test. The rare ain't mine. It's her ex's. I was like, nah, the dude I didn't like. Because the viewers, man, it was just mad, man. Man,
how long did he wait till he found out?
Bro, I think I believe the child was about 2 or 3.
Nah.
He's been putting in work, cuz.
Nah.
He's been putting it. And you know another thing that kills it? I'm not going to lie to you. You know what kills it? This shouldn't be. This sounds a bit superficial. You know, the baby was so beautiful. Little girl and that. So beautiful. Like piff. You get me?
Superficial. But
half Thai, half like. You get me? Like, it was superficial, cool. But the baby's so beautiful.
Mm.
And like, so you know you got for him to walk away, you might as well say,
doting, like you said, that bond.
you might as well say that your 3-year-old died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right? That's exactly what it is.
The exact same thing, right?
Yeah.
So my man's there grieving for you. Man, that's fucking bad, man.
What made him suspicious of her, though? What made him
breaker?
Right.
I think there's a story. I can find it out. I can't remember how it came out.
Oh,
maybe I'm thinking that the real dad started to get suspicious about the dates, and maybe might have even seen the youth and thought, raw, like, or did the real dad know all the time? I don't know. I'll find out. But it was messy.
Some guys are weird that man.
Yeah.
I know a guy who met a woman when she was pregnant, and they're both pretending to the youth that he's the dad.
Wow. Why?
The only person who don't know is the kid. Everyone else knows.
Yeah, that's I don't know, man. It's no good.
But then the next question is, when do you tell them?
To know that that's
well, that's the thing. There's never a time, so it's just gonna keep carrying on.
Yeah,
it's never a good time to break.
Yeah, I think you've got to tell them from the start.
Yeah,
I think you've got to make them aware of it from the start.
Or not at all.
Yeah.
And I thought not at all should never be an option.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's selfish. It's just selfish. I know.
It's not even that. You've always got to live with that risk that someone that does know let slip.
I made the mistake of telling my kids, innit? I was like, listen, don't say nothing to the kid, but you know his dad's not his dad, innit? My little one fucking told him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But then he went to his mum and he was like, Mum.
What you did was absolutely.
Yeah, it was wrong. Yeah.
Out of order.
Yeah, it was.
Why are you leaving?
Like father, like son, innit?
Yeah, why are you leaving? There was no need. You know that was fuckery, right?
No, because
that was fuckery, 100%.
I know it's fuckery, but she split up with a guy and she was just dissing him to his kid, dissing him like left, right, and center. And I was saying, no, he's actually a good guy. Like he's looking after a kid that ain't even his kid. And my kids were like, what do you mean he ain't even his kid? And I was like, oh shit, they heard me say it. So then I
Yeah,
had to
too
tell
much
them, like,
detail
look,
there, man.
like, don't say nothing to my man, innit? But his dad's not his dad, innit? And my little one, being a spiteful one, he went and told him.
I'm not gonna lie, you don't whoop your kids. I would have whooped my child for that. Like, I would have whooped myself, but I feel like my
the mum to whoop my child.
Like, nah, I need a slap. I need a slap for that. You should have got a slap for that. But like, I feel like
now what happened?
My child. No, wait. I feel like my child can't just tell another you that their dad's not their dad without no repercussions. I'm not having that. No. You have to get a box.
It's also
that whole thing. The reason why I didn't.
What else has he been chatting?
That's
The
too
reason
bad.
why I didn't take it so
you
seriously is
can't be
'cause
repeating my
when
stuff.
he went to his mum and said, "Mum, I heard that my dad's not my dad," right? She kind of like explained it to him in a way where she was like, "Nah, it's a mistake. He actually is your dad. Don't listen to them. Like that's just they misunderstood what we blah blah blah." So she convinced. I don't know how she convinced him, but she convinced him it was some bullshit.
Horrible,
Like, don't
man.
believe it, sort of thing.
That's horrible, though. You're now re-convincing him.
Yeah, that she re-convinced him basically.
Under a spell.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not even
yeah,
that.
basically, yeah.
Like, any time in her child's life as an adult and he finds out the truth, no matter what their bond is, she risks the potential of that being just cut.
Yeah,
Forever.
Knowing that the truth was
Yeah.
covered up, then revealed, then
No,
covered back.
Yeah.
Again. How do you
But
think
at that point, my hands were tied because then there was the doubt of maybe she's lying to me when she's saying he ain't the dad.
it's a mess.
It's a mess, innit? So I don't know what to do. So I ain't gonna beat my kid up over some mad bitches like fucking bullshit story.
I keep my youth away from these type of things.
Oh no,
it's not for that. It's not for. That's not what you're beating them for. You're beating them for telling something that you
blabbing
said
the thing.
specifically don't tell.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, that level of
The thing is, I didn't even know it was him until his older brother told me. He goes, "Yeah, it was him, innit? He was the one who blabbed it." And because it was like a while after, I kind of like felt that I can't really tell him off. It was too long after I found out.
No, I still would have caused him up.
Give you a retrospective beating.
You have to course
I still would have caused him up.
Even in the Lion King, fam, Mufasa just turns up on Simba like, "Cause you deliberately disobeyed me, cause Simba got beats in the Lion King.
Him up.
Yeah, Simba got beats in the leg. They just never showed it. You You're right, you know. You're right. Simba got beats in the leg.
Yeah, I know, man. Maybe I should have told him off because that's when the whole thing started off. He's your favourite. You never tell him off. You tell off the older one. The younger one never gets told off. I was like, I don't know.
Didn't the mum confront you about it? Didn't she come round and confront you about it?
Yeah, obviously.
How did you get to know about it? She did, yeah?
The older brother told me, and then
the
mum was like, you know, I sorted it. I told him like it was a lie. When she said that, I thought maybe you're the one that's lying.
Nah, she's not.
Maybe he's the kid's dad, but it can't be because they're all discussing it at dinner parties in front of the whole family. Like, all the elders are there. They're all going to me, Khan, what do you think about this? And I'm like, everyone
Why
knows.
even discuss about it though, Khan? It's none of
Everyone
your business.
knows.
Big up, Axum.
It's how the community works, Axum.
Big up.
Yeah.
I told them the truth, Axum. I said, I don't believe in lies, man. Like, you should know the truth from the beginning. Like, you should tell him. I don't believe in that.
Believe in lies.
I don't believe in it. You should have told him from the start. Like, why are you hiding it from him?
One thing I'll say is, it's like, boy, man ain't gonna tell the picnic something them I don't know in it. Like, if I don't know, that's a bit techie still. Now man's gonna offer. Now man's gonna offer discipline my child if you let information slip that might not even be true information. You get that's what I'm asking.
So man's mad.
Confusion.
Mad.
Yeah, Joe was saying about the worst thing about finding out a child's not yours is all the family that you've shown the child to that have started, and that's the thing. The grandma loved you, like it was deep, man. Because you know when a child's been born into a loving scenario, and you're like, yeah, this child's gonna be well loved and looked after. The whole everyone's excited. He was excited when the baby was even coming. He was excited. So to find out it's not his, it was like like the good guy. This is a villain backstory. You know that, isn't it? Origin story.
Yeah.
What made man go like? Because he was such a good guy. He's got to dark side now. He must be dark side now.
100%, fam. 100%. The man there, them man there are handing out jackets.
all I say is any girl them that's in
handing
that
out jackets.
situation and there's potentials, you can get a pre-birth what's it, paternity test, innit?
Yeah, but
So
that
just
put the baby at risk.
Go do that.
What does it work off, T?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
They have to take a sample of the baby's DNA while it's still
I thought
in
it was
vitro.
umbilical cord blood or
So
something.
what is
Yeah,
that?
but it's still from the baby, isn't it?
They're taking biopsy.
Yeah.
What?
Not biopsy. Come on now.
What do you mean? They're taking cells from the baby, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not
I think
biopsy.
it's,
It's gonna
I
hunt
think
your
it's
baby.
umbilical cord blood. Like
But
from the
either way,
placenta.
to get all up in there while people are pregnant, that ain't natural, cause that ain't healthy, fam. I'll be
Well,
real
they'll
with that.
just get it after, but get it in it. Like, don't let the dad or potential.
Yeah, if it's like
go
that,
through
yeah,
that's
by
all.
all means, get it. 'Cause, yeah, you don't want to have to lift off her face later on. You get me? So yeah, for real.
Do it in the hospital there and then on test day. Fair enough.
So guys, I got a story for you. Yeah, I dated a guy a long time ago. His parents and his sister got died of a car crash, right? And
Oh,
after
shit.
all of them, all three of them, yeah. After
Oh,
5
shit.
years, after 5 years, his grandma tells him they were not even your family because he was adopted. It's not his biological parents.
That's mad.
That's a dickhead thing, you know.
I
That's
know.
mad.
Why did you tell him after
wait.
all that?
So this
But
grandma,
suppose,
is
like,
this
they were
grandma
probably
his
on the way to
biological?
Yeah, but he's
or
still gonna have feelings for that
adopted?
family still, innit?
Yeah, but
I don't
but
think.
he went loco. Like
I was
Yeah,
about
but
to
that's
say,
the
yeah,
fuck up.
mentally
What when
unstable.
he
Like,
received the news, he was
Stop
upset when he received the news. Yeah,
yeah,
finding
and
out that
after
they
that,
wasn't his family.
yeah, and after that, he
But how long had?
excommunicated the whole.
5 years, Tony.
Yeah,
After that, he did what? He licked everyone down.
no, not licked everyone down. He was just like excommunicated with everybody.
Hold on a minute. Let me hold on. Let me understand this. Let me try and understand this. So his family's been wiped out, right? And then later on, his granny tells him that that wasn't really your family.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
not really your
Yeah,
parents.
And he
Yeah,
went
exactly.
You've been
loco. He
mourning
went
people that ain't your
loco.
family.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh,
He's
He
been
went
mourning
loco.
them because they died in a car crash.
Yo, chronic.
Oh my
Chronic.
God.
Hold on a minute, because I'm hearing too many voices. Hold on.
Sorry,
So
go on,
he
sorry.
went mad with the granny who told him that that family wasn't his. Yeah?
Yeah.
But why wouldn't he have a connection to that family? Okay, the family wasn't his, but he had grown up with them for X, Y, Z, right?
No, Tony, it's not that. He'd grieved and gone through all of that, but then you're getting told that's not even your family. And some people, just the way, like, it can just fuck with how they think, and like there's a lot of stuff, like who you
Man, that's
are.
bullshit.
And, like,
That's bullshit, man. Like, bro, if you're being told like, yo, your people, them ain't your people.
But hold on a minute. If I'd grown with a family, I would think if I'd grown with a family, yeah, and they died, and I found out that it wasn't my family, I would still be upset.
Yeah, but
like
Tony,
that they
why they
died
making
as well.
them wait
Hold on
5
a minute.
years, bro?
As well as them not being my family, I would still be upset for them because I knew them for X, Y, Z amount of years and thought they were my family. So why would I be upset with?
Nah,
because they didn't tell you.
It's not even so.
Until 5 years later.
it's not.
Nah, apologies, family. 1 second. I don't even think it's a case of being upset with the family. It's more a case of like you're now on a journey to find out who you are. Who am I? Once you find out like you're not where you think you're from, you have to start that journey of, okay,
but
where
it's not
am
even
I?
that. You might think all these people that you love, they all lied to you. They're all liars, and they didn't tell you, and like there's a lot of stuff that could come from that.
Oi, can we discuss this, please? Big up Chronic for sharing.
And stop Zilla, you're a dick. It ain't
this
funny,
is
man.
Matter, yeah. He goes, that's a Chronic. That's peak. LOL.
Like a long lull as well. Fucking hell.
Nah,
this thing ain't even like joke funny.
I don't know, man. That's not even that funny, bro. Come on, bro. You don't have compassion for each other, man. Be human, man. Banter's banter, but anyway, I found out my firstborn wasn't mine when he was 10. Now his mother and him have kicked out the country with no contact information whatsoever. You never want their contact information. Well, maybe you do, because you can't have a decade-long relationship and then
You might as well be the dad, innit? By that time, you are the dad.
You are the dad.
You are the dad. Don't say you are, Because
Nah,
you're
so
not.
we're getting into that question, isn't
No,
it?
but he's done
Like,
this
what does that
fathering
mean?
for
And
But he
fathering
raised
is it?
him though, right?
Yeah, he's on the raising. He took the
Yeah.
Like, if you're
Right,
10,
you're the
fam,
parent,
and you're
innit? You're
raised
the
with that man,
parent.
fam, that's your dad. Maybe not your biological father or your father, but that's your dad, innit? Like, you're gonna hail up to that man.
Nah, man. You get one mom, yeah. You get one dad, yeah. If you grew up in a scenario where you thought someone else was your dad, and someone else was your mom, I feel your business, right? As they say.
So within that same narrative though, bro, you're
Yeah.
saying stepdad don't exist.
Yeah, no, stepdad don't exist, cuz. Stepdad,
Okay.
stepmom don't exist. Them things they're not real. Yeah. All right. You grew with Miss Brown.
Nah,
and she
you're
raised
deep,
you
James.
like you were her own. Cool. You consider her to be your mom. She's like a mom to you. She's the only mom you've ever known. Cool. Don't ever
Yeah,
try.
she ain't your mom, she a stepmom though,
She's
innit?
not your mom, cuz.
Yeah,
Just
she ain't
know
your
that.
mom. Yeah.
And then I don't care. Like, I don't care. It's my mom. Shut up. That's not your mom. Yeah.
So what would you say? All right. So what are you telling me?
That's that type of mentality that makes people's moms become dads and dads become moms and grandmas. Shut up, man.
True.
Oh, my sister. She's like my mom. She's your sister.
Yeah.
So wait.
Sister,
So off that logic,
your cousin. Well, she's like my sister, but she's my auntie's daughter. That's your fucking cousin, then. Shut the hell up, man. Say.
I agree with that. You are who you are.
So yeah, so that's not your youth, innit? But yeah, that's a youth you check for, and are you allowed to check for youths? Yes, you're allowed to love youths and love them and treat them like your own. Yes, you are.
Nah, you can't talk all that after dismissing them 10 years.
I said lava, I said lightning. Yeah, we should be, man.
And that for
nah, man, not for check youths, cuz what you mean?
I check youths, yes. Check in on them, check them, make sure they're all right. Yeah, turn them over, turn them upside down, and check them.
What?
Make sure everything's intact and they're all how they're supposed to be. Yeah,
That's what I don't do.
Yeah, we're not gonna do. Pause not gonna extend to pedophilia. We're not gonna do that. I will stop playing the game. And pause is for sexual innuendos.
Carry on laughing.
And homo suggestive language. Yeah. Apart from that, I ain't playing that. I'll talk about youths. Then we got to keep it clean. We got to keep it above board. That's a route I'm not even looking to play with. I'm not even playing with them words around there. So yeah, man, I have to check for the youths. I check for the youths, and I'm saying even if you do have a child in your life that you have a special regard for, still not gonna, you know.
No, over that. Yeah, I feel like even within the step title, that's something you're making like clear, innit? But
stepchildren is a trick. That's
what would you refer to them people? No, but even without
let me just
without the step.
Let me just quickly say, stepchild is a trick to the father to claim other people's pitneys.
Yeah, exactly.
Like your own. Now,
it's sucking you into some emotional tie.
You run around thinking you're a stepdad, you get in an argument with little Jermaine, and he's telling you to your face,
you ain't my dad.
Yeah? You get in an argument with his mum. Furthermore, you box his mum. You've been with her for 20 years, and you're a boxer. See the day you're a boxer because she's been pushing your buttons for 20 years, yeah? You're dead to Jermaine.
Yeah, he's going to draw for the kitchen knife. You're
Forget
dead.
that. He's going to harm you. Forget about all that.
No,
you're dead.
Like, to be honest,
I'm not taking on no
it
other
depends,
man's
though.
view.
It depends.
He don't see you. He don't know you. He don't want to hear your side of the story. He don't want to feel your pain. He don't want to hear what you think his mum did.
Hear this though. I'm talking about, like, you see, for them brothers now, yeah. Like, let's just use Brother Chronic for example, yeah. Like, let's just call Brother Chronic a situation. It's like, fam, if let's just say you've been the main carer, yeah. This young boy is looking up to you, yeah. Young Jermaine's looking up to you, cool. What would you then call yourself? Because it's like, if a man,
I'm your mom's boyfriend, isn't it? That's who I am.
Only knows you, huh?
I'm your mom's boyfriend. That's who I am. Why do I need another name than that?
Yeah. Can we add to Chronic's story? I didn't see this bit. his real dad came out of prison and exposed everything. Fucking hell.
Nah, that's long.
That's how he found out.
That's
man had to come out of
mad.
jail. Man
Wait,
done a decade, didn't
wait, Jedi, see this kid that I told you about?
I bust up your baby mom, you know.
He doesn't know who his real dad is.
I'm killing the brother. I might punch up your baby mom.
I was about to ask if he got two dumps in before she
Bro,
before she
10
mouths.
years. 10 years, I promise you, I'm going to be seeking to do something physical. That's not even me. 10 years, you make me raise a youth for 10 years. And first of all, I'll see you in court because you paid me back my money. I fucking promise you, I'm suing you. Yeah. And I'm going to have to get some gal and MJ and MD and them lot to jump you. Jump you, man.
No, this is personal. This is personal. There ain't nobody else jumping nobody. It's personal. There ain't nobody jumping nobody. It's me and her personally. We just got to deal with it ourselves.
Nah, but
I have to deal with that personally, man. I've got to be on top of you, looking in your face when I'm smashing my fist.
I'm just saying, because it's a sister. And another thing is, I ain't going to jail for you, you know. I'm not going to jail for you.
No, I'll go jail for that. I'll go jail for that, kid.
No, yeah, you go jail for any, bro,
for you,
bro. 10 years,
Yeah,
you're going jail for that, bro. If you were living in that yard, yeah, you're going jail.
I'm going jail. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm going jail. What, 10 years? I'm smashing you to smithereens, blood. You don't do that to man like man. You don't do. I'm taking care of you and all that stuff. All bringing home the bread and making sure your life is comfy, and that's what you're gonna do to man. Nah, man, I'm smashing you into the pavement. Anyway, that's my rant.
No, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, like chewing gum.
I'm scared of you lot.
Timesheet. You know what you need? Like a timesheet, innit? So if this does fucking come up, like at least you got all the hours logged that you spent on the U, etc., etc., etc. Keep your receipts.
Right, Axum.
Mm-hmm.
You know the story that you told was quite sad, yeah?
Yeah.
Listen to how this one ends. This kid who thinks this geezer's his dad, but he's not his dad. The geezer gets is it ME or MS, where there's the degeneration in the spine, and like he's ends up in a wheelchair,
MS,
and he has to move back to Newcastle or wherever he's from. So the kid now is having some. The kid, sorry, what?
No. My mic is. I've been shouting at Uncle Tony. Don't say it. Don't say it. And my mic was on mute. And then when I took my mic off mute, my mic was unplugged, so he couldn't hear me. And I was gonna say, you lot are fuckery for letting him complete that sentence. Like,
no, I'm with him. I'm with him.
And one more thing is, you've literally just lost a 10-year-old, and then you want to go and deal with that grief in jail. That's where you want to mourn your 10-year-old in jail. But I beg you, do yourself a favor. Do that 10-year-old a favor, because it's not his fault. Yeah, like don't do that.
Jed, you're right. And in hindsight, in hindsight,
kick her fucking blood clot down some steps. Don't do it yourself.
In hindsight, I agree with you, but the way I think sometimes, I can't control my emotions. I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Listen, I don't claim to be. Listen, I'm not no critical thinker. I'm not a critical thinker. If something hurts me at the time, I want to bury it. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just being real on the panel. I'm not gonna lie. If I feel that way at the time, are we not dealing with realism here? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
But like we have to again. That it's the prevailing.
If there's any time
like,
I gal forget pavement, that's the time.
Prevailing message still needs to be, don't do that. I get what you're saying, Tony.
Yeah. In hindsight, of course, you know what I mean. But if I'm in a fit and I'm seeing red mist, I'm just going to do what I think I should be doing. I'll think about the consequences after.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not the right way.
Your story is powerful, you know, bro. Like, maybe one day we could chat to you about it, because these are powerful stories. Like, and there's so much things I want to know. What kind of relationship did you have with her? Like, when you, before you...
Jedi, what I talk is actually what I've actually done, you know. It's actually what I've done. But remember, you know, I was a young man. I was a young man. Yeah, alleged. No, because I went court for these things. Yeah. But what I'm sorry.
Did you get thrown a jacket?
No, not a jacket. Just me thinking.
Wait, I don't want to hear about your violence.
Yeah, man. We know, man. Yeah, man. Let's not do that. Let's not do
I
that.
want you to be real, and when I'm stopping you, it's not because I don't want you to be real, because I want you to use other language, because the internet's forever, and I don't care whether you care or not. I care. You're my uncle. So
Yes, my brother. Yes, my brother. I get carried away certain time, and I apologize for that.
Let me just say this, though, yeah. Monica said one of the hardest things was breaking the news to the child, the 10-year-old's brother and sister, which are fully his.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah.
They lost the sibling.
That is. Did they really? They only look by half. He's just saying they've got a different dad, I think, or maybe he's talking about his kids from another relationship.
But wait, did them youths stay with him, or did they also bounce with the mum?
No, I think he's talking about youths from another relationship. It would make more sense, right?
Okay, well,
10 years you thought a child was yours.
Imagine this kid, 8 years, 10 years, he thought his dad was his dad. And then
you know what, family? This is definitely not the conversation for me, because it's going to be violent. So maybe I should just go on mute.
No, stay there, man. Just stay there. What's worse?
No, I'll just mute.
What's worse? Finding out your youth's not your youth? Oh, this getting in the chat. This was getting on the poll. What's worse? Find out your youth's not your youth, or your parents not your parent?
I think
the first one, Jedi.
Not really. Because you're always going to suspect it anyway. You're always going to have a suspicion.
Like, it depends on how long, innit? All these things depends on how long, because you could say
how long.
That's
I'm going for the first one without even a thought. Finding out my youth is not my youth, to me, is more detrimental than the parent one.
Where you come from.
I would say
what finding out. I love my youth. Them got. What are you talking about? My youth, them youth, everything to me, King.
You got other youths as well.
Yeah, exactly. You can have other youths, rare. See this thing with your parents, and which parents, aka your whole blood clot family.
Where I come from,
been like that, then that's
crazy.
Yeah, but if they took on the role either way, then they took on the role, innit? So
that's cool. That's cool.
There ain't no roles, man. You're either the dad or you ain't.
Brother, my youth, them understand where I'm coming from. My youth, them.
Fuck, result. I'm out. Boom, gone.
No. I love my youth, them too much, Jedi. I love my youth, them too much, man. They mean everything to me right now. I'm telling you the truth. My youth, them.
I think it depends on how.
And I love my parents. Don't get me wrong. I love them, but
you got to find out your mom's not your mom, your dad's not your dad. That means your grandma's not your grandma. Which is your mom? This is your.
I'll be devastated. I'll be devastated, but it'll be more devastating to me.
Wait. Then your auntie them, your cousins, your brother them, your sister them. They're not yours.
Yeah.
You telling me that one you can replace all of that?
Yeah.
No way. You're overestimating it.
And even worse than they tell you, you're not even Turkish.
No, wait. I swear.
Let me think. Maybe I was too quick to answer. Maybe I was too quick to answer. Right. Let me just revise that.
When you realize that your mom and your grand and all these ain't yours, you realize you're not even Jamaican.
Nah, that's the worst of all.
Imagine waking up and realizing you're not even Jamaican, uncle.
And then you got a Jamaica
Jedi, you're fucking. You're fucking country. You know that I'm patriotic, you know. You're country. You got me, Jedi.
Wait, man. Now you realize there's not even no answer to what you are. You don't even it's not like, oh, you're not Jamaican.
You're in no man's land.
You don't even know now. You're just floating.
You're lost in space.
Nah, but then you're free.
Yeah, okay. You know what?
Go in your car and take that Yankee candle off the mirror and everything.
Listen, let me sit down, and I have to revise that, because you got a point there, a heavy point.
There's a lot.
Boy, but my youth, them. Hold on a minute. But finding out,
they wouldn't be Jamaican either.
And I'm not even Jamaican. Oh my good.
And every time you cross
Jamaica, but my youth them my youth them come before Jamaica. My youth them come before Jamaica. So that's an easy one. My youth them come before Jamaica. So that's an easy one. Right. Let me think about family though. Brothers,
you know what? It raises the whole thing of like who people think they are though. Like when you ask somebody, who are you? And it's like, what do you draw from to actually fucking respond to that question? Because you're going to say, I'm such and such, son of such and
Mike,
such.
do you know
My
what
people are from
extent
here.
people go
This is my
through
race.
to answer that question?
Pardon?
You know what extent people go through to have an answer for that question?
No, of course, people really do seek it out, and I get it, and that's what I get, and I understand. Like when you bring it up, like this one could be worse because it's like your whole thing, your whole life is a lie, and etc., etc. But then depends on how you see life. If you're of a certain spiritual persuasion, you might be freed by that information. You might think, yeah, because I was just a soul on this planet, etc., etc., etc. We're all just characters in our lives, and everything's just everything's just a dressing up, superficial dressing. But yeah, it's mad because it's again like your whole existence comes from that thing. Back to the gents, like your progenitors, like the people that made you or you think made you. It's a very serious thing, especially when it gets into culture, and especially when it gets into,
you know what that's like, man.
Especially when it gets into having a culture or a culture, but it's not really the culture of the land that you're living on.
Do you know what that reminds me of? You know when people have to reveal to their children, "Oh, your dad's not your real dad. I was raped." And then, sorry to use that word, but then they have to introduce the person becomes an adult and they have to seek out their real parents, knowing the circumstances of how
this is the thing though. Some people that knowing that information think, oh, if that's what happened and this guy's been the father to me for all this time, then fuck that geezer, I don't need to find.
No, but there's some people that
some people are like, yo,
let
me seek out the wrong one and just stick it on him.
No,
like,
but sometimes they still want to meet him and get to know him and find out he's got children and brothers and sisters and all that. They want to find out, innit? Some of them.
Definitely.
So they have to overlook the fact that they were created in some unorthodox manner.
But I think it does really bring up the idea of who, as I said, who people think they are and their spiritual persuasion and their real sense of what you're doing in this flesh body that you're in, innit?
It's a mad one, bro. It's like finding out. Imagine finding out your dad was a serial killer. You're just going through his shed.
Some people you can handle, but some people just think.
No, but then you're going to think, have I got those tendencies? Am I going to grow up to be a serial killer?
Yeah, exactly. People are going to think like that. Or
you want to go one worse, yeah? This is because I feel like I've got so much real people like that I speak to, and that this is something that someone shared with me, and I think one day they're probably going to speak about it out there, right? But like someone I know, their dad, how can I put it nicely? Their dad was given 30 years. Oh, no. Sorry. Their dad has been outed for raping his daughter. So
his sister.
The sister, yeah.
Sister. So and it came out in a very public way, kind of calling out thing. You know, them calling out things that have been going on.
I mean he died from it though.
Huh?
I mean he died from it.
I didn't say died.
Okay.
No, I said the father has been exposed for basically
okay.
his daughter.
Feeding his daughter grapes.
Yeah, and I know the young man, innit? Like, and so it's like you were talking about. Imagine finding out that your dad's a serial killer. That's minor compared to finding out your dad is a predator.
He's a pedophile.
Yeah, has done it to your own
flesh and blood.
Like,
so you're the victim and the
stuff.
The aggressor.
You're going to think back to every moment you all shared together. All of that.
It's super soiled, and it's like it's going in multi directions now. You can't even chat to your sister. You can't even talk to your mum. Who are you chatting to about this?
Have a good, big, long conversation with him and just be like, "Yo, brother, like, I wanted to tell him, bro, I love you, bro. Like, I don't even know him. I just wanted him to just say, I don't know, man. I wanted to say something."
But for real,
just like with Chronic right now, I want to say words.
Yeah, but words ain't covering
how I feel about the fact that you shared this or you've had to go through this. I want to give you the right words, but I'm allergic to cliche, so I won't say them cliche words. Do you know what I mean? So it's just like.
So JEDI, there's a real life case being played out in the UK right now that I want people's opinions on.
Is it about Peter?
No, it's the lady and the gentleman that have gone on the run with the baby. She's an aristocrat's daughter. The man
is it their baby?
The man, yeah, it's the man. The man
left them with their baby
was
then.
convicted of rape.
Say grape, please.
Oh, sorry, grape in America. And he's served his time, and they're on the run because they believe that the baby's going to be taken off them. What's your opinion on that? I'll get the story for you. Let me find the story.
I think if he served his time, it depends on the case, though. It depends on the details.
Yeah,
of the
and
case,
like if it wasn't kiddie, if it wasn't the kiddie thing, then like he's just let them live, man.
Yeah, exactly.
If children weren't
I
involved,
think I need to hear the details. To be honest, I need to hear the details of the
no, because
sour
look,
grape.
if she knows, yeah, if children weren't involved and his missus knows that he was convicted of this thing from before, then that's on her to weigh up the risk and reward benefits, isn't it? Like, so that's her business.
You gotta allow people.
It must have been a child thing, though. Why are they going to take his child off him?
That's what I'm saying. If it's a child thing, then our thing completely switches up. Because I don't know if I believe in rehabilitation for them, man.
What? And she's not willing to break up with him now. She knows that.
Bullet. That's the only rehabilitation for them, man.
Bullet, lad. Bullet.
Yeah, there's no rehabilitation. One or that. But like, but the brother was saying to me, yo, I've been going through thoughts of should I ride out? Should I go and should I be the one to just go and ride out and end this brother's fucking career because he brought me in? Maybe I should take him out. I'm like, yeah, don't do it though, man. Don't do it. Don't dash your life away.
Exactly.
When you say he brought him in, what do you mean?
He brought him in. When it's all said and done, there's too much.
His father, Khan. It's his father. So
he brought him into life, you mean?
That's what he means, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, there's too much defense for them, man. So it's not. Don't mean nothing that you got one of them guys. Don't mean nothing in court. You get a say in 25.
It sort of depends on what kind of relationship we got with him in the first place. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause if he's been a wrong one to you, and this just pushes you over the edge, you might just do him something.
But imagine he's been good to you, bro. Imagine he's been good to you,
yeah,
and he's done that to your sister.
That's what I'm saying. Think back to all the.
Imagine it was amazing. You had the best childhood, and you thought your sister. Well, you imagine you're in the same yard and everything as well, and you thought your same sister's having the same amazing childhood that you had.
Shit. And you got to think back to all them times when you're close to your dad and you're all loved up as a family, supposedly. Like them, all them memories are ruined, gone.
Yeah, it's true.
Christmases, birthdays, all of that is gone.
Yeah, your sister was acting up, and you took your parents' side. Like, oh, you shut the fuck up, man! You shouting at this geezer is our pops these times. Fucking hell.
Or like, anytime you've been away with your sister,
it's too much, man. It's too.
Yeah, you can't contemplate it, man. It's just too much.
Yeah, it's hard to fathom.
Crazy.
Worse if his sister came to him and said something about it, and he just completely ignored it.
I might, like me being me, I might even need therapy. I might need to put a couple of grand down on a therapist and at least have one person I can talk to about it. Because
I can't
get through this with just my own thoughts.
You mean couple of grand down on a hitman? You mean?
That work as well, innit? After the therapy, you might need to go that way, but you know. I'd want to do it with a calm head, like a even kilter. I wouldn't want to do it on a mad one. And then regret it after. Because you never know, your sister might even be upset with you. Why did you kill dad?
Fucking hell, that's the other thing that can come. Because obviously people who've gone through these things, you know where they get
Stockholm syndrome thing.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, there's been a lot of cases of that, innit? There's been a lot of cases where like
it's pretty common.
Forgiven dad, or even lived with dad. So there's a lot of cases like that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty common.
You know what I mean?
More common than what we think.
Just give him a good kicking on that.
Do you think so?
Owning you.
Jukes, man.
That's how it goes, isn't it?
Hold on.
The psychological mind fucks of them situations and shit got you start having like reasoning on the other person's perspective and shit. Like,
So the story I was talking about is in the back if you're interested. But they're actually actively looking for the couple right now in the UK. And they've been all over the UK.
But Dukes,
they're from America?
No, I'm only asking for your opinions. I'm not asking you to go look for them or show their pictures or anything like that. That's up to you if you want to do that. No, so the woman, the reason why I found interest in it is because they were actually originally living in Eltham, where I live. And then I didn't know she was an aristocrat's daughter.
Oh yeah, I heard about this still.
And then they've gone on the run, and basically they're living off the land. They say that she might have money that she's got recourse to, and the aristocrats want her back. But when you actually read what he's supposed to have done, even as horrific as it is, he was a child when he did it.
What happened? Can you tell us?
I was born in Brum, for fuck's sake.
If it weren't to do with children, then let them live, man. They just fear for their.
No, what did he do? What? You know, I want to know how severe this case was.
What did he apparently, when he was 13/14, I can't remember if it was 13.
Gordon armed himself with garden shears and a kitchen knife, then attacked his neighbor in a 4.5 hour ordeal, in where he took her hostage and essayed her. 2 young children were sleeping in the room next door to the attack, as documents show. U.S. court records describe how Gordon is said to have broken through the woman's bathroom window before finding a pair of sockers, which he used as a mask, and then continued to do what he wanted to do.
Yeah, this is a dangerous guy. A dangerous.
This is when he was 14, but I don't know.
Yeah,
That's very
dangerous.
inspired. But you know what it is? It's a very inspired set of actions. Like, as much as you can say, "Oh, he's young." He's very, you know what I mean? It's a very
that's calculated, though. That's you know,
calculated. That's what I'm talking. Definitely.
Yeah.
But in all like seriousness, like if she knows this and like that's her decision, I get her family's concern and this, that, and the other, but
it's just
she's got to make her own choices, isn't it?
No, but there's a youth involved as well now. So
I hear that, but it's her youth, and maybe if it's not his youth, then maybe the dad, if he's involved, that's maybe the reasons for them looking for the youth.
Oh, it's his baby.
If it's their baby, then let them live in it. Like,
I think you know the whole hunt down
gave
thing.
birth. She gave the reason that they've gone on the run is because social services want to take the baby.
Cool.
But why do they?
Yeah, but they do that to everybody else. So you know what?
They're amazing.
Yeah, they can take.
Yeah, but do they though, Tony? Do they?
Yeah, they do, Jupes. Yes, they do.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
yeah, I don't know about the majority of the time. I don't know about the majority of the time, but I know that they normally would do. So, what's good for the geese is good for the gander. So, yeah.
I feel like it's more of an aristocratic issue that they're on the run, that they just can't be seen to be having this person doing having this offspring and all that type of stuff. Like, I don't know about the actual risk, or it's just
you do realise that
slight on the family.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Jupes, go on.
So they don't always take the baby, and I wonder why they're more interested in this case than any other. They could have worked with her to make sure that the baby was put on a risk register and see what they were as parents.
And why I'm saying they do always is because I've experienced situations where they could have done a hell of a lot less and they went way overboard multiple times, even defying judges' orders in order to try and do that. So like, yeah, like it's like I've seen how they operate from experience. I've heard lots of similar experiences and whatnot. So
so I'm saying that I think that the social services is potluck. It's literally potluck. On where you live and who you've got looking after you.
I think they are probably the UK's leading child kidnapping services.
Exactly. Overall, unfortunately, it's going to be that. Because they don't have enough money to, if there's a bad parent or a tricky parent, they're never going to have enough money or enough resources to show people how to be better parents.
But
they're more.
Hold on a minute. If he committed this crime when he was 14 in America, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Now he's over here, right? So that criminal record is not going to follow him from America, is it?
He also served his time.
But that's the thing. That's
how old is he now?
Issue, like someone said before.
But how old is he now?
I'm not sure. 30s, I think.
I was about to say.
All right, so he's in his 30s. So
let's see if I can find the story. Because his mother speaks out as well. So does the woman that got assaulted. So
he's 48.
Yeah, let me.
The guy's 48 now.
Yeah.
So unless there's a history of other behavior, then the family's involved in the
That's
reason
what I was
why
going to
it's got
say.
so big.
Unless he's been involved in other things.
I think what it was,
then,
Tony, he complicated the issue for himself because he assaulted. He went on after the first one. He went on the run while they were looking for him and assaulted a second woman when he was much younger.
Okay, right. When he was 14,
that,
yeah.
Has he displayed
when he was
any
14, though, yeah.
Yeah, when he was younger, yeah.
Right. Okay. But the thing is now he's 40. He's now 48, and if he's been over and not committed no other crime, as far as
and
we
done his
know,
time.
right? I would assume that to me, them going on the run is something dodgy there, because why wouldn't you just settle where you are and make these people do what they're doing, yeah, and
it's the family,
yeah, and just deal with it, innit? If you're doing everything
how
correct,
do you deal with that? People go missing. Like, how are you dealing with that?
So the family are a very powerful family. They owned Arthur Cornwall at one point. I think her grandmother was something to the Queen, like Lady.
If they don't run, he's going missing.
Thank you. Precisely, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like there's this whole attention on this thing. So I remember reading the story a while back, and now there's a new element to it. Like, stop dragging this out and telling us about it, because it's all about your little girl that you just want back home and to not be with this guy, because she clearly knows too much and he ain't the guy to talk to it about.
Unless there's some super shady, like, behind the scenes thing going on. This seems like you said, a family with power and money getting this out there to get their girl back, make everyone think this man's a criminal, and hopefully they get their daughter back.
Yeah, Bunga, as he says, blurry security footage appears every few days. It does. They're really intent on finding this couple. It's really weird, though, that they've chased them all over the country. But she was so terrified that she gave birth on her own.
Yeah, why would you, again, like, you know, when a woman goes and does all this type of stuff, she's locked after family and run all this way.
Yeah,
like,
I'd be questioning the family.
Yeah, what? She's got coercive control from some ex-con, and she's meant to be aristocrat level. Like, come on, man.
No.
There's too much going on in the world for us to think between the lines of this story.
It's a very interesting story.
It is definitely.
So she's been to university. I think she studied Eastern religions and African studies. She's been over to, I think it was Nigeria. She's been to Nigeria, lived out there for a while. It's a very interesting case. I find it interesting.
Jupiter, can you just post a link in the back chat again, please?
She's been trying to get that black sea door, man.
Yeah, I'll get a couple for you. I would try and get the ones on the
right. So back to this thing that we were saying. Someone did ask for this ages ago. A stat. I've got one from 2016. I don't know how official it is. It's wiki, but it says research published in 2016 indicated that 1 in 50 British fathers is unknowingly raising a child who is the biological child of another man. 1 in 50, 2 in 100. It's mad.
That's
a lot
super.
still.
No, that's a lot.
That's a lot
That's more
still.
than a lot.
Calculate that again and take half off.
Crazy, yeah, it's crazy numbers, right?
1 in 50.
1 in 50.
The problem is, because if it's something that's a mystery, then you don't really know. I think it could be twice as much as that.
Wait, did he say knowingly or unknowingly?
Unknowingly.
Unknowingly raising.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah, exactly. Unknowingly, it's definitely unknowingly. It's a bit crazy. A 2005 scientific review of international publishers' studies of paternal discrepancy found a range in incidence around the world from 0.8% to 30%. However, as many of the studies were conducted between 1950s and 80s, numbers may be unreliable due to the inaccuracies of genetic testing methods. These numbers suggest that widely quoted and unsubstantiated figure of 10% of non-paternal events is an overestimate. However, in studies that solely looked at couples who obtained paternity testing because paternity was being disputed, there were higher levels an incidence of 70% to 33%. Most at risk were those born to younger parents, to unmarried couples, and those of lower social economic status or from certain cultural groups. Certain cultural groups? What's that then?
So, this is a hell of a lot more than the 2% just quoted.
Yeah, what's the social group? What's the cultural group, you reckon? Nah,
Asians.
Nah, is it fuck? Is it fuck?
But see, I see this as a bit more of a white thing, though.
Do you? I do. But,
no, but when I say that, I'm talking from a Curry, EastEnders, from a sense of like people just not knowing. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, if they're not specific about the cultural groups as well, it probably means it is white people.
Do you reckon?
No, I'm just...
Yeah, quite strange that they're not saying specific.
If you think about it, yeah, because this is people unknowingly, so the woman's hiding it, innit?
Yeah. Can't you click on it to find out? Oh,
nah, it's not.
So that's my neighbours.
No, it's not the right time. It's not the right time for that. Still, whoever's doing that.
Blood clot, what the fuck?
That sounds a heavy duty one as well, man. That's,
yeah.
Is that even healthy?
The exact same words. Yeah, he did, you know. A heavy
so what? I don't mind. I'm not out here trying to be intelligent, bro. It's cool.
You've been hanging around with me too much. You're moving mad intelligent right now. Like.
Oh shit!
All right.
That sound like it will do damage.
10 and 9. Whoa! Hold on. You see this one?
What's that?
Okay, so basically, it's a lot of you lot. Basically, 2008 study in the United Kingdom found that biological fathers were misled in 0.2%. That's 1 in 500 of the cases processed by the Child Support Agency. Of that 0.2, those involved with DNA paternity testing between 2004 and 2008 showed that between 10 and 90% of mothers had misidentified the biological father.
The end part's too funny.
Yeah, data about why mothers identified the wrong biological father was not available. Dupes, being one of the elders today on the channel, have you had many experiences of hearing dads finding out that they weren't the fathers to the children they thought they were? Is that a common thing you would like from your experience, Dupes? Not personal experience, but that shit you've seen and heard.
Sorry, Jedi, you're going to have to repeat all that. The fucking next door neighbours are fucking drilling like they're coming through the wall.
They're getting crazy. It's very loud. Now, what I was saying is, because you're the elder on the panel, I wanted to know from your experience in life, like society and that, how common is it for you to hear that Jack thought the kid was his and it turns out it weren't? How many times have you witnessed or heard about that?
No, probably about once or twice.
Right. So maybe they are right what they're saying about generations then. Because guess what? I reckon certain families, the old school families, that secret dies with them.
Yeah.
Even if they know, you ain't knowing out on the street. You ain't that.
Yeah, you know what it is like when you said certain cultural groups, I just start thinking about, just them postman type things. And it's because I was watching something about this. Milkman, postman, because I was watching a film about some shit, there's some old school English thing yesterday, and these women are just there in the yard, they've got fuck all to do. Like the man is there and like they're just chatting, oh, you want to come in for a cup of tea? Every nigga that walks on the street. So it's gonna happen, innit? It's gonna happen, and it's gonna be a thing that's commonplace in a society, in a society that's very different to the one we're in now. Where
I reckon that is more.
All this thing like if you want
apparently, according to the stats, 3 out of 10 Nigerian fathers are not the daddy.
Yeah, I know. But I bet you.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? Why have we gone to Nigeria?
I just looked for the highest paternity fraud, and it said Jamaica and Nigeria. So,
and what you mean, Nigeria?
Jamaica and Nigeria, they're taking a piece.
You mean Nigeria, the country, or Nigerians out of the country? What are you talking about?
but Jedi, I think even amongst the white population, I don't know if they've done DNA here, but I reckon there's a lot actually.
Yeah,
especially now. Especially now.
Especially now. Now is
Oh,
now is scary.
Yeah.
Now
Who
makes me
put that link?
shudder.
Is that?
Huh?
That link's disgusting. I'm just gonna put that link aside.
What link?
The Tizzers one.
What the thingy? Like what a prick.
Throwing us all under the bus, man. Fuck off with all of that, man.
I
It's
know.
not
Yeah,
true.
but I
Fake
already
news.
knew that, and it is true.
Fake news.
It hit the press about 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, is that so? Yeah, fucking. You know, and let me tell you why. I got the perfect reason of why. Yeah, and the reason is. Wait, they're saying the country. They're saying Nigeria, the country. So within Nigeria, what's happening? They're saying.
Yeah, in the country.
I was there thinking just Nigerians, and we could allow the land, and the land could get applied.
Nah, the
that's
land's
Nigerians
not
out, bro.
and the other lands, yes.
Yeah, because I feel like we like I don't know if Nigerian men have got a high sex drive. I don't know what it is, but we just get a name to do with women and sex. I don't know what that is. Personally, I've got no link to either of them, but it just seems like whenever it's something sexual or whatever, Nigerians get thrown under the fucking bus. What the rest of you lot doing? Don't Ghanaians have sex? What's happening there? We're neighbours. Why is our neighbours? Do you know what I mean?
Well, if you want a video that will really enrage other people, not Nigerians,
yes,
History Debunked has done one on the Caribbeans, right?
Right, yeah.
Right, listen, that's not even true because STIs, the growing, the rate of highest STIs, sorry, is growing in the over 60s. And it has been since about 2015.
Yeah.
I remember
For
when
some reason,
he's
brought out a story on Caribbeans and he's absolutely outraged. You should watch it. It's well funny. I find it funny.
I remember when they said all the grannies are getting chlamydia. And we was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. But he's got one on the Caribbean. So if they piss you off too much, you can play that, Jedi.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, the family. I would say, when it comes to this chlamydia and all that, I would say the only reason that old people are getting more infected because they're going for more checkups. I reckon you lot are giving it to them. The doctors and the nurses or whatever you're putting in your little, you're trying to jab them with everything. Yeah, I reckon it's you lot weakening their immune system, right? And that's why you want to say, oh yeah, old people getting diseases. Nah, man.
No, it's not that. Do you know that the divorce rate in over 60s has shot through the roof as well? It's like they're having their swinging 60s all over again.
Yeah. All right, but I'm not gonna lie. This information that you look, how true is the claim Nigeria has second highest paternity fraud rate in the world? I'm really unhappy about this, man. Really unhappy about the whole.
Hold on, second highest. So someone's overtook them.
No, don't even.
Close the link. Listen. False. Verdict, false. The claim that Nigeria is a country with the second highest paternity fraud rate in the world is false, as there has not been any national survey or paternity fraud in Nigeria in recent time. Thank you.
What's recent time?
Oh, that's really out of order if people just put that out there.
But they do it all the time, man. They do it all the time.
Yeah, I believe you. No, I believe you, Jedi.
Yeah, Tizza, you cunt. Yeah.
Why do you think I put? Who didn't I put that link though?
You've got to. Huh?
Didn't I put that link though? Yeah.
Okay. Was you exposing the fact that it was fraud?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm trying to find the highest. I'm trying to find the highest, and I can't seem to find that anywhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my brother. Yeah, high five.
Well, at least the Nigerians disputed being second highest.
No, we just can't be first highest. That's a disrespect for a Nigerian man. You say Nigerian men are the most likely to be misnamed as a parent, as a father. Now, fuck off. You seen our noses and that. You can't pretend the youth's not Nigerian if he's not. You know, we ain't having that.
But what if they're all Nigerian in the situation? It gets a bit techier then. But you know what? I
guess what I'm saying is, I can't find a good reason why Nigeria would be above Jamaica. I'm being real. There's a culture of
Oh, it was
jacket.
a study by
No,
Jura.
no. The thing.
Go on.
Read the thing. No, read the thing because Jamaica comes first in this thing.
Does it? Yeah.
No, they're taking
it might
the
be
piss.
It might be a stereotype, but it's one that I find easier to believe than Nigeria. Simply because in Nigeria,
we actually come up with this jacket.
some kids and people, they still will get chopped up for having sex with the wrong person. Like this, like we are liberal, but we're not there. We're not on that yet. We're not that far gone yet. Where you can say, like, women are just sleeping with multiple men and then mislabeling fathers. You know, a Nigerian man will kill you for that. Like you know he will, innit? You know the village might do you something. I don't know if this is a good idea. So I feel like honesty is the best policy. Plus, man's gonna tell his grandma's gonna have a dream that it ain't his. His grandma's gonna have one HD 4K dream. Yeah, that ain't his. And once his grandma tells him it's not his, he's out. Grandma had a dream, said it's not mine. I'm out.
Fuck your swabs and that.
Fuck your swabs. Oh, God, he's sorry.
Right. Nanny's fucking imagination is the one.
Fuck your swabs.
Nanny's subconscious.
Nanny's subconscious said no. Yeah. Don't even bother swabbing me, man. Good. I trust in my grandma.
Your science.
Yeah, fuck your science, man. Grandma said the spirits consulted her. Yeah, Jesus told. You know, Jesus, he was sitting there, you know, holding a lamb.
She definitely will. She'll flim flam between the
holding one small lamb and one small baby, one small pikin. And he looked at me and said, hey, you know now, hey, you know now, this one is not be your own. Trust me, there'll be a grandma telling their grandson that, or telling their son that, or whatever. Yo, listen, no, not this one. Oh man, I'll tell you about this weird cold thing that I've had. Yeah, I've had an endless supply of phlegm. Should there ever be a time where we can start running motors off phlegm and that? Hit me up, man. Hit me up.
Boy. I posted
all right,
in
man.
the back here.
Oh, another one.
It says
Jamaica.
top 10 countries with highest paternity frauds, and then it's just focusing
Jamaica's
on Nigeria.
Number one.
No,
why
it
do you keep going to Nigeria? Why you keep going to these fake?
What are you talking about? 30% increase?
You keep going to these fake
this is in them.
man.
It's one of them dead sites, man. Look
every time I Google,
the size of the letters. The size of the letters tells you.
What is this, cuz?
Egypt.
Now get out of here.
No
get out of here, man.
30% increase.
I know. Get out of here.
But they don't list the other countries. They don't list the other countries. That's what I don't get. They never once list the other countries.
They just say Nigeria.
And they give a random mention to like South Africa, Ethiopia, America.
You know what? It's some kind of Ghanaian fake news, you know.
Cuba.
You want to read this?
Just under that.
Cuba made it in there.
This is top class propaganda. Yeah? Look at this. Hold on. You see it already?
62%.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
you know when certain man, keep talking about how they're Jamaican, they just might not be in it.
No, they are. No,
they
they are. It's just that they
basically say Jamaica and Nigeria have got this problem. Nigerian women rank second highest on paternity fraud behind Jamaica with 62%, right? But how can it be? How can Nigeria be first? You get where I'm going? How can Nigeria be first, but the women are ranked second?
I don't know, but if that's true, it's quite sad because in Nigeria...
No. They say 3 and 10. Nigeria is ranked second.
Transfusions and everything, and that could be deadly. Yeah.
Now, look, this is not making sense, cuz. Look. Nigeria is ranked.
3 and 10. Jamaican is 6 and 10.
Second in the world. Okay, so who's first?
That's what I'm saying. It's Jamaica, but every time I search, Every time I search, all that comes up is for Nigeria for some reason. Every
But why would
search.
you
No,
have a
do you
headline
know
to
what,
say it's
Tony? I
illegal?
think it's a
Maybe take the
conspiracy.
word Nigeria out of your search bar.
You fool.
Yeah,
Like,
you
why?
got a
What, no,
racist
it's
computer.
weird though, isn't it? Why would you have a
think I
headline
do,
if you
man.
come second in the
Google.
race?
Yeah, I reckon it's going to
Let
be
me-
a Western country. I reckon you're onto something. Keep looking.
Keep looking. They're hiding it. What? If you had to say it was one country, let me tell you the country I think it is. America, USA. Yeah, that's right.
100%.
Yeah, USA.
I got Jamaica.
Oh, look at this guy.
And Nigeria.
Shut up.
I just had to do it. You better hold the cell now.
Oh my God.
I swear Ethiopia was on the list.
Yeah, but I'm Eritrea. I'm not Ethiopian. I'm not an Ethiopian, you know.
Now she's Eritrean. She's not Ethiopian. Man. Huh?
I swear they make that noise.
Mr. Sarah turns her back for a second and look how you stab her in the back. She worked hard to make you an honorary Ethiopian hafti, you know. But cool.
Ethiopian. I'm still no Eritrea.
So, but basically, what I'm saying is, yeah, regardless of all of that, yeah. This Nigerian women are second highest in paternity fraud behind Jamaica. So they're saying Jamaica is third.
Number one. No, Jamaica's
Number
first.
one, then they're saying.
Yeah.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah,
Behind?
62% rank first.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, behind.
Oh, don't tell history debunked. Here, do a follow-up.
Yo. All right.
You know, out of many, one people.
Hey.
Oh yeah, and they did some poll where they said Jamaican Nigerian women came first in the poll of cheating or whatever. But we know that's not true. Yeah, they did.
That's a disrespect.
Yeah, but you know they've got a get out clause, don't you? They're going to say that that's due to the white blood that was put in them during.
The white blood.
Oh wow.
Yeah, blood's making them cheat, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. I hate these websites, man. They talk so much shit. I don't like what.
Yeah,
okay,
Shani's asking what is paternity fraud, like she don't know.
What
I'm
is
joking.
I'm
joking with you,
rub their
Shani.
belly. What
I'm
is
joking.
paternity fraud? All right, man. You might want to stay away from this subject, Shani. This might not be a subject for you.
She's going to come on and go mad at me now.
That's cool. She'll put it down to baby brain. I forgot you wasn't the father.
Oh dear. Oversexy said all nicely. It's misidentifying the father. Oh fucking hell! People make me laugh.
Nah, man. Fraud is more than misidentification.
Exactly. I love the way.
Accidental is accident.
Yeah.
Nah.
It was a mistake. I didn't do it on purpose.
Right, man. I'd be devastated, man. I would be. I'd be devastated. Someone having a good giggle in this chat shouldn't be, but it's you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Someone statistically, yeah, they said 1 in 50. We've got 120.
I'm not Jamaican.
114 people here right now. Boy.
Mad. 1 in 50, you know.
Just think of 10 Jamaican people you know. 6 of them.
We
giggle.
Chances are 6 of them are living a lie.
But have you ever been to a friend's house and felt like they may be adopted or something? You ever got that vibe from a friend or something? I have.
Do you know what's funny? I've got all these Nigerian women in my head sitting in a line saying, yeah, and you tried to drag us into it by making us second. They're not happy at all.
What are they trying to say about Nigerian women? They're making a real mad.
See, Duke's doing a bit to save Nigerian men out here.
Say that again.
Of course, I've got a Nigerian
Is
man.
doing a
He's
bit
fucking
to save
stand by
Nigerian men out here.
100%.
Oh, no, Nigerian men are not under fire. Our women are cheating on us and mislabeling babies. It's not the men ain't doing-
Mislabeling babies.
Yeah, but like whatever. The assigning the wrong cis father or whatever they call it now.
Yeah, I'm not having a dig at you, Jedi. It was
Cis
funny
daddy.
how you said it. It was funny.
See, I was the cis papi. I was the cis daddy.
I can imagine a strong Nigerian man calling his wife in. What is this? You've mislabeled me?
Mislabeled me.
That's misidentified.
Right. Misidentified paternity. It's crazy,
This
bro.
is actually fucked up. Nah.
Do you know what though, Jedi? I bet if you go and look at Nollywood, there'd be a good film about this with all the dramatic music and everything.
Yeah, and somebody ending up dead.
Oh, don't. I like them Nollywood films. Don't you like them? I find them good. I find them funny.
Even the
I'm being
serious ones.
serious.
No. Do you know why I'm laughing? Because my missus likes them as well.
Yeah, I do. I like them. And do you know what I like them for as well?
I'll come home and I'll see her watching. I'm like, what do you fucking see in this?
Yeah, because they are
Just
some of them are funny when they're not meant to be.
I do find them jokes though. There's definitely some fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and
You know
some
what
of
it is?
it
It's the way that
tells
they
you
go in
about
on
the
each other as
culture.
well. Like when somebody
You
needs
just
to tell
got to wonder: are we laughing with or at? Like,
Well, it's the same as English people, isn't it? Sometimes you laugh at them, sometimes you laugh with them. Having a sense of humour is a good thing, I think. If you can't laugh at yourself, then don't laugh at others. That's what I say.
But the new ones are too sick though. Like I don't like the ones where it's all high value in that. Like it's like it kind of defeats the object.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing of like when I first seen Nollywood was like.
No, I like the older ones from about 20 years
These mad special effects and all that.
We know some of the actors as well, so that makes it more
See,
interesting.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. So why's it all gone quiet anyway? I'm going to shut up. Sorry.
No, it went quiet because I stepped out the room and I don't know.
About Nollywood, didn't it?
But we back now. Shifa, you all right there, bro? I know we said like give everyone a chance to speak, but you gone to the next level now.
Yeah, brother, you see what it is, brother, yeah? You see, I'm doing it again. So
Don't tell me you still got that bee in your bonnet about people interrupting you. Shifa, you're not allowed to feel away for so long about this because you do all the time, Shif. You can be angry and let people know.
oh, no, I'm not.
They felt
No. Don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me. Listen.
Shifra, are you Jamaican or Nigerian?
Oh
Are you
my
number
God.
one or number two?
We are Jupiter.
Wait, whoa. Wait. Sorry, I think you got that wrong way around. Shifa, are you Nigerian or Jamaican? Are you number one or number two? Nigerians don't play number two. I don't know. I feel like you got it the wrong
Yeah,
way around.
exactly. They're not owning it. There's no way.
Big up Jamaica, man. Proud to have you along as a number two. Proud, man. Big up.
you proud of the 4 out of 10 or the 6 out of 10?
I was not even playing this silly game with you. Look. Shifa, talk to them. I put them all on mute. Look, they're all muted now. Anyway, Shif, talk to me. What are you saying, bro?
They don't deserve it, man. Too much witchcraft have gone through their brain and it's just fried with nonsense. That's never going to allow them to just be normal. And this is the thing, that I can be normal, you know, but if you put me around a bunch of dickheads, we're just going to have dickhead behavior. So if you put me around a bunch of people that's actually going to engage, actually have the conversation, you're actually going to listen
Someone
when
get
other
the
people
sick
are
bucket
talking.
and the tissues. What's going on?
Man's confessing to being a shapeshifter. Mr.
Well,
Assimilation.
I always had my suspicions when I looked at his eye.
I gotta go get my little one. I'm out, but big up everyone.
Big up.
Big up, man.
Why don't you go look at your husband?
I love him. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
Hecky,
but it sounds like
babe.
you're watching me.
Hecky, babe.
Sounds like you're
Hecky.
looking
I
at my
don't
picture in
anger.
the
I'm
angels
with
there.
please.
Listen, you
Yeah,
can hear him.
don't ag him because he will come on and fucking give it to you.
Yeah, please. We don't need any
And
of
I
that.
don't need him getting the wrong end
Oh,
of the
fuck
stick
Hector,
again,
man.
and thinking
Hector's
that
a
we're all
waste man,
fucking
man.
taking the piss out of him. We're not.
Hector's a
man,
waste man. No one cares about no damn Hector around here, man.
I care about
Well, why
Hector.
bring him up then?
I
Are
care
you
about Hector.
jealous?
Did I bring
I've
him up?
got to ask this at this point, Shifa. Are you
gotta leave.
jealous?
I tell you what, if you're so intelligent, rather than ask me a question, why don't you go suck yourself?
Yeah, that's not really an answer. I don't mean are you jealous of me that you want to be with me? I mean, are you jealous that you can't maintain a 20-year relationship with a white woman? That's the real question.
I'm surprised
Because
that
you've
with
got a
your
lot of hate for
personality-
me for no
I'm
reason.
surprised that with your personality, you're married. I'm surprised you ain't still on the game, you know, making money from that thing.
That's probably why your women are leaving you. And I don't even want to do this to you. I don't get no joy out of it. So
I
I'm not
do.
gonna...
When you two argue, I get joy out of that.
No, Jedi, I don't get joy out of it. But it pisses me off, right? That he comes on and he does this every fucking time, and I don't even fucking go at him.
No, you don't. But you make. I tell you what you do. I think you do these lighter-hearted kind of jabs
Jokes,
because I think you're fond of him as like an opponent on the things. Yeah, you know, it can be quite entertaining, and I think Shifa also is light-hearted with you when he's ready. But today's just a day where he's just not in that forgiving mood. He wants to. I don't know. You know that because the other day you lot were chatting. You lot was chatting and getting on fine.
Yo, brother, you see what the thing is, yeah? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even feel well right now, brother. I ain't got the energy for this bullshit. You see, even when I'm sitting there, and just to get a point across, I'm screaming and shouting with people. And it's like I have to release so much energy into the atmosphere. That, you know,
Your voice has gone low. You don't sound well, to be fair.
I just feel drained, bro. That it's just draining to just have to go back and forth with everyone all the time just to
Yeah,
get
but
a
that's
point
because
across.
I've been exercising.
You're doing it again.
I've been doing exorcisms for the last
I don't
week,
care if you're a
mate.
psychic. I don't care if you're a psychic witch. I don't care what's wrong with you. But I'll tell you this: if you keep talking over me, yeah, like what I'm gonna say is gonna be like me spitting in your face.
You'll do what? Here he comes,
What
the
I'm
demon.
gonna say is gonna be like me spitting in your face because I ain't no demon. I'm just straight to the point. I ain't gonna do your demonic, cunning, you know, devious behavior. I'm just not about your deviant behavior. So if you keep on, you know you'll get what's coming to you, innit?
Oh yeah,
you're
what
lucky.
you gonna do?
You're lucky, innit? Like, because
What
I
you
ain't even got
gonna
anything.
do to me? What you gonna do?
I'm gonna tell you, guys, suck your husband, innit? Have a nice.
Oh yeah, that's
suck.
really gonna hurt me, isn't it?
But I'm not gonna. No, let me just. I'm on mute.
You don't have 20 years without sucking off at least once, mate. Go.
Hey! Go on, Hecky.
You know.
Yo, Axel, you there?
So the fact is,
Hecky got some necky from Becky. Yeah.
You're not gonna make me. You're not gonna make me feel all fucking kowtowed by talking shit. You want to suck my mother? Let me know. I'll get her ready. She don't get it on the regular. Her boyfriend's in fucking New Zealand.
No, I told you to go suck your husband, but you want to keep talking to me, so that just shows it's you with the weird attraction.
No,
It's
it's
like
you who's got an ego. You're a very
Why
sad
you keep
man.
addressing me then? Why you keep addressing me?
Do you know what your problem is, Shifa? I'll
Why
tell
you
you
keep
what your
addressing?
problem is. Shall I tell you what your problem is?
What? You're so fat, it's atrocious, and your face looks like a fucking Baba Yaga.
We all suffer it to a degree until we
Beluga
learn.
whales cannot
You've
speak
got a
proper
massive
English.
ego.
This is why
You've
you
got a
chat so
massive
much shit.
ego. And
You've
your
got a massive
ego
beluga
is
belly.
feeding
Massive
yourself.
beluga belly.
And
Your husband
unfortunately,
is
if
feeding
you
the
can't
beluga
ever
belly.
be
Your
humble,
husband
you will
is
never
enabling
be of
your
scripture.
behavior. Your
So you
husband
can't
should have
preach
told
to
you stop
anyone.
eating so much hog. He should have told you stop hogging the food, because that's why you're so atrocious. Your husband should have loved you more and never let yourself
I'm
go.
faithful though,
Because look at
Shifa.
the state of you.
Is your
You
girl
might be
faithful?
faithful. That's only because you
Are
know
you
you'll never
faithful?
get another husband.
Are
You'll
you
never get no
faithful?
one else.
Is your girl
You've let
faithful?
yourself go so
He knows
far.
that he knows the
You've
pussy's
let yourself
clean.
go
He
so
knows the
far.
pussy's
Your
clean.
face looks like
He
the
knows
Joker
the
from
pussy's
Batman.
clean.
You've let yourself go so far. You look like the Joker from Batman. He's not interested in you. He just wants your money. Get your shit straight. Ugly
Well,
Baba Yaga.
number one, you've made a very big preconception there, because I might be white, but actually he's richer than I am.
Listen, you are, what is that, 60-day bride or whatever it is? You know, like that, where you buy a
No,
husband from
there was
Nigeria.
no money to offer him.
Listen,
He had. He's the one
no
that had the
woman,
money, mate.
no woman is
He's
that
the
desperate
one that had the
that she's
money,
gonna
so you
go
need
for
to
a
get
man
it
shorter
right.
than her. Exactly. No woman's going for a man that's shorter than
Yeah.
her like that.
You
Unless
know your
it's a
problem.
desperate situation.
You know your
Come on,
problem.
man. You know what'll
Bigotry of
happen
low
there, man.
expectations.
You
Yeah.
paid for a husband.
Yeah.
We're not
Paid
in
for-
love anymore.
Come on, man. You bought
Yeah,
a husband,
yeah.
a man.
Things will never be the same again.
Buying people like slaves. She got a little black slave running around her house and little kids
How I
running around
made
like
My
half
husband
black
ain't no
slaves.
slave. He ain't no
How
slave.
I made it so clear.
Little half black slaves running around in
Fucking
her house.
song, man.
If a grow up.
Every time
Would
I
I talk to your
see
slave?
Yeah. Hey. And what's the line before that? You can only stay a while.
Wow.
The visual line is though, man. I need to find it. Before he says you can only stay a while, he says something. Man, big anyway. All right, Chef, cool. Yeah, you lot got that off your chest. Let's talk about something we can all agree on. Something like lighthearted, like witchcraft on the rise. Yeah, let's.
How many women are doing
Okay, let
witchcraft
me
and
ask you a
don't
question,
even
Jedi.
realize it?
Oh, hold on. Wait, is that a serious? Is that a serious one? Because I've been noticing it a lot.
Yeah, serious.
Yeah, now I've been noticing it a hell of a lot, and it's gone super mainstream. But do you know what it is? If you chart it, it's something that goes in waves, up and down.
Yeah.
With the fashion.
Oh wait, I don't know about the downs. I don't know about the downs, bro. If I'm real with you, I think it's just up and up and up.
Fair. No, do you know what it is? I feel like there's definitely times in history where
It's
not gonna
highlighted to you,
where it's more highlighted in the contemporary mainstream culture.
right?
Do you know what I'm saying? And then we focus on the
This
rest
is
of
what you
the
need to
world for a
realize.
little while. Well,
Everything that's not contemporary, yeah, that's not mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? They're all witchcraft. When you go look into them, they're all witchcraft.
Jedi, can I ask you a question first,
You
right?
can.
Because we need to sort this premise out.
Right,
What
what is
exactly do
witchcraft?
you consider witchcraft to be?
Right.
Because if you think religions aren't based on witchcraft, then you
I
are
never said
dumb.
that. I never said that. Based on witchcraft is a big claim.
Yeah.
But maybe containing or used
Well,
for
containing,
some.
yeah, all right, let me reword.
Yeah, or used for some. I would agree with you. Yeah, definitely. But yeah,
Spells
definitely.
and all of that.
So for me, so I'm. Do you know what I'm referring to? I'm referring to people who actually call themselves witches. Stuff like what we might call witchcraft, making potions, trying to get people to fall in love with you, tarot cards, yoga, mind reading, going to the mediums and all that type of stuff.
Keep
like,
going.
That type of thing. I'm not going
to.
No, but in terms of when you're saying on the rise, I don't put religion into that bracket. Although I know that
Bro, don't be silly. Religion's on the rise.
No, because I'm looking at like a rise. You know the rise that you're talking about.
You're talking about the rise of the alternative things that weren't.
Nah, not even just the alternative things, because I think another layer of this witchcraft thing is tech.
Of course. So I'm confused on how you're going to look and separate any of these things from. You're not going to, bro, it's all witchcraft. I promise you.
No, I know it's all witchcraft.
Everyone's attaching themselves to something.
When
all
you
witchcraft, guys. All of it. All of it.
I agree with Jedi.
All of it. The chemistry, the biology, all of it, cuz. So there's no way, but like the prominent side of things, what I noticed was, what did I start noticing? I started noticing a few more smudge sticks popping up on people's profiles, a few more references to Sage and that.
Yeah.
Well, an extra tarot reader here, extra tarot reader
Crystal.
there. Tarot
That's
readers,
kind of what I'm talking
and the
about.
tarot readers started getting.
That's what I said.
Even Wendy
readers
Wu
started
is
to
doing
become-
card reading. Didn't you know that?
I was going to say the tarot readers started to become more black. That's when I realized it was becoming more popular because all the tarot readers were white before, like from growing up and whatever. Now I see the black girls embracing it.
Because it got remixed into feminism and that.
I've always seen the hippies and the crystals, and then I see the black culture. And what we got?
Dreamcatcher too.
I am not I'm not trying to boost up. When you hear me talk the way I'm talking factually. I'm not saying one culture is better than the other or whatever. What I am saying is, when you see black people doing something, yeah, try and know that's either very popular or about to become very popular.
Yeah, it's becoming mainstream. And that's the problem, Jet. It's become mainstream because I think it's down to social media, everyone pushing it, as you were saying, like more of these tarot readers and that popping up, talking about, yeah, I'll do a reading, send me £20, I'll book you an appointment later. And what I've seen recently, you know, on Etsy and all of these things, they're literally selling these little like potions so you can do a spell. Like, oh, you want to do a spell on your man? On Etsy. And I'm just like, no, what are they doing? Like, this is how popular it's becoming, let alone the crystals and the smudge sticks and all of that.
Massive.
Yeah. A lot of that ain't gonna work though. And dream catching.
You know what? You know what? It's not whether it works or not.
At least not in the way that they would hope it would, though. But what it does do is start opening gateways to very real life people that are heavily involved in this, know what they're doing, and are predators.
Yeah.
Spirits and consciousness and entities, if you believe in that are predators. Mental health for people that are practicing this stuff, because this stuff will affect your mental health, whether you believe, whether you're doing it correctly or not. Tapping into
that started happening a lot. There's a lot of people who've come out of the thing and started talking about this spiritual psychosis now.
And
yeah, and do you know something? And I'm not even trying to be I'm not trying to be racial here, right? So don't take it as an offense. But I find that because black people back home, okay, when I say back home, you know, I mean off. Because there is some sort of like practices that they actually have seen and believed in, which is herbal. A lot of it is herbal. Some of it is fake, but most of it is. There is results out of it. Yeah. Because they've witnessed stuff back there. When they come to the UK and they start hearing about witchcraft and that, they actually get terrified by it. That's why you've got some girls being trafficked and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not even trying to dig out anybody.
No, it's true, man. It's true. We got a situation on our hands, man. That's a fact.
Yeah. And I sometimes think it's because actually black people are more in touch with their inner emotions. I think white people have been trained to sort of compartmentalize, if you know what I mean.
I would say that, but then as I started looking into witchcraft and magic and all these things more, I realized that my go-to guys became white people. If I'm looking up a certain terminology or the name of a so-called spirit or something, it's all white people just got the information. It's them that's named their rock band after it. Listen, they've studied it. They've named their rock band after it. They've named a game character out of it. They've got a pet on Instagram with a whole profile named after this obscure spirit. And it's just like, it made me realize how studied and learned Europeans were about the occult and magic and that. Because if you listen to the fucking dummies round the way, they tell you that white people are not fucking spiritual. They got no connection to fucking spirits. They didn't there. And you'd think that black people was the only one that were tapped into anything. It's almost the opposite. It's almost the complete opposite. Because there's people that genuinely are in covens and collections, and they have immense libraries of occult literature. They understand the ins and out of invocation and incantation, and they know what tree does what leaf does what oil does what moon is best to do this and do that. They know a lot.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
The average black man don't know shit. He can tell you about Jesus. He tell you all day about Jesus and Prophet Muhammad. But anything outside of that, they don't know. The average black man don't know nothing.
But the Europeans are into New Age religions, yeah.
But Jedi, are you talking about in Britain only? Because if you go,
you know what I would say around the world, even in Africa, there's a let's say Nigeria, because our favorite place, right?
Yeah.
Even in Nigeria, I will say there's a small amount of people that actually have the knowledge and the know-how and the ability. The rest of them look at it like witchcraft. Some places you get killed if you're displaying that kind of stuff.
Oh, how can I
Come on, man. They don't.
Yeah,
Like, they
no.
don't
So I agree to a level,
Yeah.
on a superficial level, right? Let me finish
Right.
before you come back.
No, go on.
I agree to a superficial level because they've all bought into the Jesus and God and all of the rest of it. But do you know how many of those Christian people that when all else fails, they'll go to a witch doctor? They just
will. Yeah, I know.
They keep it on the down low, so they've got their traditions there.
Yeah.
You know.
You're right. You are right. They definitely, they definitely will have a plan B, a backup when shit gets really, really serious.
Exactly.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
And some of the stories that Hector has told me, I know you lot don't really listen to him, but some of the stuff that he's told me that's gone on in Africa when he was growing up is fascinating, because he was raised as a Catholic.
Yeah.
He does very much believe in God. In fact, he probably believes in God of the Bible more than I do. I believe more of an energy, but whatever. He was very much raised like that. But even those people that were strict Catholics still fell back on the traditions. And he will tell you stories where he's seen stuff happen in front of his eyes by a witch doctor giving herbs and stuff that has cured something that they thought was incurable.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't have doubt in it, man. I know that the authentic stuff is out there, man. I have no doubt whatsoever, especially in a place like Nigeria. It's there. But the average man is kept ignorant to it and has lots of ignorant views to it. So even getting to the truth of what's actually going on is hard, because a lot of them have been labeled as witches and this and that, and it's evil. You know, for a long time, people have been getting killed off the back of that, and I know that personally. So I just think, boy.
Yeah, I think we've all been stripped of our knowledge.
Right.
So if you go back to ancient Britain, you will find that there was a lot of paganism, and you find it still in a lot of things that they do today, what they celebrate today.
In everything they do today, Dupes.
Yeah. So
big up all the Obia, voodoo, and witchcraft, man. There, big up.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
when baby.
He said, what did you through his scarf? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when they tell you that it's all evil and you should avoid it and don't look at astronomy, don't look at your zodiacs and all that bollocks, it's all in the Bible. They're lying to you. It's because they don't want you to know the knowledge.
Is that what you think? You think it's a lie, yeah?
Yeah, I think that the problem is that when you get knowledge, it's a bit like power, Jedi. If you're evil-minded, you can use knowledge and power for evil, and if you're good-minded, you can use it for good.
What if astrology and these things are evil? What if?
I don't believe they are.
Why? Why don't you? Because I say biblically, let me just make my statement. Biblically, the idea behind that would be this knowledge is part of the forbidden knowledge, the secret knowledge that's been taught to you by fallen angels in order to corrupt you and bring you further away from God. Now, when we look at it in a nutshell, it basically could be exactly what they labeled it as, because we can see people will consult Mystic Meg before praying. They will believe in the stars and attribute power over their lives to the stars rather than God. They start talking about the universe now, and God's been dropped out. So in a way, you can see if there is a God, this way of thinking could actually remove you from God. Not a lot of people use astrology hand in hand with a belief in a higher power, like as in a God, like as in a monotheistic type deity or whatever. Hardly anyone links the two. So those people that are really into the astrology and that, they become more open to, oh, I believe there's many gods and the goddess of this and the goddess of that. And Because essentially that's what you're
No,
doing.
so I disagree. So if you're asking me what I believe there's there is a higher power.
Yeah.
But it's energy, and energy is God. I don't believe the shit they write in the Bibles. I like the philosophy. I don't like what they write in the Quran because that's based off of the Bible. I don't like what they write in the Torah. There's things in the Torah that I find abhorrent. You know, nobody wants to split open a 3-year-old child. But at the end of the day, right, a lot of this stuff is all based on I've said this before, Jedi. This is my belief, and I'm not having a pop at anyone else who wants to believe different. Okay? This is my opinion, and I'm not scared to say it like other people. I believe that the Bible is broken down into 3 parts.
3 parts, yeah, you said this. Go on.
Yeah, there's the genealogy, then there's the goes all the way back to Sumeria. Then because Abraham was Sumerian. And then you've got all the cults and the occultish, what you would call occultish, and the mythological stuff that came from those times that was brought into the Bible, condensed of the people of that time that ruled over us. Now, there's 2 possible theories of who those people were. Either A, they were from out of space, somewhere else in the cosmos, like they claim, or B, they was from a further part of the world and they never had any interaction, or they hadn't had interaction for millennia, and then they came across each other. There's the only 2 possible conclusions.
Have you got a name for these people? Atlanteans?
Some people call them Anunnaki. I just call them Sumericans, the ancient Sumerians, because they're not actually the Sumerians. The Sumerians wrote it down, but they talk of people before them.
Okay.
So, but they're the oldest cuneiform writings that describe all this stuff. And if you can't deny, when you go back, any story in the Bible, if you go Sumerian version of so-and-so, go back, they'll find it. You'll find it. They'll give you a name and they'll show you the story and how it relates. What seems interesting for me is that it just doesn't stay there. Because if you know the Mesopotamia region, you know that India kind of borders on it, and so does Iran and Iraq and all these places. And if you go to ancient India, what's fascinating is nobody talks a lot about ancient Indian heritage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But actually, when you start looking at it, actually shores up the Persian and the Iraqi and the Iranian, and it actually shores up each other. It's fascinating. I love it, Jedi, because it's fascinating and it encompasses all this ancient beliefs and that, and you start to understand why they condensed it.
Right.
Personally, and this is only my opinion, I'm not telling other people to believe this. I believe at some point in the past, when the masses were not being taught all this stuff, and there were mystery schools, and it was only for the elites, that they realized that they could keep power by using this knowledge in their favor against the majority of people. And that's when they started to construct religious doctrine and certain religious worship in a way that would keep people.
But you can't. But you don't. There's no way. Intelligent woman like you. Intellectual. Like
Who's
you.
laughing at me being called intelligent?
No, I didn't call you. No, we said intelligent. Going back to Schiffer's argument earlier, whatever. But yeah, you can't believe that they made these religions up from scratch. So
no,
obviously, truth. There's a basis of truth, though, right? Clearly,
no. So I believe that they have condensed stories that were of true people, and I believe my personal belief is that the Sumerians were telling a story of a time when they were taken over and colonized by someone that was outside of their knowing. Now that doesn't mean they were off this world. It could mean they were on the other side of the world, whatever. But I believe that they were talking about a time that they got taken over, and a time on this planet when there wasn't just modern humans, because the modern humans were created by them. I believe those stories are probably true. I think the DNA was altered, and you've only got to jump forward to today's time and see the people that are obsessed with genetics. You've only got to look at Hitler and what they did. My mum was telling me this, Jedi, right? My mum was saying that when she was at school, there was very, very few mixed race kids, right? Because my mum was at school in the 50s. So there were some, but not like they are today. And she says that she can remember those kids being removed from the classroom and having their heads circumference measured and what their bones were like, because they wanted to see if it was different to the black race and the white race and what was going to happen. And that the general consensus is that they would tell people in the 50s that mixed race children were going to be inadequate and sort of like, you know, like when you get Down syndrome, you get the extra chromosome, and so it affects them. They were basically saying that that's what would happen to mixed race children. My mum says it's unbelievable, you know, because she looks at her grandchildren and she can't ever understand how they could lie like that.
Right. They just told people the babies would come out funny and that.
It's quite sad. I think it's quite sad, you know. But that's what they did. I mean, back in the 1800s, you know, white people stuffed up chimneys, black people shift off into slavery. These 2%, they didn't give a fuck about anyone.
I agree. All right, MJ, you disappeared. Cool. People just jumping off, leaving. Cool. Suppose you wanted the beef then, right?
But yeah, let's take out the colour of it. This knowledge was something that people had all over the world. It wasn't just black people. It wasn't just white people. They've been made to look at each other as evil for having knowledge of herbs, knowledge of natural healing practices, you know, respecting the seasons and the way that the world turns, understanding to go with your gut instinct, you know, all of those kind of things that are natural.
What is strange though is when you get into certain things, it starts looking like it's just that, and then it gets deeper and deeper until you come to the spiritual component of it, and then it seems like the pastor was right. Do you know what I mean? Like, as in, you're like, like you start your journey, you hear the pastor shouting as you walk past him, "Save yourselves now, the kingdom of heaven, da, 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 Jesus," and you think, fucking hell, man, what a dead way to promote religion, right? So you go off for an adventure, you go to the library, you go here, you meet different people, you meet witches, you meet Muslims, you meet Sikhs, you meet atheists and conspiracy theorists and that person and this person, and you get to a point where you get all this information. You may even get invited to a secret, quiet little meeting, and you get to some point, and then it dawns on you that the preacher in the high street was fucking talking about this earlier. It dawns on you that the perspective that is within some of these religious books seems to be a great way to explain some of these things.
Yes.
Like, for instance, you'd be like, what are they telling you? Watch out about pharmacopoeia and these different plants and watch out for them, the apocryphers. And what do you mean? Like, it's all plants, it's all herbs. Then you get to ayahuasca or some shit, and you realize, okay, there's a link between plants and spirituality, right? And then it starts to kind of make more sense why a certain book said, be cautious, be wary. Like, it's hard for me to put it all in words, but
so this is
getting brought back to square one. This is why I'll never dash the Bible, because I started there and I fully have freed myself and unlearned and moved on, and every corner I look, I see elements that were in the Bible or the Bible was describing. And some people can say the same for the Quran, meaning that there's things in these books that are linked to truths of reality.
Okay, so can I quickly come back there, because I know that you've got a lot to say, but when I say that it's in 3 parts, right?
Yeah.
You've got the genealogies, yeah?
Yeah.
You've also got the myths and the other stuff that I believe has been condensed. But the third part is the most important. It's the esoteric part. And I do believe that those teachings and those philosophies that are in there. I love, for example, I love Matthew.
Right.
Right? There are philosophies in the Bible. You can even find it in the Quran. You can find it in all holy scriptures. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that you have to know how to decipher what's been added in. And unfortunately, it's hard because none of us are going to know if we're absolutely correct. Because over eons of time, man who is not perfect has added their 2 pence or taken their fucking £5. So, you know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm eating a steak and no one else is talking. Fucking hell, man. You lot. What's up with you lot?
See, these conversations, Jedi, are actually the kind of things that actually fascinate me more than race, colour.
More than race. Yeah, you like magic more than like magic is more fascinating to you than race and that. I would agree.
Yeah, not even just magic. The fact that I do believe that there is a natural superpower that we could all tap into if only we knew how to do it properly.
I put it under the magic bracket, meaning all shiny world of possibilities and impossibilities and all everything between. Yeah, I'm with you, man. It's way more interesting. Some would argue it's more interesting because we don't like real life and we're fantasists, right?
No, I think we're more grounded.
Now, this is real life, though, isn't it?
I think we're more grounded.
It's an overarching factor of real life. It's something that links so many aspects of real life that we think are separate together.
Yeah,
quite seamlessly and realistically.
Yeah, I think that actually people like me, and I'm not saying it because I've got a big ego like people think, because actually I can take criticism. It's just that I don't like taking it at that time in public, but I do go away and reflect.
Right.
I just think that people like me are actually more grounded in reality.
Okay.
Because to be able to understand or process the thoughts of what you come across and the knowledge and even gaining new knowledge, because you can never gain enough knowledge. I don't think I know everything. You have to look at more than one perception, and unfortunately, once you start getting out of the third perception, 3D, and start going into 4D and 5D and 6D, and well, actually from 5D it jumps to 10, but that's another subject altogether. Once you start looking at these dimensions and how you look at from more than one position, you start coming on levels that other people don't understand because they're not up to looking at it from that
perspective. Yeah.
From that perspective or level, and they think that you're looking at it a dumbed down view. Actually, you're not. You're looking at it from, you've already gone past well, what if you get to this juncture and you take this choice? Okay, I could go left and there'll be 2 choices there, and I could go right and there'll be 2 choices there. But we've already looked past that. We've gone past that juncture and the next juncture where there's 4 choices. We've looked past that and we've gone on to the juncture where all of them 4 choices have got another 2 choices. We've looked at that.
Right. Yeah.
And we're already past that. And we realise, okay, well, that one's a dead end, because by the time you get to this juncture, it's going to lead you back to the juncture that you already passed on this level. And if you go that way, don't go there. And if you go that way, don't go there. And if you go that way. But when you start explaining that to people, they're already lost. And they look at you like you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And Hector and Jedi's thinking, yep, she's crazy.
No, I'm with you. No, sorry. What it is, I've got like a platter of food in front of me. I'm thinking I need to eat this before it gets cold. I'm aware that as of now, I've only heard Mag be the other person speaking on this.
Okay, I'm going to shut up.
No, I don't want you to shut up. But I want you to have someone as interested as I am to talk to you while I take a bite of this chicken. And so I was just like, kind of just thinking, what the fuck is up with people, man? If we want to argue about the word intelligence, there are 50 people screaming at each other. But anyway, let me press play and we can start going.
No, I'm not having that. I'm not having that, Jedi. I come to get involved, but this is a topic I'm not skilled at. So I'm keeping. Right. I came or whatever. I'm here because I come to support whatever. Yeah, whatever you lot want to say. You get me? I'm old school, so I'm just going to use old school words. Right. Now, hear what now? This is what
Tony,
I
I'm
want to
only
know.
joking with you. Can I say something to Tony, actually, quickly? Tony, I know sometimes you take me wrong, and I don't mean to offend you, actually.
Oh, have you offended me, Jupiter?
No, in the past, I've noticed that occasionally you've got offended with me, and I thought, I'm only joking.
Oh.
And I think
Oh,
a lot
okay.
of people don't get my humour.
Okay,
Even Jedi
well.
the other day, I had to say to him, I'm joking, Jedi.
Yeah,
And he's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
You know.
Right. This is what I want to know, right? See, this is what I want to know from the panelists and the chat as well. Big up everybody in the chats and all that, yeah? I can't name you lot individually. I still got to hail them up because I got manners and respect, yeah?
Yeah.
See, I don't look in the chat no more.
Even
Right.
though they didn't big you up, Tony, but we'll allow
Yeah, well, you know, yeah. You know I don't really entertain them kind of people. But hear what now, family, hear what now, yeah? Why do you think we're here? I'm asking you, Jupiter, whoever's on the panel, why do you think we are here? Are we here to exist dead and go to heaven or hell? Why are we here? Why was we created? That's what I want to know. And I've been on the planet for 60 years this year. And up till now, I can't work out why we are here.
Right, can I ask you another question? I mean, I'm gonna try.
You're gonna ask me a question with a question. All right, go on.
Right,
Go on,
no,
Jet.
let me do the honourable thing. I'll answer your question first. I don't know. Now we got that out of the way. We got that out of the way. Let me ask you a question. How do you feel upon the realization that you've been here for 60 years and you believe you're no closer to understanding why? How does that make you feel?
Boy, I've been up and down with obviously religion and everything else. And right now, I'm as confused now as I was when I discovered religion at whatever age that was. I'm just confused.
I'll be back in 2 minutes, but I'm going to add to this.
Okay.
Go on. Now, what I'm saying basically is that I'm confused. Now, I know Jupiter is near my age as well. So what's her opinion on this?
She'll be back in 2 minutes, she said.
Oh, she gone? All right. So Jupiter, when you come hear me, Jed.
Yeah.
You've been on
the
planet
I don't know. I'm out.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I was just about to say that you've been on the planet for XYZ and you don't know. I've been on the planet for XYZ and I don't know. And you're intelligent. Now, I would say I'm savvy, but when it comes to book smarts and all that,
I don't think it's in the book, Unks. Honestly, bro. That's why I stopped reading for so long. I don't think it's in the book, Unks. I know it ain't in the book, Unks. It's not in the book, bro.
Good afternoon.
It's available, but it's not in the book. It's available to learn or discover, but it's not in the book, man.
I'd say so also.
Look, let me tell you how deep it is. There's stuff that I know, and I know that, okay, I've told you about, there's people out there that can access a different state of consciousness, and in that state of consciousness, they have access to more information about people than you would perceive with just your own two eyes. They have a way of telling your heart rate, your history, your sexual orientation, your affiliations with other groups and fraternities and whatever. They could probably tell what mood you're in, what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are. What they could maybe even tell what one of your biggest fears are, right? This is information that people can tell about other humans by altering their consciousness. They can see this stuff, right? So having known that, I start to learn about astral projection and all of these type of things, and your astral body and your spiritual body, your fine body, your Merkaba, all of these kind of concepts that tell you about separating consciousness from physicality, from matter, right? And basically the point I was trying to make is Now I've seen all of that. I came to understand that information can be shared in that zone. So, for instance, if I go a kip, you go a kip, and we meet up in this little kip world deliberately, and we can communicate, why would I ever need to send you a fucking bait text that could be pulled up or intercepted? Or why would I ever write a dumb note or an email that could be leaked or caught? When I hear about all these WikiLeaks and all these leaks, this is all just dumping information that you lot might find interesting on you. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's not because the real information is probably never been written down and never needs to be. There's means of storing info without picking up pen, pencil, quill, typing. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? So this is why what's making me feel like when the truth is out there, it's probably going to be in a format that no one's looking for.
But isn't that what symbols and stuff is about?
A little bit, yeah.
In a way that it's an access point to that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
But
would it be a form of energy?
Like, if I could just tell you, if me and you could just chat, I don't need to send you symbols.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you think because you're in China, and I'm in Ghana, that no, go sleep. So I go sleep, and I'll meet you there, and we chat, and we can do all sorts there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? If this hidden level or dimension or aspect of human interaction is hidden from the masses, we keep looking in the physical and that for info. I'm saying that the info is in a different format. And this is why people say they're divinely inspired and because they're getting info from this other place. I believe this is what they're trying to teach you when they tell you Prophet Muhammad was gripped up by an angel and told to read. I believe this is what's happening when they tell you Moses went up to a mountain and interacted with the angel of God, and the angel of God gave him information. All these people keep going away in solitude or whatever, going somewhere else mentally and coming back with info. So I know you see what I'm trying to say to you. So no, I don't think the truth is in the books. I think the truth is out there. Look, X-Files, the truth is out there. I just thought about it. Shit, the truth is out there. I think the truth is out there. It's just not written down. Your best kept secret, you ain't never gonna write down. Do you not write down tell the truth? Do you write down the password to your PIN code to your bank?
No.
Right.
No.
Why?
But some people do though.
But why don't you though?
Because I've got to me, it's just not something I do. Something which is important to me, I'm not gonna write it down because it needs to be kept secret. It's only for me to know. Yeah.
There you go, Unks. And that's what I'm saying. We know this instinctively, right? If you want to keep something a secret, don't fucking write it down.
You know, you got to be talking for yourself, though, innit? I think the general public, they're just dumb right now. They write down everything and put everything on social media.
Listen, when you get your password, yeah, when you get your PIN code, I swear it says don't write this down nowhere.
Yeah, it says don't write it down.
Yeah. Or share it.
Or write this down in the back of your fucking diary, mate. Don't be a nub. Don't be a numpty. Because enough dummies would do that. And then they realize how unsafe that is at one point in time in their life, somehow. You could get burgled, you could get anything. And you think,
sorry, I'm back now. I had to go and do something. Sorry.
Oh, you're quick. You that good at it. All right. So you was talking to Uncle Tony. Uncle Tony wanted to ask you.
What do you think? What do you think we're here for? What do you think this is all about?
Yeah.
So we're to feed the natural world. Simple as that.
Feed the
what you mean as fodder? So we're here to feed the natural world, meaning that we're fodder. We're food for.
It sounds like we're compost or something.
Yeah. Basically, we're so minute. We're just a part of a much bigger microorganism. But that's not us.
I kind of believe that a bit, sure.
Yeah, but that's not us. What's us is before we can remember and after we'll remember. So that's my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. That's what I believe.
All right, can we specify the feed the natural world bit though? Cause like, what do you exactly mean by that? Feed? It was a strange choice of words.
So we come into this world, and there's, in my belief, there is knowledge and stuff that we bring with us that we don't realize that we've brought with us.
Yeah.
We come into this world, we engage with it to learn a lesson, almost like a video game. But while we're here, we have to keep the cosmos going. We're part of it. We came from stardust. Because we do come from this world, we can never die. I know people see that when we have death on this mortal soul as a mortal, that we die, but I don't believe that we do. And the reason I don't believe that we do is if you look around the world that we're in, everything that exists will come back, transform and come back to something else, even if it just turns to dust and goes into the atmosphere. That dust will eventually settle somewhere else and become the earth and the soil that other things grow out of. You know, if your bones are condensed enough, it turns into coal. Some coal is diamonds, etc., etc. We're all minerals. We're all stardust at the end of the day. So so the physical part of it's always going to go back and sort of like recycle and recycle and recycle.
Ash to ash, dust to dust.
Yeah, the one thing that is everlasting is your soul. And I know some people don't believe that we have souls. I believe that we do. And I believe that when we die, we go on to another level of understanding, where if you're lucky, you rejoin what they call the one, what other people would call God.
You sound in Hindu now.
Yeah, which is a complete consciousness, if you're lucky. But if you join that complete consciousness, you cease to exist. It stops. Because once you're complete as one, there's nothing to compare it to. And you're not living in the dual sort of like world.
Hold on.
You're living in the one world. And once you're in the one world, nothing exists. That's it. You end. If you don't believe that, if you believe that there is God and evil and retribution for it, then you're in a never-ending cycle. I believe that once you leave this realm, you go to another realm, and it's probably one of different senses that we can't even comprehend with our brains.
Do you think it depends on our behavior and the way we've treated people in our lifetime will determine where we go after? I.e., a better place. If we do good, we go to a better place. If we do bad, we go to a worse realm.
No, I just think it's a lesson.
So whether you do good or bad, you're all going to go to the same place in the afterlife.
Yes, I don't believe in hell. I think that was written into these stories to make people afraid.
What if
I don't believe there's a heaven either. I believe that actual bliss is when you feel nothing.
All right, cool. Here's another perspective. How about when you die, you just die? Big up. When you die, you just big up, family. So I just got back to my yard still. I was sorting some shit out. That's why I couldn't talk. But yeah, Dupes. What about if when you get to the end of your days, that's it? You're just done. There's nothing else.
No, I don't believe that. I believe there is something afterwards. But I believe it's different for each individual. Now, this is where it becomes complicated and a lot of people get angry with me. So I believe if in your lifetime you believe that there's going to be a heaven and hell, and you know that you haven't been 100% pure or good,
yeah.
You're punishing yourself. You'll end up in hell because you know with your own conscience you weren't perfect.
Yeah, but
right?
But
other people that don't believe in heaven and hell, they'll go to what they believe, and the ones that don't believe in anything, it just ends. I believe that you produce what's going to happen to you at the end of your days. That's what I believe.
Jupiter. What part of us do you think remains in the afterlife?
The soul.
Do you think we can feel the presence of us all?
Yes, I think we all know we've got souls.
But can you feel it? Can you like point?
I think we tell ourselves that we don't, but we all know that we do.
So could you point to your body and see and be like, "This is where my soul rests"? Or
no, but I know it's there. I know it's there. I know it's my conscience, and everybody's got a conscience. And when you say that serial killers don't have a conscience. I think even they do. When you say rapists don't have a conscience, I think even they do. I think even they know deep within their hearts that what they did was wrong. And do they regret it? Yeah, there's probably remorse. Yeah.
So do you think there's a difference in the identity of the soul and the identity of the human body?
Of course. The Bible tells you that anyway. Jesus tells us that.
Does it?
Yes.
Do you know where?
So if you understand Christianity, you would know that God is meant to be within the body, and that's who Jesus is. So Jesus is God, but he is shackled by the material body.
Say that again, because I feel like a realization's coming through.
So in Christianity, you would know that when Jesus says, I am of the Father and the Father is me, and he is in the body, he's not just talking about biologically, he's talking about spiritually. So what he is telling you here is God, but he is restrained by the physical body.
Okay. So I don't want to get into the religious things. I don't want to steer too much in this direction. But do you think there's a difference between Jesus being shackled and the Holy Spirit?
Yes. So if the Holy Spirit is free, is everything. If it's shackled, if you're shackled within the materialistic world of this world, you've got to live within the confines and the rules of this world. If you went to another planet and there was different, how do they put it? Different rules to do with the atmosphere and gravity and for example, if you go to Mars, yeah, you can't just breathe normally, can you? Because the oxygen levels are different.
Yeah.
So you would have to have a different kind of being that would evolve to be able to live on there without masks, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, like a human
So
space.
if your spirit was put into a Martian, say there were Martians that could live on the land of Mars, living in that gravity with the gravitational pull and the chemicals that are naturally released and the gas and everything else that they have to breathe in to survive. If you were put into that world, you'd have to live within the shackles of that world. Unless you're a free spirit and you float right through the cosmos. But we all know that if you understand cosmology, that you came from stardust in the beginning anyway. Which if you understand that you came from stardust, you understand that you eventually will lead into planets because of the law of attraction and because of atoms jumping in and out of space.
Yeah.
Can
I go back a little bit? I'm getting confused.
This is all based on science.
I don't really know about all that stardust stuff still. I'm not going to lie, me personally. You get me? I don't really.
So you don't believe that every chemical that's made up in my body is the same as what comes out of the galaxy when stars are born?
Not necessarily, no. I don't. I don't know what stars are made up out
So
of.
if you looked
I
at
don't trust what they tell
cosmology,
us. I don't know what stars are. I don't trust what they tell us stars are made up out of. And I really, I'm highly dubious over the modern information we have about space. I'm very, very dubious of it. It's not ancient.
So are you a flat earther
our
then?
view of
Do
space
you not
is
believe in
not ancient.
cycles?
Say that again?
Are you a flat earther, Jedi?
He's the biggest flat earther.
No,
Is
I'm
he?
not.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not a flat earther.
Because one of the oldest teachings that we're left by this.
I just don't conscribe or subscribe to the notion that we're living on a spinning ball. I'm not. I don't have any confidence in like the theory of gravity or any of that. I don't believe in space travel. Like not to the extent that they've told us. I have a struggle believing that they've made it past the Van Allen belt or the firmament. I feel like there's substantial information out there to let you know that most of their space traveling escapades is bollocks. And I believe everything we can see is contained within what we would call the Earth's atmosphere. If we was able to label and investigate what we live on, we'd say all of that was within our atmosphere. I think we're on something way bigger than what they're trying to condense it down to. I think there's way more space, way more land, way more continents, waters, places, people. That's my belief. So no, I don't think that the Earth is a record disc. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a vinyl, but I don't think that we live on the surface of a giant basketball either.
Okay, so I'm not going to say you're wrong and I'm right because no one knows, but I can only tell you what I believe.
Yeah,
I believe that if we live on a globe, there's 360 degrees of 360 degrees. Yeah. And that's because not only can you turn the ball one way, you can just change the angle slightly and then turn it again.
Right.
So you've got so many different perceptions. And I think that represents humankind, that everybody born on those different angles will have a different understanding of the world and relativity. And I believe that's where all this knowledge from, that where they say that your numerical number on the day that you're born and all numerology comes from, and the hour that you're born and where the planets are aligned. And when you had the gentleman the other day that was on, I can't remember who it was, who said that actually that depending on the degree that you're born in, even twins will be different because the Earth has moved during childbirth. So you might be born at 2 minutes past 12, the next one born at 6 minutes past 12, but at 6 minutes past 12, the Earth will be in a different position in space to the first one.
If the Earth is moving, which there's no signs of.
Oh, yes, there is. And I believe in the hermetic movements and not in the one that we're told.
There's no signs of the Earth moving.
So I believe that we dance through the skies. I think that we're told that because the scriptures tell us that. And I'm not just talking about biblical scriptures. I'm talking about the ancient ones in cuneiform.
Well, the more ancient you get, the more likely they're going to hold a different perspective than this Hegel, what you got it?
Is it Hablo? That's blood, isn't it?
You're trying to finish my words.
Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro.
But yeah, you was right though. Hellenistic or
heliocentric,
heliocentric.
Yeah, I prefer that way of looking at the way the Earth moves.
But the heliocentric model is one of a sun worshipper, where the sun was the center of our universe, at least the center of our existence.
I think it is.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
I also believe that it's like a rowing motion through space, and I think that we do move through time. I think that
there's no evidence of us running through. I just don't. Anyway, let's not get.
There might not be evidence, but this is what I believe. I'm not telling you that I'm right. I'm just telling you this is what I believe.
Yeah.
I believe that if you shut your eyes, for example, and you're especially on a dark night and you're in complete darkness, that's the truth of what you are.
But what about the things that subliminally affected your mind? And I use the example of, you remember that psychological illusion thing when there's like a skull and there's like a dot on it, and you look at the picture for like 30 seconds and or close your eyes, and then it imprints an image in your mind. How do you know the world's not full of illusions like that?
Yeah, so that's an illusion. But if you close your eyes, if you were to close your eyes and to breathe deeply and just like calmly, and you were to let your limbs relax, and you were just to shut your eyes and allow yourself to be taken into the darkness, you would suddenly see that you would see color, you would see brightness, but you have to make sure that you haven't got no other light source like a landing light or a fucking bedside light. You know, you've got to make sure there's absolutely no light source in your room. Which is why these kind of experiments, the best place to do them is somewhere like Africa, where they've got, where at night time
we can get some real dark.
Night. And I'm not even trying to be fucking sarcastic or anything. People get my words wrong, but if you were to actually be in absolute darkness, which is why you've got people that actually go to those floating tanks.
Mm-hmm.
And you go in there, you will actually see that where there's meant to be no source of light, there will be light that actually penetrates into your sight line. And you will hear the astronauts who claim that they've been up into the outer atmosphere. have said that there's been source light when there should have been complete darkness. That they've actually seen it and it's dazzled their eyes because their eyes are shut. And I believe that if you can sort of like relax and train your thought with meditation, you will actually start to see one light that is brighter than another. If you follow that, you will go through what I call a tunnel, and you will get an epiphany, and that's opening of your third eye. I believe in all that shit.
Yeah, what you're talking about is like a transcendental meditation or guided meditation or meditation that opens up your that's standard. But that got nothing to do with space though, Juice.
I think it's got everything to do with space. Because if you close your eyes and you start to imagine, right? If you shut your eyes and you imagine that's what you really are, you're nothing. You're not animate. You don't touch nothing. You're just everything.
Sounds similar to Tufts philosophy.
Yeah,
you're blind. You're blind when you close your eyes.
You just are. That's what I believe.
When you initially,
I believe that's
untrained person, when you close your eyes, you're blind. Yeah, and it takes a while to adjust to that darkness. Yeah, or the blinding of the darkness. So you just seeing the nothingness is not necessarily really what you are. It's just the fact that you're not. Your eyes need to adjust. Your other eyes need to adjust, or need to be worked on, or need to be repaired, depending on where you are spiritually. But those eyes, once they do open, you realize that you're not gonna be nothing.
So when you open into this world, of course you're something in this world.
No, not in this world. When you close your eyes, I mean.
Okay, Jedi, let me try and explain something to you. I know I've got a weird way of looking at things, and I'm not the best at articulating what I believe because I don't always fully understand it myself. But imagine you're traveling through time, right? And we know that we do. We know that Earth does, because we know that the north of England reaches midday at a different time to us reaching midday, which is why we've got Greenwich Mean Time, yeah? And it's all to do with how we float through space, yeah? Some people believe we revolve. I believe that we do an actual dance. We go forward and around it and come back, and forward and around it and come back. Sort of like 2 steps forward, 1 step back in a kind of dance with the planets. But if we were to just take the structure that we're taught at school, we all revolve around the sun, and the sun goes through space, and we just revolve around it, yeah? Now, if you look at that kind of the way that you look at yourself and your ancestors, okay? And I look at it like this. What is the edge of reality? The edge of reality for a person's imagination is what they've been told by their ancestors, right? So if you know your mother, the edge of your reality will be what she's told you and what she can remember of your grandparents. But if you've never spoken of your great-grandparents, you won't really have an understanding of them because there's no edge of reality for that. And the reason is because you're dancing away through time and you're furthering yourself, okay? And to me, it's like that is only a fraction of you. Imagine yourself as a capsule in space. And the life that you're living in the material world is that capsule as you're going down through that spiral. And it's not a straight line, it is a spiral. If you understand dimensions, you will understand the way that the spirals wrap around each other and cross over each other, and which is why we can go into other dimensions. But anyway, that's getting into quantum physics, and I know I confuse people, but imagine you're this capsule and you're on a line, yeah, just a pure straight line. And then it starts to bend, yeah, and the spiral becomes faster and faster and faster. Yeah, but in the time that you're traveling it, you don't see the speed. You in your world go at the same speed, but actually you're going faster through it. That's kind of like how we dance through space, and which is why we can see light years away what was happening in the night sky. It's already happened. It's in history. Space will tell you that. Even the scientists will tell you that. It's already happened.
They love that. I think they're chatting shit.
No, it all
If
connects.
you start burning, I think they're talking a load of bollocks, bro. A star burning. All of that has to be the only reason why we're seeing stars burning out now that are burnt out millions of years ago, light years away, is because of the Big Bang, the initial combustion that you must believe in order for their
So
whole.
you don't believe that the Big Bang happened?
No, not if it's something out of
Okay,
nothing.
so
No.
what I believe, and I'm not saying I'm right,
Yeah.
is that the ancient scriptures tell us that everything is cycles and everything happens again, and that's the main thing that they've been trying to tell us. And but basically, the Big Bang is when we're all absorbed into the sun, and we all know that we're all heading towards the sun, unless most suns have a twin. One is a dwarf star that will slowly die. The other one will actively draw everything towards it. We know that we're moving towards the sun at a very slow rate. Scientists tell us that eventually we will be eaten up by the sun, because as it gets closer, as we draw to it, we join it, become part of it, and then it drags in the rest of the universe. Yeah. When that happens, no one knows what happens after that. I believe that what happens is
another Big Bang.
That you go into another Big Bang, into another universe, and start all again. Yeah.
I hear you, yeah, but then also these same scientists tell you that the sun is burning up. So that it's not forever. They tell you that our sun will be burnt out in blah 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 million years. They say it all the time. So that cycle's out the window.
Yeah. So have you ever seen what I call how can you put it? You know, the donut effect, where the thing revolves on itself and projects forward. So you'll have a circle. Imagine the front of the outer circle pulls back on itself as the back of its circle pushes itself.
It's a toroidal field you're talking about.
Yeah. Right. So imagine that happens at the point where where the universe is completely sucked in. So you come out the other side, starting again. What's left behind dies. If you
bit like life and death. A bit like life and death, right?
Yeah. If you was on the other side of it, you'd see it fading into nothingness because it's dispersed.
Big up the fake astronomer, she knows fuck all, and big up the talk black Bendector too. Big up me big batty gal. Stop talking shit. You're not no fucking astronomer or philosophical person, bitch.
Right, thank you, Marcus. You sit in your fucking underpants playing PlayStation all day. You live off your mother. You don't have a job, and you're.
Oh, you know who it is?
Yeah, he's a disgusting racist. He's a horrible individual, and he comes from up north. And I tell you what, you want to get out of bed.
Is he Asian?
No, he's white. You want to get out of bed. You want to change your fucking wife fronts, mate. Stop fiddling with yourself. Stop thinking that you're important. Because I could show everybody by going over to Bleeding Arts and asking her for the video of you dancing in your front room. You are more alien looking than anybody I know, Muckers. You are a sad fucking individual. You don't work. You live off your grandmother, not even your mother. That's how disgusting and how much of an embarrassment you are for this country. So fuck right off, Muckers. Get your finger. Stick it up your fucking arsehole and fucking sit on your elbow quietly in the corner.
Wait, hold on. Sit your finger up your arse and sit on your elbow.
Guess she told him.
Yo, she told him. Yeah, and
continue, Jukes, man.
If you are a real person, Marcus, then why not just come on and have a conversation? If you disagree with Jukes, just challenge her, man. We let you on the panel to talk. It's not an issue.
I mentioned at 1743, said Trill. They don't like it that I come over here, Jedi. They don't like it that I come over here. That's how racist these sad individuals are.
Saddos. Well, leave them to it, man. Leave them to it. We having a good time.
And they seem to think that because me and you are mature enough and other people on the panel to actually have a conversation, they think it means we all love up each other and agree 100%. Of course we don't. It's pathetic.
Rewinding. I want to know more about the identity and how it separates between the soul and the physicality. And
Why do you
basically,
always
how do we forget?
Teach us something, man? Give us some of your perspective, bro. You're asking us questions like we know it all.
I
Yeah,
think
we don't know it all.
this
I'm
is a bit of a
only saying what
strange belief, but I think that our true essence is like from the stars, and I think it emanates into us. It emanates from there into physicality. So I think all the stars in the universe, I think they're actually like living things, and I think that's what embodies into physicality.
Okay.
So that's interesting because if you go into cosmology, they will say that a star is like the birth of us, but at a very earlier date. And depending on whether the star's dying or whether it's a bright new one.
In our sky that we can see, is there more stars than humans ever were alive?
Yeah. No, ever alive.
I don't think there's billions of stars that we can see, is there?
Nah, if you go somewhere dark, it's kind of mad still.
Is it?
Yeah.
Not billions, though.
It's mad still. It's like everywhere, and there's dots everywhere.
Everywhere, all over the sky. But if we put every human that ever lived up in the sky, the sky would be blocked out, man.
But that's just a portion we're seeing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's only the portion. We don't know how far space is, Jedi.
You know, maybe some stars come from farther than others.
Yeah. I would say to people, we don't see, like on this ball Earth, we don't see the stars beneath us ever.
Yeah, but look at the sand on the sand shore. We all just look at it as sand, but actually every single one of them grains is a different piece. And when you look at it when you look at it collectively, you look at it and you just think it's a blanket. If you was to put it under the microscope, you would see the glass and the dazzling beauty of it.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
See, it's all about the macro and the micro, and
I do. See, I'm with that. As above, so below, la 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 la. All of that. As in, as without. I'm with that. That's a basic concept that seems to just be abundantly true, no matter what you apply it to. So I'm with that. I really struggle with space, man. I really struggle with space. I unlearned. Remember, I wanted to be an astronaut at one point. I unlearned everything I thought I knew about space. But now I realize we don't know fuck all. And the more that they try to show us, the more it's like, no, they're taking a piss. We see there's a planet, according to them, a planet made completely of diamonds. With platinum.
Bro, there's a new planet every day, bro.
It rains gems and that. Remember I showed you that? It rains gemstones and it's made.
I'd need to see proof of that, Jedi, because a lot of
this is what they say. It's
I know,
like,
but a lot of what they tell us is CGI, isn't it? It's not
exactly.
Yeah.
But then it just makes me say, how do I pick and choose what's CGI and what's not? So I just throw it all out.
Yeah, no, 100. I don't necessarily believe any of it because I believe what it really is, they would never ever show me anyway. So there's no point in me taking in.
What I know is I'd be more inclined to believe the ancients than modern day people, and that's because they have used ancient knowledge to try to con us in the future.
Yeah, the only issue is what we perceive to be ancient information that might not be as ancient as we think, right?
So you think it might be fraud.
Ancient information is available to counterfeit just like anything else is. If anything, the longer they've had to censor it and obscure it and Chinese whisper it. So by the time it's landed to me,
yeah. No, I kind of agree with what you're saying as well. But okay, let's go back to the foundations, right? If you go back to the foundations of maths, we all know that 1 + 1 is 2, yeah? You can't make it into 3, no matter how much you try. So there's always going to be some foundational truth there.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
And in all of the fields, there's too much stuff that feeds into each other that overlaps. So how can I put it? Right now, they give us, well, they've probably moved on from it, but the last time that I looked into space and stuff, they were talking about quantum physics. They've probably found something past that now. And the M theory, the string theory.
String theory, yeah.
And they basically said that we were all like you could break everything down to atoms if you sort of like magnified and magnified and magnified and magnified. Yeah.
Yeah. They're all vibrating atoms.
Yeah. And when you get down to a certain level, those atoms are just made up of smoke.
Smoke.
Yeah. But the further you get away from it, the more it looks like it's condensed in.
It looks like something. Yeah. It looks like a solid or whatever.
Yeah. And I kind of get that because that's kind of how I see the way that time moves and the way that when we enter the world and we leave the world. So I think that when we die, the material stuff, the flesh, and this comes from the esoteric as well of Jesus' teaching, the flesh decays and goes back to this material world. But what's left actually maneuvers out and just floats into the ether and becomes part of something that we can't see because we are in it. But if you was to move away from it, you would see that it was a big condensation of something.
Like a puzzle. A bigger picture. I hear you.
No, just like condensed smoke, gas. Just like
yeah, but I'm saying if you move away from it, then it looks more like something that you could recognize a label.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. I'm happy with that. I'm cool with all of them things. We could do all of that without space. Do you know what I mean? Like that we can. I'm cool with all of that without this notion of there being an outer space. I have a feeling that
because you have to be outside of something to see it.
I think we're standing on the universe. I think we are part of the universe and standing on the universe and being tricked into thinking that we are a tiny part of the universe or near, and our whole perception has been controlled.
So
I mean, it'd be a very serious thing if we discovered that man cannot leave the planet. Whether it was round, whether it was flat or not, just discovering that they're lying to us about leaving would be a big thing. And there's enough evidence to suggest they are lying to us about leaving. Down to their trump card, which is the moon landings. Now,
so with the moon landings, I'm inclined to agree with you that I think that was some kind of scam. I am inclined to believe that.
And then we get.
It's hard to believe that, though.
But do I believe that there's an outer space? Yes, I do.
As soon as we get to the realization that the moon landing was fake, we have to, as investigators, as detectives, we have to question all of it now. Do you know what I mean? You have to question all of it. If I say I went to Butlins on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then you find out I didn't go to Butlins, you're going to wonder what was I hiding and why. Was the Butlins trip even real?
The reason I've got a different probably outlook to a lot of people, and I've said this before, people think I'm joking, is because of the way that I was brought up. So I was brought up believing in religion, Christian, baptized Christian. So I knew all of the stuff I went to. And actually, I loved religion so much that I took myself to Sunday school. My parents didn't enforce me to go. I used to love going and learning more and more and more. I've always had a kind of thirst for learning about religions, and no matter who believes what they believe, I want to know. So I was brought up like that, but I also had a mother that was a grandmother rather, that was very esoteric. And then I had a mother that also believed in sort of like esoteric beliefs and superstition and old wives' tales and stuff that, for example, my mother, if someone got a wart, she would say, right, what you do is you get meat, you rub it on the wart, you bury the meat in the garden, yeah, and that will wither away the wart. And it used to work, believe it or not, yeah. And these kind of things I thought were, everybody knew this. I thought everybody knew this kind of stuff. This was told to everybody. You know, lots of other stuff. I had an aunt that was very much into planets. So at a very young age, from sort of like 8, I used to go out with my aunt at midnight and walk in to the highest place that we could find in any location and just sit out and stargaze and work out what the stars were and understand the cosmos and the star system. So I had a very sort of like different upbringing, but believing that everybody had this kind of upbringing. And it made me look at things a lot different to what a lot of other people do. So rather than just believing the biblical scriptures, it made me understand a lot of stuff that I didn't understand, if you know what I mean. So to me, it was normal, and I didn't understand what it meant or how it meant it or whatever. From a very young age, I was taught mirroring in life. I can't explain it. I've tried to explain it to people before, but I'll try and give an example. Say, for example, I'm at work and I'm in charge of a group of people and I've got keys to lockers, yeah? And I misplaced those keys to lockers. In another part of my life, I might have a relative that's about to buy a property and they're waiting for the keys to be handed over. But until I find the keys that I've lost, those keys and that contract won't be signed. And I know that a lot of people won't understand this, but until you start to read the mirroring and the understanding of how things overlap in real life, then you'll start to understand how it's interconnected and you start to see it all over the place. I'm only giving you that one example because if I went on to wilder examples, people would think I was completely nuts. But it's proved to be the case throughout my life. So something can happen, and I believe when I first knew Hector, right, as much as he understood like ancient witchcraft in his own country, he was brought up very Catholic. And he couldn't believe that I had an actual deeper belief in God than him, but in a different way. Like something could happen and he would be really distraught and he'd be like, this is going to happen. And I'd be, no, it's not. We're going to be fine. And he would go, how'd you know? I go, I know. Don't worry. Before the week's out, we'll be fine. And he'd go, how'd you know? I go, because this sign. And he'd go, what sign? You're fucking nuts. Over the years, he's actually said, now he resigns himself. If I say to him, I can see this and this and this, and he's begun to understand it. And he'll be like, okay, and he relaxes and he waits, and it normally works out the way that, yeah, not always, but a majority of the time. And on the occasions that I don't understand it, it will be because I've missed something, and then with retrospect, you look back and I go, yeah, because of that, I missed that, and that's a lesson for next time.
Some of you lot should jump on there, man. You got good comments in the chats and that. Take the leap, man. Come on and start speaking to us, man. I think we're in a new wave and a new era of the stream. So jump on, man. Claim your position and make yourself known and make yourself useful, man. Don't just be a ornament on the side. Get involved, man. Roll up your sleeves. Trust me, it's all right, man. Just come talk to us.
See, the thing is, that Jedi, when you start talking about this stuff, right, people get scared. And people look at you like you're crazy. And so opening up and telling people this kind of stuff is it's not always... Because I've got a sense of humour, and I know that if I was listening to someone, I'd be thinking, oh, God, here she goes. You know what I mean? So I kind of understand it. But at the same time, unless you've experienced it and unless you have that interest and you have that belief and you have that faith, it doesn't work anyway. Which is why I don't get angry with people that have a belief in their God.
Right, yeah. There's no point. All right, anyone else want to say something before I press play on this video so we can start this?
Oh, what video?
Yeah, I'm say big up, man. Thanks for letting me on. Yeah, big up, man. To join the conversation. It's a fruitful conversation. I think conversation like this before you press play. And what I've noticed, people actually jump on and want to get involved with conversations like this. Because it's so big, expansive. You talk about astrology, astronomy, cosmology. You know, it's a lot. You know, and yeah. But if you want to just play it, because I think we've gone off the point now, like the topic that you was on earlier on, which is interesting.
Comfort, relaxation, and sleep. Comfortable and relaxed, so it will be easier to sleep. Our breathing is slower and deeper when we sleep. The body's temperature is lower. Even the heart beats more slowly. The whole body is resting. Dreams are normal too. Often they're suggested by things around us while we sleep.
She does a lot of daydreaming, imagining herself as the extrovert that she is not.
Dreams don't seem to make much sense, do
Deep, sweet dreams.
Satan is relentless.
Sing me to sleep.
The whole world lieth in wickedness.
Deep, sweet.
Literally, in the hands of the wicked one. He, that is the God of this world, hath blinded the minds of the masses.
Story time that featured men dressed as women, also known as drag queens, reading books to children.
We are grooming the new generation of Americans to be fully embracing of diversity. And
Yo, first 2 words. We are 3 words. We are grooming. Okay. We are grooming the generation. Man, look at what is this, man? These are not even drag queens, though. Like, what are they actually on? What is it they actually are on? Like,
So this is pure evil.
Pure evil?
Yeah.
Explain.
So what they are doing is trying to confuse people into not understanding their real roots and their identity and their true meaning in life. Yeah. So not only are they trying to destroy you from allowing the material world to keep going so that people have the experience of going in and out of it, they're destroying the soul. I mean, look at this fucking bloke. He don't even look, and the other one, they don't even look like they've got eyes or eyeballs.
Do you know what's more of a piss take? Is that the guy's got Asian makeup on, South like kind of Indian-y makeup on with a purple red spot on his head.
Oh, yeah.
So he's trying to use the culture as well to fucking I don't know.
Yeah, in a way, kind of can see what you're saying still.
It's fucking weird, man. It's like an Asian tranny. Right, that's a dude. A Viking, a Viking tranny with Asian makeup.
It warns you of all this shit.
Yo, just a quick panel check, man. Shifa, you're on mute. You there, Shif? I feel like Shifa sounded like he was ill or something, bro. Didn't sound how he was earlier.
And I think I do actually ask the question. Sorry, is this genuine or is this orchestrated? And either one, I think, is just as disturbing. either prospect, I think, is quite quite disturbing. And I know.
No, sorry, Victoria West. I know you hell-bent on disproving anything you hear on here, but for things like space travel to not be real, how many would have to be paid for the silence? Not many at all. Like
I don't understand why people don't get this simple concept, bro. I give people this analogy all the time. Do you think the shop workers at McDonald's know what's going on in the boardroom? No, they don't. They just take orders. Right. Yeah? So if there's 5 people that run the company and give the executive orders, that's the
and
only
if they told this non-meat burger is made out of soya or carrots or mushrooms, that's what they believe. Like, why do you think they're gonna have some next view above? No. Power and organizations don't work like that. They work on a need-to-know basis. As you're well aware, that's the actual model. Not that everyone knows everything, but you only know what you need to. So if you look at these industries from that perspective, you see it's very easy for the man on ground level not to have a clue what's going on. Especially when the NASA is controlled by the military, you need top level clearance to know it. Like this
is commonplace, bro. There's high up people in certain organizations that don't have the clearance to know certain things. That's above their pay grade, and so on and so forth. That's how they keep the structure so strong. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Don't be telling any and everyone everything.
Yeah.
So, it's a need to know basis, Victoria. Big up yourself.
Big up.
inclusivity.
Make sure you're prayed up. Make sure you're right with God.
The 7th annual Witches of Delray Beach bike ride. Witches and wizards will be taking over the streets of Chestnut Hill once again today.
God gave them over to a reprobate mind.
Witches from across the valley will come together for a good cause.
Robinson would dress as a witch named Nelda and hang the little girl by her armpits, torture her, and not feed her.
Wow.
So logically, what is the result of decades of movie and television programming depicting followers of Christ as backwards, hypocritical bigots, while simultaneously promoting witchcraft and sorcery as liberating and cool?
Witchcraft and Satanism are on the rise in the United States. The second way in which our new glorious America is going to look, well, liberals are finding witchcraft. Witchcraft and Satanism is a fascinating new trend, the decline of Christianity, eradicating religion from public life. It doesn't just go away. You don't magically replace society with this atheist utopia of, pure rationalities and science. What you actually do is you create a hole in people's imaginations, in people's souls.
Many of the objects on show here were used relatively recently, up until a few years ago. But witchcraft in Britain has had a huge explosion, so there's far more witches now than there ever were before.
The church in Henry County defiled with satanic messages. Naima Abdullahi spent the day with the pastor who said the effort at intimidation will not work.
Just days before the grand opening of the Seed Planters Church in McDonough, the pastor says this is a setback and he wonders who would ever write those hateful messages inside the church. Just yesterday, Long says he opened up the church and found someone broke through a back door that was kicked in and drew all these satanic symbols and obscene language all over the walls, flipped the chairs, and put toilet paper around the sanctuary.
A report in the Christian Post contends that the number of witches and Wiccans has dramatically increased since the 1990s, to a degree that there may be at least 1.5 million witches in the United States.
This is a cursing puppet. It's made of wax. It contains the hair and the blood of the intended victim.
Fingers dancing across a board of piano keys echo through the single-room church house. Members.
A cursing puppet. I need to look that up. I've never heard that word puppet, apart from in those little chocolate sweets that they used to have. Do you remember them? Little chocolatey. Oh no, I'm talking to myself. Yeah. Do you remember those little chocolatey chocolates? They're like raisins or something called poppets.
Yeah, I remember them, Jed. And they used to have them in mint and all sorts.
Yeah, they're not nice. Yeah. Not a fan.
And peanut. I'm sure they had peanut as well.
Yeah. Poppets. And they had an orange flavor. I remember they had like a
I don't remember the orange still, but I used to like the peanut one still.
So, did you know there was a difference between a puppet and a poppet? This is
chocolate Brazil nuts. Fucking mate.
This is actually messed
up. Puppet and puppet are the same thing?
No. Yes and no. Yes, they are. But no. So P-U-P-P-E-T is what we all know as puppets, right? Little friendly little dolls that entertain kids and we laugh at. Then you have
normally puppets on strings. They call them marionettes.
Marionettes, puppets, dolls. They're all the same, right? Now we've got that's puppets. Now we've got puppets, which are basically voodoo dolls. Did anyone know that voodoo dolls were also called puppets?
Nope.
Nope. I find that very, very fucking strange. I'm seeing all kinds of pictures. This is why I never wanted my daughter to have no dolls, you know. I didn't want her to have dolls. I got a problem with dolls. We had this conversation on here. Where did the first dolls come from? Blah, blah, blah. I don't like them. I'm looking at this and it just seems that basically these little stuffed figures were originally used for witchcraft, and now every child has one in their bedroom. Strange, man.
I thought it was just encouraging stuff, buying a dolly for a little girl.
I just thought he was encouraging the wrong. You know what I
what
mean?
else? You know what else they're known as? This is crazy. Poppet, also known as Moppet. Muppet babies.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give us nothing for fun, you know. I swear to God.
You know, I see something literally yesterday about certain Sesame Street, certain of the characters, brother, and where they got them from. Like, so there's some dark origins to them little characters there still. Yeah, there's adverts with the characters before Sesame Street was created, and it's like they took some of the characters and used them in that. But the adverts are fucked, bro.
All right, man.
When you look at some of the characters, they were grotesque anyway.
Yeah.
Look at Animal. Yeah. And even Big Bird.
Big Bird. Hey, I'm big and so gay and so.
That bird always, something beefy.
Yeah, exactly.
Big old yellow bird trying to chat to children.
It's not even that. It's not even that. They gave us Bert and Ernie.
Yeah.
They gave us They tried to reveal the other day while going for them. Like we all right, cool, safe. They're just moving mad.
Fill the wooden pews. But this church is not the church it's always been. A few weeks ago, members arrived to this spray paint, vandals attempting to take the church's joy. But this is not a church of retaliation nor a church of vengeance.
So this is a fortune-telling teacup. You give the cup of tea.
You do this, isn't it? Do you read tea leaves?
Wait. Why would you highlight the fact that it's not a church of vengeance? So what are the churches of vengeance? You know, it's like Americans, they make no sense to me. Do you know what I mean? Do you
still read tea leaves? She's not available for comment.
To the person asking questions or his
The man who is facing charges in connection with the beating death of his mother told police he was possessed by demons.
Florida says.
They've seen this.
Sheriff badge.
Look at it properly.
Wayne police. Wayne police.
You don't got an eye there and an eye there and a compass here.
Death of his mother told police he was possessed by demons.
Just turned over, and then
Florida says that it was demons that made her do it.
Your fortune is foretold depending on where they land within the cup.
A 54-year-old woman and a 14-year-old relative are suspects.
They're accused of vandalizing a church and allegedly targeting churchgoers' homes and cars, too. Brady?
Well, right into it's an odd case because police only know the pair targeted the church for its beliefs. It all happened Halloween night. Michigan State Police Lieutenant Christian Clute says for some reason this woman, 54-year-old Anna Morris, spray painted buildings, signs, and church vans at the Church of Carson City and Fish Creek School.
Some rather vulgar sayings had been spray painted on the church. I know that the comments that were made were anti-religious comments and some derogatory comments about Jesus and God.
This is a witch mirror. Magical practitioners use them for scrying, the form of divination. You put yourself into a kind of light trance.
A close friend says Stice complained of voices in his head, suffered from seizures, and had a temper.
That question will form in the glass. But there is a warning attached to it. You must never turn around to see what's in there.
Joshua Granger was also in court today, and the prosecution says he would wear a demon mask during the abuse.
Marvel Comics has announced plans for its first ever drag queen superhero. In the latest issue of Iceman comic book series, Marvel introduces a new superhero named Shade. Shade is a mutant superhero drag queen who possesses teleportation powers. This comes after Netflix debuted an LGBTQ-themed superhero show last summer with cross-dressers called Super Drags.
Career day turned controversial after middle school in Thornton brought in a drag queen to talk to kids about bullying. Some parents not too happy about it.
The district tells us they are accepting of others and how they choose to dress and live.
From the makeup to the eyelashes and those extra large earrings.
Oh, could you hand me that wig behind you?
A transformation occurs, turning Zach into Jessica.
And I like how it's made me a better person. It's made me a happier person.
She's been performing for the past 5 years. For the past year and a half, drag has been a full-time job, a career that landed her an invite to talk to students at Rocky Top Middle School in Thornton.
Giggles from students at Rocky Top Middle School echoed through the halls of the building last Friday as a drag queen made her way through. Video posted online shows the reactions of 6th through 8th graders. A relative of a student, drag queen Jessica Lahore, volunteered to speak.
I knew that was going to be controversial because
Nah,
never expect to
wait. Now, that nearly slipped past me still. Hold on.
No, it didn't. I just couldn't get off
Jessica Lahore.
It nearly
Jessica
slipped past
Lahore.
me.
What, do you reckon she could walk through Brixton without getting a wig pulled off?
Oh, shut up, man. But you're
Lahore.
fucking
Yeah, she could. Yeah, no one ain't gonna do enough in Brixton. Yeah,
Facts.
How much batty man walk through Brixton every day, like famous ones that wear certain clothes and that. No one ain't troubling them.
No, it ain't happening in Brixton, man.
That ain't happening anywhere, bro. What are we talking about? This is 2023, fam. There's programs about batty people from certain areas, bro. You get me? So
Alright, but like, yeah, I just wanted to say that nearly went past me. Lahore. I was like, I nearly didn't hear.
No,
like,
clock that straight away.
2 seconds after, I was like, wait, hold on, what? Lahore? Lahore, yeah? Lahore. That's what we're doing. Jessica Lahore. Like, what? For kids? Come on, family. And she's gonna go there and say, hi, my name's Jessica Lahore. To your kids to teach them about bullying. I'm saying these men that go around lighting up the place, they're not doing the right thing. Yeah, let's leave it there. They're not lighting up the place. I don't know what they're doing. They're taking it out on kids and stuff. Some evil adults. Bruv, if you like to go on your spare time and go check out Jessica Lahore, I ain't got a problem with that.
Listen, people were trying to empty out my pockets, yeah, when I was trying to walk down the road, yeah. I don't know how she's going to survive. All this blingy shit on. Maybe this is the way the world's gone, but I just can't see it happening, personally. But obviously, I don't think they're going to be stupid enough to just, like, prance down the, like, back roads of sort of, you know, like a young man's estate stuff. I don't think like the world's changed that much. But, boy, yeah, Lahore.
You don't think the world's changed that much, Kingo?
I don't think it has, no. I don't think it has. Even with the gentrifying and, you know, the sprucing up of the high roads and that.
All right. Are you over 35, Kingo? I'm not trying to be intrusive. It's just going to lead to.
I haven't seen one gay dude ever walk. Yeah, I am. Yeah, over walking down any road where I live.
Do you remember a time in your life, yeah, where certain lifestyles were shunned, or maybe not shunned like that, but they weren't pushed to the forefront? They were over there in whatever corner they were in. Do you remember that time in your life?
I can. I think America's got a lot worse, obviously. But
all right, let's just stick on England. So you remember a time when this wasn't the norm. So you remember a time when this wasn't the norm, then, yeah?
Kind of, yeah. Because then we got Graham Norton and all these sort of weirdos come up on TV, and then I think that's when they kind of normalized it, right? So loads of different characters started popping up.
All right. So you said they normalized it, or they was in the process of normalizing it, which means that it wasn't the norm before, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So like I said, I'm in my 30s. I don't remember a time when people like this were reading to school children. I don't remember seeing people like this to this degree, but that's a whole other story. But yeah, the whole reading to children and this is a warped mindset in a whole different time, bro. So yeah, there's a big change, a very big change.
Wow. Yeah, because obviously, like, I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm in jail because I'm not really out in the community like that. But yeah, anyway.
But even in general, Gold, like even on television and everything else, the internet, they're pushing this agenda hard, man. You see it everywhere.
It is. I've seen it. Yeah, man. It's
everywhere.
It's accelerating it. What do you call it? accelerating. Yeah, they're accelerating it.
It's on steroids right now, man.
Right. Boy, and do you know what? Imagine if you're anywhere around Tottenham Court Road or Oxford Circus or Soho. Mad. Right now.
Well, to be honest, it was mad back in the day. I don't even think it was mad now. It was mad even back in the day. You know what I mean?
It was.
When I used to rally
Your eyes
around
are
the
wet
West
down
End.
there.
Yeah, when I used to rally around West End, it was there. But it was just there. Whereas now it's everywhere. Well, openly
But it's just
anyway.
like, look, like, can you have a prerequisite, yeah, before you go into any sort of public or social play, like schools, yeah? Like, no one does any psychological stuff if they're gay. And the thing is, listen, I got a gay psychologist, was the first sort of like person that they assigned to me was a gay dude. Like, just so obviously gay dude, where he sat, legs crossed, speaking pretty gay. I was just looking, I'm thinking, all right, well, you're doing a lot of stuff for me, like paperwork and whatnot, right? At the stage that I was at back then. But yeah, boy, he was gay. I couldn't complain. I was even going to say to them, look, I want another different person. Yeah, and but it was just like, boy. So that was when I knew they would. I couldn't imagine why they would do that, you know. But because don't forget, this guy is gay. I'm a person who's coming from a mental institute who's disabled with nothing in common. Do you know what I mean? It'd be different if he was even black. He was a white gay dude. So I don't even know what they were thinking.
Was going to be controversial because that was something I would never expect to be allowed, like when I was growing up in middle school. And at the same time, I took it as an opportunity because I got to talk to a bunch of kids and kind of open up a new door for conversation.
District spokesperson Joe Ferdani.
The school's focus is to have an event that is representative of the diverse backgrounds and careers within their community.
Every class had one person ask me about how to handle with negativity, bullying.
A police officer, an architect, and a drag queen. A broad range of jobs on career day, but parents say one of them has no business inside a school.
I was pretty appalled. I was pretty surprised. It was a shock because nobody was notified.
This is Miss Jessica, a gay man. The guests talked about their job and its connection to literacy.
This person is an adult entertainer and is talking to 12-year-old students.
What you sow, you will reap. This applies not only to the individual, but nationally.
Slap the like button, PayPal,
Keeping
cash
quiet
out.
is the rule of thumb. It was anything but outside the Greenville County Public Library in Five Forks. But on this Sunday, Storytime featured drag queens reading books to children.
There's always going to be a negative response. People get very comfortable, and anything that challenges their comfort is seen as pushing an agenda or oppression.
Drag Queen Story Hour was first announced last month. Soon petitions started and protests were planned by groups across the upstate who say the idea is morally wrong.
Beginning, God created them male and female. And this is confusing to the children.
Many drag queen groups that I've read about are actually admitting to grooming young children towards certain lifestyles.
Others believe it's teaching tolerance.
We are grooming the new generation of Americans to be fully embracing of diversity and inclusivity and realize that everyone has dignity, even if you don't agree with them.
This group with the Greenville Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, a group started in San Francisco, say that they're here to protect the drag queens from bigotry.
People tried so hard to get it to shut down and get it to not to happen. Now I'm going to make it want to happen even more than what I was before.
Riley is one of the queens invited to read to children inside.
I would hope that they would just accept it. I mean, it's going to happen, regardless of what they do or not.
It's going to happen. Wow.
Can I just say?
It was in the days of Noah. So,
yeah.
I'm just gonna say, if you, a young man out there, if you're listening, my brother, if you've come across a lady, yeah, and no matter what, ask for the ID. Okay, see how obviously they're past the age of consent, and also ask for a baby picture, because they may have had to change and they may look like someone that we know that looked like completely like a girl. Yeah, you wouldn't know, even if they got the bits missing. So you need to check baby pictures. So baby pictures, you can tell. Anyway, that's just a bit of wisdom.
They can make one up though. That's the thing about it. They can make one up. They can get past that easily.
Yeah, but you know, got to know them properly. Oh well, true. Depends how you're moving.
Picture of their sister. They show a picture of their sister when she was a baby. That's it, done.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's true. It's true. But the hands and the neck, but go on, yeah.
So shall it be in these last days. In the last days,
the devil is a liar.
Lawlessness shall prevail.
The devil is a murderer.
Can Satan appear as an angel of light?
When the wicked are multiplied,
be very careful.
Transgression increaseth.
Be very, very, very careful.
God can set you free.
And what you sow,
I want to see you set free.
You will reap.
Jesus wants to see you set free.
They lie conquered and destroyed, children, by the moral war.
Has Satan beguiled Eve?
That has mercilessly waged against them.
Worship of Satan.
In these the last days,
connected with worship.
Obscenity.
The devil comes to kill.
In this liberated generation is dished out in almost every form of media.
Where are we headed, folks?
1,000 moral evil. A generation is emerging that has been conditioned to place no value on moral purity.
The man can no longer be a man.
The minds of our children.
He has to be a man-woman.
The minds of children have been tragically desensitized.
Androgynous.
Against moral decadence. Children and extreme violence. Has tragically taken away the rights of and left the morally decent people helpless to protect themselves and their children from the depraved filth now exploited brazenly in film, on television, in secular music, and uncensored magazines. Children. But freedom of speech is denied to those who dare to oppose moral decadence, who are now accused of hate speech.
In other words, if you got a man who thinks he's a woman and you address him in the masculine gender, they call that hate speech. Children.
And threatened.
They crucified Peter upside down.
With legal action.
They imprisoned Paul.
From the law itself.
They poured hot boiling water over John.
And it seems the days have come again.
They stoned Philip.
When where this truth.
All the apostles died at the hands of wicked people.
Where this truth is preached uncompromisingly and fearlessly, we are again being dragged to the courts.
We wanted to take this time to give you a quick channel update. As some of you may know, our last because pictures and many prayer requests of
Look at your M closely. There's a gap right here in the letter M. It's never connected. So you go into Hebrew. The letter Vav is also the number 6. Short top, long tail. Short top, long tail. You could have here in Hebrew 666 on the can. But my interest is the word monster. What do you see in the O? There's a cross. Okay. What has Christ got to do with an energy drink, let alone the name Monster? So I thought, well, maybe this is a Christian company then. BFC at the bottom of the can. Do you know what that stands for? That's the F word. Big can. In fact, they write it on the side of the can, so I know that's the F word. Okay. Now, do you know what a MILF is? Yes. That's on the box. MILFs dig it, and you will too. This is not a Christian company at all. So why would they have put a cross on the can? Here is the message. Antichrist. 666 in Hebrew. And then the Bible talks about the beast in Revelation. And look at Monster's ad. This is their statement. You see these M's everywhere. Hats, t-shirts, bumper stickers. Is there another agenda here? If God can use people and product, so can Satan. And look at it this way. Even if the M was not the issue, you cannot deny that that is a cross. And what is witchcraft? When the cross goes upside down, bottoms up, and the devil laughs. Something to think about. Wow. This is how clever Satan is and how he gets into the Christian home and a Christian's life, and it breaks God's heart. Jesus said, my people perish for lack of knowledge.
That's awesome. I've never even seen.
Traditional church worship. All of them are in search of something else, a spiritual belief that connects them to their ancestors and where they can feel more empowered to control their own well-being. They have found it in ancient forms of spiritual contact. Some call it witchcraft, a term they accept and embrace. This too is an ancient art of worshiping, not to God, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, but to spirits and deities. Are you in fact witches?
Whatever the situation calls for.
They have many names and titles and ranks within their belief system. They are college-educated professional women who've chosen to believe that theirs is a truer example of worship that is inclusive of the genders. It connects them, they say, to their ancestors and fills a need not found in traditional worship, though most of them grew up in the church.
I was raised Christian, all Christians in my family. In fact, my grandfather was a preacher in the South.
I also grew up Christian. I grew up Anglican in the Episcopal Church. The older I got, the more disconnect I felt.
I was raised Baptist. My father is a deacon. My mom a deaconess. I was in church all the time.
These women are part of a sect, Ile Ola Afefe Osa Meiji, spiritual temple. They worship and offer prayers to Oshun, a predominant deity.
She's the deity or the Orisha of aesthetics, beauty, sex, sensuality.
They are growing numbers of African American women who have chosen for themselves a new life, leaving the church in search of more meaning in their lives. And yes, it can be called witchcraft. At a recent convention in Baltimore, more than 200 witches gathered, a sisterhood, but their spells are for good, not for evil. In this ritual, the women are preparing an offering to Oshun on behalf of a woman in California who's looking for a mate. The omelet-type dish is sweetened with honey, believed to be a favorite of Oshun. Prayers are said over the offering and for the woman in need. A portion is offered to Eshu, the male counterpart of Oshun, and placed in a secret place beneath the stairs of this Odenton home. Using shells, they ask the spirit if she is pleased. 4 shells are tossed to the floor, 2 land up, 2 land down. Balance. The gift is accepted.
She accepts it.
The traditions may seem odd to most, a mystery to some, complex and multi-layered. These daughters of the moon, followers of Oshun, women, powerful, determined, and understanding, say there is nothing to fear. They are here, and they will be here for the foreseeable future. Yes, there are witches among us.
Now, I mean, everyone seems to have a very strong opinion about Satanism, even though nobody knows anything about it. The good news is people have a response to the title, Hail Satan.
Right now, this is going
My
too
name is
far.
Penny Lane, and I'm the director of Hail Satan, which is premiering at the 2019 Sundance Film Festival in the U.S. documentary competition. Hail Satan is about the Satanic Temple.
I watched this.
I like stories where the hook is apparent, but you also realize throughout the course of the story that you were wrong about what the hook was. Even people that are not particularly religious, like myself, we still think we know what Satanism is or what a Satanist is. And it turns out that most of those ideas are completely mythological. They're coming out of the 1980s and 90s from the Satanic Panic. I thought it was really interesting that there were so many misconceptions from the get-go about what modern Satanism actually is and means to the people who call themselves Satanists. Most people don't go past the first layer of like, haha, isn't this funny, kind of like a trolly, jokey thing. And in fact, what they're doing is really serious, and they take it really seriously.
Nice.
She's practicing witchcraft, and Tom Brady is allowing it to happen in his home.
Sir, has anybody ever asked whether you're absolutely insane?
Oh, you mentioned directly that there are deep spiritual ramifications.
I want an
for
answer
Brady.
to that question.
Okay, go ahead.
I want this man to defend his sanity.
insane?
Do you understand that you sound like an absolute crazy person right now, Mr. Wild?
No, I sound like a born-again Christian who loves Jesus Christ with all my heart. You have to understand the seriousness of witchcraft. Witches will be assigned to the lake of fire. When they die, they're going to spend eternity in the lake of fire.
Tom Brady, is that like an American football guy or something?
Liars. Witches are mentioned right there.
Yeah,
with murderers and adulterers and liars.
Right.
Okay. It is an eternal damnation in the lake of fire. You don't play games with witchcraft.
Father Time has no idea where Tom Brady lives. None. And it is the magic number 6. Mike Jordan, the greatest athlete in history of American team sports, has 6 championships. Touchdown, Patriots, as they tie Super Bowl 52.
Brady was the GOAT.
The luckiest play in the history of the Super Bowl. Ring number 6. So that's 6 Super Bowls with 6 game-winning drives. Who can do that? Only in Hollywood could you make that up.
6 rings equals GOAT.
Mike Jordan, the number 6 is a big deal.
If he gets his hands on all 6 stones.
And Gronkowski has it. Was he across the pylon? Yes, he was.
Speak of the devil, that he shall appear. Any superstitions going into the game? Any special thing you carried into the game on Sunday that you had tucked away somewhere?
I did. I always, I've learned a lot from my wife over the years. She's so about the power of intention, and believing things that are really going to happen. And she always makes a little altar for me at the game.
The cliff people. The what people? There's 4 letters. The 4 letters. The cliff.
I've heard people say he's going to fall off a cliff 5 years ago. Okay, in 2 more years, he's going to fall off a cliff. Stop looking at the birth certificate all the time.
He's the oldest to do pretty much everything that he's done this year.
17 years ago, we were the largest underdogs in the history of the Super Bowl.
Because she just wills it so much. And so she put together a little altar for me that I could bring with pictures of my kids. And
Tom Brady, this is what I knew about him.
His protection stones.
His missus was a witch, a bit like RD.
Take these drops she makes.
Whose mum is a witch.
And I stopped questioning her a long time ago. I did. I just shut up and listened. And at first I was like, this is kind of crazy. And then about 4 years ago, we were playing the Seahawks, and she said, you better listen to me. This is your year, but this is all the things you're going to have to do to win. And I did all those things. And by God, you don't work. It was pretty good. And then in 2015, it was about early January, and she said, you know how much I love you? And I said, yeah. And she said, I just want to let you know this is not going to be your year. Oh. And of course we lost. I said, what does 16 look like? And she said, 16 is going to be your year. So it was early January this year. And I said, babe, asking, like, do we have a chance? And she said, yeah, but you're going to have to do a lot of work and you're really going to have to listen to me. So, man, I listened to her. And right after the game, she said, see, I did a lot of work. You do your work, I do mine. She said, "You're lucky you married a witch. I'm just a good witch."
So you believe in witches. You believe there are witches in our presence, both good and bad, that are living with us right now. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there are witches, but they're all bad. There's no such thing as a good witch.
What leads you to think, Rick, that Giselle, Brady's wife, is a witch?
Well, Tom Brady said she's a witch.
You could see the smile on his face talking about his relationship with his wife and the impact. You took that to mean that she is somehow talking to demonic figures and is a witch?
Oh, she says she's a
witch. Everything that Mr. Brady described his wife doing is paganism, it is witchcraft. What he described was witchcraft, and he said, "My wife is a witch." He said, his wife said, you married a witch. You married a good witch.
Yeah. So you think she meant that? You think she meant that seriously? Like she actually has power over his football career. He's winning Super Bowls because of his wife.
But he himself is attributing his success to witchcraft.
There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass
His
through the
ex-wife
fire,
now, they're saying.
or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch,
Yeah,
or a
it's his
charmer,
ex-wife
or a
still. She
consulter with
divorced him
familiar
the other
spirits,
day.
or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee.
This life allowing our children to make decisions that they're too young to make of whether they want to be a boy or a girl. The Bible says
This is the preaching part. I'm just drop that out. All right. You know what? Yeah, bruh. As we started having this conversation, my phone stopped working. Right. So now I'm gonna try and run to the phone shop down the road and see if they can do anything to it. But I know he's gonna chat some shit. Oh, you leave it with me, which I'm not gonna do. So it looks like I ain't got a phone. I don't know what. He's just giving me the circle of death, spinning around. I don't get it. I don't know what's happened. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go sort out my phone. Yo, is there people on there willing to talk or what? Walk on. I'm gonna leave you up to it, man. If you don't chat, just look off the stream. I don't give a fuck.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah.
How are you
Big
doing?
up, man. Big
Great
up.
show, man.
Hopefully,
I was
you
enjoying
can
the
chat
show,
for
you
half
know,
an
and
hour.
listening and being more than
Hopefully,
interrupted.
you lot could chat for half an hour. I'll be back.
Of course, man.
User. Tony Shafa, Jupes.
Yeah, anyway, man.
I'm here. I'm just looking for something right now that I want to show people. Hold on.
Shifa, you there? Coney, you there? We got everyone in the building, man. Hit that like button. Hit that Cash App and PayPal as well.
All right, family.
Yes, family, I'm here. Sorry about that, Zelenia. Medea.
Yeah, at least Shifa speaks. Exactly. When everyone complains about Shifa chatting shit, this is why I appreciate Shif. At least he talks, man. Like sometimes, I don't know. I feel like I'm forcing you lot to chat because the video just done. But normally the video gets stopped. People want to ask questions or say something. Play the basically 30-minute video, hardly any stops. Yeah, now we're on the other end. This is some silence thing. I don't know what happened to you. Wake up, man.
Yeah, I'm still digesting the information, you know. I need a little time, you know. So, yeah. It's a lot to, comprehend.
Do you think all witches are bad?
What you say?
Do you think all witches are bad?
Yeah.
Because I reckon a lot of women practice witchcraft.
In order for you to be a witch, you have to join the coven. In order for you to join the coven, you have to pledge allegiance to some kind of deity.
But what about women that just dabble in it in their own thing? They might just look at something online and just practice certain things like that.
Yeah, I still think that they need to be careful, and the things that they're looking up online will probably have some kind of negative ramifications to the uninitiated. So I wouldn't advise anyone to do it. And I think that a lot of the women that do, women and men that do inadvertently tap into these things, do end up with misfortunes that they can't always explain. And if they was honest to themselves, I said, you know what, it might be that thing that I fucked with. They'd be able to pinpoint where it came from. But a lot of the time, because people don't want to admit their responsibility and their wrongdoing, they'll just cast it off as coincidence or something else, right? And they won't blame the new shit that they've just brought into their life. I can see people are miserable, depressed, and they've got fucking crystals. And I'm like, these crystals are not making you happier. But cool. Girl doing tarot card, girl talking about this moon, that moon. There's so much people involved in stuff, and then when you look at their lives, their lives just seem like a mess. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you, JEDI. I think if you don't understand it, don't dabble in it. And
right.
I also think that you have to look at the esoteric teachings in the Bible and even other holy scriptures to understand that there is purity in those. There is, but just don't. Unfortunately, though, the scriptures do have witchcraft within them. I don't care what anyone says.
The scriptures?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Can you give an example?
So, the 12 disciples, everything by 12 is to do with Zoroastrian and the skies and the planets. It's all in there. All the symbology is in the Bible. A lot of the esoteric teaching is understanding the energy and the nature of the world and how to harness it for good.
So is the esoteric teaching older than the Bible?
There are people that have joined these occults that harness it for bad.
Is the esoteric teachings older than the Bible?
Sorry?
Are the teachings older than the Bible?
Yeah, of course they are. They've been incorporated. Okay. So if you look at the Elohim and what they tell you in Genesis right from the beginning, they're talking about a pantheon of gods that they've changed into one god. If you look at a lot of Christian churches, they've got Mithra down below that they're still praying to because of the Romans. The fact of the matter is that a lot of these pagan symbology to do with fertility and rights are actually not evil. It's the sacrificing and all the dark arts that come with all that part of it that is the evil.
So do you think all witches are good or bad?
Depends what you mean by witch. If you're talking about people that are fucking running around cauldrons and putting out spells on people, yeah, they're bad because they don't understand the butterfly effect of the curse that they first put out or the spell they first put out. You're interfering with nature, and you've got no right to do that.
I tend to disagree, Jubes, with you on this one. And the reason is I see it like a tool, Some people develop this skill, some people develop that skill. And
yeah, but that's why it depends on what you see as a witch. If you think that they're running around cauldrons and doing all that kind of stuff, no, I don't agree with all that.
No, but I mean, anybody who develops a certain level of power in anything, it becomes powerful, and you can use it anywhere you want with your own volition. And you are bounded by the rules you accept.
But anyone that replaces Jesus' name with any other god is, according to the scriptures anyway, is going on a power that they don't know.
I believe there have been people who have a certain energy, which a lot of people call good and others bad, and in between, the many colors. And they all have their own ways of doing things, and you can be attracted to a certain guru, religious teacher, or prophet, or whatever, and that's how you build a relationship, or not. You can be an atheist in life, and you develop your own energy into a higher level. I feel there might be some input from outside. I'm not sure about this. I think it might be
even atheists, if they believe in science, they're going to believe in numerology, and numerology is in the Bible, the power of words and numbers.
Is there an intrinsic power in it, or is it something working because people believe in it? What do you think?
Bit of both.
You mean it can be an intensifier
if you have total
if you
faith
believe
in
in it?
yourself and total faith in what you believe, then yeah, you can manifest stuff. Yeah.
No, but outside of, if there is something already intrinsically in those numbers and everything, and it's not just subjective and chosen, by people with a certain language, which works for them, like a set of symbols, and for others it might not work, or is it something which always will work, no matter who uses it, and if they understand it or not, the meaning, and is it intrinsically or is it something totally empty? And everything which we see and make reality in there is created by our own minds and with our own energy level, personally.
It's a
That's
bit
what
of
I'm
both,
wondering.
isn't it? It's a bit of both.
If
So
it's both,
everybody knows that if you add 2 and 2 together, it makes 4. Yeah.
No, but what's the origin? What's the source outside of us, or inside of us, with our own mind? And it can't be both, or maybe it can. It's a paradox. But yeah, I feel if it's outside us and it has a meaning, our belief will intensify the result, or make it less if we don't believe in it. I agree with that, but I still feel it might be that we are making it all up with our mind and energy and imagination, and it becomes powerful on some level. But it's because of us, our own creative, let's say, God-given powers. We have.
Yeah, but in the
That's
Bible
what
it
we
says you are all gods. You're all gods. Everyone is part of gods. Everyone can be a creator. But that doesn't mean they are the creator, and it doesn't mean they are the God. There's a difference.
I mean, didn't Jesus say, "You will be doing more as me when I come back"? At the resurrection.
You be doing more.
Yeah, you will. Didn't he say, "You will"? I will come back, and save the world, basically, and you will be doing the same kind of things I did. And I feel he means miracles, and even more beyond. So he didn't put a limit on our potential in a way. With enough, you know.
Look, you can harness power and you can use it for
Mhm.
negativity or you can use it for positivity. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like the language. You can tell the truth, yeah, and telling the truth can have negative effects or positive effects. You could tell a
Mhm.
lie, and that lie could have negative effects or positive effects.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding.
Which path do you
Pudding,
take?
short. Yeah. Mm.
That's and that's what it all is. Weighing up, and that's what free will's about. Sometimes you can walk exactly the same path by doing a negative action and a positive action.
Do you believe in astral worlds, and do you have any experience with them, Jubes, or anyone else? Too. Because I had some, and I'm curious to other people's experiences.
So you mean, do I believe there's higher planes? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and also lower planes like hell worlds.
I don't believe there's a hell.
Okay.
There's lower planes of existence, but most of the existence is already on this earth.
Could we say those lower planes are like elementals, like elemental planes?
I would
like
say that we
the
are at
building
the
blocks.
most basic. We are at the most basic, one of the most basic planes already.
The most, one of the most dense. You mean, like?
Yeah. So I would say that in the material world, you can see goodness and you can see evil depending on where you're looking.
I don't know. Also, what's there?
There's the world that we're in is a world of duality. We're looking for the world of one, but when you look for the world of one, it becomes absolute and nothing else exists. Therefore, nothing exists. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
I don't get it either. Nothing exists.
Okay.
How can something come from nothing?
So if you have complete pure goodness, there is no evil, so you can't compare it. So you won't know that it's complete goodness. It just is. And because it just is, it becomes nothing because there's nothing to value it against.
Couldn't somebody strive for complete goodness or complete badness and do their best and become that person?
Yeah, when you get to complete goodness, nothing else exists, and so therefore you don't exist because there's nothing to compare it to. You just are.
Like a saint or something.
No, because you wouldn't be in your physical body. You would just be spirit. You would just be
Light, like a rainbow body, perhaps.
being.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like ascension in a way, letting go of the physical plane completely.
Yeah, you would just be settled, calm, everything positive, settled, calm, happy, bliss.
And why is that negative then? I wonder if up there everything's perfect, why don't they pull us out of this hell?
Up there. Who told you it was upwards?
Extra dimensional, perhaps, it's just a metaphor for
If
me.
you're complete, you're everything. So it's not up, it's up, down, below, sideways, everything.
Is it like a different frequency on the same plane we are, but in a different frequency, basically? With different beings, do you think?
Well, there wouldn't be beings, there'd just be the one.
Oh, you mean there'll be one transcendental energy and everybody will dissolve as an individual into that energy?
Yeah, that is the ultimate end, yeah.
That sounds a little bit scary, like a big monster at the end is tricking us and turning us into light and then eating us, From, I got you. Yeah.
No,
shalom.
why would you be scared of that?
Why not? There are scary things in this world, why not in other worlds?
So I'm not a practicing Christian Moroccan. I was raised as a Christian. I understand biblical scripture. Doesn't mean that I'm a Christian. I believe that the Christianity as we is taught it is not the truth, or any of the Abrahamic religions, because I believe mankind has got in the way and they've removed stuff and they've put stuff in as they wish. You've only got to look at what happened 2 weeks ago or a week ago to understand that.
What is the truth, Jupiter?
The truth is the truth, and you'll only know it when you see it.
How do you know Christianity isn't the truth if you don't know the truth?
Okay, because last week we had mankind interfere into what was God's words to say that it's okay to get married when you're gay in Christianity.
But what does the Bible say?
It says that you're not meant to lay together.
So is that Christianity?
Now, I don't have a problem with gays loving each other. I don't have a problem with that because I think that the Bible teaches love.
What?
So I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with people making those choices. What I have a problem with is them saying that they're going to change Christianity to fit them.
But Jupiter, you're doing the exact same thing that they're doing. They're going on what they feel is okay rather than what the word says. You clearly just said that in the Bible it says that homosexuality is wrong, but yet some Christians are accepting homosexual marriages. You said you have no problem with homosexuality and you think they should love because the Bible says you should love. So you're doing exactly what they're doing. They're misinterpreting scripture to fulfill their desires. Well,
No,
when the scripture is clear,
so what?
Anyone that
it's
commits
clear.
homosexuality
Okay, it's clear. According to you, it says don't lie together. It says don't lie together. It doesn't say that you
Jupiter, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. And as it clearly says in the scriptures, if any man lie with a man, he shall be stoned, he should be killed. If any woman lie with a woman, she shall be stoned and shall be killed. So where is the Christianity allowing this? Explain it to me. I'm not understanding.
No, you're not understanding. Do you understand what happened with Welby this week?
No.
So you're not up to date with the fact that they're allowing Christian marriages, and
Who's
the bishop of England has been taken away from the church. Most of the churches are rejecting him now because of it.
Okay, so you didn't
know that happened this week, and then you're trying to preach to me.
You consider the Church of England the accurate representation of Christianity as described in the Bible? If you do, then you're lost, because you would know that according to the Bible, you're going to have false prophets. You're going to have people claiming to be followers of Christ. I'm not really on it. So they're not perfect. They're not a perfect example of Christianity anyway. Nothing mainstream is a good example of anything pure. So you pointing to them doesn't actually invalidate the Bible.
Who pointed to the mainstream?
Well, you're telling me what the Church of England is doing. Who cares what the Church of England is doing?
Well, I live in England, don't you?
Yeah, but that's not my church. That's not my Christianity.
Right.
So it's irrelevant to me.
Yeah, so what? What do you mean it's relevant?
You're pointing to what mainstream institutions are doing to shit on Christianity or the Bible, but they don't represent the Bible. They claim the Bible, just like everyone
Right,
else
so
does.
you've just backed up my point.
No, you're making points against Christianity, but it's not
So
Christianity.
it's Justin Welby.
It's the establishment.
It's Justin Welby, the Bishop of the Church of England.
Who is the Bishop of the Church of England?
Oh, so I've just given you his name and you don't know. But you
I'm
want
saying,
to speak.
I'm saying
you
on a
want to speak
spiritual
on
level.
the Church of England.
Hold on, Jupiter.
And you don't understand
let me
what
explain
you're
the question
talking
because
about.
maybe you didn't understand it. On a spiritual level, who is he? Who is he?
Well,
Isn't
according
he just a
to
man?
Scripture, they allow priests to talk on behalf, don't they, of these faiths?
Show me in the Scripture where it says anything about bishop speaking over people, instructing people, or everyone listening to a bishop.
So there's no high priest in the Bible?
A
There's no
bishop is not.
disciples of God in the Bible?
A bishop is not a disciple, nor is he a Levirate high priest.
Is he not? Why is he not?
Because there's qualifications for someone to be a high priest. According to the Scriptures, you have to be of the bloodline of the tribe of Levi in order
How
to
do you
be a
know
high
that
priest.
he's not?
Well, he's from England, right? He's a British person, right?
So you're a racist now. So you don't believe bloodlines transcend skin
Let me
colour.
finish. And not only is that the case in terms of his genealogy, even on a spiritual level, there's certain practices and things that mainstream Christian churches and Church of England, Catholicism, all of these things that they do that invalidate their Christianity anyway. A lot of these guys are Masons anyway. That completely invalidates their Christianity. So why would you point to them as any reference or any respect to Christianity? They're nothing to us. What is a bishop? Who is the
Who
Pope?
said that they had to be saint to you?
Who is the Pope to me, bro?
How do you know that your God's the right God?
It's not about whose God is right or not or wrong. You're making
Who
claims.
are you following, NICOLA and Lil?
You're making claims on Christianity that they're
What
accepting
seed do you believe you
homosexuality.
come from?
You're making claims on Christianity that they're
What
accepting
makes you believe that you're better than everyone else when the Scripture says
This is a
everyone's
conversation,
equal?
Jupiter. So talking over me isn't going to help build this conversation. So let me make my point, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go on, make your point.
The only reason why I'm responding to you in this way is because you make claims that Christianity is allowing gay marriage and all these things. That's all.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why. And I'm trying to correct you and let you know that it's the people claiming to be Christian, not Christianity, not the Bible, because that is very clear on what should happen to homosexuals.
So you didn't hear me say that it's mankind that's interfered with the Bible. You did hear me say that, and you just wanted to make out it was you that made the point.
But that doesn't invalidate the previous points you made. You still said that it's
What
Christianity.
previous points?
You still said it's Christianity allowing these things. That's the only contention I have with you. We can agree on the manipulation. We can agree
So
on
if
the
it's
corruption.
not Christianity,
We can
then what
agree on
is
the
it?
corruption. We can agree on the corruption of individuals or institutions. But to say it's the religion or even the Bible, you're completely wrong.
So if it's not Christianity, what is it then?
As the Bible talks about, false prophets, false believers, wolves in sheep's clothing. If you know anything about the Bible and the end time eschatology, you will know that these things were prophesied to happen.
Yeah, of course they were. That's what I said earlier as well.
So yeah, man. Big up Christianity.
Are you saying that I don't know anything about the Bible?
Big up Christianity for civilizing this country. If you guys want some madness before Christianity came along, that's a fact.
Is it?
Since you
What
want
you
to
mean,
shit on
Africa?
Christianity, let's be real.
What you mean the same pagan beliefs that Africans had with their traditionalism?
Oh, pagan beliefs in Africa. Give me a pagan belief. Actually, let's go by tribe since you want to do this Africa thing. You want to be general, right? And say Africa. Give me a tribe. Let's go.
Okay. So the Benin tribe used to sacrifice their tribal members. Are you gonna tell me that didn't happen?
No, I'm gonna ask you to provide evidence for it.
Okay. So you want to know about when the Benin sacrifices? Okay.
I'm not. And by the way, I didn't say it's not true. I'm just asking for evidence because I've never heard of this before. I've never heard of Benin.
So you've never asked. You've never heard of any African sacrificing human beings?
No. You said Benin. Let's go there, right? So we're now waiting for you to provide evidence that the Benin tribes sacrifice each other. I've never heard of this, so I'm waiting for you to provide your evidence.
So, are you aware? Are you aware of the war in Benin that happened between the British when the king didn't provide the palm oil?
No, if you can screen share, that would be really helpful. Maybe show us images or.
Yeah, I'm going to find it for you.
Yeah, that would be really helpful because I've never heard of Benin tribe sacrificing each other. But yeah, because from what I do know, when Christian missionaries came to Africa, they called a lot of things pagan and demonic that actually weren't necessarily pagan and demonic. And they basically had a European lens of Christianity and enforcing it upon Africans. When we have clear examples of African ways of Christianity
Do you understand where false pride will get you?
There's nothing about pride in this
So
conversation.
are you Christian? Are you Christian? Is it Christianity that's been forced on you?
There's no Christianity that's been forced on me. I took the decision to believe in Yeshua HaMashiach. I made the choice to believe in Yeshua.
Right, so you took
me.
a choice to believe in Christianity that you believe isn't what? It isn't your faith.
Christianity is my faith. But let's not deflect because we're still,
hold on, Jupiter.
We are still waiting for you to provide evidence.
Why are you mocking the Christians? Yeah,
yeah, because I don't want you to talk over and forget that we're still waiting for that, right? So let's get that information first before you try to go.
Okay, so I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to get the information, and when I get it, will you apologize?
There's no apologizing. I never said you were wrong. I'm asking to see the evidence.
No, but what you're trying to do is you think that I'm lying, don't you?
No. It's not that I think you're lying. I would like to see the evidence. No one believes anything anyone says just because they said it. Okay. No logical person would do that.
Okay.
I'm asking you for evidence.
Everybody knows, though, that sacrifice did happen in Africa, but you're going to make out it didn't.
No, I'm asking you to provide an example. You mentioned the Benin tribe.
I'm going to bring the example.
That's fine. And I never said you were wrong. I'm just looking for the evidence. That's fine. Cool. While you're doing that, everyone else big up. Anyone there? Is anyone else listening? Is everyone else?
Yeah, I'm listening, man.
Oh, Selassie. Yeah. What's up, bro? You good?
Yeah, I'm okay, man.
Good man. Good man. Yeah, man. Bring your deliver, man. Because those Christian missionaries were on fuckeries, man. If it were to be real.
Yeah. So yeah, this is not my discussion. I would say I'd rather listen. Thank you.
But no one can deny the goodness Christianity has done for this country, this pagan country, and the mess it was in a few hundred, even just a few hundred years before Christianity. This country was in a mess, eating each other, cannibalism, witchcraft, sacrifice, all sorts of madness was happening in this country.
Can you give me more data for the madness which was going on before Christianity? I'm interested, if you want to explain,
Okay, just simply look at the occultic practices of this country prior to Christianity coming here. You'll clearly see that they were eating each other's bones. They were doing all sorts of pagan witchcraft and demonic things before Christianity came into this country and gave them some sort of civility. Oh, give me a second. I need to get my food. Let me out.
Yeah, of course.
I did Uber Eats. So give me a second.
Yeah, food is important, man. Bless it.
The same things, really, but literally.
Yeah, eat purified food, it's very important what you take in. Should be best quality.
Yeah, we're not arguing that it didn't happen around anywhere else, Zulu. We're arguing that it happened in Africa that you claim it didn't. I'm not denying that pagan beliefs didn't happen in Europe and China and Asia, but you're claiming it didn't happen in Africa because you believe that Christianity is the best. And I was pointing out to you that in Africa, they did it traditionally as well, that they had pagan beliefs too. That was the argument. Don't try and twist it. I will get the evidence for you.
We might as well say everything which is pre-Christianity is called pagan, more or less. It's that's the term. The same from an Islamic perspective. Everything before Islam is pagan, whatever there was. Buddhism is paganism for them, and it's all subjective from the perspective of the people involved.
All right, I'm back. Have you got your evidence, Jupiter? I'm listening. She's still looking for evidence. Cool. Cool. Sassy,
were you talking about the? I want to ask you something.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing. I'll eat your food, no problem. You know, it's for free. But
Right, so in the back, I'm going to drop you the Battle of Benin and what happened after the Battle of Benin.
Yeah, I want to know one question for him, please.
Hold on.
You know, yeah.
Right, okay, so there's your video of the Battle of Benin and what in Nigeria, not Benin Republic, by the way, and what the king did, the Oba of the palace, yeah, what he did to appease the gods because of what happened, because he knew that he'd actually conned the British and he'd killed British people, when actually it was him that broke his word. So he sacrificed his own people. So there you go. There's the video. Watch it to the end, and it explains it. And then they will also tell you about the tribal ceremonies that they used to do that actually got stopped. You can look up the name of it, and then you will find that it only got stopped in the 60s. But if you don't believe me, go and do it yourself, because I'm only a white woman telling you history that you don't want to accept. Even though I accept that white people had paganism too. But I'm not too proud to admit that.
Jupiter, thank you for providing the evidence. I will watch the video, and hopefully we can get someone to share the video, and we'll assess the evidence. No one said you were wrong. No one said it wasn't true. We just wanted evidence. That's all. Thank you for providing the evidence. We will now try and assess this evidence you've now presented. Is that okay? Is that okay, Jupiter?
I don't need to see the evidence. I know it exists. I know that around the world, wherever we lived, before Christianity became as big as it did, any of the Abrahamic faiths, that there was a lot of paganism and tribalism all over the world. You're the one disputing that, not me.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that at all.
Well, it seems
you
like
don't listen very well in the conversation.
Well, it seems like you
never
was,
go by what
the point that I made.
Never go by what Jupiter. Never go by what it seems. Go by what is. What came out of my mouth in this conversation.
Okay, so what was the point that you were trying to make?
The point I was trying to make The point I was trying to make is that the way you're speaking on Christianity, it shows to me, number one, you're not informed on Christianity and you're not informed on the Bible, because the very things you were claiming Christianity were doing were the things that were against the Bible. That was the initial contention I had with you.
So you don't believe there's numerology in the Bible? Do you not agree there's numerology in the Bible?
Yes, numbers have meanings in the Bible, yes.
Right, okay. Would they by modern day standards try and tell you that that's witchcraft?
Is numerology witchcraft? It depends on who you ask, to be honest, because some people will say
is there symbolism in the Bible?
Numbers. Hold on. I'm not finished.
Okay.
Why don't you hear my full response? Yeah. Some people will say numerology is witchcraft, and some others would say that numbers are basically the language of creation and the language of everything in reality. That everything has maths is. Some people say that maths is the tool that God used to create everything. There's people that make these arguments, so I don't think it's one way. It's very a nuanced argument to make.
I would agree with you on that point. Yeah, I've heard of the golden ratio. Yeah, and the Mandelbrot series. I would agree with you. I would say that maths is actually a big indicator that there's a creator. Exactly. But if you go to the Bible, the creator in the Bible would turn out to be what? Sumerians.
No, that's wrong. Sumerians, the Sumerian deities, the Kemetic deities, most of the deities in that region were all talking about the same people. These were ancestors. These were real people. They're not speaking of the all. They're not speaking of the creator. They're speaking of actual people that existed. Some would say that they're speaking of Nephilim. Some would say that they're speaking of just great men in their history. But a lot of these Neteru were actually living people. They're not actual deities.
Yeah, people were living people, because if you go back and look at the stories, Moses was already a story that was in ancient Sumeria.
That's not even possible. Because
it is possible.
The events of the Exodus are after
Sumerian Moses. Just type in Sumerian Moses.
Let me explain to you, Jupiter, how that isn't possible. because Sumeria is older than the events of Exodus. So how can the events in Exodus be a version of the Sumerian story when they're completely separate events in the timeline? It's not like it happened around the same time. It's the events of Exodus is way after Sumeria. It's the actual timeline within even the Egyptian
Because
chronology.
they condensed it so that you could understand it.
Who is they, first of all? Let's break that down. Who's they? Who's they?
Ancient literature outside the Bible attests to several stories in which a child perceived as a threat by the enemy is abandoned and later spared by divine intervention or otherworldly circumstance. Roughly 30 stories like this survive from the literature of ancient Mesopotamia, Canaan, Greece, Egypt, Rome, and India. The Mesopotamian work known as the Sargon birth legend offers the most striking parallels to the biblical story. It relates the birth story of Sargon the Great, an Akkadian emperor who ruled a number of Sumerian city-states across 2000 BC, centuries before the time of Moses. The infant boy is born into great peril. His mother is a high priestess and he is illegitimate. Consequently, his mother sets him adrift on the river in a reed basket. The boy is rescued and raised by a gardener named Aki in the town of Kish. He becomes a humble gardener in Aki's service until the goddess Ishtar, who is Asherah, by the way, takes an interest in him, setting him on the path to kingship.
Okay, let me explain to you the problem with what you've just done and what the person that you've read from has done as well. They've taken these ancient stories and they've found commonalities in these stories, which you will find commonalities in every human story. And they focused and honed in on the commonalities and completely disregarded the differences, disregarded the historical setting, right? When we're talking about Moses and the Exodus, this is all happening in Kemet. This ain't happening in Sumer. Not only is this happening in Kemet, but this is happening at a certain time period within Kemet. I believe it's happening during the Middle Kingdom or the Old Kingdom from my memory. But it's the actual timeline within Kemetic history. And some would even say, if you look at modern archaeology and modern historian findings, they would say that they've even found evidence to show a mass migrations of Asiatics into Kemet from the Levant. So the evidence, just on a general level, seems to line up that this event happened within Kemet and it isn't plagiarized from a previous story. It was an actual event. When you actually look up Avaris, which is where they found Asiatic slave workers, this points to the same thing that the Bible is talking about, where it talks about the Hebrews working as slaves in Pison and Ramses. The Bible is very clear on what the Hebrews were doing in Kemet. It's very detailed on what they were working on, what temples they were building. So for you to say that this whole series of events was just plagiarized from Sumerian text shows that you lack an understanding of the actual story from the Bible, as well as the archaeological conversations about that story. Yes, there are people that would say that Exodus was a myth or there's no evidence, but when you actually look at Egyptology, there's actually arguments on both sides. If you look at there's a Egyptologist, what's his name again? There's one called I'll get the name of him.
To take a breath.
Were you even listening to what I was saying? Because I don't know. I don't want to be wasting my time.
I've heard everything you're saying, but I'm waiting for you to take a breath because I didn't know I was here for a preaching.
Am I preaching or are you actually hearing my point?
No, I'm hearing your point.
Thank you. I'm trying to point you to archaeologists that are trying to basically explain to you that the Exodus happened so that you can do further study and realize that.
So there is actually nothing that backs up Exodus. There is nothing that backs it up in archaeology.
Let me get you
But what does back up the stories, though, is the fact that in the Egyptian temples, there's 640 odd commandments, that we took the 10 commandments from. It's perfectly reasonable that if we were to sit down and look at that Bible and look at the biblical stories in the genealogies and in the myths and legends, that you find that all of them go back to Sumeria, ancient Sumeria, and people before ancient Sumerians. What we do know is that what we do know, hold on, I didn't interrupt you. What we do know is that Abraham came out of Sumeria. We know he was Sumerian. We know that he had knowledge of all this stuff. And it's quite plausible that when he went up the mountain to go and get the scriptures, what he really did was went up over the mountain to a fucking master who told him what he was supposed to say. He went back down the fucking mountain with what he was supposed to say, and he gave it to the lesser people. And actually, it's quite interesting because Moses' story and a lot of the other stories are all in ancient Samaria.
Okay, are you finished preaching as well? Cool. The name of the archaeologist is David Rahol. He's done many seminars on the Exodus, not only on just on the Exodus, but also on the conquest of Canaan. Because some people would also try and say, "Oh, Joshua and the Israelites going into Canaan didn't happen." But funny enough, this guy has no bias to supporting the biblical narrative because he's an atheist. He actually has no interest in even validating whether God exists or not. But yet he's objectively looking at the evidence, and it seems to be pointing to these events just based on what even the mainstream
seems to be or is.
Well, seems to be, because anything that we find has to be
earlier
interpreted.
on you said that we shouldn't go
and hold on, anything that's found has to be interpreted. So
no, but if you're going to tell me that I can't go by seems to be, then you can't go by seems to be. We have to apply the same rules.
No, but Jupiter, there's a difference. You're making a claim that there's
what do you mean there's a difference? No.
Listen to what I'm saying. Instead of responding to every single word, let me make my full point and then you respond to that.
I'm not responding to every single word.
Like you're doing right now. I haven't finished what I'm saying and you're talking.
Go ahead.
Cool. So what I meant to say was the findings that they found in Egypt, they've been interpreted in a way to where it discredits the Bible. But what this person, David Rohl, has done is he's gone in there and he's gone there objectively, not having any ties to the Bible, being an atheist, looking at the evidence and saying, hold on a minute, this actually points to the Bible, to what the actual scriptures are saying. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Do you understand that?
Can you name me one thing?
So, for example, they will say, oh, the Exodus can't happen because right after the Exodus, Joshua goes and conquers Canaan. But according to the archaeological evidence, we don't see any evidence of this conquering of Canaan. But the problem is that the timeline of the Egyptian, of the Egyptology was wrong. The way they did the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, they had to rearrange that. And when they rearranged the timeline, they saw that it fit perfectly with the biblical events. And that's just
okay. So you've actually got to rearrange Egyptian timeline to fit the Bible. Is that what you're saying?
Not just to fit. No, hold on. Not to fit the Bible, but even within even with Egypt's his history, the timeline had to be rearranged because.
Okay, so they had to rearrange history to fit the Bible.
No, they didn't rearrange history to fit the Bible. You're saying that Egyptian timeline is history. That's not history. We're talking about what the Egyptians recorded and the timeline that's being developed based on what we're finding. The problem is that these timelines, they're continuously getting updated, continuously getting altered and changed. And depending on who's in control, depending on what governing body is in control on any of these institutes, they have the final say. So if you present your hypothesis to I don't know, the Egyptology Institute of Cairo or whatever, and they look at your finding and they think it's bullshit, because they have their own vested.
You can't rearrange a timeline to fit something. You know that, don't you?
No one is trying to rearrange the timeline to fit any specific thing.
You use the words rearrange.
It's not to fit. It's not to fit any specific thing. The timeline within itself.
Well, you said it was.
The timeline within itself needed to be updated and needed to be rearranged. The dates weren't adding up.
You just said it again. You just said rearrange.
Even within Egyptians' history, forget the Bible, even within Egyptians' history, the timeline, you know, they update timelines all the time. Forget the Bible. You know, they update timelines all the time.
I'm not talking about updating. You said rearrange. You said they had to rearrange history, and then you said they had to rearrange it so that the Bible fitted.
Are you listening to what I'm saying, or are you just trying to find something to argue about?
Yes, perfectly. You used the word yourself, rearrange.
But that's exactly what they did. When you look at the Egyptian timeline,
if you're rearranging stuff to fit the Bible, then
no one is rearranging the Egyptian timeline just to fit the Bible.
You just said that yourself.
Oh my gosh! All right, let me just get screen share because I feel like you're just not even listening to what I'm saying. Timeline.
I have a question. What's the topic about? Is it about the Bible being real versus Sumerian being real, or is that the main thread?
So I believe that what the stories in the Bible, basically, actually what it started off was that I said that mankind had interfered with the scriptures, that the Bible itself is not one complete book anyway, by the way, Zulu.
That's a claim, but
mankind
an interesting claim.
interfered with scriptures, and so they've taken things out and they've put things in, and so we can't believe anything. we only have to look at King Joshua, and it's all right you going on about Josiah. Let's talk about Joshua, shall we? What about King Joshua?
Joshua is not a king.
He was going to tell all
Joshua
the
is not a
Jewish
king.
people. Hold on. He was going to tell all the Jewish people that they should no longer believe in many gods. They should believe in one God. Let's go to Egypt.
Who's King? Hold on. Who's King Joshua? Joshua was.
Well, look it up.
Joshua was the leader.
You said I don't know nothing about the Bible, so you
don't know nothing about the Bible. Who's King Joshua? Joshua was the follower and servant of Moses, and he became the leader of the tribes of Israel after Moses died. Who is King Joshua?
Right. Go and have a look at who tells the people that they should stop believing in many gods and they should believe in the Yahweh rules.
What? What are you talking about? Okay, this is ridiculous.
So you don't know.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, okay, I'm ridiculous.
Listen, I'm going to show you the timeline, and then I'm going to warm up my food.
What timeline? Timeline of what?
I'm going to explain to you what I was trying to explain to you earlier. Maybe visual.
Oh, what you were trying to explain. So you're not
maybe a visual explanation will help.
So anyway, let me make my point. Seeing as you keep talking and you don't like me making points.
Jubes, are you a Sumerian, like a Sumerian supremacist or something?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay. Do you think Sumeria was the oldest civilization with this knowledge, or could it have been passed from earlier times, or from other societies in existence at that time? No.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Floor is yours.
Still waiting to share my screen. Still waiting.
You can try prayer, man. A quick one, you know.
No, it's not a video. It's just the image of the timeline from the documentary. I probably didn't explain it properly. But while I'm still waiting for the screen share, what I meant to say was they didn't rearrange the Egyptian timeline. They rearranged where they thought the Exodus happened. So they thought the Exodus happened within a certain period. I think they thought it happened in the New Kingdom because of Ramesses, but they moved it back. Where they think the Exodus would have happened in this documentary in the Middle Kingdom, and the events seem to line up perfectly when you lead up all the way up to the conquest of Canaan. Because if Joshua comes in and invades Canaan, hold on, if Joshua comes
which dynasty was it?
Middle Kingdom, in the middle Bronze Age, right?
Is it 15th or 16th dynasty? You know? That's what I mean. For my reference,
dynasty, I'd love to look at.
If you don't mind.
For the
because that's my coherence of that. That knowledge, that database in my head. It's easier for me to attach it and remember it. If I connect it to something like a mind map.
I don't know the exact dynasty, but I know it's in the Middle Kingdom, Bronze Age. If you type that in, you should get something for that. But the point I was making is,
was it before or after Akhenaten? Was it before or after?
Before Akhenaten. It was just after the Hyksos. It's
after the Hyksos invasion.
Yeah.
They say the Hyksos went to Canaan and they were kicked out or something. I've heard the story.
Yeah. So in the documentary, it clearly shows that the way Egyptologists were going around the Exodus was very disingenuous. And when you actually put the Exodus in a more correct part of the timeline, all the events add up. Because what really proved it was the conquest of Canaan. Because if Joshua is coming into Canaan and taking over the Canaanite regions from these Canaanite kings, we are seeing in the archaeological findings cities being destroyed in that time period and being taken over. And even according to the Canaanites themselves, they describe these people coming in as Habiru. Habiru, colloquially, just means someone that's a mercenary or someone that's a rebel or someone that's just going around causing havoc, a barbarian, right? A habaru. But that's what they called us, right? But when you actually look at the destruction of Canaan, if you put the Exodus in the middle kingdom, the Exodus happens, then they go into Canaan, it fits up with those cities being destroyed. So when you put everything in its right perspective in the timeline, it kind of makes sense. This is why I'm saying they're not being fair when they're saying the Exodus didn't happen. They're not putting it in its correct timeline. Everyone thinks that the Pharaoh was Ramesses, but it wasn't Ramesses. That's the Ten Commandments film.
What do you think the motive is to change that timeline on purpose? What's the main goal to achieve, according to you?
Well, it doesn't help. It doesn't help an atheistic society if the archaeological evidence is pointing to the Bible mainstream. So there has to be some ambiguity so that there isn't a push for people to believe in God. Otherwise, if it was their goal for people to believe in God, you'd be finding stuff all over the place, and it'll be in your face.
Right. Sorry, I
let me ask one more question before you start.
But I don't think the.
Can I ask you one more question, please? Do you feel?
I'll put the link. Hold on, Saisi. I'll put the link in the private chat, Jupiter, and you look at the image while I'm explaining it. Is that okay?
Yeah. Deanna, one last question for you, then you can continue. I'll listen. Do you think because of this one thing, what's the impact of this timeline change to discredit Christianity? Is it a strong impact? You think? Do a lot of people get confused? Do they know about this?
I'm going to answer that question. I'm going to answer that question in a minute.
No problem.
While we're screen shared, I would like to show Jupiter what I was trying to say, and then I'll answer that question. So if you watch the documentary and you look at David Raho's work, let me clarify, an atheist archaeologist, no invested motive to believe in it at all, an atheist, right? He put the events of Exodus in the Middle Kingdom instead of putting it in the New Kingdom. And it lined up with the conquest of Canaan, because we see cities being destroyed in Canaan during that time period where you place the Exodus in the Middle Kingdom. And you also see people in Canaan talking about the Habaru who have come in to take them out, take over them. I think that it's called if you look at the artifact, it's called the Amana letters or something like that. It's a bag of letters that the Canaanite kings were sending to the Egyptians saying, yo, these people have come in and they're trying to take us over. And they call them Habaru. They came in from Kemet and they're trying to take over. These events of the conquest happen after the Exodus. So when you put the Exodus in the Middle Kingdom, all the events sync up. The problem that Egyptologists were doing was they were putting the events of Exodus in the New Kingdom. Because what? Ramesses. But you got that from the Ten Commandments movie. Where's Ramesses? The Pharaoh's name isn't even mentioned in the Bible. All it says is that the Pharaoh of the Exodus was a Pharaoh that wasn't known, that didn't know Joseph, that didn't know the Israelites, right? It doesn't really give us an indication of who the Pharaoh was, but yet people think it's the New Kingdom. But in the documentary, it clearly, eloquently explains and shows that it would have made more sense to be in the Middle Kingdom. And then you start to see the events lining up with the conquest of Canaan. But that's what I wanted to show you, Jupiter. I can send you a link to the documentary if you've got time to watch it in your free time. But to say that the Exodus didn't happen and you haven't even looked at the evidence to prove that it did happen kind of makes me think, you're not really informed. But anyway, what was your question again, Sahasi?
My question is, what's the impact of this issue they did with the timeline, the specific thing, in the goal of taking people away from God, from Christianity? Do you think it had a big impact or a small impact, or is it significant in the long run on a world level, or is
I don't think it's super significant because most people don't really care about archaeology. Like most when the claim to Christianity is a belief anyway, right? You're not going to find evidence for everything. It's not like a scientific adventure, right? So at some point you're going to have to believe, but the way they fashioned it is they make it seem like it's all myth. There is no evidence that points to it in any way, and that's false. So the impact has been big, but I don't think it's been super big because most people don't even know about this shit, to be honest with you. I guess it's more impactful for those that are interested in history and archaeology. I'm interested in history and archaeology. So when I went to history school and they were telling me a bag of lies, I had to do the investigating myself. That's just what I'm interested in, but some people don't care.
I'm interested in this too, a lot, in truth, absolute truth, as much as we can find. But like you said, there's a lot of holes, and some holes they're difficult to, clear
Yeah,
and
and you
find
can't
evidence.
fill it by rearranging the timeline.
Jupiter,
Yeah.
I just explained what I meant by that. Did you hear my explanation, or did I waste my time? Please let me know right now.
Yeah, you said that they took it and put it in the Middle Kingdom, but that
Took
means
what?
that they changed it around.
What did they take?
You said they took the Exodus and changed it.
Right. They didn't change the Egyptians' timeline. They just moved the Exodus.
Right, but you can't do that, can you?
You
If you're
can't
going
do
by
that.
biblical scripture, you've got
Do
to.
you want me to tell you why you can't do that? Because the place that they put it in the first place, there wasn't any valid reason for it to be there in the first place. And when you look at the events that happened after the Exodus, which is the conquest of Canaan,
Okay.
those events line
So
up
who do
during the Middle
you
Kingdom.
believe put it there then? Who do you believe put it in the wrong order?
The people that tell you God doesn't exist, the people that tell you about
Okay.
evolution, the people that tell you
Oh,
about
but the
the big.
people that tell you that God don't exist decided to put it in the wrong order in the Bible. Is that what you're saying?
It's not their motive to prove the Bible when they're doing these archaeological diggings.
No, I'm asking you a sensible question. I want you to understand the
I've
actual
given you an answer. Did you hear my answer? I'm telling you that the
I
motive.
heard your answer, but I'm
motivate.
asking
Hold
you
on,
again.
Jupiter. Hold on, Jupiter. You're not going to
Why are
answer me
you
the question.
talking? Oh, so you're talking over me, but I'm not
No,
allowed to
Jupiter,
talk over you. Okay, carry on.
I've given you an answer to my question. Maybe let me
Yeah.
break it down.
So I allowed you to
so that
elaborate. You spoke. You went off and you spoke to, what's his name here?
You're wasting my time, man. You're not even showing me respect.
You went off and spoke to Wanksy. You've answered all Wanksy's questions. You've elaborated. You've put something in the back chat. The minute I try to say something, you're going to talk over me. Is that fair?
I'm answering your question. No one's talking over you.
Right. So the question is simple. Who do you think changed the timeline in the Bible?
I don't know the specific person, but I know that these institutions have invested in motivation to disprove the Bible so that they can validate their naturalistic perspective and evolutionary perspective, whether cosmic or whether biological. So they have no motivation to prove the Bible. And this is why anyone that does prove the Bible in those fields are seen as fringe scientists, pseudo-scientists. Kent Hovind, who disproved evolution, who's an actual scientist, is seen as a pseudo-scientist. David Rahol, who's an atheist, who doesn't even believe in God or Jesus or the Bible, who's proved that the Exodus happened, is seen as a pseudo-archaeologist. So clearly there is an argument that they're trying to force the evidence into and disregard other arguments.
Right, so you finished? Because I asked you a simple question and you went
And I've
on
given
a
you an
monologue.
answer. Did you hear my answer? I'm not going to
Yes.
I'm not going to answer it again.
Yes. Okay, I don't need you
Cool.
to answer it again.
Cool.
So you went on a monologue instead of just answering.
A monologue?
You're very emotional and you don't understand answering the specific question to monologuing.
Monologue?
But that's okay, Zulu. I understand you want to get all your points out there, so you're
Jupiter.
monologuing.
If I'm intellectually,
hold on. Let me reply you. So, when I made the statement that mankind have interfered with scriptures, are you agreeing with that statement?
Yes.
So, what is your argument?
But it depends. It depends on what the implications of that are. Are you saying that there are no surviving Bibles or no surviving scriptures that are intact? I would say no, there are.
I never said anything of the sort.
But if you are claiming that there are scriptures out there today and translations out there today that are false, I would say that is correct. For example, the NIV.
So you're agreeing with me?
Can you let me finish? For example, the NIV is a terrible translation of the Bible, and I would even make the claim that it's a satanic version of the Bible. It's even a New Age version. From what I've seen, that the discrepancies and the changes are so poor that it actually changes the theology within itself. But these are commonly
that's my whole point. So that was my whole point. And it's not even just with Christianity. It's happened with Judaism. It's also happened with the Islamic faith when they burnt all the books and rewritten them so that everybody believed the same thing.
Yeah, but Jupiter, even in that story, their argument is there were still people that memorized the Quran. So the fact that there's still people that memorize the Quran, you can burn all the books. But you
do know that Chinese whispers proves that memory doesn't always be correct.
But irregardless, Jupiter, if multiple people are remembering the same thing and they all come together and recite what they remember and it all adds up, then 10 times out of 10, it's probably the original thing.
Yeah,
if
but that's
20
the whole
people
reason
all
why they had to
memorize
burn the
it,
Qurans.
if
That's
20
the whole
people
reason.
if 20 people all recite it and it's exactly the same as it was when they had the book, then it probably is what it was.
Yeah, but that's the whole reason why they had to burn all the Qurans. Because
Well,
people were doing recitals and the recitals started to change. And they started looking at the books that they were looking at, and not everybody was on the same scripture. So that's why they burnt it and decided to put one scripture that everybody could follow.
But like I said to you, Jupiter, there's people today that can read the whole Quran and memorize it. Do you know what that means? That means if you were to go to a Muslim and take the Quran away from them, you've not taken away the Quran because it's still in their head. So that instance of someone burning all the Qurans, does that change what people remember? Does that change what people remember? No. And if multiple people remember it and it all recites the same, then they can basically rewrite the Quran again. Does that make sense?
No. So what happened is that people were remembering it and passing it on like Chinese whispers, and some people would forget certain points that needed to be remembered, and then they would flower up other points, or they would misconstrue what the interpretations were meant to mean. And when these scholars went around, they suddenly realized that there was people that there was slight discrepancies, and they wanted to make sure that the discrepancies were ironed out. So they took all the books, they burnt the books, and then they rewrit it and told everybody that that's what they had to follow. In doing so, we don't know.
I'm going to microwave my food. Give me a second.
In doing so, hold on. In doing so, they don't know whether they have thrown away authenticated stuff or not, because mankind decided that they were more powerful than God, and that God's idea of passing it on through word of mouth was a bad idea, and that their idea of writing it down was superior. That's the first
I would like to add that if the data cannot be recollected correctly, it doesn't mean it isn't available deep down in the consciousness, in the soul. Everything is recorded, I feel, like in a hologram. And the data is there. It's not easily recovered by those who haven't practiced. Like seers, magicians, shamans, they have excellent memory, like the Tibetan monks do, for a reason, because they then can have a better recollection of visions, dreams, and everything. And those people have advanced skills who might be able to, like TN Zulu said, be able to get that data. I would add through many ways, like scrying, which is used in witchcraft too. I'm talking about the opposite of what you said, basically.
Right. So
yeah,
you get a God. God comes down.
Yeah.
He's got the word. He puts the word out, and all these traditionalists are repeating the word, but some people are mixing up the word. It started off as book. By the end of the fucking 10 years, it ends up as boom. Scholars come around. They see one group are repeating it correctly as book. Another group are saying boom. Down the road, they're saying boot. They say, dearie, dearie me, this is wrong. This is not how it's meant to be. Let's take all these teachings and these books that you've been using to pass this knowledge on. We're going to burn the lot, and we're going to rewrite it so you all say the same thing. But the one that took it, we don't know if they decided to go with boom, boot, or book. And you're telling me mankind didn't interfere. Okay, let's skip over to the Jews. Let's have a look at the Jews. They believed in a pantheon of gods. In fact, they didn't even like Yahweh, because Yahweh was quite cruel to them. They were actually honouring Asherah. It's in the Bible. They had, on every hilltop, they had this temple to Asherah, a goddess. They all adored her because she treated them fairly. But one of the lesser gods, Yahweh, didn't. King Joshua comes along, finds a rule book under ruins that says Yahshua rules. He says, you know what? I don't think we should be having all different gods. Let's get rid of the lesser gods. I like Yahweh the best because he's strong, he's destructive, he's a warrior. Let's all pray to Yahweh and make out all the other gods never existed. Okay. So, we've had a mankind interference because God said, nothing. I'm putting Yahweh first. Then we go over to Christianity. All these good Catholics, all doing what they wanted to do. And suddenly up turns this king, Henry VIII. He decides that he wants to get divorced. He wants to go against Scripture. Oh, what's he going to do? Oh, I know. Let's invent a new religion. Church of England. Still be Christianity. But what we'll do is we'll allow a divorce. And what we'll do is we'll chop off the heads of our wives so that we can go and marry someone else. Oh dear. Christianity is being written. In my lifetime, I've actually seen it happen. We've got the Bishop of Welby only last week. And this was my point. Changing Scripture. So don't tell me in the eons of time, if I've seen it in my lifetime, that there hasn't been interfering men and women. Changing Scripture. And might I add, that the Bible, who decided what went into the Bible? Was it men or God?
Jupes, you have a great ASMR voice, by the way. I'm falling asleep slowly. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's awesome.
So you're falling asleep. That's fine. I'm going on mute.
I mean it in a positive way, you know. I'm becoming relaxed and meditative, you know. That's what I mean. My ego is falling asleep, you know, I would say. The dog which wants to bite others. So, you know, you're like a female Buddha almost becoming, I feel.
Forgive him, Father, for he knows not what he does.
All right, I'm back. Food is microwaved. You finished monologuing, Jupiter? I didn't interrupt you, you see. I'll let you monologue.
Okay, what's a monologue? Please tell me it's
What is a monologue?
Yeah.
Whatever you were doing while I was away.
Are you sure?
Yep. Whatever you were doing, whatever rubbish was coming out of your mouth while I was gone, that's a monologue. Because every time I spoke, it was a monologue, right?
It was a monologue because you went off the topic.
I went off the topic.
You started bringing. I was making a point. I stuck to the point, and I showed you the 3 points that I was making.
So I monologued when I screen shared and proved to you what I was saying about the timeline. That was a monologue. Interesting. That shows your level of comprehension is very low, which is what I suspected before entering in the conversation. I thought I'd give you a chance.
Oh, I accept you as a higher being. Yeah, you're the higher being.
I thought I'd give you a chance. Like you interrupted me right now, but it's cool because I don't complain about it.
Yeah, but that's because I'm inferior.
But I thought, let me give her a chance. Maybe she'll be different.
Yeah, but that's because I'm inferior.
I never said you was inferior.
That's because I'm more humble. I'm sorry. I apologize. You are definitely a superior being with more infinite knowledge.
I never said I was superior.
Well, why are you not saying that? Because you was saying that 2 minutes ago.
If that's how you feel, then that's a shame because we're all equal in God's eyes. But
but when I said that to you earlier, you weren't having none of that.
I never said I was superior.
I do believe in superiority of some beings over others based on accomplishments. So we can. What's your idea of superiority? You know, both of you. I'm interested. How can we assess somebody being higher in accomplishment and spirit and mind, intellect and everything beyond others who haven't put in the work or, you know, are lazy mentally? So. And who would be number one on this panel? You know, is it Shiva or Khan or
I think that you should ask Zulu that because he's got more knowledge.
I'm asking to both of you. You know, I'm interested in both of your unique views because I feel.
My answer won't be complete enough. I
feel the universe has conspired to make all of us in an intelligent way and unique.
To answer that question, only
But that's okay. Knowledge can grow. It's like a fungus, you know. It can grow like a mushroom, a psychedelic mushroom. So it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, this burger is delicious. What was your question, Sahasi? Since Jupiter thinks she's inferior and doesn't want to answer your questions, I'll answer your question, bro. What was your question?
Yeah, my question is, how would you assess superiority of one person over another, and who is the most superior on this Trilluminati platform? According to you, like a top three, or most superior intellectual in every way, in every humanity, all of it. Who are top dogs, over there? I'm curious.
It depends on what you're trying to measure someone being superior on. Are we talking about intelligence? Are we talking about strength? Are we talking about
Everything you feel is relevant according to your own view, so people get to know you better,
To me, there is no superiority because the supreme being is the creator. And there's always going to be someone better than you at something. You may be the best. You may be the best here at creativity, but there's someone out there that's better than you at creativity. So I always refer to the ultimate rather than referring to these micro examples like, oh, I'm the best at being creative here, but there's someone out there better than me.
Yeah, but he's asking what your prerequisites are for superiority.
I don't measure superiority. I don't really think like that.
Or let's say quality. What's your idea of a quality human being? Who did well?
A quality human being is someone who's Christ-like. If you are not Christ-like, you are not a quality human being, in my eyes.
In what way would you say Christ-like? Which things can I measure in myself to assess my level of quality or Christ-like being, according to you? I'm curious. I like to get technical to the data.
I'd like to know that as well, because I'd like to know how far
It's
below
very
you
simple.
are.
It's very simple. Love the Lord God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind, and love your neighbor as you love yourself.
How does that tell us what level we're on?
No, that's what you need to do in order to be close to Christ.
No, but he asked you specifically, how can we compare ourselves?
To who? To Christ?
No, to other people, because you said
I just told you.
You
that
said you're more knowledgeable, so we want to know.
I told you that's.
We want to know how we can level up against you.
I don't measure superiority amongst people. I told you that.
Oh, but you did earlier.
It's like you don't listen to what I'm saying. I literally just said that I don't compare people's superiority.
Okay.
Just because I'm more intelligent.
So if we rewind this,
hold on.
If we rewind this and I say that people are equal,
I'm not finished.
But you wanted to talk.
You're not going to bulldoze. You're not going to bulldoze me.
Partisan the people, and I said
you're not going to bulldoze me, bro.
What do you mean? I'm asking you a question.
Let me finish. Yeah, I clearly told you, that I think I'm more intelligent than you, and that's evident with this conversation.
So we're asking, how do you?
I never said I was superior to you. You said, "Oh, you think you're superior than me," and I corrected you and said, "No, I don't think I'm superior to you. You have that inferiority complex, not me. You're the one that brought in superiority."
I don't. I believe I'm inferior. I believe you're right.
There you go. So that's you. That's your own opinion.
So because you are more superior, I'm asking you, how have you worked that out?
But do you see the problem now? You're putting on me what you think of yourself. You think you're inferior than me.
No, you told me, and I'm saying, okay, I accept.
I never said I was superior to you.
You
Find
did.
me the clip. Find me the clip.
You said you were more intelligent.
Doesn't mean I'm superior to you.
So so more is less. Is that what you're saying?
Jupiter, listen to what you're saying. You're saying that you're more inferior.
It's more or less. So you're inferior
saying,
to me then.
Because you're making this conversation ridiculous now. We could actually be talking about something. You said that you're inferior to me.
We are talking about something.
I never said I was more superior to you at all.
No, you said you was more intelligent. So is being more intelligent inferior then?
But hold on, my opinion on my intelligence versus your intelligence doesn't make me more superior to you. Because when you say things like that, you need to be careful with what you say. Because now you're going to spread things like, oh, Zulu thinks that he's more superior than people and this. I never said that.
Okay, so you think that your intelligence makes you inferior?
What? See, now you're all over the place now. What can I do with this?
I'm asking you. Does it make you superior or inferior?
I told you that there is only one supreme being, and that's the creator. I don't measure superiority. That's what you do. I don't do that. This is the second time I've said that now. Maybe you don't listen to my responses.
So what's the point in being more intelligent then? There's no point to it.
There is no point of this conversation because you're just asking ridiculous things.
No, I'm asking you, what's the point in making the point of saying that you're more intelligent?
I'm just stating a fact.
Yeah, for what purpose?
I'm just stating a fact. It's that simple. It doesn't have to have a purpose.
Was it to stroke your ego?
No, I'm just stating a fact. That's all.
Okay.
There's
Was
no
that
reason
humble
behind
then?
it.
Was that being humble?
It's truth. It's the truth.
Okay.
It's
So
the
being
truth.
proud and boastful, are you not warned against that in the Bible that you claim that you know so well?
There's nothing proud or boastful about me saying I'm more intelligent than you.
Well, it is, yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, it is.
How can it be proud and boastful if it's factual?
Especially,
If it's real?
How you haven't denied it. It's interesting how you haven't denied that I'm more
especially
intelligent.
if you don't know
That's
why
the
you're
interesting
saying
part.
it. If there's a reason and a purpose and understanding that you're giving to me, then I'm waiting for you to teach me, teacher.
It's interesting how you haven't denied that I'm more intelligent. I thought you'd
Because
be
I'm
doing that instead.
humble. I don't believe that I'm superior to other people.
Yep, all right, but I don't know. I didn't hear the conversation, but I'm assuming that we all understand that even if you're more intelligent than someone, which someone's got to be more intelligent than someone. I don't know if that necessarily makes them superior, though. Maybe superior at maths or superior at a specific.
So you don't believe it's superior in knowledge?
That requires intellect, superior in maths, superior in this, superior in English. But it doesn't mean you're a superior being. That's my perspective.
I literally said that, Jed, and she ignored me. I literally said exactly what you just said. Literally, word for word.
Yeah.
Well,
so I would
because like for
because
instance,
I
I
think
could be
if you've got-
taller than you.
If you're
Right?
superior in intelligence,
I could be stronger than you. I could be taller than you. I could be faster than you. I could.
Yeah,
be...
that's given, Jedi, but that's not how he was saying it.
No, but I'm just saying. Well, I didn't hear, so I'm not.
What do you mean? That's not how I was saying it. What are you talking about?
So I'm asking you, what was the point of you telling me that you're more intelligent than me? I'm asking you to give me the lesson, the reason why you said it, and if you can give me a clarified reason, maybe I'll accept the reason why you're saying it.
I just told you it was the truth.
No, you said it for what reason, though?
And it was at the conclusion of our conversation, based off the conversation we've just had. I expressed that I was more intelligent than you, and even in previous conversations we've had, it was a slight
self-assessing yourself.
Was it a conversation about superiority?
No, it was a conversation about the Bible.
We started off a discussion over scripture. It's quite simple. And I made the point that scripture has been interrupted by men. And he came in and assumed that I was saying all scripture is useless, that I didn't believe in any scripture, that I didn't believe anything in the Bible. He just assumed that, went on a mad sort of like monologue. Yeah, and then started telling me how the times of Egypt's timeline has had to have been changed so that it fits in with the Bible. And
okay,
I said,
now let me know when you're finished because you're lying.
Yeah, you said it was the Exodus was moved to the Middle Kingdom for it to fit. And I said, if you've got to move the timeline to fit the Bible, then the Bible doesn't fit the timeline.
Interesting. So when I first came into the conversation, it was because she was saying that Christians are allowing homosexuality. That was literally the start of the conversation.
Last week, yes.
That's when the contention started.
No, I said they allowed marriage.
I was going in to go against her on that point. I don't know what she's going on about now.
Right.
That's
so
where I came in.
My point, no, you assumed what my point was and then came in arguing it. And that's why it's always best to listen and let people land so you understand their point and you don't end up arguing with yourself.
It's interesting
so
that
my
you do
point
the same
was
thing, but yeah.
that mankind interferes with scriptures, and that only last week we have seen in my lifetime an interference with scripture, because we have the Justice Welby, the bishop, stating that it's okay to bless gay marriage when the scripture does not permit it. And you came in and argued from a totally different direction.
But then you said that the scripture does support love, and you think that it does support gay marriage.
Is there a
Why would I say the scripture supports gay marriage? I said I don't personally have a problem with it.
Is there a strand of the old conversation? Is there a strand of the old conversation that we could pick back up, or of you lot's conversations that we could pick back up? There must have been a point where you lot started discussing the superiority, but you could have like
For some
moved
no
on.
reason at all. He told
Yeah,
me his
I can remember, by the way.
So what
I
is
can
it?
remember. The original was, and I assessed with them both. They said they confirmed that I asked them, is it about the reality or the superiority? No, I didn't say superiority back then, but is it about being the Sumerian story real versus the biblical narrative being real? I asked them, is that your main discussion? And they confirmed. You know, that's how it started.
That's not how it started. I came in
That's
talking
not
against
how
it
it
because
started, and I never
Okay, it
confirmed that
became
with
that
you, and
when
nor
I.
did Zulu. That's the one thing I'll agree with him on.
it started when she said that the church supported Christianity. I mean, sorry, the church supported.
Okay, yeah. I will listen.
No, that's
Yeah,
what you
thank
thought
you.
I was saying because you didn't let me land.
But that was the whole conversation to begin with.
No,
I even showed you in the Bible
The point I
where it
was
says that
making.
if a man sleeps with a man, they should be stoned. If a woman sleeps with a woman, they should be
No,
killed.
that's what you believed, and that's what you come rushing in to say. But that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that all of the Abrahamic religions have had the scriptures changed. Every single one of them, without a doubt. And therefore, nobody knows what was really there in the first place when the word was first spoken.
Zulu, you don't believe that any of the Bible, like the King James Bible, has been changed, do you?
Do I believe it's free from change? The King James Version Bible.
Basically.
No. I would
So
say
you
no.
do believe there's some change in the King James Bible?
Yes, I'll say it's a possibility. Yes, I haven't looked.
But you're not aware of any, but you're leaving a possibility open.
Based on what I've seen, it's one of the most best translations to English.
Okay.
But doesn't mean it's perfect.
No. I don't know.
Best
You
doesn't
get
mean
what I'm asking
perfect.
you, bro?
I get. Yeah. Is it free from change? And I'm saying no.
Do you think that the King James Bible has been tampered with?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have reason to believe? Can you share your reason why you believe that?
Anything that's translated from one language into another loses some of its initial meaning or strength. Just off that basis, I can't give specific examples, but just off that basis, I will allow that. Like that's a possibility, but it doesn't mean that the message in its totality is now tarnished. Because we can still refer back to the original Hebrew even to this day. I can still open a Torah and it reads the same as the KJV.
Okay. Dukes, what do you say to that then?
So I say to that at one time the Jewish people were worshipping a pantheon of gods, and at some point they got told to make it one god. And if you go to Egypt, even as far back as Egypt, the same thing happened in Egypt. Now, personally, do I believe there's only one God? Yes. Do I believe it's the God that's written in the Bible? No.
But you worship energy, right?
So I believe that Jesus' teachings are true, but when he's talking about his God and his Father, he's talking about something that elevates mankind. It's not a being like we would know, because it's more of a conscious energy, and it encompasses everything. His esoteric teachings I go along with. The
conscious being is an energy, is a deity though. That's what a deity is.
Yeah.
A consciousness. Usually attributed
I would agree with that.
That is devoid of physicality.
But the stories that they put down to the creator in the Bible, I believe, come from Samaria. They are literally
come from Samaria, or they have similar themes. Because
no, I believe all of it has been condensed and stolen and plagiarized, just like Islam plagiarized Christianity, Christianity plagiarized Judaism. Judaism got it from Abraham because he was a Sumerian and he was aware of these ancient scripts.
Could it be a continuous communication with humanity by that being or aliens through those scriptures again and again, with changes implemented to guide humanity into a better direction?
Can
I ask you lot? Yeah, do you lot think that a book is the most efficient way for a all-knowing being to communicate with his creation?
No.
Like to communicate his plan with his creation.
No, I don't, Jedi. No.
I think it's direct telepathy. You know,
I mean,
he has the access to all of us.
Being a father myself, I often go out of my way to speak to my children face to face about important issues because I know how quickly they like misinterpret what I'm saying or have something else in their own head, right? Like I say, right, I want the dishes clean, and when I get back, I don't want to see anyone on any computers. Then when I get back, they're all on computer, and I'm like, what's going on? It's like, oh, I thought you said once you clean the dishes. I sent a text. I thought you said once you clean the dishes, you can go on the computer. Like they all got this little faction to them where they just make up extra words, which slightly changes what I said, right? They get the majority of it right, but them few words that they change, I mean, they actually end up doing what I've asked them not to. And I just feel like if my kids are anything like humans compared to God, I just wonder why it's been left so unclear. Because no matter what you lot say, as believers in your respective ideologies and religions and whatnot, ways of life, you have to admit that it takes a hell of a lot of faith, a hell of a lot of belief, hell of a lot of trust in what somebody else has told you in order for you to believe in these concepts. You have to admit, whether you're religious, whether you're Muslim, Christian, or Israelite, you have to admit that there's a big leap of faith needed in order for you to like believe in these things. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, 100% agree. And I also think it's quite cruel. Because if you want it to go out to the masses, why are you only doing it for people at a time when most people couldn't read? So you're going to write it down.
No, those words were for the clergy, you know,
Kemo says, it tells you have to have faith, though. And I think, Kems, that this is part of the issue because it's like all the truth is in this one book, and this book tells you that, boy, you're going to have to believe some of this shit. Of course the book's going to say that. If I wrote a book, like the Bible, or just say, like, if I wrote a book like that, I might add something like that in there. This shit ain't going to be real unless you believe it. You're going to have to, like, I don't know, but it's almost like it's telling you, don't worry, I know you're doubtful, but just believe in this book that you're still reading.
But this is the question.
Not outside of the book. Do you know what I mean?
I'm sorry, yeah.
No, go for it, bro.
But this is the question, though, Jeds. Is it all just belief, or are there things within the book that correspond with a lived experience, with a day-to-day experience, i.e., what the Bible, for example, what the Bible says about the unseen realm? Are there elements within what the Bible says about the spiritual realm, about the unseen realm, i.e., demons, angels, spirits?
But that we can't prove.
Okay, that was a poor example. Let me give you another example. The sinful nature of man, right? The propensity to sin. Can you see that in your lived experience? Can you see man having inclinations to do wrong things? That's just a random example, but what I'm saying is essentially it's not purely just faith and no lived experience tied to that faith.
Okay, all right. Listen to this, yeah?
Yeah.
Incorporating the rule of fair exchange in your life is living the law of attraction. Be sure that you always give fair exchange in business and in your personal life. In business, always give more value than the money you receive. In your personal life, always give back what you have received. If you have received support from others at a time when you needed it, and then someone asks for your support, be sure to give back the support you have received. All support comes to you through the universe. And so when you give support back, you are giving back to the universe. This is living according to the rule of fair exchange. And it is living the law of attraction. This is from, I've got a book called The Secret Daily Teachings. And it's like you just open it every day. It's got a new thing, right? Which I never do.
That's from the Kabbalion.
But guess what?
Yeah.
Is there not truth to this?
There's a portion of truth to it.
Right.
But it's not entirely
so
true.
funny, a book that's not claiming to be written by the Almighty has truth in it. And every day you read this book, you will read something true in it. This is human nature. We look at tea leaves and see patterns. We look at fish and see patterns. We look at leaves we look at wherever, stars, wherever. We look at stars, we see a man with an arrow or a bull or you know what I mean? Whatever else.
The one thing
Libra
we're
scales.
trying to do is look for patterns.
We look for patterns, we look for correlation, and we make everything relate. You could stare at a wallpaper and start seeing shapes, faces. Your brain will scramble to make sense of everything. So that being said, when you open the Bible and you see real life truths like you expressed, I expect to see that in 99.9% of books. It's actually I put it to you that it is impossible to write a complete book filled with nothing but lies, untruth from the beginning to the end. I put it to you that it's impossible. So I expect the Bible to have shit that correlates. People do astrology, yeah. People do stars, yeah. And if I was to read your star sign today, there'd be some truth to it.
Definitely.
And if you want me to, I can read it, and you can be honest.
We could even make it up.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that because I don't
we could
actually
even make it up. Jedi, I could even make it up now.
I don't actually believe in the zodiac thing personally.
No. Okay, cool. So what?
I would appreciate it, by the way. I'm Gemini.
I was born in December.
I don't know. What star sign do they say that makes you?
From my memory, I think it's Sagittarius. I don't really know much about the star signs, so I think it's Sagittarius. I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. Daily horoscope. Sagittarius daily horoscope. February 23rd. It says, tap into your creativity to unblock the emotional flow today. Sagittarius, this can be a powerful tool. Creativity is a big part of who you are, almost as big as communication. Your emotions link to those two aspects and constantly interact between the surface. If one gets blocked, release it by focusing on the other. Express yourself through creativity and consider talking to someone close. Now, can you tell me that this is untrue to you? No, you can't. Neither could I.
But that doesn't apply. That doesn't apply to me, though.
Why not?
But
so creativity is not a big part of who you are.
It's not the only thing that's.
It doesn't say. It says it's a big part of who you are.
It's a defining factor for. It's a defining factor for Sagittarius, right? That makes them different.
I don't know.
And guess what, Zulu? He said you've got one of those pathways blocked, and you should unblock one to allow the other to flow.
Yeah, this is what I mean, man. It's like
so. It says your emotions link to the two aspects of communication and creativity, right? And those aspects constantly interact beneath the surface. If one of them gets blocked, you should release it by forcing the other. So if your communication gets blocked, get more creative. If your creativity gets blocked, get more communicative. Now, I feel that personally that could apply to most of us. I'm not going to say all of us because someone's going to say it doesn't apply to them. They have no creative bone in their body. Their creativity and their communication is not linked. Yada, yada, yada. There's difficult people. But the fact is that it doesn't mean that the horoscope is correct because it touches on true aspects of your day-to-day life. It just means it's written in a way that can apply. It's open enough for interpretation that the viewer will place themselves in that paradigm or under that context to find sense from it. This is human nature.
It's like the magic ball, right? They'll tell you general things like, oh, you're struggling with something, but it's not like specific to me. You know what I mean?
Now I'm saying that the Bible, as much as we feel like it's very specific, is actually quite general. And the reason why we know that is because a lot of the things in the Bible can apply from any time it was written till now and beyond. Hence why nobody can be sure when the last days are even though the signs of the last days are given, we understand these signs of the last days are signs that we've seen forever. Homosexuality, earthquakes and natural disasters, immorality.
One world order.
Sorry, say again.
One world
New
order.
world order.
Have we seen that all the time, or has it only ever happened?
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times. An attempt of unifying the whole globe. We've seen it multiple.
But it's going to happen now. It's no longer an attempt to.
But it's not happened yet.
So when it does happen, will the argument change?
Hold on, they said it was going to. No, but what I'm saying is the people in the past said it was going to happen, and we don't know whether it. Like nothing in the Bible tells you that. In fact, Jesus says that the end days will come before certain people that he's addressing die.
Depends on who those people are. Who he's talking about. Is he talking about the end time generation, or is he talking about the people he's speaking?
Come on, Zulu.
But this is the understanding in the Christian world, right?
You're just highlighting the ambiguity that allows for what's that word? Whatever, decoding or whatever. Interpretation, thank you, my brother. Yeah, it allows us to interpret based on our reality, based on what's going on around us, and then we start coming up to conclusions. You know what? I think we're really in the end times now. They thought there was in the end times then. They've always thought it was the end times. Doomsday prophecies are a part of the modern, at least the modern, and by modern I say from when we've been recording stuff, human experience. Everyone's thought that the world's going to come to an end.
That's a fact. I can't deny that.
So basically, I'm not like, it was a long way of going around just to say, just because you see truth in something doesn't make it the truth, the total truth.
Can I address that ambiguity?
I feel like when the more we look for truth in things, the more likely we are to find them, settle on them. Right? Yeah. This is look. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Look, yeah, this is it. Yeah, man. I knew it. You know, I always knew it.
Can I address that? Can I address the ambiguity point?
Go on, then.
So, why did Jesus speak in parables, where it wasn't very clear for some people and some people that understood? Why did he speak in parables?
Why did he speak in parables? I would assume, being like mature now, I would assume it was to convey multiple messages at one time.
What does that? What's the goal of that, though?
The goal of it is to communicate multiple things at one time. It's time effective, is efficient, covers ground.
I would say it's. Oh, sorry.
I would assume every time speaker Jesus spoke would have been important. It doesn't strike me that Jesus would be a being, a perfect being at that speaks for no reason. So I'm sure there's reason every time he opens his mouth. There's an actual point to what he's saying. So I would assume that if he's speaking in parables, it's because that's what parables do. They communicate a lot in a small space. Yeah, parables allow you to speak to the psyche and the human condition on multiple levels: physical, spiritual, mental, emotional.
So it's more effective to get the individual to find the answer in the story themselves rather than simply telling them the answer, right?
I don't know if I agree, but I could definitely see your point. Like as in teaching fisherman how to fish rather than give him fish.
Right.
I agree with Jedi completely, by the way.
It isn't necessarily ambiguity within itself from my perspective. It's more so, here's the story, figure it out.
It's more so what?
It's more so, here's the stories, figure it out.
Yeah. And with that, I think when it comes to lessons of life and death for my children, I'm going to be precise and direct. And when it comes to lesser important things, then I might be like, I might say, a woman's always right. What do you mean by that? You'll find out, son. And I could be basically saying women don't like to be wrong. And if you want a quiet life with your missus, let her win wars and keep the battle as your victory. But I'm not saying all of that because you're 8 years old or whatever. You understand?
That's a good
but
point.
when it comes to don't let anyone touch your privates, or don't walk off with strangers, or don't open the window, or stay away from the oven when it's on. I am direct as a motherfucker. Ain't no ambiguity, ain't no room for getting it wrong, misinterpretation. No, 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 no. This is highly important that you get this message from me, from the horse's mouth directly. I'm not leaving this a post-it note on the side and hope that you saw it. I think, oh, you know what? Some people ain't gonna see it, but it's cool. And no, do you understand what I mean? If we're dealing with life or death, your soul, eternal life, the Creator, the Most High, these are the most pivotal aspects of reality to any being. Their existence and the existence of a Creator. If there's messages being conveyed about those things, then yes, you need to be direct. Yes, you need to be accurate. And yes, I need to be able to trust the source. If you've deliberately given me sources I can't trust, or I'm dubious about, then it's almost like you're setting me up to possibly fail.
That's true. So
I don't have a religion.
No, but I mean, yeah, you're right.
No, XY said, Jenna, you technically have a religion, even though you haven't got a book you abide by. I don't.
Well, religion, no, not an actual religion, but you have a way of life that you've determined for yourself. As you understand it to be.
I don't have a way of life. No, I don't.
Like your own way of life. That's what I meant to say.
I'm living life. I can only live my life. I don't have. You get me?
No, but you have your own
way. But it's not a way of life. No, stop that. Stop that. I put on my shoes 1 foot at a time. I put on my trousers 1 leg at a time. I go poo. Do you know what I mean? I burp.
Oh God.
You know what I mean? I comb my hair. You know what I mean? I cry. Like there's no what way of like some. Oh yeah, my way of life. No. That's Buddhism is a way of life. Rastafarianism is a way of life. 7-day Adventist Islam ways of life. Jedi just being here is not a way of life. I'm just living life my way.
So you don't have a set of rules or set of foundations that you've set for yourself?
I'm pretty lawless. I don't have a set of rules and foundations that I set for. I do what pleases me, and yeah, and I try to do what pleases me often.
Okay. Do you deny?
So, for instance, not banging my friend's missus is just something that I choose to do. Right? Is it a way of life? I couldn't say it's a way of life. It's just some things I'm not interested in doing. It's not a way of life. Do you know what I mean? Not slapping grannies is not a way of life, is it? I just don't slap grannies. And one day there might be a granny I slap.
If you slap me, I'm going to tell everyone you hit a granny.
for some obscure reason, you know. I always say that, like, you know, from Chris Rock said it, like, there's a reason to kick a granny down a flight of stairs. You just don't do it.
You fucking kick me.
Hold on. Would you agree that not having a way of life is a way of life? Oof.
No, because you're being silly now. Then everyone's got a way of life, then, isn't it?
Yeah, they do.
That is basically breathing. Existing is a way of life. No. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
Existence you're making out like you have no opinions. It's just breathing.
Because you know what that does? That I feel like that lessens your way of life, which is a chosen, adopted way of life. Do you know what I mean? And you're doing it for a reason, with purpose, with instruction. And it's different from just like breathing, isn't it? You came out of vagina breathing, and now it's a way of life. No.
Yeah, but you're making out like, oh, I'm just living. That's it. I have no opinions on anything, no beliefs.
We got opinions. Yeah, of course
we have beliefs. So that's a way. That's a way. You have beliefs.
Do you know what ideology is?
Ideology. I don't know the definition, like terminology.
Well, your religion is an ideology.
It's an ideology.
You follow an ideology.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't.
But you've made your own ideology.
I haven't. I'm living life and experiencing. I'm action. What's that in English? Is that a verb? An action word. An action. A thing happening. That's what I am. I'm something that is happening.
Like a process, perhaps.
Yeah,
you have opinions, though. You have a perspective.
Like a spiritual process, you know. We are, in a way. We develop all the time.
if you don't know whether something is right or wrong, so you don't adopt it, how is that an ideology? You're not desperate, you know?
No, I'm saying you have opinions and beliefs, right? You may not hold.
We
Do I have opinions? Yes, I have opinions. Yes, I have opinions
and
I have
beliefs.
beliefs. I try not to live based on beliefs. Yeah, and I try to turn those beliefs into knowledge because I know beliefs are not enough. Because I believe something is not enough for it to be a fact or for it to be true. So I'm on a quest to see what is real. So I purposely leave myself open-minded and spirited in order for the truth to have no resistance when it comes into contact with me. Right? So
yeah, that's called blockages, you know.
Have you made that decision to do that?
I try not to hold on to anything too rigid because, like, I don't like. Basically, imagine you got imagine we were born with a shopping trolley. Everyone's born with a shopping trolley, and in that shopping trolley lies your ideology. Yeah, I've got an empty shopping trolley because I'm ready for my ideology to jump off the shelf and into my fucking basket, and I'll be so happy. But I'm not gonna go and pick up anyone else's for the danger that it's not mine. I'm not gonna say let me hold on to this one for now, because by the time I'm holding on to this one, when the real one wants to get in my cart's gonna be full. My trolley's gonna be full. I don't want my trolley to be full because then I can't get what's for me. So I'm not picking stuff up. I'm looking, I'm browsing, I'm looking at the price, I'm smelling, maybe even tasting. Yeah. But I've not purchased anything from the shop. So no, I don't have an ideology. I'm still in the shop, I'm browsing, still here. I've not selected anything. Nothing selected me so far. So I don't think that's an ideology. I'm not in the shop with a plan not to shop. But if I'm in the shop and there's nothing there for me, then so be it. I don't want to buy anything that I don't need.
So when we say ideology, are we going by like the actual definition of it? Because I've got the definition up here. Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
And it takes guts, you know. Oh, sorry. I just want to say it takes guts if you accept mystery and not try to force yourself to get something which tells you everything and it's shut down completely for the rest of your life, you know. If you can handle not knowing, that's a plus, I feel, into the search of truth eventually.
I don't think humans
Hold
are
on,
built to
guys.
know everything. I don't
I'm
think
trying to
we're
read the
built to know
definition.
everything.
The definition of ideology is the system, okay, interesting word, the system of ideas and ideas, system of ideas and ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, and ideals, yeah, my bad.
So I don't have that.
Especially one which forms the basis of economic or political theory and policy.
I forget all that. We know what you mean by ideology. I know what I mean. And no, I don't have a system. Because a system is something that you can read, you can check out, innit? You can double check that I'm doing it right. It's written, it's structured, it's there, it's presented. Even if you created it yourself, but it's like, boom, you know me, man. Whenever you ask me questions, my favorite answer is I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I live within the system. I'm in the system, as in, you know, the global system or the worldwide system or the UK system, whatever you want to call it, you know. But you know, I'm at odds with it, so I can't say that I'm accepting it. Do I have a system for myself? No, I don't. That's the truth.
So how do you?
I don't have a system of ideals and ideas that I work from. I don't. This is what religion is. This is what a political party is. This is what communism is. This is what capitalism is. Is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not a capitalist, a communist, or any of these things. Do I participate in capitalism? Yeah, because I go to the shop and buy stuff. So everyone's saying you
don't want to be called after these things, but there's bits and bobs of each of these things that
you life is a system. You don't just talk nonsense. I swear down, the word salad you lot get yourself into is mad. What system do I have? Tell me, explain it.
No, but Jez, it's not an official ideology. We agree on that. But in terms of
an ideology.
But you have ideas, right? Okay,
I have ideas, but I don't have a system.
Word. I agree. System
I have ideas. Word, right? I don't have a system of ideas and ideals. We all have ideas. They're called thoughts.
Do you have a process when you're authenticating ideas? Is there a process behind it? Determining what's true or wrong or this and that. There's a process, right?
It's a good question. I think when it comes to ideas, when ideas are presented to me, I try to use logic and look for evidence to support this idea being either a good one or a bad one, or you know what I mean? Right? That's about it. That's what else do we do? I got no magic tricks to determine whether something is true or not. One is, does it resonate? But sometimes the truth might not resonate with you, and if you don't challenge your ego, you may believe that you've got the perfect barometer for what's right and what's wrong. I don't do that because I know I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again. You know what I mean? So,
are there any ideas that you settle on?
If you said to me, like for instance, yeah, if you said to me, Jesus is God, yeah, what is my system to evaluate whether that is true or not? Or I'm going to ask you questions because I'm going to ask the source, the person that said that, right? I'm going to ask you questions, and if your answers are satisfactory and satisfy my curiosity and my need for evidence, then I'm going to agree with you. Like, you know what? I think you're right. You've convinced me. You know what I mean? You've shown, you've proved it, you've worked it out. You showed me you're working out, and I can't see any reason why this ain't right. So this is possibly right.
Yeah, I would like to add that it's good to try to destroy your own ideas as much as you can, you know, and allow others to destroy them too, to see what stands up.
No, I do agree with destroying and rebuilding. There's power to that. But once we've agreed upon core fundamentals,
no, not to rebuild, to completely destroy.
There's no reason to
hold on.
Like,
hold on, you should completely go for it.
I wonder
Destroy
how
it.
somebody determines that their religion is the right one, and often it comes down to some blurry-eyed,
what they were born into,
staring into the distance. I just had something. I had an experience, and you know, and it's like, what's your experience? Oh, I just had an experience. That's usually what it comes down to. Almost 99.9% of people that say they know for a fact what happened. It turns into some shit where they got no way of proving to me. Just like, oh, I just felt right. I just feel it. I've heard God. I spoke to God.
Yeah, and I think that's for most people.
Like, you know, and so how does anyone? I often wonder, how have you objectively proven this? How have you? Where there's all these ideas flying around. One idea's come to you, and you've sat and said, "This is the one," right?
Well, that's where we get the magic word faith from.
Exactly.
Do you know what it is, though? Like, for example, when people talk about their spiritual experiences, whether it's astral projection, whatever it may be, these are experiences that the individual experiences themselves.
Exactly.
Unless I also experience that, how it doesn't mean just because I haven't experienced it that it's false.
Of course.
So that doesn't mean everything needs to be proven in that way, because these things have to be experienced. They have to be experienced. So when I'm filled with the Holy Spirit,
I've not experienced any of these religions grabbing me by the throat and saying, "I am the truth." I've not had that. I've not had that feeling, inclination, nothing. Some things are like, yeah, I like this, I like that. But like, listen, man, it's been placed in a format that is highly untrustable and dubious, and that's just what it is. I didn't make it like that. I didn't create the Council of Nicaea. I didn't create King James. I didn't create that James, that person, this person, I didn't do all of that. I didn't make it so that I can't be 100% sure if this is the truth. I'm open and I want the truth. So as far as I'm concerned, the truth is going to have to work just as hard as I do to fucking meet me somewhere.
The thing is, how can we believe?
He's going to have to jump off the page and slap me.
But just let's be honest, yeah. If
something's gonna have to shake me, like move me. I'm gonna have to see something because of the type of person I am. I'm gonna have to see or feel something.
But just let's be honest, yeah.
When your ego dies, then it can come in. with the ego, we block it. You know, that's what I believe.
I love all that talk about the ego blocking, but you know the wickedest thing, my ego calls it. My ego's not working against me trying to find the truth. My ego
Then you have a purified ego. No, but then you have a purified ego. You know, that's good. Yeah.
You're missing what I'm saying. Yeah, my ego wants me to have the truth, so I can say I've got the fucking truth, just like the rest of you that think you got the truth. Unfortunately, I'm resigned to this position of, well, I don't know, I'm not sure, rare, which is cool. But you lot sound like you're having a whale of a time knowing for a fact that you've found God.
No, I don't say that. I say in my opinion. I always say I could be wrong.
I'm fucking jealous. I'd love to be in you lot's position where you just know. I don't.
Because we've had the experience, Jeds.
Exactly. So don't ever think my ego would want to rid me of the experience, because this guy's default setting is everything's ego. Ego this, ego that, ego this, ego that. You have an ego for a reason, bro. Have your ego in balance. It's your friend. It's not your enemy.
Yeah. I mean, with the ego, the negative aspect we need to see to understand ourselves, and then release that energy for something better, and then you get like a better ego. That's what I mean.
It's not negative to want to see to understand. It's not negative to want to feel to understand.
But
experience something before you jump on it is actually the sign of somebody that respects himself. I respect, and you know what? Even if I haven't got the truth, I respect the truth. So it's almost like saving yourself for your partner that you've not met yet, because you respect them.
You're staying a virgin.
That's exactly what it is. I'm abstaining from making pledges, oaths, and allegiances to anything until the real thing comes along.
I agree, man. Spiritual virgin until the truth really hits you the way it should hit you. You'll have doubts, you know. It should really hit you. Yeah, I agree, man. Some level.
You know, that's what it is to me.
Yeah.
You know,
real love, God's love. You know, agape.
I talk all the time about these things, and you know, like honestly, I do seek to stay open to the truth. I have to always add to the truth because I don't want to be open to just anything. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to just be wide open, like, oh yeah, free house, come in. But at the same time, I'm not gonna guard the door when the truth wants to enter.
I feel can I say one thing maybe later on after you? Thank you. Thank you.
So to get back to like, I want to see something, right? So let's build a scenario. Let's say you're sleeping and then like you heard a voice and then you woke up and it was God and he told you, yo, the whole Bible thing is true. Is that enough for you? But would you not think maybe that was a demon? Because we know about other instances where people have said they were speaking to God, but it was actually a demon. So even in that instance, would you not be hypercritical, even if it was the real God? Do you see what I mean?
I'd like to say yes. I'd like to say yes, but then if I had the experience, maybe I wouldn't be. If that happened to me, maybe I'd be convinced. Maybe I'd be like, no, that was real. Maybe
that's the other thing as well. We
I'd
always
feel it
think
and
we know
resonate
what
with
we would do in certain situations, and you don't.
I don't know exactly, dupes. I don't know. So it's like if I woke up and I was hearing a voice in my head chatting to me, I know it'd be a mixture of, probably would be a mixture of fear and excitement. What the fear would be, what the fuck is going on? Oh my god, this is freaky. The excitement would be like, yes, yes, I knew some shit was gonna go. Like, do you know what I mean? Because I've got that feeling that at some point I like something will jump out and slap me.
And finally, special effects, man. Finally, you know.
Finally, like.
But you will be critical of it, though. You won't accept it fully. You'll be critical of it, right?
Broski, if I hear a voice talking to me, I'll let you know whether I accept it or not, or whether I'm critical of it. Let me hear the voice first. I've got good intuition. I've got good instincts. Like, do you know what I mean? Let's see what happens.
I'll pray. It will happen. It will happen. I'll pray.
Yeah. You know, I've heard voices before. You know what I mean? And I wasn't critical of them. So You know what I mean?
I'm gonna start praying today.
I heard a voice saying, "Call the ambulance now." As loud as crystal clear in my head, and I didn't even know why I would listen to it and repeated it and made that happen until my son was rushed to hospital and put into intensive care. Then I realized why. Do you know what I mean? Because I didn't have a fucking clue.
Did you figure out what the voice is, or did you just know it was just a voice? That's it.
It was just a voice. I don't know. I'm not sure what that voice is. If I was to speculate, I could say it was a voice of guidance, probably from a higher aspect of myself. I could say that I feel like it's when I say higher self, I just feel like there's faculties working in my brain and in my subconscious and in my spirit that I can't necessarily fully explain or identify, and in times of peril, they kind of seem to work in unison with each other to deliver me from danger.
Have you, Jedi, ever done something right in your life, right? And I don't mean anything big, just something really simple. I'll give you an example in a minute. Where you've done something, you're doing it, and you really don't know why you're doing it. Like, I can remember once, and to this day, I still remember it, because after I did it, I was like, why did I even do that? I was on a bus, and for no reason at all, I pulled this woman's hair in front of me.
Shalom.
What?
Damn.
Yeah, you did it, Isabella. You did it, Isabella. Mud.
Damn.
Yeah.
You know, the hair
Seriously.
transmit energy, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I was about 25. I don't even know why I'd done it. Wasn't that I disliked her?
That sounds demonic. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like you were taking over.
Afterwards, I thought, why the fuck did I do that? What did I just do that for?
That sounds like it should be
really weird.
I think
before.
I think you got information from it through the hair, you know, through the energy. Yeah.
I think a lot of people get that kind of those impulses, you know, and I think a lot of it, the psychologically, has got something to do with someone standing in front of you. Because when I was younger, I used to get like impulses to punch people in the head when I was walking behind them. I'd always like imagine and have little visualizations of, imagine if I just punched him or whatever, rare.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people have, and or imagine if I just swept that person.
Yeah,
and I think it's psychologically you calculating the danger of someone being behind you and you not being aware.
Testing boundaries.
Yeah, testing. So you project it, and you're like, "Yo, I could just do anything to this person, and they wouldn't know." And then you may end up being the person that looks behind you a lot when you walk, and is more aware of the thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it's just tuning. I think you're. I don't know. It's weird, but I don't think it's as strange as you think. You know?
No, it's not.
It's not.
What I would note is that you gave in to the impulse, which is interesting. Because I've never yet given into that.
Yeah, she let it take over her. Like, that's a bit like, you know what I mean?
You gave in. You was like, fuck it. The urge is over.
Yeah, but the funny thing was, as I pulled her out, I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And immediately as I'd done it, I was like, why did I do that?
Oh shit.
This is why you shouldn't mess with that witchcraft, man. You start losing control of yourself sometimes, man.
You're panicking. I wouldn't worry too much. But no, I don't.
What did she do when you pulled her hair?
Well, luckily enough, I didn't do it really spitefully. I just sort of tugged at it, and she sort of shifted and sort of like, I don't know, just thought she'd caught it on something.
What was her race? If you don't mind me asking.
White girl.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, interesting.
Well, you think I'm going to run around just picking on random black people? Yeah. You people are so fucking. You people are really.
You people. Allow it.
I'll tell you something though.
There's next level racism pulling down hair from.
Yeah, I don't know what they got me down as. They are funny. My mixed race daughter though, who's got lovely long afro hair, right? Mm-hmm. It's afro hair, but it's slightly looser, but it is afro. It's more afro than Curly, and we were on this coach going on this long distance, and this woman come over. It was a black lady. She pulled her hair. My daughter was only little. She was like, "Ow!" She just pulled my hair, and I went, "What'd you do that for?" She went, "Oh, sorry, I thought she had a wig on."
What? And did you slap her for doing that to your daughter?
No, I was too busy sort of
Even
like.
if she did have a wig on, even if she did have a wig
Really?
on, why are you touching her?
Really?
Yeah, why would I slap somebody? She said sorry. She said why she done it. I don't think she done it to be nasty.
Did you have a go at her at least? Did you have a go at her at least?
No, I just give her a dirty look and said she's stupid, and then I just sort of like comforted my daughter. I think Hector was more angry than me though.
I can imagine, yeah.
He kept mumbling. You know, as Nigerian men do. Stupid woman. Move away from here.
I like Hector.
Is Hector a witch too, or does he do anything spiritual?
Your thing, Zulu, about hearing the voice and how people react to it. I feel like when mad shit happens, you usually don't react in the way that you would predict. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you might see the craziest shit, and whereas if someone asked you, what would you do if you saw this? You'd be like, oh my God, I'd shit myself, I'd do this. When you see it, you've got this weird calm, like this external calm. That's just like, bro, like sometimes, I've been in some scenarios and I've really looked at myself like an action fucking star or something. Like, how the fuck are you doing this? Like, how are you? And when I see other people's reactions and how maybe shook or surprised or whatever they are, I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm not doing what they're doing.
What you mean? You're doing some John Wick shit and having an out of body experience at the same time?
Crazy. I'm just, like I said, like when it comes to, if we was to talk about guidance or protection, that would be a different story. Yeah, because I've just had moments where, like, I don't know. I just can't explain how I've done it or kicked in to gear or rare. It's just, and like I said, it's this weird autopilot type of feeling where you instinctively are doing the right thing to survive in that scenario.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Trust me, man. I could tell you some crazy stories, man. There was this time that I did this. I can't even talk about it. But basically, I did a robbery, right? It was.
I love the way the story.
He said he couldn't talk about it, and then he dived straight.
I'm not going to tell you, but
because by me even saying I did a robbery, that like really keeps it nice and vague. I did a robbery with some friends. I took them out. I said, "Look, come, let's go make some money." We went out. We was very young. Went out. I said, "Look, let's go up here. Let's go this way. Let's do that." Boom, boom, boom. We went down and whatever, and then I was totally freestyling. I said, "Right, boom, we're gonna go in here." We've gone in there. As soon as we got in there, I've set it off. We've done the thing. We've come out. We've fled, and the route that I chose to leave was like magical and totally
spontaneous.
Like to the point where we basically ran down a residential road, jumped into a garden, jumped over a couple fences, ended up on the other side of a train station fence. Yeah, climbed over the train station fence, jumped onto the platform, train pulled up, jumped on the train, we were gone. Like, and I'm talking about like in 5 seconds. It went like, it was fucking crazy, and obviously made loads of money, but I was getting questioned like, "Raw, how did you plan that? How did you know?" Like, and I didn't.
Yeah.
I just didn't. Like, it was just. But I know that was probably a grubby example because I'm using like a crime.
No, but it does demonstrate high level thinking, but not Neo style, more like Agent Smith style.
It's like there's
It's like everything they say. Sorry to cut you, bro. They say that everything's already happened, and that information of everything that's supposed to happen in a certain way is already there. It's just if you can tune into it and be in that zone where you're reading it digitally, like 0 1 0 1, left, right, what, like step. Do you know what I mean? If you're in that mode, you should be able to emulate the code, basically.
Do you know when you think
You've been listening
about
to Schiffer too much.
do you know when you think about your past, yeah, and you think about a scenario you went through, and you maybe can think about some of the thoughts that you had.
Yeah.
In these type of moments, when I try to think about the thoughts I had,
There's no thoughts.
there's nothing there.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Just like a
autopilot.
That's what I'm saying to you when I don't have that voice in my head.
Obviously, I was thinking,
what I mean.
it's almost like the only way I can explain it is like just your instincts and your thoughts and your emotions and your whatever all coming together. And it's like a.
You ever seen an accident about to happen and it goes into slow motion?
You know, Jedi, that sounds like a spiritual awakening, and we have many of them in our life, you know. Often many awakenings, you know,
I
like
don't
children.
think that's a spiritual awakening. I think that's just how things happen anyway. He's just aware of the mechanism of how.
I'll explain why I say that. I'll explain why I say that. Some events in life or moments suddenly, like growing pains, you know, like we grow not linearly as a child, it can suddenly erupt, and that means for me significantly an activation within the energy body. There are different locks in the energy body which block our energy reaching a certain level or a power, because we're not ready for it psychologically, mentally in this body.
Don't you have a friend that always wins things? They just got that vibe. They just win stuff. They just win.
In life,
they're on a different level, you know.
Yeah. I got a friend that just always, he just wins shit, man.
Always does well. Yeah, same.
Like I don't know how, like he just wins stuff, bro. Things just happen. Like I don't know. Don't do the lottery.
But do you know what I've noticed with those people?
I am a scratch card 150.
But you know what I've noticed. Do you know what I've noticed about those people?
Jammy cunt, right?
But you know what I've noticed about those people? They don't think too much about it. This is
that's what I'm saying.
This is another key I've learned here about my spiritual experience. Yeah, is whenever things have happened and I don't think too much about it while it's happening.
Right.
It just happens.
You're not attached to it. You don't.
So now when that thing happens now, and you look back and you try to think about the thought process, it's blank.
It ain't there. It's not there.
It's not there. Because you just flowing. Like
that's right.
You were thinking.
It's like you're reading. It's like you're reading.
Your thoughts were in tune with your action to the point where there was no need to ponder your thoughts or observe them. You just did them.
You're like in a flow state continuously, day and night.
And I think sportsmen and that, like what Jupiter's saying, with all that practice and that, they're basically learning to slow down time.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Like
are they thinking quicker
and fit in more calculations and adjustments and blah 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 in a shorter space of time than the untrained. Hence why they are, once they've done one move, they're already adjusting to get into the second complementary move. I'm thinking about tennis for some reason, but if you've seen high level tennis, that shit looks like magic.
It is.
Yeah, it's like reprogramming of nerves and neurons.
You don't know the ball's going there. Don't tell me you know the ball's going there. How? But of course they do, because they've trained.
The subconscious programming and calculation, you know.
You know, baseball players that can hit a ball that's going at 100 miles an hour. Do you know what that is? A ball coming at you at 100 miles an hour. Do you know what that is? A small ass fucking ball that could hurt you.
Yeah, it's fucking painful if you don't catch it in the right way.
Yeah. Have you seen Steph Curry shoot 3-pointers? Do you know what it is to look like a machine? To look like a machine that's designed to put the ball in the basket. Me and you will try and we'll miss 55 times. He will shoot 55 in a row.
Yeah, they feel the ball more than they calculate it. You know, that's it.
When you throw a ball, when you let the ball go, do you still try to dictate where it goes while it's in the air?
I feel it's still energetically attached in your hand, and you're still.
I do.
Yeah, you're moving and stuff.
I might even like keep the stance of the move I did until the ball gets to its destination, and I'm in a way
guided it. I know what you mean.
I feel like I'm still slightly got some kind of control over it. Does that sound? I know it sounds weird.
Do you know? You play
pool, and as you hit the ball and the ball and then your white ball, the cue ball's going towards its target.
Yeah, I hear you.
You're wishing it on, right?
Do you know how I would interpret that? It's like if I tell you something to tell Zulu, and I'm watching you to make sure you tell him correctly, but I've already told you, and I can't control what you tell him. I'm just overseeing whether you're telling him correctly or not. So I will watch.
I don't believe that. See,
I will
it's
watch
different
you, but
because
I've done my part in it. I've imparted my information into you.
Nah, guess what? Nah, yeah, you're right. But the watching me part is also
willing you on,
also interfering and giving me messages. You understand?
What he's basically saying is he's still in connection with the ball.
Right.
Yeah, I feel you have
He feels it. So as he's pushing that ball,
that
when he
ball's only
stays
in the air
still,
because of you, right?
he feels that he's still pushing power into that ball.
Yeah, I feel you have an energetic cord to everything you cherish or you touch or you deeply connect with, or get attached to, and to people too. You know,
if you ever played basketball or stood in front of a basketball hoop, like stood in the key of the where they take the free throws from, right? It's basically almost directly in front of. If you ever stood there and just tried to take shots, right? Or no, a better example. You know when you go to the fun fair or the arcade and they've got that mini basketball thing, and you've got to throw as many baskets in.
Oh yeah, mini basketball.
Yeah. So when you're doing that now, it's like I feel myself trying to let go of all the thoughts and all the effort and all I'm doing is putting the ball in the basket. I'm not trying to take a shot. I'm putting the ball in the basket. Bam, 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 bam. And I get that rhythm, and it's almost like I could start thinking about something else.
Yeah, I know.
And just keep that action going. And
it would be funny though if we walk around the fair, we turn around the corner, and there's Jedi frozen because he's still putting the energy into it.
Yeah. I feel that. I don't know, man.
That would be funny. What are you saying,
like,
Jeff?
I swear to God, like, even when I'm going toilet and that,
what you
oh God, Jedi.
I think like the pee that's leaving me and hitting the fence, I still feel connected to it because it's actually still connected to me. There's no breaks in the pee leaving my penis and hitting the fence.
You can put breaks in there if you want.
As I'm peeing, I'm actually connected to this liquid that's outside of me. Does that make sense?
Are you connected to the fence though?
At that moment when I'm pissing on it, yeah, definitely.
Especially when it's electric.
You're connected to anything. Are you not connected to anything you touch?
You're connected to anything you see.
I'm connected to anything I can feel.
Remember string theory.
Go on, Zulu. Tell him. That's sick.
Observance is a big
observer. So they say in science that anything you observe affects the thing that's being observed.
Outcome. And they also claim that in order for something to exist,
I'm watching the ball travel towards the basket, observing it. Am I not? I'm the owner of the force, the kinetic force that has sent it into the air. That's my force. The intention behind it is mine, and the observer is me.
Right.
Yeah.
But they also claim that in order for things to exist, they must be seen somewhere.
By someone.
Yeah,
by someone. So the ultimate, the all, or the creator sees
but what they
everything.
say is that
And because the creator sees everything, everything exists.
Yeah. That's why they're saying reality is like a projection. It's like a hologram. So someone must be
that's
doing
string
the
theory.
projecting.
If you look it up, I'm not making this up.
No, I agree. That's the theory.
That creator that's seen everything.
Yeah, that's the theory.
Satan and Adam, where they've been. But yeah, we'll move on.
I want to add one thing to this. Reality we observe from here is it's like an afterfeed on different energetic levels. We parts of our consciousness, they already decide what's going to happen, and for people who are less magical, let's say, or aware of their energy, in general, hold on, let me finish this. It takes longer, like 12 seconds, I feel, to manifest what they decide on the energy level into this reality in some way, and others who are called more magical or aware might have a stronger connection within that mechanism to manifest faster and stronger what they decide deep down, you know. That's all, yeah. What's your idea about this?
How long? On average, 12 minutes, did you say?
Seconds, I feel, you know, but it's in a part of us which we are not directly connected to, which is much deeper. And it comes up sometimes to warn us, like in this example, you know, through many ways of important things. It's like a coach at the background, which knows more, and we're the pupil playing in the field, you know? Yeah.
Why do you think it is that we do everything better on autopilot? And as soon as we apply too much thought, or too much, as soon as we try to observe the thought, we are less good at whatever we're trying to do.
Processing power.
Because God doesn't try, innit? God just does. So
the processing power diverted
God
to
mode, you got to.
Yeah.
When you open that cupboard,
when
you open that cupboard and that thing comes flying out and you catch it without even looking at it.
Yeah.
But you think to yourself, what the fuck? I'm a fucking ninja.
Yeah.
Don't you think that to yourself?
Yeah.
Zero, like I could throw 10 items at you and give you 10 seconds and you're gonna drop one. But it's like when you're not thinking, you do the maddest shit.
Yeah, you're thinking, you're just using a different part of your brain, innit?
Say that again?
You are thinking, you're just using a different part of your brain.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I know you're thinking, but you're not really observing the thought.
It's a difference between, because to me, it's the difference between reading and counting. There's a different part of your brain that counts. There's a different part of your brain that reads. One of them, you're counting things that's already happened, right? So there's a delay. But when you're reading, you're doing it effortlessly and without putting any resistance. So when I'm reading a book, for example, like there's no point where I think, oh, I have to stop, put the brakes on, that there's some danger or there's some sort of resistance. I'm just reading. There's nothing stopping me because there's no.
I've done that before, though. I've stopped.
That's fluent reading, right?
Don't you ever stop
when you start thinking about what you're reading, you start fucking up.
Yeah.
I've read some dodgy books, mate, and I've had to stop. Like, yo, let me start reading this shit. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, but I mean like reading out loud, right?
I need to stop and go.
Oh, reading out loud, that just happens. I don't really.
I mean like reading out loud, you just read out loud. But when you start thinking about reading out loud while you're reading,
you read internally, yeah.
You start making excuses, mistakes and stumbling. What I do anyway, I find I start becoming the more self-conscious I become, then the less good at something I am.
I actually can lose the conscious of actually reading. Like I'll read the book, put it down, and it'll be like I just watched the film for half an hour. I'll forget the whole reading part of it. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just imagining what you're reading. It's like you're watching something.
The problem is that
because reading so effortless.
I get into points where I'm reading so like automatically. I couldn't tell you what I just read, and I've got to go back and be a little bit more conscious.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyone can read words, isn't it? Yeah. But if it doesn't hold any meaning after you've read it, then I suppose reading isn't just being able to repeat the words. It's comprehension too.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people can read words, but they can't comprehend what they wrote, what they read. It's not. Yeah.
I think you need conscious deliberation of especially complex things you read to really connect with it and understand them with your full consciousness, so you have a better grasp of it, so you can relay it in your own words to others in the future. And just copying and memorizing and repeating, which we learn in school, doesn't activate the deeper apparatus we have. We're programmed to function in a very limited way all our lives, I feel. We don't get the right brain activation, no art or mandalas or other tools, which can help us advance more as children already. They don't want everybody to have remote viewing with each other. We can send data and they can never grasp it or take it away from us. That's true freedom, I feel. If we all become psychic and we can do whatever we want without them enforcing anything. We don't need their communication methods anymore. Yeah, we don't need their communication methods anymore to communicate. We have more freedom. No bans and everything.
You can probably communicate more with your eyes anyway.
I bet you can. Pause.
The eyes, I feel, are connected to the soul, which is located in the back of the neck, I feel.
I think women do talk with their eyes.
And I feel those parables of Jesus you spoke earlier about were an activation for people energetically to open up their heart, which I feel is the father energy. Through the heart, you connect with your father.
The heart chakra.
Yeah, and through the navel with your mother, which is the watery emotional side. We have also as a man. And the heart is like your power source. You know?
Yeah, this sounds very...
It's esoteric, you know, it's about the energy grid in a human body directly, you know, getting knowledge of that and feeling it and feeling the changes in you. And everybody, you know, has it, I feel, and can do it, you know. And you become more self-aware, I feel, too.
Interesting
And
subject.
you get information from past lives at sometimes through lucid dreaming or visions, you know, so you get to connect to a deeper part of yourself over time. And I feel that's missing with a lot of people, so they get into situations, you know.
For people who've got partners here, right?
You know?
You want to make your relationship stronger, spend 2 minutes looking into their eyes. Just into their eyes, silence. Yeah, do it.
And if you're a man, don't.
And then what happens?
That's awkward. This gonna be awkward.
Yeah, like what happens when you do
It's not
that?
awkward. It's really, really deep if you do it properly.
Well, let me say this, Jupes. Are you guys looking at each other simultaneously, or are you catching your husband like when he's looking off into something else?
No thing. If I've just nutted, you could do that.
Oh my gosh, go on.
What you say, Jupes?
You sit opposite each other and just look deep into each other's eyes.
Oh, that's awkward. That's awkward as hell.
No, it's not. A comfortable space. Just look into each other's eyes.
Yeah, that's really
actually, that's
relax and do it. You'll find that it's really rewarding.
actually that's a Sufi practice and Islamic practice, you know, esoteric practice.
It's really, rewarding.
I'm too much of a jokester for that, Jupes. I'm gonna make a face. I don't know. That's weird though. That's kind of weird too. I could try it. Yeah,
try it.
But I feel you.
Look into my eyes. You know that little brain thing? It just came to my mind when you said that. Sorry. All right, then talk then.
They're all too busy staring into each other's eyes. Everyone's gone off. They're in their zone now.
Yeah, there's also practice.
Nuts and I was just like zoned out. Like, what are you doing, bro?
You know, there's also variation of looking in your own eyes in a mirror every day for 10 minutes. You know, it's a Hindu practice, yogi practice, to get into your own soul. You know.
Are you into that stuff, bro? Are you Hindu?
No, I'm not Hindu, but I'm into everything which works. That's my system, you know. Anything which works, which I explore, I'll keep using until I find something better, and that's it. You know, very pragmatic.
What is the goal? What are you trying to achieve? What is the goal?
Goal is self-discovery, you know, self-discovery and hopefully discovery about reality, you know, on a deeper level. Like Gnosis, direct Gnosis.
Goes back to what we were saying earlier about trying.
Yeah. I want to have all the special effects eventually, the ones I can handle.
You're just trying. You're trying to do something.
He's gonna he's gonna try all the special effects, and he's gonna get himself into.
What if you
wake up in a
Lucas what if you do all
movie,
this and you lose yourself in the end? Was it worth it?
I'll see at that moment, and I'll know then because I will be changed from what I am now by future experiences. So
you're
that's
willing to lose
impossible
yourself
question.
in order to know the fullness of reality.
I don't know. I'm ready to destroy my personality to see if something better comes up, like a wider consciousness, you know, elevation, enlightenment, you know, take the risk, you know, I would say. Like destroying any ideas I have about the world, any ideas I have about myself, about who I think I am, you know. I see it as an idea too, what we call personality, you know. It's a program on some level. But
that's what they're doing with all this identity politics, destroying everybody so that
they're giving them more identities. That's not destroying them.
They're making people scared to lose their identity, and that's already an existential angst in humanity. A lot of psychologists say angst, angst, you know. So people deep down are already on some level scared, which we normally disconnect from to operate every day in life. Otherwise, it's impossible. And we all have some fears, and that's in Indian Hindu systems. It's related to the root chakra, under the genitalia, which connects to the earth, to existence, to matter. And, and the sacral chakra is a navel, which is connected to the mother, from which we rise, which is element water, and the root chakra is element earth, and the heart is fire, and that's the element fire, and it's connected to the father, I feel, in my opinion.
So, Hasi, do you know what I like?
It's a system, in a way, of energy.
You know when Rastas say, I see an eye, peace to the eye, Rastafari. Yeah.
Yeah, the
So when
third
they
eye,
say I see an eye, you have to remember that I, meaning you
What
as
does
a
it say,
person,
Khan?
is an eye. In other words, is a
Khan, let me hear you say.
Yo, Sahasi.
How do the Jamaicans do it? Khan, how do the Jamaicans do it?
Explain to me.
No, joking.
Oh, Rasta's doing
joking.
at 7 in the morning,
Sahasi,
Khan. Well, why are they doing
you
at 7 in the
recognize-
morning?
If you recognize that what you identify as I or the self is an eye, as in a viewing port or a portal where you're looking into reality from one fixed position, right? Then when you see another eye, you have to recognize that from your position there is an opposite position, right? So your consciousness has to go from being in your head, from your position, looking at reality, to acknowledging that there are other positions that you could have been looking at it from. Then you shouldn't be so attached to your own position.
Yeah, be flexible so you learn more and you
Ego
don't
shouldn't
die,
dictate how you see reality.
I feel those I and I of the Rastas are two energy points based on astral worlds, their own spiritual worlds they've created over time, which are located in the body, somewhere, which I won't disclose. That's what I feel, So communal living and being in spirit together with each other on a deeper level, like meditation and spiritual groups. Eventually, they say about the witches too in the Middle Ages that they had like higher worlds or other worlds which they could escape to during torture. I read in a book about witches. And then they could meet up there and not be destroyed or hurt being in that position. And then from there, reincarnate to do something else. So I'm not sure if this is true, but it's interesting to me. They say the Buddhas have heavens too. And I feel there are lower astral worlds too in us. We're connected to the earth, deeper elements, and so we're in balance. We're in the balance is in the belly. I feel at the navel.
Let me say one more. I'm gonna go on mute. Bruce Lee said, a punch is a punch, a kick is a kick. You only need to know one punch and one kick. And someone said to him, so why is there 5,000 different punches? And he said, that is what you call organized fear. Organized fear. So, you need to think about you need to think about it, innit? It's like, why are you finding 1,000 different ways to fail when there's only one way to connect it properly? You become an encyclopedia of spiritual experiences, but neither one of them, 1,000 experiences, ever landed you on your goal, which is enlightenment.
Enlightenment's a journey, though, not a destination.
Is it?
Yeah, it's about.
Oh, I'm listening. You said something profound. I'm listening now.
I believe that enlightenment and any of these type of end stages, final stage things are actually. It's like perfection. It's a journey. You're striving for perfection. You don't want to be perfect. Anything perfect is dead and needs no more growth. Without growth, you're dead.
I was trying to explain
Anything
earlier.
perfect is dead.
So, it's all about a journey. It's all about, setting that in the mind that that's what you want to try and become or achieve. And it's never really about getting to that end destination. But all right, I've done it now. Cool, I'm enlightened now. It's like saying, "Oh, I'm wise now." That's enough of that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, it's good when you become the king. Yeah, when you become the king eventually of the world, then become a fool again. Leave your king robe and be fresh in your mind. Start somewhere new. Completely fresh. empty dump of what you know for a while. You know.
It's interesting that. Because it makes you wonder, doesn't it? If you start to ponder it, which is the best part of the journey? Is it that minute just before you get to the destination, where you've got all the excitement and you've got the imagination of what's going to happen, and then it happens, and you're either completely fulfilled or you're disappointed. Yeah, interesting.
It's the lessons you learn. It's the people you meet. That's why many old stories, fables are based on journeys.
Yeah.
The hero's journey.
For the metaphor.
The hero's journey,
The hero's journey, the hero's quest is a metaphor of A to B. This is what alchemy is about. The process.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful.
Eternal alchemy. Yes.
There is an end goal, but the end goal you find isn't what it's about in the end.
It's about the story, the way
It's about
they
the story.
got there.
Yeah.
And the person in the story is never
just like good films, yeah. They're good films. They're trying to get to somewhere, right? And the film usually ends with them getting there. So the film weren't about that place. It was about the journey.
Exactly.
For real.
Even the concept of a film, just think about how many films you watch and then say, "Oh, I didn't like the ending."
Right. I hate when people say that. People say that too often. It's like they just don't want the film to end. That means you liked the film.
You did. You liked the
You
journey.
liked the film, and you wanted it to carry on.
Yeah.
Like,
But when the ending is dead, it's dead.
I love them endings because that's what art is about. The ending is yours.
Yeah.
Do you ever start watching a film, right? And so whoever you're watching it with goes, "Oh, this is boring." You go, "Yeah, but it might be one of those sort of like long intros." And you sit halfway through, and they go, "I'm not watching this no more." And you go, "Shush, I'm waiting. It might liven up in a minute." And then you go right to the end, and then you go, "Yeah, you're right."
You're right. Yeah.
Even that's a great trip, so boring, and you can stand through it. You become a meditation master, going through boring shit and not going insane, and keeping your attention at it. This is mindfulness, Find the worst film you can find, watch it, force yourself.
What
Training.
are you talking about? What is
Good
getting
question,
sex with
Jed.
orgasms? Like what?
Yeah, good question. We're
I
talking
think
about the
that's a good
journey.
point.
The sex with the orgasm.
Don't worry, you get it. You get it soon, bro.
I mean, what was the relevance to what we were talking? I don't know.
It's perfect relevance. Is the goal just the orgasm? And if the goal is just the orgasms, then you could probably figure out a way to do it in seconds. Right? But it's like the journey is just important. That's why people don't want to just go around getting 10-second hand jobs. Right? You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
Right, I'm off. You're talking about sex. You got Khan on the panel. This is going to go left.
Nah, it was just a quick mention. It was not even. But Zulu was asking what relevance does it have, and I'm saying, well, in this context, the orgasm would be the destination, and the sex would be the journey to get to that destination.
But is the destination reproduction or orgasming?
Say that again.
Is the destination reproduction or orgasming?
Well, when he didn't put reproduction, did he?
Oh, but is that not the ultimate goal of that whole? Yeah, that's the ultimate goal.
No, it's not the ultimate goal of every time you have sex. No, that's not true. Otherwise, there'd be no need for an orgasm. Is there pleasure in sex, Zulu?
But
Sex
those pleasures,
the Creator has made sex pleasurable, and He understands. He understands. So let me ask you this then: is there no point in having sex with your pregnant wife?
You shouldn't.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
What?
Why,
who told you that? Who told you that?
Why have sex? Okay, hold on. Are you talking about penetration?
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Let's call it penetration.
Please don't do this to him.
I don't think you should. I personally don't think. I don't think you should have sex with a woman that's pregnant, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Why?
It's awkward, man. It's awkward, man.
No, it's not awkward.
Yeah, something don't sit right with me with that still. Something don't sit right.
But you've never had a horny, mate or a horny wife. You see what I'm saying?
All right. It's not even just about the horniness. Yeah. Like, apparently, Zulu, that there's benefits. You know, it can help. It can help calm down the pains of labor when they come, because she's been having a fulfilled sex life with her partner. It can send good hormones through her body, like calm down the stress hormones and stuff like that, give her relaxation. Bonding with you and your partner while she's pregnant is important for her psychological well-being and ergo the well-being of the child. There's many benefits to having sex with a pregnant partner. This is Zulu. All right, cool. Like, I don't know, Zulu.
But you don't think it's awkward that
I don't know how you're looking at things right
but
now.
you don't
Zulu.
think it's awkward that there's a consciousness growing in there while you're also, I don't know.
Yeah, and you created it. And I don't know, Zulu. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think you're on the right track of your thinking about this, but I understand why. So I'm not going to criticize you.
I'm not saying I wouldn't, because if I wanted, I need to have sex with it. I probably would anyway. But I'm just saying,
probably going to want to do it more.
Yeah,
You're
probably.
probably going to do it more. You're probably going to find that more attractive.
But does it end at a certain like month period? Like if it's 9 months in and it's like a massive belly, it's a bit weird.
Depends on how big her belly is, how comfortable it is for her. Everyone's different. But I would say, from my experience, they want it right up to the day they're about to have children, mate.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Wow. Mad.
I know my experience was up to the 9th month. Yeah, it was late in the pregnancy when she was like, let's just let the baby get here now. Like, all right, cool. Well, yeah.
But do you not think that couples should practice discipline and abstain for certain amounts of periods of time?
Do you think that's health? Do you think that's health? I just don't that.
No,
that's
don't do that.
I don't think that's the right thing to do for mother, baby, and father. I think that's the wrong thing to do. The best thing you could do is be intimate with the mother of your child while your child is growing. That's that spiritual connection that you're confirming in the presence of the child, and the child is benefiting and understanding and making an association with you, making like being pleasing to mother, like as in you being a good factor around his mother or her mother. When you're around mum, they feel good. And they hear your voice and they associate you with the mum feeling good and them feeling good. I think that's remember how perceptive a child is in the womb, and how much different sensations and things that they can pick up, let alone the spiritual aspect of things. So,
no, you're right.
And as far as abstaining, Zulu, like Mary was saying, after birth, you're both gonna have to abstain for a certain amount of time anyway.
It's like what, 2 weeks or 3 weeks? What, isn't it something like that?
I heard 6. I thought it was
6 weeks.
Yeah, I thought it was at least 6. Am I tripping? Am I getting that
shit.
wrong?
It depends.
That's a problem.
It depends, but a lot of women don't wait that long. A lot of men can't wait that long and whatever. But like, yeah, man, like, it depends on how the birth went and how quick they are at healing, and you know what I mean, and all them things.
Yeah, but if it's a
6 weeks is meant to be the medical minimum. But
yeah, but if it's a
to be honest, if you haven't, as long as you're taking contraception, because you can get pregnant, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Even if you're breastfeeding. But if you haven't torn or anything like that, and you're fine, you can decide for yourselves.
Yeah, and some people have cesareans anyway. So
yeah, like I was C-section.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
my mom C-sections to get me. So
right, so then that wouldn't even be much of an issue. It'd more be about her mobility and her healing. And I heard C-sections are kind of like
special,
impactful on impactful.
I don't know though.
It makes me a special spiritual being. I wasn't born.
Has any of your partners had a cesarean? Because I've never had one, but I do know one of my daughter-in-laws had a cesarean when she had the identical twins.
Yeah,
and she wouldn't have been in a fit state to know, because you have to be careful, heavy lifting, and
you see people.
Right, yeah, it's like it's proper, because it's your abdomen, man. It's your stomach gets open.
Yeah.
See, people that don't come out the traditional way, they seem to be more special spiritual beings. You know, like myself, I didn't come out the traditional way, so You know,
Don't you think it'd be the opposite, brother?
Yeah, how you say?
No, because it's an hour of an
You
audience.
never, don't you think it's the opposite? Because you never came through the natural way. You're an unnatural birth, and you're thinking that you're special because you're unnatural birth.
Yeah, exactly. I am special. Yeah, that's right. That's
Does that
right.
make sense? No, you're unnatural, bro.
Bro, a lot of the people that have cesarean, that they're special
Bro,
people.
you're
Man.
unnatural. Yeah, that power is not from God. I came through the
Oh,
portal.
come on.
I came through the portal, the gateway that God designed for me. And you've done some cheat code through the stomach. And like, you're basically a test tube baby.
Oh,
I didn't have no. It's not the same as a test tube.
You're basically genetically modified, bro.
Don't have it, Zero. Don't have it, man.
Yeah.
Wait, are you against people doing that? There's no choice.
No,
They
I'm
can't
not
come out their
against
normal
it,
way.
really. I'm not against
But you know, in those situations, it's the last. Like, there's no choice, isn't it? They have to do that.
So they say. Well, I wonder what was. I don't know. They say a lot, man.
Yeah,
I don't trust these motherfuckers anymore.
Yeah,
man.
they do.
They say a lot.
Especially when you think about it, like my baby mom went, she went and talked to the doctors, and then, she told me, like, yeah, she's gonna have to have a C-section. I'm like, why? She said, I don't know why. The doctors told me, a couple reasons, but I just gotta get a C-section. I'm like, damn, like, it's your first child. I don't know. That was weird to me. That was
So
weird.
you can be at the cesarean.
Once you have a C-section, then it's highly unlikely you have normal births after. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
No.
I've heard that.
Right?
No, you can have a normal birth.
No, you're right, because my sister was C-section and so was I. And
Yeah,
she's
but that
older
just
than
might be because of mummy's actual specialist condition, not just because she had a C-section the first time. So
there's reasons,
to them cutting through the
why.
stomach muscles.
If it's because she tends to have big babies and she's got a very small uterus, then yeah, she's more than likely going to need more than one.
So if the baby's too big, that's why you need a C-section.
In some cases, but that's not the only reason. So
Okay.
my daughter-in-law had to have it because they were sharing the same placenta and stuff, and if one baby got born, the other, when there's identical twins, there's more chance of the other child, not breathing and stuff.
Yeah, I've noticed
Hey,
with twins.
tomorrow,
One
I'm
twin
going
is
to break
usually
down the
weaker.
different types of twins. Do you remember all the different types of twins there are? It's actually incredible. There's twins that they're in the same sac. There's twins that are in separate sacs. Twins that share placenta. Twins that have different placentas. There's so many different types of twins. There's twins with different fathers.
Mad.
Fucking yeah, it's all sorts of wild.
Twins with different fathers.
I was trying to think how that's possible. Like,
yeah, she had a soupy weekend.
So she basically had an orgy.
Yeah, and she had a soupy weekend, and there was 2 winners in the raffle.
That is a madness, man.
And sometimes it is best to have the cesarean. So my younger brother was born with cerebral palsy because they didn't give my mum a cesarean.
Wow.
They should have done.
So the cesarean would have stopped him from. So what's the cause of cerebral palsy?
So basically, he lost oxygen at birth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So was that like the umbilical cord thing? The umbilical
No,
cord
he was too big to pass through.
What causes the baby to be too big to come out the womb? I mean, the uterus. Sorry.
It's more often than you think, actually.
Yeah,
Is it the eating too much, or what's happening?
No, man, it's the head shape, Reggie.
Mad. So if you got alien
it
head,
can happen to anyone. Yeah, anyone.
Oh, big up your brother, man. Big up I.
Evening.
That's an interesting voice.
Yeah, you have to match my
Evening.
All right, big up anyway. How you doing?
Can you hear me okay, yeah?
You might be a bit quiet still.
Better now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had 2 C-sections.
Okay.
Oh! Big up.
Okay, Susan?
No, I'm saying big up, yeah, man. Tell them about the power of that.
Okay, 2 C-sections, but no natural.
No natural.
You're an idiot, man.
Tell them about the power of it, Tell them.
Actually, a fool, boy.
Why did you have to have yours?
Oh, Bon, I just got that. All right, okay. No, so I had 2 C-sections because essentially it was because I have a really high cervix. So actually, this is what I've just discovered. I've been speaking to a lot of my friends, and I think a lot of Black women have what you would quote unquote call high cervixes, but we just may have a normal cervix for Black women. I don't know how true that is, but my first birth, my son was taking basically too long to travel down the birth canal, and they were worried that he was going to lose oxygen for too long. So it was an emergency C-section after like 12 hours laboring.
12 hours.
Yeah. It was a long time. But also as well, I was very overweight. So I personally thought that was the reason that I wasn't strong enough to have the baby. When you have a C-section, I think the mothers are just filled with guilt. I was filled with guilt for a long time. And then my second...
What was the guilt that it didn't come out?
Yeah, it wasn't natural. Yeah, it didn't come through my vagina.
What's the procedure? So they basically lift the baby out your stomach. Then where does the baby go? What happens now after that?
So when you once you have a C-section, once they decide you're going to have a C-section, you have to go into a surgical room. I was terrified, way more terrified of having a C-section than I was of having a natural birth, because of the needle. I had scared myself watch, because you watch all the different eventualities that can happen. Well, I did anyway, during your labor. And when I saw the needle, I just thought, I'm gonna be the one that they're gonna put it in the wrong part of my spine, and I'm not gonna be able to walk.
It's a big fear, that is.
What's that? The epidural. The epidural. Yeah,
and it's massive, Jedi. The needle is.
I've seen it before.
So long. Yeah. It's stupid. I kept on looking at the people in the nurses and the doctors. I just wanted to get some eye contact off someone. Like, don't let it be me.
Did you have your partner in there?
No.
Oh,
no.
You know what's funny? All right, now that I think about that, when my baby mama told me she was gonna have to have a C-section, she was crying. I could see the fear in her eyes when
because it's not me anymore now. Like, I was semi in control before. Do you know what I'm saying? Now medicine's in control, and
I wasn't. No, my son went in with my daughter-in-law. What they do is they put a big screen up so you can't see the cutting and stuff.
That's right, yeah. So once they put the needle into your spine, you can't feel anything after that. They lay you down. They put a big screen over you, like you said. And the baby comes out. You feel a lot of pressure. They're pushing that baby out, and you feel a lot of pressure. And then obviously baby's out. And usually the baby is needing some sort of resuscitation because they've missed a step, haven't they?
Fucking hell.
So like maybe just like rubbing of the back, and you're just waiting for that cry.
Yeah, they do that even with a natural birth.
With a natural birth, yeah. But when you actually watch the procedure of a C-section, you realize how serious.
Wait.
Because the cutting.
They give you the baby. They now hand you the baby.
Well, if your baby's, fine, because obviously if it's an emergency situation, then there may be other issues. There may be other issues with the baby. So, hopefully, your baby will be with you within minutes. But usually they're not like straight out and then onto your...
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying that your stomach is open now. I'm
trying
to explain what happens.
And I don't think everybody would just normally know how many layers goes into having a C-section. Like, they cut through about 6 different layers of your abdomen to get in there. So when they finish doing those few stitches and all you see is the stitch, like, you don't realize how deep they've had to go, because they've had to go through your stomach and then another lining and then into your womb. And so it's a really major
and they have to match up the muscles as well, don't they?
What I'm asking is, do you get separated from your baby? because they
Yes.
got to stitch you up, or what's going on? Because
Yes, yeah, you are separated from your baby while they're
When you
stitching you
see
up.
the baby in the what I did, I got to see the baby in the room and in the same room. Right, immediately when the baby came out, they cleaned the baby up real quick. I see the baby, and the mom sees the baby, and then they
They show you the baby, yeah, and
they
then
take the baby in another
show
room.
your child, yeah.
then they take the baby in another room.
And then they asked me to step out. That's when it was time for me to step out.
And then they stitch her up.
I
And then
think
when,
that,
how quickly does mom get reunited with her baby? Like,
wow, it's
properly?
hours. It's hours, Jizz.
So why couldn't you have the baby for those hours?
You can.
You can.
Yeah,
father will be with the baby, yeah.
You can. So my son stayed with her, but they had the twins. They showed her the twins while they're stitching her up. He was still in the room with the twins and her. Yeah.
Because you know me, I ain't leaving my youth, not for a split second. It's not happening.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
You're not taking that youth nowhere. Doing nothing.
Yeah, my children's father came in once the baby once I'd had the needle.
Yeah.
And they were cutting me open. Then he was there, and then he was there while they took the babies into the other room. And then they have to be weighed and cleaned, and then yeah, I'm reunited with my child. Silence.
Yeah, it's still nice. I mean, you at the end of the day, you've been really brave. I'd shit myself. I've had 8 natural births. If someone told me I had to have cesarean, I'd probably be a right mess. Don't know how you managed to cope.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm over it now. My children are big, and like, I'm just glad that they're here. But I do often think like, right, if I wasn't in a country or a situation where I was able to get medical care, what would have happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My daughter-in-law she was 19 when she had her twins.
And
I don't know how she was so brave at that age. I really don't. I think I cried more than her. I'm so scared for her. Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter had pooed inside inside me, so they had to get her out in case of any like poisoning or whatever. So both births were yeah.
So is there a limit? Because I think someone told me you can only have three cesareans, then you can't have no more, can you?
In this country, you can only have 3 C-sections because of the nature of the surgery. But my my aunt, she lives in America, and she's had 4 C-sections.
Oh wow!
And that's because you can pay for them.
Oh.
So you could she elected for hers. She elected all 4.
Oh, she didn't need them medically.
I think the first one she did need them medically, and because the labor was so long, she elected for the other 3 to be C-section straight away. Because I asked her, I was like, I thought you could only medically have 3, but she had 4 back to back, and because it's a financial thing, you can pay to have your child that way.
Must be dangerous though to do F4.
I think so. But yeah, she was like, our family, the women in our family have really high cervixes, and it does cause issue with natural births. So she elected to have it that way. But yeah, everyone should have a look at like what a C-section looks like. It's crazy. I had no idea how intrusive it was, to the point where once I was recovering, the nurse came in like a few hours after my C-section, and I was stood up and walking around. And that's just because I had no idea how, I hadn't mentally registered or was exposed to how bad the surgery was. So I just didn't know that I shouldn't be stood up. When she came in the room, she's like, "What are you doing? Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Just tending to my baby." And she's like, "You've just had a C-section. Lay down. I don't know how you can stand up." And then, mind you, this is all coming back to me now. In the ward with me, there was a woman talking about having the epidural and being afraid of any kind of like injury, there was a woman who could not stand up. She had been there for 2 days and couldn't stand up, and she had had a C-section. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. No more births for me.
Yeah, no, my daughter-in-law was lucky when she had the next one after that. She had natural birth because it wasn't twins. So.
Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I have a friend of mine who had 2 natural births, and then when she had twins, she had a C-section. Yeah. Because that can be quite, again, more complicated of a birth. For some people, everyone's different. So like I said, yeah, I did carry a lot of guilt for not having natural births because all the women in my, other women in my family had natural births. Some of them at home, some of them, you know, like really quick. And I just felt like a failure. I felt like a failure for not being able to give birth naturally. But they're here and they're well and they're beautiful. So it is what it is.
I don't think it's a failure. I think that's actually quite
big up the C-section babies. Man. As
Big
a
up for going
C-section
through
baby,
that as
that's
well.
powerful,
Sorry.
man. It's a powerful thing,
Yeah,
man. It's powerful.
I've seen 2 of them and it's fucked up. So big up, man. It's raggo.
Yeah.
Even the noise that happens when they're cutting through you and everything, it's raggo, man.
Yeah, because I'm not. I don't. I've only been in hospital to have children. I don't.
Just think of it this way, though. You were lucky in one sense because if you'd have needed cutting down below just to have access, I've heard some horror stories from that. I've never had that, but I know people that have.
How many children have you had, Jupes?
8.
8.
Yeah.
Wow. All individual, like no twins.
No, I've not got twins. No. Yeah, all individual. But I tell you what, if I'd have had to be cut, I don't know if I'd have had 8. I'm telling you now. Yeah, no. I think the worst injury I had from giving birth was like one of them was £9.4, and afterwards they said, "Oh, you've got what they call it a tear. They don't actually call it a cut. It's natural. It was like it's like a graze, if you can imagine." And they said, "Do you want us to stitch it? It's only going to be 1 stitch." I said, "No, leave it. Yeah, just leave it."
Okay, so that's not bad. I didn't want to ask in case it was like brought back any.
No, I loved having my babies. I still love them. Being a mum and being a grandmother, they're the proudest things of my life. Being a wife, I love it. I love it.
Did you have any at home?
No, I didn't. But my sister had a home birth. She had a home birth, and I was there for that when she gave birth. Yeah, but I'm glad I didn't, because I did contemplate it. But then I thought, no, I'm not gonna chance it, because I'm a bit. When it comes to all that medical and stuff, I've never been put under for anything. So I was always worried that if something went wrong, I'd get put under or whatever. I'm a bit spooked out by that. So in the end, I was like, no, I'm going to go hospital. But my sister, she was expecting a baby like 2 months after me. She was like, no, I'm going to go through with it. I'm going to do a home birth. And I was like, yeah, go on, you're really brave, because she had the guts to do it and I didn't. And I'm glad I never, because they're supposed to drop off all the equipment beforehand, like 2 weeks beforehand, to make sure in case you go into labour, it's all there. And they didn't. And she went into labour without gas and air, and I couldn't believe it. The midwife was actually asking if we had any unopened packet of marigolds in the house. I was absolutely disgusted.
Yeah, no, I've heard all kinds of stories.
Yeah, when she did that, I was like,
midwife's
are you taking the piss?
Midwife's not answering the phone.
Yeah.
Not turning up. Yeah. Mad.
Yeah. And then they had to rush stuff to her and that. And then by the time that she actually got the gas and air, it was virtually over for her anyway. So she went through all the painful stuff without anything. But yeah.
God bless gas and air. Beautiful.
But I've also been at one of my granddaughter's births as well. Yeah.
Wow. What was
And my
that like?
daughter's been at one of my other grandchildren's births. Yeah.
What was it like seeing your granddaughter give birth?
Seeing a baby being born is amazing, but knowing it's your own, like, you know, your own grandchildren or your niece, your own sisters giving birth, it's just different, isn't it?
Like, why? Explain. What do you mean?
It just is. You know that it's coming in. The baby's coming into your family, and
Okay.
you're really close. You know, when it's your sister, you've got sort of like, you're protective, obviously, and when it's the mother of your grandchild, you're protective. You know. But yeah, I've been very lucky, very blessed like that. To see a child being born is miraculous. It really is.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I've seen 2 sisters and 1 grandchild give birth. And people think you just stand at the end, just watching at the end. No, you don't. You most of the time you're at the other end, comforting, and you. So.
Do you believe children are born like a canvas, empty canvas, and we program them, or are they born with a soul and a personality which is already given, you know, at conception?
I think they've already got a personality, and I tell you something, I think they're getting smarter and smarter.
It has to be a bit of both. It is a bit of both. It's nature and nurture, for sure.
Born Rich is upset. He came on for the sex convo and ended up with Women's Hour, he said.
I'm joking, Jude.
There's nothing more beautiful in the world than seeing new life.
What do you think, Sahasi?
About exactly that. I've been listening, but also meditating, and I might have missed some aspects of what you mean, you know.
No, about the question you asked.
Myself, you know, about that, yeah, it's a difficult question to answer, you know. It's difficult to prove, let's say, scientifically. But if you go by certain stories of children who remember suddenly having a previous life, and they go to the other village and they can prove more or less, you know, the truth of their memories suddenly, it's difficult to deny, you know, previous lives. And a soul which has all the data from all our lives in it, let's say in our core, in our deeper self, which we carry with us, and what we experience ourselves as normally day-to-day life is just a tiny layer of our energy. You know, we used to interface with the world.
Do you have children? People. I don't know if you do.
I don't have children myself. Yeah, for various reasons, you know, I decided not to. Back, very young already, you know, I had made a decision because of the abuse I went through as a child, you know. So I told the world shit, basically. Oh. So I was like very, pessimistic, you know. I became suicidal, you know, at a young age, and depressed deep down. And you learn to cope with it, with the world. You know, you become happy too, you know, eventually you let it go, but it still makes you. So you have to then learn to heal and, you know, analyze yourself and get out of it in a healthy way. So you can grow.
How old are you now?
Yeah, I'm 48 now, you know.
And you've never ever changed your mind the whole time?
Only the last few years since my spiritual awakening have I had like other thoughts about this issue, like, you know.
It's not too late. You want to be quick though?
I don't know why, you know. If I don't have a child or I do have a child, I don't see a huge difference, you know, for myself.
Yeah, you're better off not doing it then.
No, what I mean is, I don't want to have a child, force it to be born by my will, and not being able to handle, being a good father. I have doubts
You should
about
probably
myself.
allow it.
Yeah, that's why, I always felt like I had something with my heart chakra missing, like an emptiness in me all my
You
life.
don't want empty. Don't want to be a dad with an empty heart chakra, man.
Yeah. So I can't connect to the child then, and I will repeat the same mistake my father did with me and my. I don't want to continue the pattern of bad seeds of not even that.
I think
you
the
don't
love.
name your child dimethyltryptamine anyway, so.
Yeah, I woke up much later to spirituality, and healing started much later in life for me. So I wasn't ready, and I rather than not do it than risk becoming my father.
I don't know if it's the same for men, but I know with women, the surge of love that you have for your child is so special and different. And I would imagine it's the same for men.
Yeah, of course it's the same.
Yeah.
I don't think everyone's the same.
Yeah,
So
I don't
it's going to be
think so.
different for everyone. I don't even think all mums have that surge, let alone all dads. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the ones that don't normally have postnatal depression or something like that, don't they? There is a clinical term. But in most cases, they do. There is an overwhelming surge of unconditional love.
Really?
I
You can
think
say most
so.
cases? When we see, I don't know. Maybe
You
that
don't
surge
think
is
so? Maybe I'm wrong then.
nah. Because some mums really don't have much concern for their child, and they're not postnatally depressed. They just don't maybe have a lot of love for their child or whatever. I don't know. They allow people to attack their child and do stuff to them. They do stuff to their child, leave their child at home, abandon their kid, and it's not always because they think they're gonna have a better life or whatever. I think some mums are wrongers, and I don't think they all got postnatal depression. Yeah, man. Come on, wrongers have babies, isn't it? Wrong people. There's wrongers out there. Like actually, they're women and they're just bad people, and they have children too, and they make bad decisions for their children, and I don't think they love their child the same way you love yours. Automatically, I don't think they do. Maybe they weren't taught love. Maybe they got emotional issues. Maybe they don't.
It's
Maybe
interesting you say that because I've always just suppose I'm going by my own sort of opinion, I suppose, but
maternal instinct, right?
yeah, I've just always assumed that they do get that surge of love, and that a lot of their problems stem from the fact that they just can't cope because of they're not expecting the drain on their energy, like what happens because of the lack of sleep and focus and going through, some people go through cesarean, some people have a traumatic natural birth.
Yeah.
I just assumed that all of that would lead them into sort of like becoming a bit disjointed, I suppose.
Well, you would think that if they had that natural maternal instinct and that surge of love that you're talking about, that's what would get them through all of those adversities or challenges that you're talking about. I think it stems from what motivates the woman to have a child in the first place. If her motivation was to keep a man or for money or I don't know,
that don't work out,
it doesn't work out, then then
Less
the child
incentive to-
becomes surplus. Yeah.
I swear to God, some mums can't be bothered. Like just that simple, dupes. Just can't be bothered. It's long.
Do you think there's a lot of people that actually do have babies for money then? Do you think?
Like in a relationship, not like to sell the child, but like in a relationship to keep a relationship.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
People do that even without the money situation.
If you get with a rich guy and he wants
but
kids,
I can't imagine the stupidity of that because that's
if you get with a rich guy,
expensive.
because you're not sentimental. You want a certain lifestyle. You get with a rich guy, and then he wants kids, isn't it? Or you think kids are secure this, so you have kids. It's quite normal. I think it's quite standard. I think there's a lot of women
I've
out
heard
there.
of what I call the I call it this. Nobody else calls it this. I call it this. The sort of like engagement ring baby. The sort of like baby where you just sort of like that they just sort of I've seen that before.
Yeah,
they have the baby
people.
and it ties them to a man kind of thing. But to actually do it just for money, they're not thinking straight, because to have a child is really costly.
Right. And there's just some shit people. And
you got like what I'm trying to say is you got to remember there's people that have got married for status and money, right? We can accept that.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Right, women, yeah, and then there's men that will marry a chick and be like, look, man, I don't want you working. I just want you to have my child, look after my kids or whatever, and you're set. So she goes and has the kids, innit? And then doesn't really want the kids. So a lot of them get au pairs and live-in nannies and and the child's off to nursery and at 2 weeks old and shit, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's some
and
mothers
like,
who...
and then it's school and career and and you know, I think you'll find there's whole sections of kids that are saying, well, do you know what, to be fair, my mum didn't really bother with me. She just threw money at me. I grew up with a nanny, went to boarding school.
Sad.
You know what I mean? And yeah, they do end up really sad people, and they end up running our countries as well.
Yeah, no.
We end up voting for them.
Yeah, it's fucking true.
Yeah.
It's true.
That all them lot, bro, their mums, a lot of them, their mums ain't got no fucking love for them. Do you know what I mean? Literally, you're just the heir.
Right,
you're just the heir to the throne or whatever it is, and it's not genuine warm love like come here, give me a hug, It's not even that. I've seen it. I've seen them, man. Child needs their face wiped, and they called the nanny. Can you wipe Tarquin's chin, please? Tarquin, you are ever so messy. Do you know what I mean? And Tarquin's doing all kinds of madness just to get mummy's attention.
Quite sad though, isn't it, really? I think.
Dad's away on business.
I don't know. It's just sad.
Yo, soldier, wagwan, accent, wagwan for you lot, man. What you lot doing?
Yo, me there.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm here.
Okay, cool, man. We gotta go quiet and we gotta let you free talk.
Oh, blood.
Okay. Fuck you, man.
Nah, I'm kind of still thinking of what I said. High cervix, yeah,
Sure.
Oh. No, for real though. Like, this is an issue, right? I've never heard about this before. For babies to be delivered with, like, it's too long.
We got men here. We don't want to chat about you lot's deliveries no more, man.
You don't want to talk about my cervix no more.
Oh, fuck.
I never engaged in that cervix convo. I didn't say one word about your cervix.
Okay, let's change it up then.
That's not for me to comment on.
Please.
Yeah, you already cost me a Zulu. He was thinking, he's probably feeling all queasy hearing about C-sections. You know how he is.
Oh, Zulu's gone.
Yeah.
That's out a long time, man.
Oh, sorry, Zulu.
Talk about babies and that. You know what I mean? He doesn't even want to have relations with his pregnant girlfriend.
Zulu makes it sound like a job.
Yeah, like what?
That's how he's talking. Like, yeah, when I get married, we're just gonna have sex and one time. And
one time, you get me?
And if she's pregnant, I did my job. If she gets pregnant from one time, I did my job. It's like, what? Zulu? Okay, all right.
You know what?
It's easier said than done.
You're definitely gonna have a C-section. You take that approach, mate. Yeah. With your virgin girlfriend that had sex one time. She ain't married. It's gonna be an issue. Do your bit, boy. Do your bit, man. Do your bit.
I'm sure once he gets started, he won't want to stop.
Well, that's a high value man right there, because he hasn't had it with anybody else then, has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, big up Zulu, man.
Yeah, big up Zulu.
Yeah.
Sexual discipline.
The problem is I just don't know a lot of women that value a virgin man.
Another virgin, a virgin woman. She would have. I think she'd value that.
And if and
I
what
don't
about
think
the
it
rest?
matters either
What about,
way.
what about the rest of the 999%?
No, but it's for spirit. It's for religious reasons, isn't it? So I think hopefully he finds a woman who's got the same religious restrictions, and then they would have waited for each other.
Our brother's 22, and hopefully
he's 22.
22, 21, 22, something like that.
Wow. Okay, go on, Zulu.
She said, "Wow, I know, right?" Dang. Okay, salute.
Salute.
You lot are lovely, man. You lot are all lovely. You ladies are so lovely, man.
Thanks,
Man,
Jets.
be wary of lovely ladies, man, because they don't want to tell you the harsh realities, man. For some reason, they think it's a nice thing just to make life sound like all rosy. Oh, yeah.
But it's his choice.
Yeah, it's not about his choice. I was kind of trying to highlight the realities of living in 2023 and looking for a 22-year-old virgin woman. And I'm saying, and be of quality, because you don't just want any tegareg that hasn't had sex. You want a quality gal, right? So I just feel like his chance is slim as the days go by. Like literally, as the days go by.
I agree still, yeah.
Another potential virgins being flowered.
Do you think there's less? What did you say?
I don't know.
I don't think there's a lot of 20-something-year-old virgins of eligible status worthy of marrying Zulu out here. I don't think there's a lot. I think it's a very small niche market that he's got. Remember, he doesn't want to be with a Muslim, so all the Muslim virgins are out of it. Don't want to be with a Sikh or any. Do you know what I mean? They've got to be Christian. They've got to believe in certain things. Like, it's a very narrow field. And he himself says, when he's in the past, when he's been chilling with girls, they're asking in his body count. They're asking if he wants to come round and chill. So he already knows that his peers, are not even as steadfast as he is in his faith. So as he gets older, I just see that being more and more problematic, and possibly having to entertain a woman that has had sex before, which I think kind of in a way just kind of spoils the whole point of it.
Spoils the whole point.
Right. I think it does anyway, but he might not think that. I don't know. So she's gonna have experience, and I don't know, bro.
Yeah. No, I hope it's not as bad as you're painting it. I hope.
I'm not painting it to be bad. He said he gave us girls in his church asked him what his body count was, and he was disgusted.
He was disgusted.
He was disgusted. He said he couldn't believe it. They actually had the cheek to be asking people about body count. Shouldn't your body count be 0?
Yeah.
Is what he's thinking.
You know? Yeah, I hear him. You know,
You get it? Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense from, his community, his church, and everything.
But
Right.
can I just make
And
sure?
the other one is
was
talking
he
about like, do you want to come round or some shit? So
yeah.
no?
I mean, he didn't assume because she asked him what his body count was that she had a body count herself.
So she knows about the term body count.
Oh no.
It's a
I'm
bit
just,
suspect
really,
already.
I'm just being hopeful.
But you don't ask people.
Just don't ask people what their body count is. Like, he would never have been asking anyone what their body count is, and he was appalled that he was being asked. I thought we didn't. I thought we weren't having sex.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that read the fucking rules of the
Trust
application?
me.
Fuck's sake! You know when you realise you're the only one that came in fancy dress.
You get me?
Yeah. Nobody else get the fucking email.
You know what I mean? We're at a white party, and I'm the only one that's what's going on.
Hi, Khan.
Hey, Axel.
What's your body count, Khan?
I stopped counting. I stopped counting years ago. I'm old now anyway. I've hung up my boots now.
Wow.
But they don't.
Big up today.
Would you say
Big
65?
Banaman Gyalis rolling through. Just secured 1,001 to beat Khan's record. Come on.
I've done something amazing and I'm really proud of myself. I want to share with you lot. Yesterday, for the first time yesterday, I done a 24-hour fast. I didn't eat anything. Just black coffee. I'm so proud of myself. I don't know if you lot understand the significance for
Big up, Khan.
a fat person.
You not eating for a whole day. Yeah, that's good, man.
Yeah,
that's good for your system.
Yeah, you will
I
get.
don't know about the just black coffee thing. For what? You're gonna be so dehydrated.
No, with coffee you get potassium, and a little bit chocolate is good too for magnesium to get your electrolytes in check. Otherwise you dehydrate. Yeah, otherwise it's dangerous. Even and Himalayan salt.
The mad thing is, I didn't even plan it. It just happened. I just thought,
done
all right,
7-day
I'll eat when
water
I'm hungry.
Shit
I
is
just
dangerous.
didn't even ever get hungry. I just didn't eat. Mad. But I might do it again tomorrow. I might try again tomorrow. I don't know if you're not going to want to let me on the panel.
Next thing you know, you'll be doing Ramadan.
But you got to know how to pray for Ramadan.
Baby steps, Jed.
Yeah, he's going to start with Lent first, innit, Bon?
Do that now.
Wait, did you not hear about that guy who tried to emulate what it says that Jesus done with the 40-day thing and he died?
I didn't click on it.
That was
it just
sad,
came down
man.
my timeline. I didn't click on the video. What happened?
Yeah, that was sad.
Me too.
What happened? No, what happened? Cause he died. He died. How many days?
Well, I don't know.
did he die?
I don't know for sure, but it apparently says in the Bible that Jesus never ate for 40 days, and he tried to copy it. I don't know. Maybe he had some health deficiency or whatever that he didn't know about, but he died, didn't it? The guy.
How many days did he make it?
I don't even know. Like I was just.
Yeah, I should have clicked on. It's crazy. That video just came down my YouTube timeline, and I didn't click.
I'm sure you wouldn't even need to have a health deficiency to die from not eating for 40 days. That's kind of peak stuff.
Yeah, if you ain't putting the right,
still.
things into your body, then because even if you have water, you should put some, like Sahasi said, some pink salt or some type of trace mineral or something in there to, because after like 2 weeks, yeah, your body's gonna start leaching.
Don't they say you cannot survive without water for 3 days and food for 3 months or something? Or was it 1 month?
I think it's the 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 minutes. 2 weeks for food, 2 days for water, and 2 minutes for air, or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Khan, when your solar chakra starts activating more, you have these episodes with no hunger. I've had like 7 days of no solid food last year without any issue. I just did the coffee other thing, and you feel even better, because
I remember you told me that. I think maybe you subconsciously motivated me to do it.
It happens automatically from our core, from our soul. Certain things in life at certain moments they get activated, and you experience them and try to understand them. I feel, So.
Are you gonna do it again, Khan?
I might do it again tomorrow, but like I said, I don't know if you're going to want to let me on the panel.
Try intermittent. I wouldn't do it straight away tomorrow because, like, you're not sure your body can handle a change that big like that. So do it intermittent, give yourself another couple days and then do it.
I was hearing voices. Like I was like I was acting weird. I was like, no, this ain't right. And I thought, should I eat something or should I just sleep it off? And I thought, let me sleep it off. I ain't gonna break it now.
White sugar withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, probably. Or salt even.
No, I can't. Don't do it tomorrow, man. You go to KFC tomorrow. It's better for you, man.
No, I ate today already. I went to McDonald's. I had the filet
See?
fish.
Man said McDonald's.
You broke your fast with McDonald's.
No, I woke up in the morning and I had the brown pitta with jalapenos. Brown pitta with jalapenos.
The only bit of advice I'll give you after a fast, try break it with some fruits first, innit, and then give yourself a couple hours before you have something deeper. Like try break
How
it with
did
some
you go to
fruits and some
McDonald's
water.
after your fast?
Yeah, you heard him.
Man just cleansed his body, then hit it up with McDonald's.
I thought you was joking. When you said you heard voices, under my breath, you could hear me. I went, did the voice go, ba-da-ba-ba-ba? I'm loving it.
Yeah, you got telepathy skills.
actually did go back.
We're in tune with each other. This is getting scary.
No,
Next
you
thing you know,
can't
you'd be
do
wanting
that.
to marry him.
Why?
McDonald's actually, when you fast, you get like in a high frequency, and it can be feeling like overwhelming for some people. And then it's advised to get heavy, fatty food with salt to ground your energy field back to earth, so you don't feel discombobulated. You know, so it could be on instinct that you did the right thing. You know, if it feels good and you gain by it and you become better. You know,
I just wanted
Can I
something
ask why
like
you drew
really.
for, why did
I
you
wanted
draw
something
for
really
Mackey's
soft.
though? Like, Con,
Of all
why draw
things,
for
though.
Mackey's? You got so many like better places around the ends that you could have like gone to. Like, why McDonald's, man?
Do you know what it
In this
is,
day and
bro?
age.
I had a little craving for a fillet of fish. Something was saying to me, yeah, fillet. Like
So you
sometimes you
take,
just gotta go with the feeling, innit?
Fair enough, fair
you
enough.
can have that, but you can find fillet of fish somewhere else, man. Come on.
Con, you ate one
I'd
fillet
rather
of fish.
gone chippy and just got a straight like cod and chips or something, haddock and chips or something.
I
like.
wanted something like one small portion, like tight portion, and like something
Yeah,
very
tiny,
soft that's
bro.
not gonna scrape up my insides. Because I felt where my insides was all empty, I just wanted something soft to kind of like not scrape it up. And even the brown pitta in the morning, like it just felt like it was scraping me up inside.
Well, then that
So-
didn't feel right. Then you should have had some fruit or something like porridge or.
Yeah, Con, everything you did with the fasting just deaded it, everything.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so.
Nah, you
Because
didn't
your
dead
body
it all,
needs some-
but yeah, next time just be a bit more like think about it, yeah. Like that's your body, innit? Like, and you've just fasted, which is good, but now you're trying to replenish it. And you gotta think
I
what you
feel
wanna
like it's getting
replenish it, just-
political now. Like, what?
Nah, just make it
How's
nutrient
getting
dense,
political?
innit? Not McDonald's.
You didn't kill anyone, Khan. Big up yourself. You had
Yeah,
to.
no, but just imagine, yeah, your body's in starvation mode, and what you do is like,
I don't know if that's true, that starvation mode thing, if it's true or not.
I don't believe that your body didn't. What?
It takes 36 hours before autophagy hits in and your body starts eating itself to clean
How
out
many hours did you say?
old cells, you know? So it takes 36 hours.
That's
36 hours.
interesting because when
Yeah.
I've done their 7 to 10 day fasts, it's around the 3rd day that you get the mad cravings. And if you can get past the 3rd day, that 4th day feels like you're born again. Like you don't feel for no food, you're like you feel good.
What,
like,
you done
proper.
this?
Yeah, I've done like 7 and 10 day fasts, water fasts, just coconut
Why?
water and water.
What was the motivation?
Detox, innit? Like just get rid of a lot of shit that's been in my system. When you've been eating shit for about 26 years until I turned vegan, or 25 years, like you've got 25 years of buildup of shit in you, innit? So when you're doing this stuff is to help just clean up your insides, just clean up your body, innit?
All right. Makes sense.
Big up. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the cash out, PayPal, all that good stuff, people. Yeah.
Come on.
Big up.
Yeah, I was going to talk. Do you know what? I'm so sorry because I wanted to talk about the whole C-section stuff, but because I was in the process of like moving from A to B, I couldn't, too much background noise. Do you know what I was going to say about that? If you guys don't mind going back onto the subject, that is.
Gone true.
Everyone cool?
Yeah.
I feel like, if you have your first C-section, then you're kind of trapped to have the rest follow C-sections, because I've got 4. First was natural birth, second was C-section, and my 2 after the C-section were both natural births. You see what I'm saying? And I was saying to XY in the chat, the difference between healing and recovering, because with natural birth, and I would always pick a natural birth over a C-section if I had the choice.
Yeah.
Because with a natural birth, you heal afterwards. But with C-section, it's not a healing process, it's a recovery process that you're going through. Do you see the difference? Do you know what I'm saying? Because when I had the C-section, sneezing, coughing, anything, oh my God, subhanAllah. It felt like all the stitches were going to pop out from me. Do you know what I'm saying? And you can't stand properly, and then it's, that's just hard. That's to recover after that. But natural birth was fine. Even with my first, I had,
I know a man who sneezed and he dislocated his shoulder.
How powerful was that sneeze?
Imagine if you sneezed and you got stitches in your abdomen, you could blow them out.
And like I was saying, it's like about 6, 7 layers they cut through. and people presume you're healed because they see the skin.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's healed, but they don't realize the rest. Exactly. And you still have, with me, I still have effects from having a C-section. Like, I can't carry anything heavy in front of me for too long. Like, see, if I was holding a child, I can't hold a child in front of me for as long as I could before the C-section. And even they say it's very dangerous, especially amongst East African females, when it comes to the C-section, because of the curves in our back. When they put the, when they put the needle in your spine, they said it's a higher chance of things going wrong if you're from the East, or any woman in general.
The
that has
maddest
the curves,
statistic I heard was 1 in 4. Was it 1 in? No, black women have a. I forget what it was. 1 in 4 black women or something die when giving birth, or something silly. Like, it was a mad high statistic for the discrepancy.
But that ain't about C-section. That's not C-section.
That's to do with racial disparities within the healthcare system, because they will always presume when a black woman says that she's not feeling good, they just presume that, oh no, because they feel like we got a higher threshold, so they don't they don't take what we say as serious, which is dumb, because at the end of the day you're in
the needles, they don't take as much care either. But like you're saying, maybe it's the curve in the spine, and they're just not educated properly. And so
exactly, because that's what the woman that did mine, she was saying to me, you have to be very still. And I'm like, I know it's good. Like, if it moves, and the wickedest thing is, if a contraction comes, you still have to, and they're in the process of putting that in, you still cannot move. That's why with my son, that was no, not with my son, that was with my my third. I had I didn't have cesarean, but I had a epidural with my third.
The way I was trying to mind control these doctors who were about to put the needle in my back, I was like, look me in the eye. I am a human being. Do not fuck with my back when you're putting this needle in. Like,
but did they spray you first? Like, I mean, after they put it in, like your arms to your legs, sorry, to check, can you feel this? Can you feel this? Do you feel this?
Yeah,
because with me, because I could still feel it, they ended up putting me, this is with my second child, not with my first. My third, sorry, I had the epidural, but I didn't have a C-section. It was a natural birth. But with my son, they sprayed my thigh. They sprayed it. Like, can you feel that? Can you feel that? I said, yes, still feel it. So they ended up putting me to sleep. And then basically the whole process, they did whatever. And then I woke up with their dad holding him. So, yeah.
MD. See, when my firstborn was coming, they said to my my ex, my baby mom, that she can't have the spinal block because of some damage to her spine. They could, because she had already had operation on her back, like on her spine.
Okay.
Right. So they couldn't do it, right? So they said to her, like, they can't really, like, basically give her anything. Like, she's gonna have to do it, like, raw dog it, and just like. There's basically
you mean natural? You mean a natural birth? How do they cut you open with no anesthetic? There must be an injection in the front, no?
Nah, listen. You know how much blood came out? You know when the antiseptic, what's it called? The pain blocker. What it does, because you don't feel the pain, your body don't react to the pain. Like your heart rate slows.
But how can you not feel the
down? Right? So you
but how can you not feel the pain of them cutting? Because you trust me, when you're in,
I was standing there with her. They cut her open. Like, imagine someone cutting you open right in front of your eyes.
And that's your first, man. That's such a horrific experience. Mashallah to her for having another child after that, because I don't think that was my first experience.
The blood was mad. Because obviously where she's panicking, her heart started beating more, innit? So even more blood came than normal.
I just wanted to address that.
The whole floor was like someone got a bucket of blood and just chucked it on our feet.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. I can't with my first year, it was fucked up, blood.
No, I just want to address something I said earlier about what she was watching during her birth, and I really, really want to stress to ladies, like, please stop watching this like one born every minute type shit, because that's not how natural pregnancies and births go. That shit's gonna scare the fuck out of you.
I watched that.
It's gonna have you in a fear-based
one born every minute,
like, paradigm. It's gonna have you in a fear-based paradigm. Like, it's not. That's not the reality, man. Like, that's not the reality of giving birth.
I watched that, and I watched a lot of like medical procedures.
Yeah,
like,
nah,
not just
nah. You want to be watching and listening to doulas and like natural birth, like, because all them stories and shit and the things that you hear and they tell you is this, that, and the other, you'll find hundreds and thousands of stories of people giving birth in natural ways to all these supposed difficult things and this, that, and the other. Difficult situations or
the horrific
emergency
sides
shit
are.
and
Go ahead.
like breech births and shit, when the baby comes feet first and stuff, that can be natural. When the baby poos in your thing, that can still be natural. Like all these things have natural ways to still deliver, but obviously we know how the system works.
I would say there's definitely a lot of fear mongering, but I don't feel like the fear comes from the shows that you watch on TV. I feel like it's the people inside there that create the fear for you.
But
Do you see what I'm saying?
When you're
in the
thinking
actual place.
that every time, until I came across this thing before I had my little one and actually looked into it myself, every time like I used to see them programs and whatnot, I used to think that that whole push, that was normal. And breathe, even the position, they got you fighting gravity. You're not on all fours, you got your legs in the air and shit. Like all of this shit is unnatural. Like I think someone said they went into the thing, when you go into a birthing room, unless you're in a birthing center, shit looks like a surgery room. Like, and then you got to look at all the tools and utensils around. Like that shit's not conducive to bringing a child into the world in a calm environment.
Do you know what? It might depend on the actual hospital that you go to, because like, say for example, with my first, we had the room to ourselves. Do you see what I'm saying? So they had the separate.
Yeah, no, I'm saying some hospitals do have the birthing rooms now and stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about that was with my first.
Yeah, no. Like, I don't. If you're in just a natural room, but what I'm saying is the room that you're in would look like a normal surgery or hospital ward room kind of thing. It's not like a bringing baby into. There's nothing like comfortable or thing about it. It just looks dreary.
But then, do you know what?
But you might have had a good room. You might have had a good birthing center at the hospital.
Yeah, I had a good room, but a crappy midwife. Nah, man. Horrible. Imagine I'm in the middle of labor. I'm in so much pain. My body, for whatever reason, like my body was going, through like cold spasms, if that makes sense. And then the woman, she kept opening the window, and I kept saying to my husband at the time, close the window. And she's like, oh, it's too hot that I can't work. That was like, boy, it was,
I had
it
to
wasn't
tell
the
mine
one.
to get out the yard. Like not out the yard, out the room. I said, go wait on the stairs, and if we need you, we'll call you. Because they try coming in with this sensor. Oh, we need to monitor heart.
Can you do that? I didn't even know you could do that. Tell them, like, I did not have any.
You are in full control. Like that's what they don't. They try to wrestle that from you, or just don't tell you, kind of thing. But
They don't tell. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. It don't come from the TV. It comes in the actual rooms. The people that are there. Do you see what I'm saying?
As well.
Because I watched One Born every minute, and that didn't scare me from giving birth at all.
Like it just kind of reinforces what they do and make it seem like those ways are normal and those ways ain't normal. But like even for us, we said lotus birth from the very beginning. Everyone knew, midwives, everything, we're having a lotus birth. In the middle of my my ex giving birth, they start getting out the utensils to start chopping the umbilical cord. And I'm like, yo, what are you lot doing? We said we're having a lotus. Oh, this is just in case and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you don't think that if she looks over this way and sees that type of stuff, she ain't gonna panic and be like, what the fuck is that? Like the stuff looks barbaric. It's just like scissors and clamps and like, it's mad. And like, it's, I literally had to tell them to get off, get out the room, take their sensors and everything with them. They're not monitoring nothing and this, that, and the other. If anything's wrong, we'll call you. Or if there's any problems, we'll call you. And they ended up forgetting them whole cutting utensils. I kind of made a video to put on YouTube, but I weren't in the right frame of mind afterwards to put it out and whatnot. But like they the most amount to make you uncomfortable to either try and get you to the hospital or just fuck with your pregnancy. Like it's mad. It's so mad. And they'll do it under the guise of, oh, we're just here to monitor and here to help this and we need to check this. And it's like, nah, it's not about you, man. It's not about you at all.
Part of the reason that the mortality rate for Black women in hospitals is so high is because of things like them not understanding the differences in Black women's bodies and white women's bodies. And the medical industry is based on white human beings.
Sorry, it's four times as likely to die from giving birth than a white woman, a Black woman. That's
Yeah, so there's
statistically four
things like
times
the
as likely.
curvature of the spine. I don't know if this is an actual fact, but I have like just on like a personal basis been speaking to a lot of Black women and them saying that they've had similar things with smear tests, being told that their cervixes are higher than usual, and usual being that white being the standard. But I had an experience after having my C-section where my stitches were put in and the stitches were blue. They were dark blue. So
did you have the balls on the end of them on each side?
Yeah, and really what should have happened was I should have had dissolvable stitches. But when they came to remove them, because my skin tone was dark, they couldn't see the blue stitches. So
are you serious?
Yeah, so they left like 2 or 3 stitches. So I'm getting sick. And I'm not knowing
it's getting
why.
infected,
And
yeah.
The wound's not healing, and I'm wondering why. And then I've gone into hospital, and they found.
And they come with a, oh, sorry, we missed.
Yeah, we've left 2 or 3 stitches in there, and obviously by this time, like my skin's tried to heal over the stitches, so
made it even worse.
Why? Making my eyes water now, like.
But you would think, you would think after all this time, you can't be the first person to have gone through that, and that probably happens.
Exactly
that they would have something where they write down, we've given 10 stitches,
how
or 20
many stitches to put in
the record,
and then
like
out, right?
it's simple.
It is very simple.
But you know, as well, with the, I don't know if they stopped doing it, but one of my sisters who had a C-section, they stapled her wound, her cesareans. You know, this cut. They stapled it and did instead of stitches. But she got infected from that because from the sides it kept oozing. So I don't know if they've stopped that process and if all C-sections now are just with stitches. Do you guys know?
I don't know whether. I think they.
The whole C-section is a bit foreign to me.
Yeah, and like I said, it is dependent on the people that you have looking after you. Like it can vary so much your experience by which professionals are looking after you, whether you have a doula, someone who's with you your entire birth, who gets to know you and your family and your wishes and actually respects the things that you want for your birth, to having someone who is literally just on shift and you're just another cog that's coming through.
Pre this, yeah. So my sister-in-law wanted a home birth. They tried saying, oh, it's some emergency thing, blah, blah, blah. You need to go to hospital at the last minute while she's like at home delivering and whatnot. So they rushed to hospital because she was like, all right, cool. I just don't want to cause no problems. I'm still relaxed. Let me just go. Got to hospital within like 10, 15 minutes. Oh, we need to do a C-section. It's not coming out, this, that, and the other. And then luckily one doctor came and was like, hold on a sec, can't I see some hair? And then they like,
look at that. Wow.
And the head was right there. The baby was out less than 10 minutes later.
That's crazy.
And they wanted to send her off for emergency C-section. Like, and this is what all I say, yeah. Just remember that the pass rates are 40% for doctors. I don't know for nurses and that, but for doctors, it's 40%.
That's crazy.
You don't
that's
know if your doctor scraped through or if he passed at the top of the class, innit? So that, like, there's massive discrepancy. That's a 60% discrepancy there in the level of quality and care that you could be getting. That's major.
That is. And you know what the scariest thing is? Doctors here, you know, they overseas and stuff, they'll be given the like first choice of jobs, innit? Compared to doctors, like you could have a doctor fully qualified come from, like, let's say India over here. He would have to restart again, because his qualification would be null and void when he reaches here. But he's probably got you know what I'm saying? They got a proper higher pass rate over there than they would over here, I would presume, anyway.
Yeah, it's like in places like Turkey and shit, which is why a lot of people tend to go there or prefer to go there when getting shit done, is because their dental industry, they have to take extra qualifications and extra teaching and shit like that, and extra courses, because Turkey hold their dental industry, the tourism from it is massive, so they make
they have to keep up to high standard.
and they have to keep updating every few years as well and take extra courses and learn all the newest shit and the latest shit and blah, 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 and keep on top of it. Whereas over here, you can learn and then you don't have to really take re-up courses too tough unless it's very specific areas. You don't have to take re-up courses too tough. So you've got people, same dentists, but they've got a hell of a lot less experience and not as great, purely because the standards are nowhere near what they are in these other places.
And that's the realest. You know, one of the, like I went to, he ended up getting sued for malpractice because he was mashing. Do you know, like, can you go to people like, I swear the dentist is blah blah, and it's like, but yeah, he got done for malpractice. It's madness.
This is the madness, yeah. I don't really talk about it too much and I won't go into it, but I had a private doctor one time and it basically turned out that my guy didn't, and I only saw him one time because the main guy that I see wasn't there. So I got this guy and it was a black guy, and I thought when I first saw him, I was younger, I was like 17, and I was like, raw, okay, a black guy, he's finally gonna understand me and blah, because I've been getting sent to test here, there, this scan, that scan, all these endoscopies, all this type of shit, yeah. And then finally I see this black dude, so I'm thinking in my head, again, I'm young in it, skin folk is kinfolk at the time, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna know what's going on and this, that, and the other. I walked out of there and I turned, because my gran took me at the time, I was with her, and I was like, he's a dumbass. Like, I think those were my actual words. I'm like, he's so dumb. Like, I don't get it. Turns out, like, I heard this about a year later. My gran's like, yeah, it turns out, do you remember that doctor? And I was like, yeah. She's like, yeah, he didn't actually have any qualifications. He got found out, like, he was
madness.
Wow.
Fake things, like, yeah. And my man's big private hospital and thing, like, and yeah, you know how they've got them supposed universities or college that you can pay for online and you get
online.
Yeah. Oh, he did one of those.
Yeah. For years, and it's only because I think he killed someone or he fucked up. He botched a surgery or some shit like that. He botched.
That's when they actually,
and that's when he got found out. But he'd been doing this shit for years and operating and all sorts.
That's mad.
Madness.
Wow.
Madness.
Wow.
I swear there was a story like that in Australia. This guy who was working for some big major, it wasn't like medical field, but he basically lied on his CV saying he went to XYZ. So when it came to like, he reached like he got promotion to some CEO, whatever. So what they did to surprise him was basically they wanted to invite his classmates from university to their place. That's when they clocked that he wasn't, he didn't have the qualification, blah blah blah, and then he lost everything after that. Man.
See, but in that case, in that scenario, I wouldn't expect him. Sorry, I was just going to say quickly. In that scenario, I wouldn't expect him to lose his job, because if he's shown and it's a working with people and non-surgical, like not invasive like that. If he's done his job and he's done it to the point where he rose
the ranks as well.
Experience now, and he's got experience now. So why are you getting rid of a man that could do his job? Because he lied about his qualification. Yeah, he can do it. Like that, I don't get. If it's not, that's the way the world. Yeah, if it's not fucking with like human life and shit, I don't understand that, man. Let the man carry on. He ain't harm no one.
But then, even in terms of birth, sometimes look, I'll be real. Childbirth, like say for example, Islamically, any woman that dies through childbirth, she's considered a martyr. Basically, if she died during childbirth, she gets the same reward as that. But with labor, what I don't think people understand, that a woman, when she goes through labor, it's not, yes, it's been done for generations, yes, it's I understand, but that's when a woman is between life and death. Does that make sense in that moment? Because giving birth is indescribable. You can't fully put it into words, the whole process, and yeah, man, it's mad.
Yeah, so Teaser, when you're like, I get what you're saying about don't watch certain things, so you don't allow any programs to run in your mind, and have like preconceptions of things. But when you're expecting a child to come out of your vagina, you do kind of want to know what to expect. So
and that's why I said what you do is you go to the more natural sources. It's like if you want to go swimming, you're not going to look at a bunch of videos and TikToks of people drowning.
No, I watched it all. I watched
like that
all of it. there's a documentary that I love. It's called Babies, and it's directed by a guy called Thomas Barnes. And basically the premise is there's absolutely no speaking in it, which kind of makes it more impactful. But he basically follows the first year of 4 babies being born in 4 different countries. One's Mali, one's Japan, San Francisco, and Mongolia. And so like their experiences are well different just based on culture, you know, in the way that they're born.
That I can agree with, because like I was saying, you know, when he was saying he was saying not to watch the videos, I watched so many of them, and for me that did not scare me to watch that. And I suppose it's because, you know, when you're from certain cultures, female children will always be around women, and then certain things is going to be known. You're always going to be next to an auntie or a sister or a cousin. Someone's got the baby, someone's got the this. You see the whole process. So when it happens to you, you don't really, like, there's no fear involved. Does that make sense? The only fear that happens, the only instinct of fear is like, how is this baby going to come out? Obviously, it comes out from the vagina, but you're like, how am I going to push this child out from my vagina? Do you know what I'm saying? But that's only once the contractions hit. And when the contractions hit, sometimes the pain of the contraction is so consuming, you ain't even thinking about the bottom half of you. You're just thinking, get this child out of me. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's...
Yeah, but you know, when you've been watching and listening to a bunch of people, they're screaming like, push, push. You think that when you're in there, that's what you're meant to do. And you're not meant to push
scream
your
and
child
shout.
Yeah.
No, but you do push in childbirth.
No, you don't. You're not.
No, you're pushing. No,
Tisa said no.
No, when you put but see, the one thing I didn't like about the
experiences that
I'm
I've
just
seen,
saying, you're speaking to a woman who's had 4 children, and you're
no, but my whole point is, and that's my whole point. My point is, you're taught to push, yet it's not natural to push.
But what I'm saying to you, it is natural to push, because this is the wickedest thing. See, when I was in labor, there were so many points within my labor that the midwife said to me, don't push now, don't push now. But I'm like, how are you telling me not to push? My body is naturally just, you know that feeling when you just, that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
I feel you. I feel you.
Oh, yeah. But did you have the C-section straight away? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I think the most natural thing would be to be able to listen to your body, teaser. I think if, like MD's saying, like if she's feeling like she needs to push, surely that is the most natural.
No, like that's the thing. Like with the contractions, that's why you're meant to breathe through the contractions, because the contractions are your body naturally pushing the canal that your baby comes through. It literally pushes the baby out. You're not meant to add to that pushing like you're taking a shit. That's not how it is. Like, and that's all I'm saying.
But that's how it feels like.
No, I get how it feels, and that's why I said we've been taught incorrectly, and that's all I'm saying. Like, I thought as well you had to push. It's only listening to like about 20-30 different doulas, and then hundreds and thousands of different stories and testimonies and shit like that I came to learn that you don't push. And then when my little one came, my ex, she didn't push at all. Like, and she's describing the whole thing to me, and afterwards she'll describe it and how it felt like and whatnot. And there's times when you feel like you want to push, but you don't, and that's where the breathing techniques and all of that stuff comes in. But that's what I get. It's like you feel like you want to, but you're not meant to. But I get it. That's all I was saying was that miseducation there. So that's and I don't want to talk like I'm not a woman, obviously. So I don't want to be talking like I'm shitting on your lot's experiences or things like that.
No, like what you said about pushing against gravity is completely like logical. Squatting
squatting is the one.
Obviously, is most natural way to push a baby out. But the women that I know have all said that naturally they've listened to the bodies. I've got a really close friend of mine who's had 5 natural home births, and she's described the feeling of needing to push. She just listens to her body. You know what I'm saying? So if at the end she feels like she needs to push, or because every baby's different. Once you've had more than one child, your body's different.
But definitely, because you know what, the space between the two is
different. You know what I'm saying?
But it's the second child. If the the age gap is close. Second child will always be easier to give birth. Even though my second child was a C-section, the actual feeling in my body was so much different to my first. Like with my first, it was obviously never giving birth. That was complete shock to my system. That was, oh my gosh. But she was my quickest birth. She was like 45 minutes. Yeah. But with my son, I was proper like, no, I can do this. 14 hours later, they're telling me, okay, something about something. I can't remember if they were saying his heart rate or whatever. And they said, we have to do an emergency C-section. Yeah. But I was really trying to push to like, but I can do this. And then obviously, you know, my husband at the time was like, you know, blah, talking to me. In the end, was like, all right, fine. We done the C-section. And then, but the whole point, what I'm saying is though, your body, it's like muscle memory, in it, so it's less painful if the gaps between your first and your second is close, like 1 to 3 years. Any further than that, then it's more like, you know, you come again. That's like with my third child, there's a big age gap between her and my second, and with her, oh my gosh,
did you
the
feel
experience is more painful? Like let me tell you, after cesarean, having a natural birth after cesarean is so much more painful in your abdominal area. Whereas with my first child, but this is the thing. And imagine, I didn't think there would be that. I thought I'd be basically feeling the same as I was with my first and second child, because the age gap is, do you know what I'm saying? We're talking 7+ years, about 7 years between the 7+ years, 7, 8 years between them. So I'm thinking by now, obviously, I shouldn't be feeling anything being giving birth. But oh my gosh, that was mad. And with my fourth, my the midwife, she was telling me push. I was pushing like, oh my gosh. And she actually, the head sister came and scolded her because she was saying to her, why are you telling her to push when my waters haven't even broken? Because I was dilating, but my waters didn't actually break. And then by the time it broke, once her head came out, if that makes sense. So the water, the fluid, everything came out with her. So once she popped out, it was like gone. Yeah. Oh no. And that's not to mention you can get stitches. My first, I had stitches. They had to cut me with my first. It wasn't many stitches, but I had to have stitches. And one girl I knew, she ripped completely her first child front to back, like wide open, Miskino. But she didn't have a child. Obviously that was so traumatic. She didn't have another child after that child, but that's how it goes sometimes.
When you had your babies, were you ever told not to give your child water and only breastfeed?
Do you know what? It's so long ago. I couldn't tell you. But to be fair, they said about even feeding children, you can't feed them up. Boy, we fatten our babies up from they're young. Do you know what I'm saying? Blend that food from there for like 3-4 months. You know, you have the milk plus like a taste of some other little stuff on the side. Put butter in the milk, fatten them up. You know, get them all. You know what I'm saying?
Butter in the milk. Teaser, did you have that? Did someone say? Did the doctor say not to give your child water?
I said, I can't remember.
But we were straight breast. Well, she was straight breastfeeding. So that didn't even like come in. But I do think there was something about they can't have water for a certain amount of time or something like that.
I never understood that. I just didn't understand why you wouldn't give your child water. I know they're saying like
some people drink tap water and there's like a lot of shit in there that will fuck up you remember your child's pure and shit, like they ain't like quite assimilated yet. So
well, it'd be boiled, obviously. It'd be boiled water.
Nah, boil just concentrates it. So whatever's in there, if it's got fluoride, boiling it makes it worse. Like it kills pathogens, so then you're just drinking dead pathogens. But stuff like fluoride, it concentrates. That's worse. Like,
oh, so that's probably
because that's all old school, isn't it? Like I don't know about you, but my gran and that they used to like boil water and then put it in the fridge, thinking that was good. It's like nah, that's not the way.
Yeah,
so not all water is the same.
Not all water is the same.
And I would never drink tap water. I don't cook using tap water. Like tap water.
But you have to be careful. you have to be careful with the bottled waters too, because obviously, you know, like we buy bottled water, but then at the same time,
there's enough
if the
bottle. I don't
plastic's in
drink
the sun,
Evian, Smart Water.
Mhm.
Like, there's a lot that I won't fuck with. But yeah, I do get you with the
Yeah.
plastics as well.
because they were saying like it could poison or something. Like I remember they were saying a few years back,
Yeah.
about the water. If you have a bottle of water in a car, not to drink it if it's hot, blah blah blah, this and that.
Yeah. If
So
I have a bottle of water
yeah.
and I leave it in the car and it's been hot, then I won't drink it.
Yeah, but then
'Cause
what I'm saying is,
they-
what about the transportation of that water? Do you see what I'm saying? Because none of them, some of them come from hot
I feel you.
places and they transport them in it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like the water I drink mainly comes from Turkey or Iceland.
Mm.
So Iceland ain't hot, but Turkey is pretty hot, isn't it?
Turkey is
So
hot.
I
Yeah.
can-
So it's like,
yeah,
what
so I
happens
can
during the
imagine.
transportation?
And
Yeah,
hopefully,
I did give my my babies water because I just couldn't imagine having a living thing not have drinking
Water.
water.
if you were to
for
give them
whatever
water,
lifestyle.
I'd say give them distilled.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as educated as I am now on waters back then,
Mhm.
but it wasn't like a lot of
Mm.
water, but just like a.
But then I hear you, but then you got to remember all the medicinal benefits of breast milk. Even when when the babies have that matter in their eye, I can't remember what it's called. You know, and it all thing, and you just put breast milk on it. Yeah, you just put breast milk on it, and it heals it up.
Yeah, that's what I had to do. I had to sterilize a spoon, and then you just put a little bit of breast milk in that.
Do you know why
And
that
it-
is? As soon as the baby's saliva communicate or touches the nipple and it communicates, the milk automatically forms to produce more of whatever the baby's in need of. Like it's like literally as the baby is formulated for the baby on demand kind of thing. So if the baby needs more iron, it will put more iron, drop the calcium. If it needs more like it'll just do whatever it needs to, like right, like it's mad. The magic in the fucking human body is crazy, like for real. And that's how I'd never get women trying to want to be equal. Like I don't get it. I'd never get
That's
that
so
because you
cool,
lot are
you
fucking
know?
amazing beings, man.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. Cool convo.
Yeah. It is, but this is another thing when it comes to childbirth and labor. I know everyone's talking about postnatal depression, but you can get prenatal depression as well, innit? It's not just after. You can have depression. They're saying, innit, the baby blues whilst before the baby is born.
I didn't realize how common postnatal was, but I have heard of prenatal as well. Yeah.
Yeah. But see, with postnatal depression can come for I would say, looking back, obviously now, mashallah, my children are grown. But looking back, I would say I had postnatal depression with my son. But funnily enough, I would have expected it with my daughter because the time I'd given birth to her and the things that were going around at that time was a lot of, do you know what I'm saying? There was a lot going on. So I would have presumed that with that factor, I would get postnatal depression after giving birth to her. But with her, I was completely fine. Whereas with my son, smooth sailing. Mashallah, his pregnancy, amazing. I put on weight, mashallah. But then the labor,
Was your son
after the labor, yeah, definitely I would say I had postnatal depression.
And was your son a natural birth?
No, he was a C-section.
He was a C-section, and he was the one that you had
postnatal depression after, yeah. Whereas all my daughters perfectly fine from start, like as in there was no prenatal baby blues before I gave birth, and there was no postnatal depression after.
So obviously everyone's different, but do you think that was there was a connection there between the way your son was born and how your hormones were after?
Do you know, I don't allow Alan, because like I said, see, there was more, I would say there was more mental trauma with my daughter, my firstborn, than with my second.
Because of the labor or because of just your environment?
No, the whole pregnancy, everything.
Okay, the pregnancy and
everything. But with my son, you know, like I said, the pregnancy was amazing. Literally, like even though, yeah, you get your sickness, you know, morning sickness here, there, it would be here, there. Whereas with my firstborn, my first 3 months of pregnancy, dream, I was still riding. I was physically active, doing everything. Once after the third month, when I say I was sick, I literally dropped. Pre-pregnancy with my first, I was a solid 85 kg, yeah? So full, like I'm proper, just healthy, you know?
Mm.
And then I dropped from a size, let's say like a solid 14 down to an 6 to 8 when I was pregnant with her. That's how sick I was. It was so bad. You know when you vomit and then you vomit up the yellow bowel and then you keep vomiting until it's that extra bit of green thing that comes out of you.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, it was. When I tell you, oh my, if I tell you, literally, I could not leave the house unless I had plastic bags in my handbag, because anywhere on the bus, vomiting, coming off the bus, vomiting,
But was
walking
this
down
like
the road.
first 3 months though, or?
No, first 3 months was beautiful. It was after, from the 3rd month up until 9th month when I gave birth to her.
Yeah.
It was, that was, But with my son, I had hardly nothing. I put on weight with him, mashallah. Do you know what I'm saying? Everything. Even the foods that I was craving with him, it was, you know.
So when you say that you suffered like postnatal depression, what was like the symptoms? What would you attribute to your depression? Was it like sadness, like lethargic, couldn't connect with him, or?
No, it wasn't a disconnect with him, with my child. But my postnatal depression was a disconnect from everyone else, if that makes sense.
Now, is it anyone else or was it your hubby?
No, everyone else.
No, let's make
obviously minus my child. But I don't know if it's supposed to be different for every postnatal. It's going to be different for everybody. Do you see what I'm saying? Not everyone's going to be feeling the same thing.
Everyone, yeah. No, there's different triggers for.
But the thing is that you shouldn't take it to this. Sorry, yeah, I'm arrested here. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't even jump in like that. But it's not like sometimes, you know what, in life, what happens is that you have to carry on with what you have. You learn from your past and teach yourself for the future.
Yeah, but some things, it's not about like you don't see it. Sometimes it's a case of, like, say for example, it's just your body's natural reaction. Some people react differently. Some people, you know, he was saying, different triggers.
So sorry, I do understand that. But what happened is that majority of the time, what happened with this is when you are going through this process, labor. Your man is not with you.
No, both my husbands, when I gave birth, they were with me during.
But what happened after that?
My birth. What do you mean? What happened after that?
Yeah, exactly. You understood my exact question. So if I'm wrong,
No. Hold on. Sorry, I don't want to stop you. I don't want to cut you, but it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? I asked you something. So what's your response to that? Yeah, go on.
Sorry, so your question was again? What about what? No, what I was trying to explain is this. What happened majority of the time? Yeah, because I have got kids as well, things like that. Yeah. So what happened? A woman, she have to carry a baby 9 months in her, and after that she have to go through all that process. And then she goes through this system that, you know, the movement that sometimes she's in good mood and bad mood and all that. This is understood, but how many men can understand that they are taking a responsibility for a new child that is going to be born?
No, okay. I think I know where you're coming from now. Basically, look, that's definitely something for the men who have children to not neglect. When a female gives birth, they have to understand it is a major. It's not nothing small. And I think most men, because obviously it's a natural part of life, giving birth, most men overlook the actual mental impact it has on a woman. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not just about physical.
Sorry. Before you say, can I say something? I salute the women that have been given. If there was no woman in this world, there could not have been me, my brothers, my sisters as well. Everything comes from mother. Mother is the highest position in this world. Please, carry on.
But her point still
No,
stands.
I appreciate. Salute. But I thought that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that a man can't appreciate that, you know, a motherhood. But it's one thing saying it, and it's another thing actually implementing those words into practice. Do you see what I'm saying, RS? Yeah. Because enough men, they say that, but when they're with their spouse or their partner, sometimes the reality is different from the words. This is what I'm saying. You know, actions speak louder than words. Enough man talk about, women this, women that, but when it comes to like sleep deprivation, like say for example, you don't understand sleep deprivation, especially for a woman who's just given birth and the process and the fact that her hormones are everywhere. The impact on her is a lot. Do you see what I'm saying?
Now, I'm sorry to hear what you just said, but one thing I'll tell you straightforward, right on the face. No man, no one, even a woman, everything which is today is because of a woman. Otherwise, it won't be there. It's all. With due respect, I tell you what, I do not know how to explain this.
Do you mind me asking you a question, RS?
Yes, please.
So what did you do, if you don't mind, see with your wife, when she gave birth, what were your actions towards her? Like, did you help around the house more? Because obviously she gave birth. Was there... I
tell you what, all my kids, I have got, my daughter died. Forget about that. Right? I have every single birth, wherever I was in this world doing my business, I make sure that I was there in the room when my child was delivered, and I'm the person who gave them the first, you know what, the actor, the water in the mouth. I did that.
The what, sir? What in the mouth?
Oh, okay. I do not know. I do not know whether you lot know about this and all that. In our thing, when the child is born, the first drop in the mouth of the child, we give them we give them honey.
What is that? Is that like a religious thing, or is that a cultural thing?
No. I actually, to be honest with you, I do not know. But the thing is that the first person who gives it to the child, that means you're taking responsibility of the child.
So kind of like, would you mean like, so say for example, if your brother was to do it, is he like a godfather, some kind of godfather to your child? Whoever does that, like they're spiritually responsible and physically responsible.
No. Sorry. I will repeat myself. What happened is that I'm talking about myself, very personal. Sorry, everybody, I shouldn't have jumped in just like that, because it was a very, very sensitive thing that you were talking about. And then that's the reason I want. All my kids, I had 4 of them, 1 gone, 3 still there. And all my kids, whenever, anywhere I was, when the time of birth, I was in the place where I was in the hospital together with them. When they were brought out, and when the nurse took them out and cleaned them, they come and give it in my hand. And I was the first person who gave them food.
Who gave them the honey?
Honey, So that means, you know what? Okay. I gave them in Punjabi, in we call it goat. That means, you know what?
Goat.
Goat. You know, not goat. Goat. That means, you know what?
Oh, gold. Okay.
Bless you.
Shit. I want to comment. You know, like when you said you had the children in your hand, I feel a man connects to the child, you know, their energy through their hands with their own heart chakra. You know, you build a bond by exactly what you said.
Myself.
So whom am I speaking to now, please? Is it Gurdip?
What did you say?
Is it whom I was speaking to just now?
Sahasi.
Oh no.
Oh, all right.
I just want to add a comment from my perspective to what you said, you know, why it's important to touch your child and be there physically, you know.
Listen, you are the one who made the wife, who made your wife or whatever it is, your soulmate actually. You gave that birth and she took it for 9 months, and after she went through the pain and suffering, everything, and when she's supposed to give delivery to the kid, you are so dumb that you cannot be there to accept it. Thank you, darling, that you did this for so much. But as of today, I'm taking this responsibility. How stupid can anybody do that cannot even take the responsibility after the mother have kept her 9 months in the stomach? How dumb can anybody be in this world, yeah? Not doing that. I am accepting this child. It is mine, and I'm taking this responsibility.
Yeah, but RS said you didn't explain it to me, like as I was saying previously.
Sorry,
See, if someone else was to give, I understand, like obviously you've given the honey to your children, right? So you're saying that you've taken responsibility for them, yeah, in a physical sense and a spiritual sense, correct? Or
Yeah,
did I
100%.
misunderstand?
No,
Right,
100%.
okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, for whatever reason, like say for example, you might be out of town and you can't plan exactly what the doctors can give you a date, say baby's due on the 29th of I don't know, March, say for example, yeah.
Okay.
You can't then you can't, baby could come before then. So if you're at, say for example, you might be in London and your wife is in, I don't know,
I'll tell you something, my dear.
somewhere else. If she doesn't get to you in time, and like say for example, your sister went with her and
My
she
dear.
was there, or someone else was there and they did it, is it supposed to mean? Listen, I know you said that. Listen, hold on, let me finish. I know you said you won't accept it. That's not the question that I'm asking. Yeah. What I'm asking is the purpose of the honey and the spiritual and physical responsibility. If someone else was to do that for your child, is that supposed to be as if, like T said, they're the new father, as in they've taken now the responsibility, so spiritually you they trump you? Or is it the fact of they're like hold on, or is it the fact that if they were to do it, they would be basically considered like, see how Christians, they baptize their children and they have a godmother or godfather who's supposed to be their spiritual teachers, in a sense, guide them through their spiritual faith, and God forbid if anything was to happen to their child, the godfather or the godmother would take responsibility of that child. Is that the same process with the whole honey giving? When they give the honey, whoever's given the honey, therefore, like if you were to pass, you and your wife were to pass, they would then have the spiritual and physical responsibility of that child.
Okay, let me answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what happened is that, like, when the child is born, if I'm not there, the only person who can first of all with me is this. If when I find out that wherever I am in this world, this is my personal thing, yeah. So let me finish my statement, please, yeah. Wherever I'm in this world, there is something coming which is mine, and with the partner of mine, I should be there for her. Hypothetically, if I cannot be there, the next person is supposed to be a family member. A family member means either my brother or her brother or my father or her sister. Family.
Oh, so it's only the men that can do this process, yeah?
No,
Not the women.
No, he just said sister.
Oh, okay.
Any family member, that means.
Sorry, I missed the sister part.
Yeah. Any family member, that means it is in the family. We all decide that we will take care of this child, but not a third average Joe. No. Not a third average Joe who just come and that if it comes down to this, yeah, for goodness sake, mate. If it comes down to this, that if you are having a delivery, at the same time, if I cannot be there for my wife and my family cannot be there for my wife, then I should just kill myself, mate. If I cannot be there, I'll make sure my whole family is there. Everybody.
No, but why would you kill yourself? That's
no, because you know what?
Not to do that for that reason.
No, let me just explain what I meant, yeah? Sorry. I'll explain what I meant. Yeah. What I meant is this, yeah? If I am, say okay, I live abroad, whatever my situation is, yeah? I'll just give you a hypothetical example. Say I am somewhere else and my wife is giving delivery in Dubai. And then suddenly I am not there. If I'm not there, it is my responsibility to make sure before even that happen, if I cannot go there, half of my family will be there accepting the child. And the oldest out of all of them will come and give the first nectar.
Check this, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's an example, bringing part of a topic that we were talking about earlier. What if there's two potential daddies and one just happens to reach there and puts the honey in the mouth? Does he get to claim responsibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you see what you just asked me. Then I'm going to be very blunt with you now. How can the woman not even explain who the father is?
Because she slept with 2 men around the same time period, and she's unsure whether or not the conception was done with the first or the second. That's how it happens.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. This is new to me, mate. I'll be very honest. Gospel truth.
Sid, do you know what? It's not in regards to, it's not about you specifically, just in general, in terms of this process that you just explained to us. That's what he's trying to. So if this was the case, what would happen?
I will say one thing. If there are 2 guys the woman have been going out with, and the husband doesn't know anything about it, the husband should take responsibility, because he doesn't know nothing about it. He will come. He should do all this. Provided the woman knows everything what had happened, do not give me these porcupine stories. The woman will know exactly whose child it is. She should be very honest with the man and say, listen, mate, this is what the
some women don't know, because, like, say for example, if a woman had sex with a man on a hold on. If a woman had, I'll explain. If a woman had sex with a man on a Monday and then had sex with a different man on the Wednesday and found out she's pregnant, there is no way she's gonna know if it was the Monday man or the Wednesday man that impregnated her.
Yeah. Why she should do that in the first place?
It's not saying that why she should. I would just say it happens. It happens. Things happen. Some people they're not in committed relationships, and they, you know.
Serious, mate? Are you not serious? This thing do happen?
Of course it does. Come on, you've been in this world long enough to know it happens.
No.
Let's be honest.
I promise me on my father's death life, I didn't know this kind of crap happens, mate.
Well,
I find that hard to believe. I mean, you've been in England for how many? Hold on, you've been in England how many years, Sid?
No. I have been in and out of England, but I've kept one thing about me. One thing is my belief and my responsibility, and the person that I take care of, I take care of them. Why?
No, that I get, but I mean, you don't know any other things.
1 minute.
Go ahead.
1 minute, my dear.
Go ahead.
Why is it that the woman have to go through all these, that sleep on Monday with somebody else, Wednesday with somebody else? Whose fault is it then?
It's not about a blame game. No one's saying about a blame game. He was asking you, what would then happen if it was between the 2? And then
it cannot just happen, my dear. It cannot just happen. Please,
it does happen. No, but this is it does happen, Sid. This is what I'm saying to you. It happens.
Oh my Sid, have you never heard of a woman cheating or having an affair or having a one-night stand or
I know.
Getting with someone in a new relationship just after she broke up with someone else,
exactly.
These situations
it happens.
Yeah, but the thing is that the woman should know her period cycle and things like that. Sorry,
you're missing the point. If they had sexual intercourse within days, if she had sexual intercourse within days of the 2 men, like between the 2 men, days close, then reality is there is no way to tell unless you have a DNA test.
DNA test, yeah. But the father, not knowing whatever, he should be there for the child because he believes in the wife, and it's the wife's responsibility after doing the DNA to tell him, I'm sorry. But as a father, you should be there. Period. Whatever happened after that, and when the child is born, it's not the child's problem. When he's been born and everything, but the father should take responsibility. Knowingly or unknowingly, what had happened, he should be there for the wife. But after that, can you imagine? Oh, I do not know, man. I am stunned with this.
But would you do that? Sorry, just out of curiosity. Now you mentioned about marriage. Say, for example, your wife cheated on you. I'm not saying that she did. We're talking hypothetically, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
If your wife cheated on you, and then she had the child, and the child turns out to be your child, are you staying with the wife and taking care of the child, or are you leaving the wife still taking care of the child, or you're not taking care of anybody?
My answer to you is this: if it's my wife and she have got a child, I will believe it's mine. But if she had different relationship behind my back, I will still take the child as my child.
And the woman?
As my wife.
So you would stay with your wife if she cheated on you?
Yeah, no. But I will question her first. Why did you do this? What happened? Listen, everybody in this world makes mistakes. It is human error. We all go through that. Are you telling me that I didn't do this mistake?
6-month affair.
Yeah, because I feel like that does make a difference. You know what? If you cheated and it's a one night stand and you cheated and it's an affair for some women, that would make a difference. So would that make a difference to you, Sid? Like if she made a mistake, it was a one night stand, didn't happen again. You have no issue taking her back, yeah? But if it was an affair that went on for like 6 months, 2 years, 3 years, even 5 years,
okay,
like would you still take her back? Would you want to remain?
I am not that stupid that I wouldn't know what is happening. Once beaten, twice shy, twice beaten, 3 times stupid.
No, but if it was the first time you finding out, like say for example, this is the initial, yeah? You've been with your wife 20 plus years, found out, like say you had a late baby, like in your 40s or whatever. You're like, oh yeah, you know, thank God for life and everything, all that. And then you find out afterwards, like child's born, like, you know what? She wasn't sure. You found the DNA kit in the thing and she found out it was actually yours, but you only found out because you found the DNA kit. What are you doing? And then she tells you, I've been having an affair for a whole year. You still taking her back even after that?
No.
No.
No, never.
Why not?
Okay.
But it's your
No.
responsibility.
Let me answer. Let me answer why. Because you can do a mistake once. Behind your man's back, your husband's back, you did a mistake once. That's okay. Might be drunk, might be whatever the situation was. Then you do it second time. That means you intend to do that. When you intend to do that, that is where the cross line is. Don't cross the borderline. That means you have crossed the line. So based on that, no, never.
Personally, I must think you must be one of the very few percentages of that, because I don't think a lot of men, even if it was one in this, like one time a woman cheated on her man, I feel like the majority of men wouldn't take her back. I mean, would you, T or Sahasi?
You know what I'm asking?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm asking, why is this question being asked by different women in the same week? What's going on? Why women are asking men? What is it? What's the stimulus?
You
never heard this conversation the other day, MD.
No, we got onto the subject of this because he was talking about honey nectar given to the birth with his culture. So why I asked him, this is how we got onto the subject about cheating and this and that, because I asked him what would happen if someone else did that. Would they take spiritual, physical responsibility of the then child? And then I think it was T said, what if there was between two men? What if she didn't know who the father was? What would happen in that scenario? And then that's how we continued on to this subject.
Yeah, but when we started, I was explaining what's the meaning of nectar. Then when the child is born, which is mine, I believe so it's mine, and I know so it's mine. Wherever I am in this world, I'll be there, and I'll make sure that I am there to accept my child. Because I will repeat myself, the wife of mine have taken this 9 months pain, and the least I can do is that at least take responsibility of the child once he's out there. I am taking full responsibility of yours, or it's a boy or girl, whatever it is. I will take full responsibility of yours as of now. Then we give them the nectar.
Yeah, it's like a ceremony. It's like a semi-ritual.
Yeah. That's
I like that. I like that.
You know, and
in England, instead of giving something to the child, the father is encouraged to take something away, which looking back on it, I can see that I feel like it's could be like a bit of a bad omen.
Like in what sense? When you mean take? Okay, go ahead.
Because in Sid's culture, he gives to the child, and he actually gives the child something sweet, and that's actually going to spark a a chemical reaction in their brain. They're going to react to that, and that's going to it could even force a memory. Do you know what I mean? It could even force a memory, because that's going to be a very
like your first taste of something in the world.
That's going to be a profound experience for that child, right? And you're going to be the cause of it, and you've given them something, and it's going to be a source of pleasure because they're going to love the taste of it, right? And then in England,
but Jedi, it's also taking responsibility.
Yeah, I get all of that. But in England now, they're like, "Oh, Dad, do you want to cut the umbilical cord?" The umbilical cord that leads to the placenta, which can feed the child for up to a week or 10 days, or whatever it is.
Seriously.
Yeah, they say you shouldn't cut it straight away. Yeah.
So it's like you're linked to cutting it from nourishment. That nourishment, do you know what I mean? Where it can fall off. So it's like you enforce the first trauma in this, well, not the first trauma, but an early trauma in this society, and in Sid society, you give them a gift. You bring them a gift.
No, but,
so it's like the opposite. That's why I think, like, big up everyone that knows about the Lotus birth and has gone for it. And I wish I knew about that. Do you know what I mean? I wish I knew about that earlier.
But this is the thing with Sid, because he said that the thing about the honey was to do with like spirituality and things. That's why I was asking initially, if someone else does it, is that the same thing as having like a godmother or godfather? Do you see what I'm saying? For them, like in your term, because Islamically, all children, we don't give them honey, we give them dates. We give them dates.
To me, like it's the father's role.
Don't speak about Islam.
If there's no father there, or the father can't make it, maybe no one's going to give that to or maybe the mother's going to give it.
No, he said a family member.
To him, yeah.
100%.
Yeah, it could be any that gives the date, yeah. And see, it's not about please don't talk about Islam. I'm a Muslim in it, so I'm telling you this. That's why I asked you specifically. That's why I asked you specifically: is the honey thing cultural, or is it from your religious practice? That's, if you recall, that's what I initially asked you, because Islamically they give dates to the, like, they squish the dates. The inside of the dates, not the skin you take off, and the little inside part is what you put into the top palate of the baby when the baby's born.
As well?
No, it's dates. Dates. We don't use honey, we dates.
Sweet, isn't it?
What do you mean? It's sweet, yeah.
Yeah, so it's anything sweet.
Basically.
No, but what I'm saying is, obviously, that's a spiritual practice. That's why when you said about the honey, that's why I asked you, is it a spiritual practice or is it a cultural practice?
Is it Islamic practice?
Yes, it is, yeah, to give babies dates. Yeah, it is. It's sunnah.
If you don't mind me asking, yeah?
1 second.
Sorry, mate. Yeah.
Is it Quranic?
From what I know, it's a sunnah. Meaning this is the sunnah means tradition of the Prophet. This is what the Rasul instructed us to do.
Is it derived from a hadith or from the Quran?
From nowhere.
From a hadith. From hadith.
Show me hadith.
Listen, hold on, Sid, you need to calm yourself.
A lot of energy.
It seems to me, I mean, I know it's neither here nor there, but it seems to me that the hadith is simply mirroring a custom that already existed culturally. I wouldn't call it Islamic.
Jedi, thank you.
I wouldn't call it Islamic because there's lots of Muslims that don't do that at all. So,
just because a lot of people,
because we see that there's an existence of it outside of Islam, and Hinduism predates Islam. I would say that it's more cultural than Islamic. It sounds more cultural than an Islamic thing.
Well, I suppose
when you say spiritual, I don't know.
One thing, if you don't mind me asking this, yeah, sister, listen, and Mr. Jed, and everybody listening, whenever you say something that it is from hadith, make sure you have got the proof of it. Do not hearsay and say something just because somebody said something. Hypothetical. I'll give you one example.
I'll cut you off there. It's not about okay.
Let me finish now, my dear, please. I will challenge anybody in this world. They say that Nabi Muhammad. No, 1 minute. Nabi Muhammad, what he did is that at one time there was a lady. She used to come and throw gutters outside his house, and all that. Suddenly she
the thorns in Surah Lahab. Yes, I know.
Can you tell me? I tell you what. If you can show me that surah today, now I'll wait.
Surah Lahab. Is Surah Lahab, yeah?
Is it daif or is it
It's a surah. Surah is not. It's not about a surah being da'if. Weak. A weak. Da'if means weak. Just for the Just for people that don't understand, the word da'if means weak. Yeah. So if someone says it's a da'if hadith, means it's a weak hadith. It's a surah. When you hear the word surah, though, surah means chapter. So if I'm telling you the one you're talking about, Surah Al-Lahab.
Okay,
hold on. Let me grab. Let me get my Quran because we're not going to go back and forth, and then I'll give you the actual thing. Yeah. No problem.
I'll appreciate that. No, this is just learning process. Yeah. I tell you,
what's the opposite to that? What that word beginning with D, the Daya Hadith?
Okay, what happened is that in Quran, I think JEDI should be able to explain to you about that.
Say that again, Jed. Tahir.
Sahih.
One is Sahih. Okay, there are two. The main thing is Sahih Muslim and Sahih.
No, Sahih is SAHIH. Sahih means which is strong. Yeah, I hate Sahih. Yeah.
And Sahih means you can only bring it from Bukhari or Muslim or Al-Tabari, Muqrin. Other than that, it's all da'if. Please give me the Sahih. Which one you were talking just now, my sister? Please tell me, where did you find this?
No. I've got my Quran now. I'm just going through the pages, and like I said,
you cannot find
this. Listen, there's no need to be all like that.
No.
Like I said, okay, that's fine. I'm saying to you, I'm looking. I've actually got my Quran open now, so I'm looking for the hadith, not the hadith, the surah for you. Like I said, what you was mentioning, you're talking about the woman that put thorns outside his house that used to think, and then the day that he didn't see it, he went to her. The explanation of the hadith, the explanation of the surah is the hadith. There's a hadith explaining that surah. But I'm not going to go to the hadith. I'm going to give you the actual surah. This is what I'm saying to you, yeah? So I'm going through the pages now. Just bear with me, yeah? Okay.
I'll appreciate that very much. Been looking for it for the last 5 years. Not only me. While you're looking, not only me, the whole firm have been looking for it. It is a hearsay.
Okay, so أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Yeah. تبت يدا أبي لهب وتب ما أغنى عنه ماله وما كسب سيصلى نارا ذات لهب وامرأته حمالة حطب في جيدها حبل من مسد. Yeah.
Okay, let's not read. Just explain the translation of this, and I tell you what. This is all recorded.
All right, then hold on. I got to get my Quran with the English translation, and I'll read the English version. You don't even know what's the meaning of it.
But she wants to. She doesn't want to give you her version of the meaning. She wants to give you.
Please.
Yeah. Before we start picking apart what she said.
Exactly. My apologies, mate.
Yeah. So you challenged her. So if she's got this correct and she's found you the location, what are you giving her?
Let her bring it on first, mate.
Yeah, but
I'll tell you one thing now.
Let's discuss,
Mr. JEDI. 5 years. Mr. JEDI, 5 years. Yeah, bro.
My brother. Yeah. Let's put some honor back into this thing that we do. Yeah.
Let her bring it on first. It's religion.
She's gonna bring it, but I'm saying
she's stepping up to
let's
the challenge.
Establish what you're gonna give her when she does bring it. If she does bring it, let's establish
anything she asks for.
Anything she asks for. Okay.
But if she doesn't bring it, then what?
No, you challenged her.
No. If she doesn't bring it, then what?
She's not challenging you, so there's no
consequence. One minute. If she doesn't, I'll give anything she asks for.
Okay, then she's proven wrong. Then you're proven right. If she doesn't bring it, you're proven right. Hold on. You're proven right that this text is not Islamic.
Okay, hi. So this is the one of the translations, yeah, because obviously there's different version in English.
Who is it from?
Sid, this is how I know you don't. Hold on. This is how I know you don't. Hold on, Sid. You are not listening to me. You are just hearing. Listen. You are not listening to me. Sid, you are not listening to me. You just hit. Go ahead.
MD, wait.
who translated this?
Please, yeah, I need you to be patient with the lady so she can speak and feel
Yeah,
like.
yeah. But just tell me who translated this. Give me the proof of it.
She will
Yeah,
tell
Hold
you
on,
all of
hold,
that.
but look,
She will tell you,
Sid,
hold
you know,
on. Yo, 1 second, MD. Cool. You gotta be cool too. I don't want him to be cool, but you gotta be cool too. That means not matching his energy. Stay in your lane where you're only reading something. Cool, brother. Please give her a chance to speak. Anything that she
please.
hasn't clarified at the end, you may ask her, and she'll try and clarify for you.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. MD, go on.
okay, so in the name of the most gracious, the most merciful, Ayah 1, yeah? So this is Tabbat yada abi lahabin wa tab, yeah? Perish the hands of the father of flames, perish he. Yeah? No profit to him from all his wealth and all his gains. Burnt soon will he be in a fire of blazing flames. His wife shall carry the crackling wood as fuel, and twisted rope of palm leaves fiber around her neck, her own neck, yeah? And the reason why it's saying for the wife to carry is because, again, like I was saying before, the hadith goes into explanation of him and his wife, Lahab and his wife, yeah? The guy and his wife. Sorry, not Lahab. Lahab means flame.
Okay, who translated it?
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Okay, give me... This one is, I'm assuming it's Abdullah Yusuf Ali, because it says on the side. But again, that's why I said there's different versions, not translation, because obviously you have Old English, New English. So I have other Qur'ans with the different versions of the English.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
So
but that is the sort of that is from.
So the different versions of the English say different things.
No. It's like, you know, like if you used to look at the Bible, like even when I was younger, I had different types of Bibles. One will have thou art da 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 da, whereas the other one would say you are blah blah blah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's just semantics. It's not the meaning is the same regardless of whatever version, translation, whatever translation, is the meaning is still the same. It's just the choice of words. So if you would say like fire or flame, do you know what I'm saying? They both mean, yeah.
Can I speak now?
And also, sorry, just to put it on, look, Ara said, I could not, just to put it out there, yeah, I could not care less whether you believe, you don't believe, whatever. It's, you know, Allahumma nafsi. That doesn't just go for you, that just go for everyone, yeah?
That's unnecessary. We don't need to, no one needs to know that, MD. We don't care if you care. Yeah.
So,
we just want to have a conversation.
Can I speak now, Mr. JEDI?
Yeah, now, please, go ahead.
What have that word got anything to do what I said that when Nabi Muhammad, there was a lady, she used to come and throw gutter outside his house, and then she didn't come there, and then suddenly he said, why she didn't come there? He went to look for her and to find out what this would have got nothing to do with that. Which planet are you from, Pluto?
No. You know what? You're actually correct. We're talking about two different. When you finish, I should have let you finish the full version of when you was explaining before.
And
no, because it was it's a slight.
One minute. I can promise you now, there is no such hadith. And please do not ever bring Quran. Quran is alhamdulillah, it is different. Even hadith, there is none of that. It is all just because Muslims wanted to say Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was a great man. He used to do this. None of them can prove it. You can go, every one of you can go and look for it. If anybody can find out, yeah, I tell you what, yeah, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Because I know
it's there. But to be the hadith, I could search. I could search for it. But for someone like you, for someone like you, I wouldn't. You know, this is about sincerity. I will make efforts for those who are sincere, not for those who aren't. So yeah.
Okay. We are having a nice conversation.
Trying to make is that story is not a hadith.
It's a porcupine story.
Is that correct, Arasid? You're saying
it's a porcupine story. It's a porcupine story made up. And the problem what happened, I've got JEDI is this, yeah.
Wait, quickly, Arasid. Can you explain the porcupine story?
Let me finish my statement, mate. Let me finish my statement. What happened is this.
I just want to understand, like, why call it a porcupine story?
JEDI, can I finish my statement, please? The question is this. Whenever we speak, yeah, let's not go personal. Or because of people like you, arrested, because of you, we are not even going to bother looking because you cannot find it.
No, it's not
When you
even.
cannot
No,
find it, you go
look,
into
look, look, look.
defense.
Like I've already explained, the reason why I wouldn't do something like that for someone like you is because you're not sincere. In my opinion, you can argue
How do
you
you know I'm
are.
not
You can
sincere?
listen. I
No,
said,
how do you
in
know?
my
You just blame
opinion,
me, I'm
from
not
everything
sincere.
I've observed
How?
from you, RS said, I don't
How?
feel
All
like
right,
you
if we're
are
not getting to
sincere.
the
So that's
information,
why.
then this convo's long. Is basically what I'm saying. So if you're not going to look it up and find it, MD, because you don't want to,
Let's
then
close the
this
chapter.
Yeah,
convo's
not for
long.
someone
It's
like
really
him. Nah,
long.
I'm good. Yeah. All right, we can move on.
Move on, yeah.
She said she can't be bothered. She said she doesn't think you're sincere, so she's not going to go.
But okay, Mr. Jedi, I'll tell you one thing about myself, yeah?
Yeah.
Every time I've been called an Islamophobe, or I've been called, whatever the sister just called me, yeah? You're not sincere. Why I'm not sincere? Because you lot say things that you lot cannot even handle it. When the question is asked back, then you lot go personal. Don't go personal. Let's talk about Quran, Hadith, Salah, and or Sunnah, or anything like that. Anything under the sun. But do not blame somebody else just because you lot don't have an answer. You just cut them off.
It's not. No, it's not.
just
Don't get
think
me
that, my
wrong.
dear.
Look. RS said, don't get me wrong. I do agree. There are people out there that do stuff like that. That's fair enough. I'm not that type of person, and I would have thought you would have. If you've listened to the show for a while with me on, then you can understand the type of person, certain characteristics that I do possess. Do you understand? But when it comes to like this, you heard me. I read you Surah Lahab. I read you the full translation, and you went on to fully explain the hadith that you were talking about, and
But
then
you
I
lied.
understood. Actually, no, it's not a lie. Like I said,
You lied on Quran.
it's not like, listen, it's not lying on Quran when I specifically said to you, oh, that's my mistake. I should have listened to you finish what you were saying instead of jump, like, because I jumped. I heard half of what you said and I was like, oh, you're talking about Surah Lahab. Yeah. And that's why listen, and that's why I went straight to get you.
You knew exactly what I was talking about. Some other idiot might have told you lot this, but I just prove a point that I'm right. There is no hadith, there's no Quran, nothing like that.
Okay,
These things.
whatever, man. Lakum dinukum waliyadin. Big up, family. You gotta go like, comment, subscribe, hit the cash out, PayPal, all that good stuff.
And
Sorry,
before
did I-
Jeds locks the show off, just explain why porcupine. Like, why is it called a porcupine story?
Oh, porcupine means lies.
Yeah, I get that, but why reference it as a porcupine story? Like if you get, like, if you touch a porcupine,
sorry.
like,
Am I talking to a Muslim brother? Or am I talking to?
No, you're not. Like, I'm not any religion. Like,
I'm an atheist.
I just want to know, like, put it this way, yeah, I get why things are termed certain ways. I'm just trying to understand why, like, it's called a porcupine story. Like, I can see why someone says, oh, they're pulling their nose or some shit like that. I can understand term. I just wanted to understand. That's all. Like, I'm not having a go or saying anything. I truly want to understand why lies are called porcupine stories. Why reference that animal out of all of them? That kind of thing.
Listen, I'm not even going to. It is a say. If you say anything which is lie, it's a word. Go Google it. Go to.
I get
Oxford.
that it's a saying. I'm just.
1 minute.
Can you
You ask me a
explain
question
why?
that,
Like,
let me answer
how
that.
it came about, the origins.
No, let me answer the question.
That's all I'm asking for.
Or you want to speak? I'll keep quiet. You ask me a question. Let me answer you, mate. Porcupine means stupidity, talking lies, not understanding what it's all about, but just because of hearsay, talking about it. That's what we call porcupine stories. Back to you.
You know, when someone asks you a question, rather than like interpreting,
You really want to like
feeling the way.
Like, T, do you really invested in this porcupine?
You right.
Are you? Like, come on, man. Like, bro.
And I will say another thing. Yeah.
Over here, they say porcupines, right? They don't say porcupine, like the animal. They say like porky. Yeah.
So that's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, you're saying porcupine. That's an animal, right? With spikes on the back.
Porcupine story, but exactly, Jets. What you said is exactly what I meant.
Let me explain something to you. They call it porcupines because in a Cockney rhyming slang, porcupines rhymes with lies. Just like apple and pears rhymes with stairs. So it's like a East London slang.
No, I'm not British, bro.
I'm letting you know where it comes from.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
now
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
innit?
So
Like,
how do you call that actually?
Porky, Porky, Porky pies,
Porky?
Pie.
Porky pies, yeah?
Yeah, Porky pies, yeah.
All right.
You tell him
I
porky pies.
learned that from you today.
Yeah, and it just means lies. It's rhyme for lies. Porky pies rhymes with lies. That's why they say it.
Cheers, mate. Thanks a lot, man.
No problem, my G.
Yeah, another thing, is there anybody, you know what? This is the issue. What happens when we try to speak about something which is real, and I can guarantee you one thing again, in this world, that word that said that Muhammad used is told Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam used to do that, yeah, is totally porcupines. There's a lot of other things that I can explain to you. Everything from the. I wish there was a Muslim that I can speak to. I can ask. You know, whenever you try to ask some questions, what happens is that they say, "Oh, it's not worth talking to you because you are this, you are that." But nobody answers the question. Why? Nobody, none of them answer the question rather than just blame you for something that you are not. Is this how religion works? And I'll tell you what happened now. The biggest place in India now, there is a huge trouble going on because there's a guy by the name of Madani. He is the head of the Islam community in India. You know what he said? You lot can find out. He said, Om, which is Hindu God. Om, which is Hindu God, and Allah is the same. And what had happened? People have changed the azan from Allah Akbar to Om Akbar. This is what is happening because of Muslims not really trying to sit down and discuss, have a proper discussion, and explain and try. If you lose, there is 3 ways you come for a discussion, Mr. Jedi. First is you come to win. Second is you come to discuss. Third, you come to learn. But with the Muslims, they only come here to win. They don't want to discuss. Like this sister just now was talking to her. I told her you cannot find it. She gave another surah from Quran. Astaghfirullah. And you cannot bring Quran because forget about Quran. Even the hadith, Da'if hadith also doesn't have it. So I will appreciate if any Muslims can come and speak to me and tell me there's arrest, this is what it is, mate. I really appreciate it, mate. I'll mute myself, mate.
Yeah. Well, I ain't got nothing to say to that. I'll leave you guys to the Islamic debate. Anyone that wants to jump on and talk about Islam or religion with him, you know, or answer his questions or his challenges, feel free. Feel free, you know.
None of them will, mate. And I can. Do you know another thing? You're not going to really like this, but I will share this with you, yeah, mate. You know, when a Muslim is doing his prayers.
I gave you my bank details. You didn't send me anything, though.
No, it's already gone, mate.
Oh,
keep it private. Don't speak on this one, because I want to keep it private. No, it's gone.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet, bro.
Yeah. You understand what I'm going to say? So now, what happened is this, yeah? Why is it in Islam, Nabi Muhammad, the black color, anything to do with black is going to go to the hellfire? Why?
Sid, do you have any other topics of discussion apart from Islam that you like chatting about?
Tell me anything you want to speak about, mate.
No, I was asking if you had any other topics that you're
no, but we start.
You're hot on Islam, but no one here is trying to back it. So you're asking questions, it's like pissing into the wind, isn't it? No one you can keep asking, but no one here is
it sounds like you are Muslim actually.
Do I say thank you or like?
Nah,
No,
I don't.
yes, sir. No, why don't you discuss with me something?
Yo, RS, I don't think there's no Muslims on the panel, bro.
All right, then. Okay, I'll tell you what.
That's what he's trying to tell you. Like, there's no Muslims on the panel.
So it's morning here. I need to go for my breakfast, and you lot take care of yourself. But one thing I'll tell you, one thing I'll say, one thing.
Big up, Sid, man.
Do not to all the Muslims. Just listen to one of the Muslims. No, to all the Muslims. No, one minute. Before I leave, bruv. Jedi, before I leave, sit in front of the mirror. Ask yourself whether my religion is real or wrong. And every one of you will start asking the question in front of mirror to yourself. You'll get the answer. We are lying to ourselves. Good night. God bless.
Big up, man.
Wow,
Yeah, man, have just got their own special agenda. I don't even know. I can't even stand in the way. Just go for it, man. Say what you need to say, and hopefully you feel better after that or something. I don't even know. Well, go on. So yeah, I'm just zoning. What's good, man?
Banging day though, man. Some good topics.
Been all right, man. People telling me to highlight people's comments. What comment is this? Man. Anyway. So what you lot saying though, man? What you lot up to? Like, yeah, that baby combo was good, man. But the man that ran away, man. And we tried. We was hanging in there, and then Sid came on, and then turned it to Islam. People were definitely saying, "No, I'm definitely out." We went from pregnancy, we went from sex to pregnancy to Islam. I don't know, man.
How did
Big up the sisters. I appreciate you lot talking your stuff. Hope the ladies enjoyed that. Whatever. So more of you need to jump on, and when the sisters are on and I have that sister time or whatever, you know, the man them know how to fall back enough to allow you lot to, you know, chat. I think it's a good look. I'm gonna make some scheduled time. I need some dedicated sisters that's gonna say, yeah, boom. I'm gonna get a few female guests to jump on. I know a couple female like presenters and hosts and people and that. Not even with the real topics, because like, I think the sisters got the real topics.
Spin the wheel topics. Like,
I'll spin the wheel topics.
Yeah.
Whatever they want to chat about, bro.
Kind of like how you was when you went on that podcast and they pulled out the thing when you was on there with the girl.
Yeah.
Was it police brutality or something like that?
Yeah, 2 topics in the tin, bro, in the bucket.
I was scared. Yeah.
Like, bro, this is a setup. You know what I mean? One was police brutality. I can't remember what the other one was. I missed it. Was watching Dragon's Den. Right. Dragon's Den dope. It was great hearing about sisters getting cuts. It was true. Wicked show throughout the day. Big at yourself, Master Blaster. Thank you. Man like General in the building. Like 108. Why is he always bragging and saying he can do this and that? It shows nothing. Yeah, you can't really hot man up, man. But I've known Sid for years, and he's always talking about sending me a donation. And yeah, I don't know. He never has. That's why I like to bring it up when he's around. Like, yo, Sid, like, what on? I get a variation of the same type of comment. I think the other day, what's it? The other day or whatever, a month ago or something, he said, yeah, the accountant's dealing with it. So boom. Pick him up. Though. It's only because he's bullying. It's only because he says he's bullying that why I'm even answering him. If it was just us regular folks, I would never be sweating it.
Right. Well, if the accountant's dealing with it, just know it's a serious
amount,
isn't it?
I might wake up to 10 jib. Let me.
Jeez.
Yeah. So what know, man? So where you at? So what? You lot don't want to talk to me? You lot are spoiled, bro. You get way too much jets, and then it's just like.
I think a few people got kind of hurt towards the end.
Huh?
A few people kind of got hurt towards the end. As I was putting my little one to bed, I had the headphones in it, and I heard Zulu and someone going at it. And
yeah. King K, what you doing with it? I'm buying you a new fucking nasal passage, mate.
Who's that, Shani?
Yeah. All right, family. Well, you know what time it is. I'm tired, man.
Yeah.
One episode of Stranger Things. Strictly one episode.
Are you watching that Last of Us?
I am. I did enjoy the last episode. They got to do a lot of making up for that episode 2 or 3 or whatever that was. Whatever bullshit that was.
Yeah, you've got to let me know how that goes, man. I can't bring myself to watch it.
Yeah, man. See me, I love a zombie thing. I'm a sucker for zombie things. And
I think I really don't like it. Because all the games got saturated with
survival, post-apocalyptic, violence. It ticks loads of boxes. I love that shit.
Yeah, nah, I think because all the games just got saturated with zombie this, zombie that, like it just put me off. There's a zombie mode in pretty much everything.
Yeah, funny that, isn't
it?
Funny, like there's so many ideas out there, but we keep regurgitating the same ones over and over. No one wonders why. Oh, because they sell. Yeah, why do they sell?
Everyone's just apparently sticking to the same formula.
Yeah.
Hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Until the next one comes around.
Oh, mate. All right. I got to get a new phone. You lot, my phone's not working, so anyone trying to contact me via phone or whatever, my phone's just doing a madness.
What did boss man at the shop say?
He said I got to take it to Apple. Something to do with my storage. So I said, can't I just delete stuff? I've been trying to delete stuff. I was trying to delete videos, and the videos kept coming back on.
See, that might be because they're on the cloud or something.
Okay, so I'm trying to free up the storage on my phone. On my actual phone.
But you know when it syncs, innit?
See what I mean about technology? Did I ask it to do all that stuff in the first place? Did I ask?
Like, because that's dangerous, man. I see people getting caught out when like the cloud just syncs photos and sends it to their other partners or their children's phones and stuff like that in the yard.
Yeah. My thing.
But yeah. Love, family. Big up, big show.
Peace, man. Peace.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head for the fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in the book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in a zoo or hope in a bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, a broken a hostel. I was still emotionally struggling to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue to see if you knew that moment. Was I laughter now so golden? Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told them. That's not what I told them. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibe, but most of my real ones felt it. Numeral funerals, bodies in cubicles. Happens so regular, but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful. The flesh ain't forever. We are delusional. And the grief goes so deep. How could the lifespan be so brief? From the thoughts of my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke for OZ or OG, feeling like G.O.D. owes me. A reason for taking my goldies and snatching loved ones from my own knees. Tell me. Why? Man? It's fucked up. Pouring liquor just don't cut it. Yeah.
One of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen. You will find out, among other things, that it'll pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature reports back. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is up. You all know you're here. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you come into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past. In the same way, you don't have to think about how you work the thyroid gland, or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it? Never learned, but you're this miracle? Well, the point is that from a strictly physical, scientific standpoint, this organism is a continuous energy with everything else that's going on. And if I am my foot, I am the sun.